Xu Jingming's beautiful campus belle cousin never imagined for even a second that the useless little cousin everyone looked down on would suddenly rise up and take first place in the entire national exam. And it did not stop there. The recruiters from the top 3 universities were practically tearing into each other to win him over, while his own school even handed him a massive $1 million scholarship. The reason behind this unbelievable reversal was simple. Right before the exams began, Xu Jingming had suddenly awakened an S-rank ability known as Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. But the most shocking part of all was still yet to come, because this terrifying power had the potential to keep evolving, eventually reaching the ultimate SSS rank form, Chaos Divine Thunder. Inside a tense classroom at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, the atmosphere felt heavy, and the words on the chalkboard made every student's heart tighten. Only one day remained before the unified exam. At the front of the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, stood with a serious expression and began giving the class their final instructions. He first reminded the students who had chosen the liberal arts exam to make sure their IR stationery was fully prepared before the big day arrived. Then his tone grew much heavier as he turned to the students taking the martial arts exam, warning them to prepare their IR combat equipment and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan made it clear that the martial arts college entrance exam could be deadly, and he strongly urged anyone whose awakened ability was below D level not to gamble with their life. Sitting among the students, Xu Jingming curled his lips into a faint smirk, immediately feeling as though the teacher's warning had been aimed directly at him. Inwardly, he thought about how he had transmigrated into this world called Blue Star, a place that looked technologically similar to his old world, yet was also overrun by ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. To survive against those terrifying creatures, a portion of humanity had gradually awakened supernatural abilities of their own. In this world, once people reached the age of 16, they had the chance to awaken all kinds of abilities, with their talent levels ranked from the lowest F all the way up to S. But in reality, most ordinary people could only awaken weak skills somewhere between F rank and D rank. As Xu Jingming glanced down at his own hand, a tiny flicker of lightning sparked weakly across his fingers. His ability was only E-grade weak electricity, and with some bitterness he admitted that its strength was basically no better than an ordinary stun baton. While Xu Jingming was still lost in thought, a blonde-haired classmate named Huang Tian suddenly came over and tapped his desk with a mocking air. Huang Tian sneered and asked if Xu Jingming was really still planning to take the martial arts exam, openly calling him E-grade trash who would only embarrass the school. Then he casually suggested that Xu Jingming should switch to liberal arts instead, even offering him a future as a low-level clerk in his company. Before Xu Jingming could say a word, Lin Qingli suddenly stood up from her seat and coldly told Huang Tian to stop meddling in other people's business. Huang Tian's face darkened with irritation, but he only scoffed at her and said that once the exam began, he would prove exactly who was truly the best. As he turned and walked away, Huang Tian looked back over his shoulder with a cruel glint in his eyes, throwing out one last vicious remark as he predicted that Xu Jingming would die on the exam grounds. After Huang Tian left, Lin Qingli turned back toward Xu Jingming with visible worry in her eyes. She softly advised him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart, then gently suggested that switching to liberal arts might not actually be such a bad choice. Xu Jingming only listened in silence, his face calm and impossible to read. Still wrapped in his thoughts, Xu Jingming lowered his gaze to the Great Xia Unified Exam registration form in front of him. The form clearly recorded his E-level elemental ability, and in the Great Xia Kingdom, every student had to choose between liberal arts and martial arts. For those with low-level abilities, liberal arts offered a safer path toward an ordinary life. The martial arts route, however, was on an entirely different level of danger. Students had to enter a designated combat area and fight fierce beasts with their lives on the line just to pass. Only those who survived that brutal trial would have a chance to enter an ability user university, where years of proper training could help even someone without a high ranking grow into a truly powerful ability user. Xu Jingming understood exactly why teacher Chen Fan and Lin Qingli were worried about him. They were afraid he would lose his life in the exam, but he also knew one painful truth. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the threat of the beasts would always exist. That thought dragged him back into a cruel memory from his past, when he was still only a child, kneeling helplessly on the ground as he cried beside the lifeless bodies of his parents after a beast died. The memory burned through him and made his resolve even stronger. He never wanted to feel that powerless again. With determination hardening in his eyes, Xu Jingming lifted his registration form and declared firmly that he would still choose the martial arts exam. By the time the sun began to set, Xu Jingming was already inside a training hall, gripping a long spear and practicing again and again with relentless focus. He poured his electrical ability into the weapon, and faint blue arcs of lightning began crackling along the spear's shaft from end to end. With a sharp shout, he drove his body forward and unleashed a powerful sweeping strike. But that intense round of training quickly drained what little strength he had left. Xu Jingming let out a huge exhausted yawn, muttered a complaint about how tired he was, and then collapsed flat onto the floor as his spear clattered down beside him. Lying there on the cold ground, Xu Jingming stared upward and thought about all the time he had spent training. He had practiced spear techniques for 2.5 years, yet even after all that effort, his proficiency was still only at the beginner level. He had even spent 300,000 to buy a spear technique called Lightning Gale Break, which at least made him slightly stronger than other ordinary E-class awakened ones. But as he rested there, a grim and unavoidable thought quietly surfaced in his mind. The death rate for students below D-class in the exam had been rising year after year, knowing that only made his will even firmer, because if he wanted to enter an awakened university, he had to be ready to fight with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, Xu Jingming pushed himself up from the floor and walked toward a machine, slowly clenching his fist as he approached. Just as his hand drew close to the machine's panel, a blue holographic interface suddenly appeared in the air, and bright words flashed before him, "System activating." Xu Jingming's eyes widened instantly, his whole expression freezing as he tried to understand what was happening right in front of him. A moment later, the activation process finished, and a new message appeared, asking whether he wanted to claim the newbie gift package. Still sitting on the floor, Xu Jingming suddenly realized what this might be. The legendary cheat system meant for transmigrators. His shock quickly turned into excitement, and a wide grin spread across his face as he wondered what could possibly be inside that gift package. The system answered immediately, revealing the reward inside. 1 S-rank super ability, along with 200 ability points. For a moment, Xu Jingming was completely speechless. An S-rank ability was unbelievably rare, and in a major country like Yahello, anyone who awakened one would be instantly fought over by top universities and trained as a future powerhouse. Xu Jingming could hardly believe that such fortune had fallen onto him. Hope surged through his chest as he realized that even though he had been born as so-called E-rank trash, this system might finally give him the chance to change his fate. With a determined grin, he stretched out his hand, where his old weak electricity still crackled faintly, and without the slightest hesitation, he said the word to claim it. In the next instant, 3 system windows popped up one after another. The newbie gift package had been claimed, 200 ability points had been credited, and the system began distributing his new S-rank ability. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. The terrifying power rushed straight into his heart, and the process brought pain so intense it nearly overwhelmed him. An immense force erupted from deep within his body, and violent purple lightning surged wildly through him, tearing his shirt apart in an instant. A progress bar appeared before his eyes and slowly began to climb, while the exploding energy blasted outward and shattered the interior of the room around him. The force of the eruption was so overwhelming that it blasted straight through the apartment, blowing out the window in one violent shockwave. The strange commotion quickly drew attention from the street below. A woman stopped in place, lifted her hand, and pointed toward the apartment above, while the child beside her stared up in confusion and asked what on earth was happening. Nearby, a young man panicked at the sight of the abnormal energy and hurriedly pulled out his phone. His voice shook as he urged someone to call the fire department right away, saying something had happened to the Xu family's child. Back inside the apartment, Xu Jingming's body twisted in unbearable agony as the integration continued, the system's progress pushing past the halfway mark and refusing to slow down. Out on the streets, more and more people raised their heads, watching in fear as the sky above them darkened little by little, turning heavy and ominous like a storm was about to crush the city. Then, high above the apartment building, a colossal dragon made entirely of crackling blue lightning began to take shape, its massive body coiling through the clouds with terrifying pressure. The abnormal phenomenon even caught the attention of powerful figures nearby. Inside a high-rise building, a man stared out the window with a grave expression, wondering if some powerful beast had broken into the city. At the same time, in another location, a military commander immediately issued an urgent order, placing Jiang Cheng's 3rd Legion on high alert for any possible emergency. Back above the apartment, the lightning dragon circled through the sky one last time before suddenly diving downward, pouring its vast and violent energy straight back into Xu Jingming's body. Xu Jingming threw his head back and released one final scream as the system's progress bar shot all the way to 100%. In the next instant, the blinding light and crushing pain faded away, leaving behind only a clear message: ability transformation complete. The overwhelming energy finally settled, and Xu Jingming was left standing in the middle of his devastated training room, surrounded by broken debris and the aftermath of the eruption. He slowly lowered his gaze and clenched his fist, carefully feeling the immense new power flowing through his body, as if it now completely belonged to him. Blue and purple electricity crackled fiercely around his hand, twisting together with a terrifying intensity. A confident grin spread across Xu Jingming's face as he realized this S-rank ability was on a completely different level. Compared to his old power, which was barely stronger than an electric baton, this new lightning felt strong enough to shatter a person in a single strike. His excitement cooled slightly when he looked around and saw the ruined state of the room. The windows had been smashed apart, the walls were covered in cracks, and the mess was far worse than expected. He could not help thinking the disturbance had been a little too huge, while also feeling relieved that he had at least managed to suppress part of the energy. Only then did Xu Jingming remember the other reward he had received: 200 ability points. He stared at the glowing system interface in front of him, reached out to touch it, and wondered aloud what those points were actually used for. The system quickly gave its answer, explaining that ability points could be obtained by killing fierce beasts, and then used to raise his levels and improve his skills. A mischievous grin appeared on Xu Jingming's face once again. This cheat system was simple, direct, and exactly what he needed, so he happily ordered it to open the system panel. A detailed status screen immediately appeared before him, displaying his updated profile. His name was Xu Jingming, his level was still an unranked awakened, his ability had become the S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and he now had 200 ability points ready to use. With the unified exam only one day away, Xu Jingming's eyes glowed with sharp focus. He knew he had to spend these 200 points carefully if he wanted to push his combat power as high as possible, and as lightning gathered around his hand, he told the system to allocate the points for him. Xu Jingming quickly made his choice with clear logic in mind. Since every ability ultimately relied on the strength of the human body and spirit, he decided to improve those two core attributes first. The moment the system began processing his decision, the points were consumed rapidly, and his physique and spirit stats started climbing at visible speed. A surge of dark purple energy suddenly erupted from his body and began swirling around him, wrapping him in a powerful current that made the air tremble. Xu Jingming looked slightly dazed as he felt the changes taking place inside him. His vital energy seemed to become fuller and stronger, while even his thoughts grew sharper and clearer than before. He clenched his fist again, feeling the upgraded strength gathering beneath his skin and spreading through every part of his body. Then he threw a test punch forward, and a vortex of blue and purple lightning burst out from his fist, exploding with a level of force that was far beyond anything he could have done before. Xu Jingming stared down at his hand as crackling energy continued to coil around his fingers. At that moment, he understood that by raising his basic attributes, his control over combat skills and supernatural power would also become far stronger. The system panel confirmed the completed upgrade, showing that his physique had risen to 141 and his spirit had reached 160. It also began displaying the conversion rule, showing that every ability point corresponded to 0. 2 units of vital energy or spirit energy. A confident grin spread across Xu Jingming's face as he judged his current strength. Getting into an Awakener University now seemed almost certain, but he still wondered where he stood among the 700,000 candidates in the province, especially compared with the true geniuses who had been trained since childhood. Wanting to find out for himself, Xu Jingming stepped forward and kicked his spear up from the rubble scattered across the floor. He caught the spear cleanly, swung it onto his shoulder, and made up his mind to head to the martial arts hall to test exactly how much his new power had grown. But just as Xu Jingming was preparing to leave, his apartment door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. A team of 3 firefighters rushed into the room, fully prepared to deal with a blaze, and their sudden entrance left Xu Jingming standing there completely stunned. The lead firefighter looked around in confusion when he saw no flames anywhere, then explained that they had received a report claiming there was a fire at this exact location. Standing calmly in the middle of the wrecked room, Xu Jingming explained that the disturbance had only been caused by his ability training and assured them that everything was already under control. The lead firefighter accepted his explanation without much suspicion, since incidents involving awakened individuals were not exactly rare. He quickly used his radio to tell the rest of the team to withdraw. As he turned to leave, the firefighter glanced back at Xu Jingming with a trace of admiration in his eyes, thinking that the younger generation really was formidable if simple training could create such a massive commotion. Not long after that, the fire truck finally pulled away from the building and drove off down the street. A little later, Xu Jingming changed into his school uniform, carried his spear, and walked down the street. A neighbor he called Uncle Yang noticed him, and quickly asked if he was all right after the fire. Xu Jingming calmly reassured him that everything had been handled, and when Uncle Yang saw the spear on him, he praised the boy for being so diligent, still training hard even with the exam coming the very next day. In this world, martial arts halls held an extremely important place for awakened people. Anyone who wanted to improve had to train both physique and spirit, and these halls provided proper training grounds, which mattered even more because not every family could afford to build a private training room at home. Among all the martial arts hall chains, the 2 most famous were Thunder and Brutal Bear. After making his way across the city, Xu Jingming arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Brutal Bear Martial Arts Hall was known for being expensive and was mostly used by students from wealthy families. Thunder Martial Arts Hall was different because it was free for all high school students, so it was always crowded and extremely popular. Inside the busy hall, students moved everywhere, and Xu Jingming soon spotted a familiar figure standing among a small group. The girl had long black hair and striking red eyes, and she was none other than Tang Qi, Xu Jingming's cousin. Xu Jingming walked toward her through the crowd and casually asked why she had come to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Tang Qi was clearly surprised to see him there. After a brief pause, she answered that she had only come along with a friend. Xu Jingming politely nodded and excused himself, telling Tang Qi and her friends to keep enjoying their visit while he headed off toward the training room. As Xu Jingming walked away, Tang Qi watched his back with a thoughtful look, feeling that something about him seemed a little different. Beside her, her cheerful friend Xiaoya was instantly captivated by his appearance, excitedly calling him handsome and asking Tang Qi who he was. Tang Chi explained that he was her cousin, Xu Jingming, and like them, he was also a third-year student preparing to take the martial arts exam the next day. Xiaya immediately swooned, saying someone like him would make an amazing boyfriend. A male friend nearby teased her for falling in love at first sight, and Xiaya admitted it enthusiastically without even trying to deny it. Hearing that, Tang Chi decided to pull her friend back to reality. She calmly revealed that Xu Jingming's awakened ability was only E rank, and the news instantly shattered Xiaoya's fantasy, making her cry out in disappointment over what a pity it was. The male friend smirked and remarked that it was still commendable for someone with an E rank ability to dare take the martial arts exam. Tang Chi, however, did not look impressed at all. Her expression turned worried as she said that courage alone meant nothing when the danger was that high. Tang Chi quickly shifted the mood before the conversation could sink any further, reminding everyone that they had not come here to gossip, but to properly visit the martial arts hall. Xiaoya immediately nodded along, saying that she had spent her entire high school life training at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall, so coming here to relax a little before tomorrow's big exam was actually a pretty good idea. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already found an empty training room. He stepped inside alone, stood in front of a large round testing target, and calmly adjusted the long spear in his hands. The moment he gripped the spear properly, Xu Jingming noticed something strange. The weapon felt much lighter than before, and he quickly realized the spear itself had not changed at all. His own body had simply become far stronger. He glanced down at the old weapon and silently judged that it might no longer be fully suitable for his current strength. But with the martial arts exam taking place tomorrow, there was no time left for him to search for a replacement. So Xu Jingming made up his mind to start with the simplest test first, checking the peak of his raw physical strength without using even a trace of his lightning ability. He drew in a deep breath, tightened both hands around the spear shaft, gathered strength through his body, and thrust the spear forward in one clean motion. The spear shot out like a bolt and slammed directly into the center of the target, striking it with a force far beyond what his old body could have produced. A web of cracks instantly spread across the advanced training target, and the digital display above it flashed the number 321. The equipment in this room was built from special memory metal, meaning it could automatically repair itself after taking damage. Xu Jingming stared at the number in surprise. His pure physical strength had already doubled, and considering that a normal, unranked awakened usually had a strongest output of only around 100 calories, his base strength was now extremely impressive. Satisfied with that result, Xu Jingming's confidence rose, and he decided it was time to test the real strength of his newly gained S-rank ability. His eyes began glowing with a blue light as he prepared to channel the terrifying power of Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Purple and blue lightning erupted around his body in crackling arcs. Then, with a powerful leap, Xu Jingming brought his spear down hard against the target, unleashing a violent explosion of electrical energy. When he looked up at the new reading, the display showed an astonishing 3021 calories. Xu Jingming was thrilled by the overwhelming power of his S-rank ability. Since the standard attack output for a first-tier awakened was only around 1,000 calories, the fact that he was still unranked yet could already strike with power comparable to a mid-tier first-tier awakened proved just how terrifying his potential had become. But even after seeing that number, Xu Jingming knew this still was not the end. Lightning continued crackling around him as he declared that this was not his true limit. This time, he decided to use his real killer move, combining his enhanced physical strength, his new ability, and his combat skill into a single devastating strike. Poured every bit of gathered energy into the spear, and in an instant, the entire weapon became wrapped in dense, roaring purple lightning. Xu Jingming planted his feet, twisted his body, and swung the spear in a wide, forceful arc. As the spearhead closed in on the target, the wild lightning rapidly compressed together, condensing into one bright sphere of terrifying power. With a fierce shout of "Break!" Xu Jingming released the full force of the attack. Spear struck the target head-on, and a massive burst of purple energy exploded outward, swallowing the entire target in blinding light. The impact was so powerful that a shockwave rippled through the entire martial arts hall. Out in the main stadium, students staggered in alarm, and one of them cried out in panic, wondering if an earthquake had just hit. On the training room floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and the friends beside them were all thrown off balance by the sudden tremor. The male friend immediately sensed the intensity of the energy fluctuations and said in shock that the power was already on the level of a true awakened. The group could not help wondering whether a new awakened-level high school student had just appeared, especially since all the known students at that level were supposed to be training at the other hall. Curiosity quickly overtook Tang Chi, and she suggested that they go take a look for themselves. Following the lingering trail of energy, the group hurried down the corridor. But the moment they turned the corner, they came face to face with Xu Jingming, who was walking out with his spearhead now wrapped in cloth. Tang Chi called out to him in surprise, clearly not expecting to run into him there. Xu Jingming remained calm and simply said he was heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam, giving absolutely no hint that the terrifying power had come from him. One of Tang Chi's friends casually wished him luck, but then dismissed him from their thoughts and pointed toward the training room Xu Jingming had just left, saying the energy had clearly come from inside. With that, the group moved closer to the door. When they peeked inside, the sight before them left everyone frozen. The advanced memory metal target had been completely destroyed. The reinforced wall behind it had collapsed into a huge crater of rubble, and the entire training room looked like it had been torn apart. Tang Chi, Zhouya, and the others could only stare in pure shock, unable to understand how such destructive power could appear in a high school training room. Staring at the wreckage, Zhouya cried out that even the advanced memory metal had been blasted straight through, meaning the attack must have been unbelievably intense. She could not help wondering if there was really any high school student in Zhongcheng powerful enough to do this. The brown-haired male friend immediately rejected that possibility. He stepped closer, touched the edge of the crater, and said the remaining energy felt far too violent to belong to a high school student. In his opinion, it was probably caused by a powerful second-order ability user who had accidentally entered the student-level floor. Another friend agreed with him, adding that even a genius from the provincial capital might not be able to cause this kind of damage, so it was even more impossible for someone like that to appear in their smaller city. Xiaoya, however, suddenly came up with a different idea. She pointed out that the only person they had seen nearby was Xu Jingming, then excitedly suggested that maybe he was actually some hidden super genius. Her friends immediately laughed at the idea, with one asking if she had been reading too many novels. Another reminded her that Xu Jingming was a known E-class ability user, and for someone like him, reaching an attack strength of 300 would already be considered lucky. The male friend then offered what he believed was a far more reasonable explanation, saying the powerful person had probably just left through the other corridor before they arrived. After that, he turned toward Tang Chi, who had been unusually quiet the whole time, and asked what she thought. Tang Chi only gave a vague answer, saying, "Maybe." Then she stepped forward to examine the damage more closely. As her fingers moved along the shattered wall, she noticed that the impact marks seemed to have been carved out by something shaped like a long spear. At that moment, the image of Xu Jingming carrying his spear flashed through her mind. A deep suspicion quietly formed in her heart, and she began to wonder whether her cousin choosing the martial arts exam was really just him overestimating himself after all. The next day arrived under a clear, bright sky, and it was finally the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses rolled up to a massive fortified venue, one after another, dropping off groups of students armed with all kinds of weapons. Among those students was Xu Jingming, walking forward with a calm and confident stride, his long spear resting across his shoulder. The students gathered near a tall fence and looked into the exam grounds with a mix of awe and fear. One nervous student complained that the beasts in previous exams had been much weaker, and soon everyone seemed to agree that this year's exam was going to be especially difficult. Just as fear spread through the crowd, an arrogant voice suddenly cut in. A long-haired young man carrying a large sword scoffed at their cowardice and declared that anyone who could not even handle a unicorn rhinoceros was completely useless, leaving the surrounding students too stunned to respond. Nearby, Xu Jingming's best friend Lu Ji leaned closer and asked who that arrogant guy was. Xu Jingming looked over and identified him as Zhou Mingyang. Lu Ji explained that Zhou Mingyang was a famous genius with a B-class ability, and even more impressively, he had already advanced into a first-order ability user, something extremely rare for a high school student. Xu Jingming looked at the so-called prodigy with a confident smile, a competitive glint flashing in his eyes as he silently wondered which of them was stronger. Right then, a loud voice suddenly rang out across the exam venue, calling for all candidates to pay attention. A stern man with a scar on his face, dressed in a military-style uniform, stepped into view and introduced himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the exam. He announced that before the exam officially began, he would go over the most important precautions. Standing on top of a military vehicle, Commander Wang Haiyang declared that the exam would last 12 full hours, starting at 9 a.m. and ending at 9 p.m. Then he raised his hand and gestured toward the vast ruined town ahead, the dangerous battlefield that would serve as their exam venue. He explained that the ruined town ahead was split into 4 separate zones: the outer area, the central area, the inner area, and the most dangerous core area. Every student would earn points by killing fierce beasts, and the stronger the beast's rank and combat power, the higher the score they would receive. Commander Wang Haiyang's expression then turned especially grave as he gave his final warning. He said the core area was like an extra bonus question on the exam, a place meant only for the truly top-ranked students, and he urged everyone to judge their own strength carefully, instead of throwing their lives away just to chase a higher score. As Xu Jingming listened from the crowd, he quietly measured those words against his own strength. Before yesterday's transformation, he would have barely dared to move beyond the outer area. But now, with power surging inside him and ambition burning in his chest, he had already decided to push deep into the inner circle, and maybe even challenge the core area. Soon after, an announcement rang out across the venue, instructing all students to collect their official exam supplies. Xu Jingming and his friend walked over to teacher Chen Fan, who was standing nearby and distributing tactical backpacks to the students one by one. When Xu Jingming received his pack, he checked the contents inside. There was a smartwatch used for tracking points, a backpack stocked with energy bars, a drink and a medical kit, as well as a safety ball capable of releasing a high-voltage grid to drive away fierce beasts in an emergency. As teacher Chen Fan placed the supplies in Xu Jingming's hands, he gave him one last serious reminder. He told Xu Jingming that his life mattered more than anything else, and even if using the safety ball meant ending the exam early, he should never hesitate. Xu Jingming accepted the warning respectfully and thanked his teacher. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out Xu Jingming's name from not far away. He turned his head and saw Lin Qingli running toward him, her expression filled with kindness and concern. She offered him a place on her team, and standing beside her was their class president, Liu Qin, a C-class ability user who confidently promised that he would protect Xu Jingming once they entered the exam grounds. But before Xu Jingming could respond, another student immediately objected. He frowned and said the martial arts exam was a serious competition, complaining that bringing an E-rank student like Xu Jingming along would only drag down their chances of earning a high score. Another teammate quickly joined in with an angry look, accusing Liu Qin of changing their original plan without discussing it. From their tone, it was obvious they had no intention of carrying someone they saw as a burden. Those insulting words instantly made Xu Jingming's friend Lu Ji flare up in anger. But before he could step forward, Xu Jingming calmly reached out and held him back. Xu Jingming then turned to Liu Qin and Lin Qingli with a polite smile, declining their offer in a steady voice. He told them that he appreciated their kindness, but for this exam, he planned to enter alone. Lin Qingli looked worried, but after seeing that Xu Jingming had already made up his mind, she could only reluctantly accept his decision and urge him to be careful. The student who had complained earlier smirked at the result and suggested that they go find the powerful Huang Tian to form a team instead. As they turned to leave, he let out a mocking laugh, making no effort to hide his disdain. Xu Jingming watched their group walk away, but instead of feeling humiliated, a confident smirk appeared on his face. In his heart, he was certain that he could earn a high score perfectly well on his own. A moment later, the official announcement thundered through the venue, declaring the start of the exam. At the same time, a swarm of drones rose into the sky, spreading out to leave broadcast every movement inside the battlefield. The massive gates slowly opened, and in the next instant, waves of students charged into the ruined city with their weapons in hand, shouting out their goals as excitement and fear mixed together. Among the rushing crowd were Tang Qi and her friends, a determined girl carrying a large sword, and the top contender Zhou Mingyang, who used his wind ability to launch himself forward and surge ahead of everyone else. Unlike the others, Xu Jingming did not rush in blindly or shout with excitement. He stayed calm, his eyes focused ahead. He took one step forward, then smoothly broke into a steady run with his spear in hand, thinking that the exam had finally begun, and this time, he was fully ready for it. While running through the entrance, Xu Jingming raised his wrist and tapped the smartwatch strapped to his arm. A holographic screen immediately appeared above the watch, confirming his identity and displaying the real-time rankings for every candidate in the exam. The top 3 positions had already been taken. Zhou Mingyang was currently in first place with 7 points, while 2 other students followed close behind him on the leaderboard. Xu Jingming looked at the ranking list and smiled with quiet confidence. Zhou Mingyang had clearly already started killing beasts, but instead of making Xu Jingming anxious, that early lead only lit up his competitive spirit even more. While most candidates were still fighting cautiously in the outer sections, Xu Jingming chose a much bolder path. He decided not to waste time on low-value targets and headed straight toward the high-risk, high-reward core area. As he moved deeper into the ruined city, Xu Jingming suddenly slowed to a stop. Ahead of him lay a gruesome sight. The lifeless body of another student collapsed in a pool of blood. Beside the body sat an unused green safety ball, proof that the attack had come so fast the student had not even activated his final protection. Xu Jingming's expression darkened as he looked at the scene. He immediately understood that the fallen student had not even been given a chance to use his last line of defense. At that moment, the brutal reality of the martial arts exam truly pressed down on him, and he finally felt the full weight behind teacher Chen Fan's and Commander Wang Haiyang's warnings. He could not help thinking that if he had not received his S-class ability just yesterday, he might have easily ended up lying there in the exact same state. Steeling his resolve, Xu Jingming accepted just how cruel this exam really was. He knelt beside the fallen student and used the boy's smartwatch to call for the body to be retrieved, silently reflecting that every opportunity in this world always came with danger. But just then, a faint noise suddenly came from nearby, cutting through the heavy silence around him. From the shadows of a ruined building, a large clawed paw slowly and silently stretched into view. A moment later, a ferocious shadow cat emerged from the darkness, its purple eyes glowing coldly as it fixed its gaze on Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming instantly realized the horrifying truth. The fierce beasts had deliberately left the dead student there as bait. It was a trap, and in the next instant, the shadow cat lunged straight toward him. Even as the shadow cat pounced with terrifying speed, Xu Jingming remained completely calm. The beast growled fiercely, its dark claws stretching outward as it tried to tear into him in one swift attack. But Xu Jingming moved even faster. With one smooth, almost effortless sidestep, he slipped away from the attack and let the beast fly right past him. The shadow cat landed lightly on the ground, its glowing purple eyes still locked onto its prey. Its reputation as a newbie killer was well-deserved, with an agile body, razor-sharp claws, and a bite force of more than 1,000 kilograms. It opened its mouth and let out a vicious roar, trying to crush Xu Jingming's courage before striking again. Facing the beast head-on, Xu Jingming thought about what truly made fierce beasts so dangerous. These creatures carried a terrifying aura that could freeze their prey with fear before the battle even began. He had heard that most awakened people, when facing a fierce beast for the very first time, would be overwhelmed by that pressure and become so helpless they could not use even 30% of their strength. Wealthy families often hired bodyguards to take their children into the wilderness from a young age, helping them get used to this aura early, but Xu Jingming had never had that kind of privilege. Knowing this was his first real battle against a fierce beast, Xu Jingming tightened his grip on the spear and prepared himself as the shadow cat launched at him again. The beast crossed the distance in an instant, its mouth wide open as it rushed in for the kill, but Xu Jingming stood firmly in place, completely unaffected by its pressure. Purple lightning began crackling along the length of his spear, wrapping the weapon in violent arcs as he channeled his power into it. Then, in one swift and precise motion, Xu Jingming thrust the spear forward, and the lightning-infused tip pierced directly through the shadow cat's head, killing it instantly. He lowered his gaze to the dead creature with a thoughtful look. Only then did he realize that the beast's intimidating aura had not affected him at all. A moment later, a blue holographic window appeared from his smartwatch, confirming the kill. One unranked fierce beast, Shadow Cat, eliminated. Ability points gained, +3. Fierce beasts were ranked from 1 to 9, and anything below rank 1 was considered unranked, corresponding to unranked human awakened people. Xu Jingming glanced down at the venue map on his watch and quietly considered the reward. Killing beasts could indeed grant him ability points, but the small increase left him unimpressed, and he felt that unranked beasts gave far too few points. After realizing that the terrifying aura of fierce beasts could not shake him at all, Xu Jingming quickly understood that staying in the outer area would only waste time. His target shifted immediately toward the more dangerous central zone, and with his spear in hand, he began moving deeper into the exam grounds, carving a bloody path through the unranked beasts blocking his way. Shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like creatures rushed at him one after another, but none of them could slow him down. Xu Jingming cut them down with ease, steadily collecting 3 to 5 ability points from each kill. But as the number of kills climbed, Xu Jingming soon noticed a problem with his method. Although the ability points were coming in, he was gaining almost no real combat experience because his new S-rank ability was simply too overwhelming, instantly killing unranked beasts before he could properly sharpen his fighting skills. He also knew that such a powerful ability came with a heavy cost. The higher the rank of an ability, the more energy it consumed, and unlike his old E-rank electricity that could be used for hours, he could not keep his S-rank power running at full strength for even 1 hour. Since the exam lasted 12 full hours, wasting energy before reaching the core area would be a foolish move. So, Xu Jingming quickly adjusted his plan. From this point on, he would rely only on his spear technique to kill fierce beasts, using each fight to build experience while conserving as much power as possible. Right as he made that decision, a much larger and more dangerous figure appeared in front of him, a towering bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The massive beast let out a thunderous roar and charged forward with brutal force, knocking a wrecked car aside as if it were nothing more than a loose piece of scrap metal. But Xu Jingming did not retreat. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, raised his spear, and faced the charging beast head-on. The rhino's horn slammed into him with terrifying impact, and the force sent Xu Jingming flying backward through the air. Yet instead of losing control, Xu Jingming used that momentum perfectly. His body twisted in mid-air with astonishing agility, flipping him into position directly above the beast. Before the unicorn rhinoceros could react, Xu Jingming dropped from above, landed firmly on its back, and drove his spear straight down into its skull with one clean, precise strike. The huge beast staggered for a moment, before its strength gave out, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground in defeat. Xu Jingming breathed slightly as he looked down at the fallen rhinoceros, surprised by how much faster his killing speed had become. Even a powerful beast like this had not pushed him very far, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Could his spear technique have broken through to a higher level without him realizing it? He immediately summoned his system panel, and the information on it confirmed his guess. His spear technique had already advanced to the intermediate stage, while his accumulated ability points had risen to 256. Seeing this, Xu Jingming understood that relying on spear techniques was currently the most practical way to strengthen himself. As he felt how much smoother and more natural the intermediate spear technique had become, curiosity rose in his chest. If it was already this effective now, what would happen if he pushed it even higher? With that thought, he decided to spend his accumulated points and upgrade his spear skill once again. The result came instantly. A massive wave of advanced spear techniques, footwork changes, attack angles, and complex combat movements surged into his mind all at once, then rapidly fused into his body like newly awakened muscle memory. Xu Jingming clutched his head for a moment, stunned by the sheer amount of skill and experience that had just been forced into him. With all those new techniques settling inside him, Xu Jingming felt his confidence rise sharply. He tightened his grip on the spear and stood tall among the ruins, a predatory smile spreading across his face as he declared that he could not wait to find a first-rank fierce beast and test his upgraded skills. At the same time, in another part of the outer area, Lin Qingli and her team were moving carefully through the ruined streets. Suddenly, Lin Qingli stopped in place, her brows drawing together in confusion. Somewhere in the distance, she thought she had caught sight of a familiar figure, and she hesitantly said that she felt like she had just seen Xu Jingming. One of her teammates immediately brushed off the idea, asking if her eyes were playing tricks on her. In his view, there was no way that person could be Xu Jingming, because with E-rank strength, coming this deep into the exam zone would be no different from suicide. Lin Qingli still felt uncertain, but she could not shake the image from her mind. The more she thought about that familiar silhouette, the more worry began to gather in her eyes. Before she could think any further, another teammate suddenly called the group over. They rushed toward him and found him standing before the massive corpse of a freshly killed unicorn rhinoceros. The blood around the wounds had not even dried yet, which meant the beast had been killed only a few minutes earlier. As they examined the fatal injury, they saw a clean, penetrating wound through its head, clearly made by a long-handled weapon, and one of them cried out that it was a spear wound. At that moment, the details connected in Lin Qingli's mind: the spear wound, the timing, and the familiar silhouette she had seen in the distance. Her expression changed, and she could not help wondering aloud whether that person really could have been Xu Jingming. The skeptical teammate immediately scoffed at her guess, saying that a unicorn rhinoceros was the kind of beast only a C-rank awakened could defeat alone. To end the argument, another teammate suggested that they simply check the score rankings and see for themselves. Lin Qingli activated the leaderboard on her smartwatch without hesitation. The moment the rankings appeared, her eyes widened in shock. There, sitting in 46th place with 256 points, was Xu Jingming from Jiangcheng Second High School, and she exclaimed that it really was him. Her teammates were left completely speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. They refused to accept that the E-rank student they had looked down on could suddenly be ranked in the top 50, and some even wondered if it was just another person with the same name. For a moment, none of them could make sense of what they were seeing. Meanwhile, far away from the battlefield, officials and VIP spectators were watching the exam through large screens. One spectator remarked that First High School strength was as predictable as ever, with its students dominating the top 10 rankings. They especially pointed out Zhou Mingyang, who held first place with 412 points, and already seemed set to become Jiangcheng's top student. Another official wondered whether he could even break into the provincial top 100, something no one from their city had managed in years. Among the officials sat Jiang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. With a satisfied smile on his face, he agreed that Zhou Mingyang was indeed their city's ace, and confidently said he had a real chance of entering the provincial top 100. After saying that, Jiang Wenshan turned toward the principals of First High School and Third High School and praised their schools for producing such excellent students. The two principals immediately responded with humble smiles and polite thanks. Then, while the praise for the top schools still hung in the air, Director Jiang Wenshan shifted his gaze toward Zhao Yao, the principal of Second High School. In a condescending tone, he told Principal Zhao that Second High School still needed to work much harder, pointing out that their best-ranked student was only in 18th place. Principal Zhao broke into a nervous sweat, hurriedly bowing his head and stammering in agreement. Inside, however, Principal Zhao Yao was fuming. He knew that among the top 50 students, only 8 came from his school, and he mentally ran through the names of his stronger students, including Xu Jingming, silently urging them to pull themselves together. But a moment later, he suddenly froze. The name Xu Jingming did not sound familiar to him at all, and he could not help wondering aloud who this student was and why he had never noticed that name before. Principal Zhao immediately turned toward the teacher beside him, who happened to be Chen Fan, and asked about Xu Jingming's identity. The instant teacher Chen Fan heard that his supposedly weakest student had somehow entered the top 50, his jaw nearly dropped and his face filled with pure shock. It took him a moment to force himself to calm down, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead as his thoughts raced. He remembered clearly that Xu Jingming was only an E-rank awakened, and although he briefly wondered if the boy had been hiding his true strength, he immediately felt that such a possibility was almost impossible. Chen Fan looked up at the large monitors in frustration. Since only the top 10 students had dedicated camera feeds, there was no way for him to see exactly how Xu Jingming had managed to gather so many points. Meanwhile, back inside the exam venue, Xu Jingming had already pushed through the outer area and arrived in the central zone where the level of danger was far higher. He walked calmly through the broken streets, stepping forward without hesitation as an empty bottle cracked and shattered beneath his foot. Taking a brief moment to eat an energy bar, Xu Jingming noticed that the number of fierce beasts around him had clearly decreased. He understood why. Ranked beasts had already developed a certain level of intelligence and a strong sense of territory, which made them much harder opponents than the unranked beasts outside. Suddenly, his sharpened senses caught something moving nearby. His eyes narrowed, and he calmly announced that his target had finally arrived. In the next instant, a powerful striped beast burst out from behind a pile of wrecked cars, sending scattered metal debris flying as it appeared. This creature was a first-rank fierce beast known as an arm-blade tiger, named for the sharp, blade-like bones growing from its forelimbs. Xu Jingming stood firmly in place, completely unfazed by the monster before him. Instead, he calmly remarked that his luck was pretty good, since he had run into a first-rank beast so soon. With a confident and eager look in his eyes, Xu Jingming raised his spear and readied his stance, declaring that this powerful opponent was the perfect target for testing his newly upgraded spear technique. The arm-blade tiger answered with a ferocious roar, then launched itself forward, its powerful claws tearing through the air as it lunged straight at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming stood his ground without the slightest panic, his expression steady as he held his spear across his body in a guarded stance, ready for the next move. The tiger lunged first, but Xu Jingming moved with a smooth, graceful spin, turning his spear sideways and using the sturdy shaft to redirect the beast's pounce with practiced precision. The impact forced the tiger back a small step, its huge body recoiling from the counterforce. Yet Xu Jingming barely reacted, looking as calm and unimpressed as if the attack had meant nothing. A faint, confident smirk tugged at Xu Jingming's lips as he mocked the beast's strength, asking whether this was really all a first-tier beast could do, and thinking that only a true Tiger King might make him take things seriously. That taunt instantly pushed the beast into a rage. Xu Jingming coldly declared that he would send it on its way, then suddenly shifted from defense to attack, launching himself forward with terrifying speed as his spear flashed like a blur and pierced deep into the tiger's shoulder, tearing open a bloody wound. The tiger roared wildly, its cry filled with pain and fury, but Xu Jingming did not give it even a single breath to recover, keeping his stance controlled, his eyes focused, and his spear ready. Instead of weakening the first-rank beast, that strike only seemed to pour more fire into its anger, making its ferocious aura swell even harder. A dangerous teal glow slowly lit up inside the tiger's eyes, giving its already savage face an even more threatening and unnatural look. Then the beast rose onto its hind legs, its massive frame looming over Xu Jingming like a wall of muscle and blades, before it opened its jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, preparing to release its full strength. The arm-blade tiger brought its enormous bladed paws crashing down, swinging them in a brutal swipe that looked powerful enough to tear through anything in front of it. Xu Jingming reacted in an instant, slipping away from the deadly strike with incredible reflexes, then using the force of his movement to swing around a nearby lamppost, narrowly avoiding the claws while turning the dodge into the perfect setup for a counterattack. After that acrobatic movement, Xu Jingming landed lightly and steadily, his feet touching down with effortless balance, as he calmly recognized just how stubborn this first-tier beast really was. He could tell that even after being wounded, the arm-blade tiger still refused to fall and was preparing to struggle to the very end. Seeing there was no point dragging the fight out, Xu Jingming decided to finish it and declared that any further resistance would be useless. He began channeling power into his spear technique, Lightning Gale Break, and in the next moment, blue energy wrapped around the weapon, swirling faster and faster like a violent vortex. With a fierce shout full of power, Xu Jingming released the technique completely, driving all that gathered force into his attack. His figure vanished into motion, moving so quickly that his body became a blur, while his spear carved through the air in a devastating spin and sent multiple arcs of brilliant slashing light toward the beast. The attack struck cleanly, and the tiger let out one final agonized cry as the overwhelming force of the technique ripped through its body. The huge beast finally crashed to the ground, completely defeated. Almost at the same time, Xu Jingming's smartwatch lit up with a notification, confirming that he had killed a first-tier armored tiger and gained 14 ability points. Xu Jingming looked at the reward with clear satisfaction, realizing that the points from a first-tier beast were nearly double what he could get from an unranked one, and that realization opened up a whole new way of thinking for him. To most people, this exam hall was a dangerous place filled with life-threatening risks, but to Xu Jingming, it suddenly looked like the perfect treasure ground for leveling himself up. Fresh determination burning in his eyes, he made up his mind to hunt down the strongest beasts he could find and harvest as many ability points as possible. Meanwhile, back in the audience stands, the air had become tense and heavy as the officials and teachers fixed their eyes on the live rankings. On the leaderboard, Xu Jingming's name had climbed rapidly, and he was now tied for 32nd place with a total of 328 points. One official turned toward teacher Chen Fan and asked whether this unexpectedly impressive student came from his class. In an instant, Chen Fan became the focus of everyone's attention. The surrounding teachers began praising him one after another, amazed that the only students from their school who had entered the top 50 were all from his class, and they even complimented his teaching methods. Chen Fan, clearly flustered by the sudden attention, quickly waved off the praise and modestly insisted that it was all because of the students' own hard work. Before their conversation could continue, someone suddenly shouted and pointed at the screen. Xu Jingming's ranking had shot upward again, jumping all the way to 25th place, and one official could not help exclaiming in disbelief that he had somehow gained 44 points in a single update. Director Jiang Wenshen narrowed his eyes and began calculating the point values in his mind, remembering that a peak unranked beast was worth 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast usually gave around 14 to 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao followed that line of thought, But as he remembered that the kill count refreshed every 4 seconds, his face slowly turned pale and an almost impossible conclusion began forming in his head. Director Jiang Wenshan completed the shocking calculation aloud. In just 4 short seconds, Xu Jingming must have killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A pleased smile then spread across his face as he remarked that it had been years since he had seen a performance like this. He turned to Principal Zhao Yao and said that this student seemed like an excellent prospect, then asked why he had never heard of him before. Zhao Yao, still visibly shaken, admitted that he had only just learned about Xu Jingming himself and said they would need to ask the boy's homeroom teacher for details. Without wasting another second, Zhao Yao summoned the nervous Chen Fan over and ordered him to explain Xu Jingming's situation to the leaders, especially the truth about the student's talent. Standing in front of the city's top education officials, Chen Fan broke out in sweat and stammered out the unbelievable answer. Xu Jingming had awakened an E-grade ability, and that ability was weak electricity. The principal stared at him in disbelief and asked whether Chen Fan was absolutely sure he had not remembered it wrong. Chen Fan quickly insisted that he was certain, then added that because Xu Jingming's ability was so low-ranked, he had specifically advised the boy not to take part in the exam. Director Jiang Wenshan listened, and the curiosity in his eyes only grew stronger. If a student with nothing more than an E-grade ability could reach this point, then there had to be something else about him that was far beyond ordinary. And that mystery immediately caught Jiang Wenshan's interest. Rather than make a judgment too early, he chose to wait, confidently predicting that if Xu Jingming kept up this momentum, he would probably break into the top 10 very soon. Once that happened, they would receive a dedicated camera feed on him, and they would finally be able to see exactly how he was doing all this. Still, Director Jiang Wenshan added a stern warning that if the student was cheating, there would absolutely be consequences. The moment he finished speaking, both Teacher Chen Fan and Principal Zhao Yao suddenly widened their eyes, their faces filling with shock. A fresh update appeared on the leaderboard. Xu Jingming had done the impossible and forced his way into the top 10, landing in 9th place, while just below him, sitting at number 12, was his cousin Tang Qi. Somewhere else inside the exam hall, Tang Qi, now bearing cat-like ears and a tail, sat casually atop the body of a defeated beast. She gazed into the distance with a knowing smile, now certain that her cousin had been the one behind the destruction at the martial arts hall. The student in first place, Zhou Mingyang, also noticed the unfamiliar name that had appeared on the leaderboard. With 6 hours still remaining in the exam, he was slightly surprised that a new face had managed to squeeze into the top 10, and he quietly wondered who Xu Jingming even was, since he had never heard that name before. Because Xu Jingming had entered the top 10, a dedicated camera drone was immediately dispatched to follow him through the exam hall. The camera feed soon captured him in action, showing Xu Jingming using his spear to effortlessly kill yet another first-tier beast. As the beast collapsed, his smartwatch flashed again, awarding him another 14 points for the kill. Looking at the new reward, Xu Jingming calmly noted to himself that hunting beasts in the central area was far more efficient than anywhere else. Then his gaze shifted, and he noticed the drone hovering nearby. In that instant, he understood that he must have already entered the top 10. Standing above his latest kill, Xu Jingming began thinking more clearly about the meaning of the exam. This was a test of strength and potential, and the better his results were, the more attention and recognition he would receive. Since that was the case, he saw no reason to keep hiding his real power and firmly declared that reaching the top 10 was only the beginning. Before challenging the core area, Xu Jingming decided it was time to raise his strength once again. He opened his system panel and saw that his spear technique had already reached the advanced level, while his remaining ability points had climbed to 312. Felt a little disappointed when he realized that his level had not automatically advanced beyond the awakened stage. After thinking it through, he concluded that becoming a true ability user required learning a specific cultivation method, and that was something he could not do in the middle of the exam. Since raising his rank was not possible right now, Xu Jingming decided to keep strengthening the basic attributes that could still be improved immediately. He spent part of his points at once, increasing his physique by 40 and his spirit by 22. As a fresh surge of power flowed through his body, he clenched his fist tightly, feeling ready to finally make his way toward the core area. Before long, Xu Jingming arrived at the entrance to the core area, the most dangerous section of the entire exam hall, where the real threats were waiting. The moment he arrives, a savage sight spreads out before him. 9 armored tigers are gathered in a vicious pack, tearing into the corpse of a massive beast that looks almost like a rhinoceros, their jaws buried deep in the fresh kill. Xu Jingming keeps himself at a careful distance, his eyes moving calmly over the entire pack. Very quickly, his attention locks onto the tiger positioned in the center, the one with the larger frame and the heavier, more oppressive aura, and he instantly recognizes it as the armored Tiger King. Instead of feeling fear in the face of so many dangerous beasts, Xu Jingming's gaze turns sharp with excitement. To him, this wasn't a threat at all. It was a huge pile of points practically waiting to be collected. Just as Xu Jingming is about to make his move, his senses suddenly catch something else nearby. His expression shifts slightly as he realizes there is another presence hidden close to the scene. Without even turning fully around, Xu Jingming calls out and tells the person hiding there to stop lurking and come out. A moment later, Zhou Mingyang steps from behind a corner, his face carrying a look of genuine surprise and admiration. Zhou Mingyang praises Xu Jingming for having such sharp perception, clearly impressed that he was noticed so quickly. He then admits that he never imagined the mysterious student who had suddenly forced his way into the top 10 rankings would turn out to be Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming immediately recognizes the student standing before him as the current top-ranked candidate. His eyes narrow slightly, and he asks Zhou Mingyang how he managed to figure out his identity. Zhou Mingyang calmly explains that he already knows the faces and backgrounds of nearly every strong candidate capable of reaching the core area. Since Xu Jingming was the only unknown person who had suddenly climbed through the rankings, it wasn't hard for him to deduce who he was. Zhou Mingyang then reveals that he has been observing the armored tiger pack for a while, and as he speaks, his hand moves toward his sword. Xu Jingming's expression instantly turns guarded, and he asks if Zhou Mingyang is planning to steal the monsters from him. Zhou Mingyang quickly makes it clear that he has no intention of snatching the kill. He points out that the Armored Tiger King is a powerful mid-grade first-tier beast, and with 9 other armored tigers backing it up, the entire pack is far beyond what one person should be able to handle alone. Because of that, he suggests that the two of them join forces and take the pack down together. Xu Jingming doesn't even hesitate before rejecting the offer with 2 calm words. No need. Standing there with absolute confidence in his eyes, he makes it clear that he believes his own strength is already more than enough to deal with the entire pack. Brushing aside Zhou Mingyang's proposal completely, Xu Jingming steps out from cover and walks straight into the open street. With his spear in hand, he faces the armored tigers head-on as if he has no intention of retreating. The instant Xu Jingming reveals himself, every tiger in the pack turns toward him. Low warning growls roll through the street, and the Tiger King, still standing over its prey, throws its head back and releases a roar meant to declare its dominance. Xu Jingming's eyes narrow as he studies the beasts in front of him, his gaze sweeping over their positions, their movements, and the way the entire pack reacts around their king. As expected from a group led by a beast king, these armored tigers are not mindless monsters. Xu Jingming can tell they possess enough intelligence to form a simple battle arrangement, placing the stronger beasts at the front like a living wall. The pack lowers their bodies and bares their fangs, their growls growing deeper and more threatening. In the next breath, they are clearly preparing to rush forward together and tear their enemy apart. One armored tiger suddenly breaks away from the group first. With a furious roar, it charges straight at Xu Jingming, claws scraping against the ground as its massive body lunges toward him. From his concealed position, Zhou Mingyang watches the confrontation with disbelief, mixed with intense curiosity. He decides to stay back and see for himself whether Xu Jingming is recklessly walking toward death, or whether he truly has some hidden ability strong enough to support that terrifying confidence. As the armored tiger closes in, Xu Jingming does not move a single step. His body remains perfectly steady, his aura calm and controlled, while his hands settle firmly around the long spear in preparation for the strike. Then, in a sudden blur, Xu Jingming starts spinning the spear at an unbelievable speed. The shaft whirls so fast it nearly becomes a circular shadow around him, gathering force as the air itself seems to tremble. That momentum fully built, Xu Jingming unleashes a massive spinning sweep. A broad arc of power tears outward from his spear, ripping through the air and racing straight toward the attacking beasts. The strike lands with crushing force, slamming into the charging tigers with an impact so overwhelming that the entire street seems to shake from the blow. In one brutal sweeping motion, Xu Jingming's spinning spear slices through several armored tigers at once. Blood bursts across the street in a violent spray, marking the path of the weapon's terrifying power. Almost immediately, system notifications flash into view one after another, confirming the kills and adding new ability points to Xu Jingming's total. The tigers that had rushed forward moments ago now collapse lifelessly onto the blood-soaked pavement. With just one powerful strike, Xu Jingming has completely wiped out the pack's first wave. Seeing its pack members slaughtered in front of it, the armored Tiger King erupts with rage. Its killing intent surges as it glares at Xu Jingming with furious, beastly hatred. Xu Jingming, however, looks over the bloody aftermath with a faint trace of dissatisfaction instead of pride. He mutters that it is a shame his physical strength is still not quite enough, because he had failed to kill every tiger in a single blow. The surviving armored tigers, now driven by the fury of their enraged king, begin spreading out around Xu Jingming. One by one, they surround him, ready to avenge the pack members that had just fallen. The Tiger King suddenly releases a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful sonic attack meant to shake Xu Jingming's senses and throw him off balance. The force of that roar explodes through the surrounding buildings. Windows shatter all at once, and broken glass rains down from above like glittering shards in the chaos. Even Zhou Mingyang, who is watching from what should have been a safe distance, cannot fully escape the blast. He grimaces in pain and clutches his head, clearly affected by the Tiger King's terrifying roar. Xu Jingming, meanwhile, stands firm in the middle of the shattering glass without the slightest sign of fear. He understands immediately that the Tiger King is trying to intimidate him, but with a defiant look he makes it clear that this beast might frighten others, yet it has no chance of scaring him. The remaining tigers lunge at him from every direction at once, their claws and fangs closing in from all sides. Xu Jingming meets the attack with smooth, flowing movement, each motion precise and deadly. He blocks one tiger's attack with his spear, then uses the beast's own body as a stepping point. With a sharp burst of movement, he launches himself upward into the air, narrowly avoiding another tiger's snapping jaws below him. The Tiger King spots what appears to be an opening and instantly charges forward. But Xu Jingming has already anticipated it, and his body is perfectly positioned for the next move. Still suspended in midair, Xu Jingming adjusts his posture and raises his spear for a decisive attack. His eyes lock directly onto the Tiger King beneath him. With a powerful overhead swing, Xu Jingming brings the spear crashing down onto the Tiger King's head. The force of the blow cleaves straight through the beast's skull, killing it instantly before it can even finish its charge. Xu Jingming lands smoothly on the ground as another system notification appears, confirming that he has killed an upper-rank first-order arm-blade tiger. The reward is enormous, granting him a full 20 ability points. From his hiding place, Zhou Mingyang is completely stunned by what he has just seen. Sweat rolls down his face, his eyes widen in disbelief, and he can only mutter that there is no way a single person should have been able to wipe out the entire pack. At that moment, he cannot help wondering what kind of monster Xu Jingming really is. Xu Jingming, on the other hand, is practically glowing with excitement, looking at the huge number of ability points gained from the Armored Tiger pack. He can't help wondering just how many points he might be able to collect before the 12-hour exam finally ends. Since every new point means another step toward becoming stronger, Xu Jingming makes his decision without delay. He needs to move quickly and search for the next group of fierce beasts to hunt. But before Xu Jingming can leave, Zhou Mingyang rushes out from his hiding spot and demands an answer. He wants to know how Xu Jingming managed to crush those armored tigers using only a long spear, and he immediately asks whether Xu Jingming's ability is some kind of reinforcement type that boosts his physical strength. Xu Jingming does not slow down to explain. He simply leaps away from the area, leaving only one casual answer behind him, as he says that his ability is lightning type. Zhou Mingyang is left standing there, furious and completely unconvinced. His fist clenches tightly as frustration rises in his chest, feeling as though Xu Jingming has just brushed him off without taking him seriously at all. A moment later, Zhou Mingyang suddenly realizes something even more troubling. With so many fresh kills added to Xu Jingming's score, there is a real chance that Xu Jingming has already caught up to him. Zhou Mingyang hurriedly checks the leaderboard on his smartwatch, and what he sees makes his face change in horror. Xu Jingming has not merely caught up, he has completely overtaken him, now sitting in first place with 1,122 points, while Zhou Mingyang has been pushed down to second with 985. The shock hits him so hard that he screams out in frustration. Back in the audience stands, the officials can no longer hold back their excitement. Director Jiang Wenshan rises to his feet and declares that Xu Jingming's high-level spearmanship proves beyond doubt that he is a true genius. With a bright smile, Jiang Wenshan claps the overjoyed Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder and announces that, with Xu Jingming representing them, Zhang Cheng has a definite chance of entering the provincial top 100. He even promises that after the exam, the second high school will receive a commendation, leaving Zhao Yao so moved that tears nearly spill from his eyes. Principal Zhao Yao is overwhelmed with emotion as he thinks about how incredible of a surprise Xu Jingming has become. After waiting for so long, his school finally has a student capable of making them shine. 3 hours later, deep inside the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walks through the empty streets with a confused expression on his face. Looking around at the strangely quiet surroundings, he can't help wondering aloud where all the fierce beasts have disappeared to. Before he could make sense of it, a voice suddenly came from behind him, calmly telling him that if he wanted an answer, he would have to ask the student ranked number 1. He quickly turned around, only to see his cousin Tang Qi standing there with Wu Hao and Meng Di, 2 other top-ranked students. Tang Qi lifted her hand and pointed toward the empty streets around them, explaining that there was a simple reason they could not find any beasts anymore. Xu Jingming had already wiped them all out. Tang Qi went on to say that since there were practically no beasts left for them to hunt, they had no choice but to join forces and move together as a team. Zhou Mingyang froze where he stood, his face tightening with disbelief. No matter how hard he tried to accept it, he simply could not imagine one person clearing out the entire core zone by himself. Tang Qi looked at Zhou Mingyang and told him she could tell he had not been a ranked ability user for very long. Then, as if to make the truth impossible to deny, she told him to check her cousin's current score for himself. She raised her wrist and activated her smartwatch, making the leaderboard appear right in front of them. The moment Zhou Mingyang saw the unbelievable number beside Xu Jingming's name, his eyes widened in shock. 3,435 points, more than 3 times his own score. All he could do was stare and stammer, completely unable to form a proper sentence. Tang Qi calmly broke down the numbers for him. Even if they subtracted the roughly 700 points Xu Jingming had earned in the central zone, he still had more than 2,500 points left. That meant, in the core zone alone, Xu Jingming must have killed close to 200 fierce beasts all by himself. A bead of cold sweat slid down Zhou Mingyang's cheek as the realization finally hit him. Xu Jingming had not been worried about someone stealing his kills at all. From the very beginning, he had planned to take the entire core zone for himself. Wu Hao then explained how desperate their situation had become. With only a few hours left before the exam ended, the remaining top students had gathered together as one team. Their only plan now was to push into the innermost core zone, a place filled with upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. He admitted plainly that anyone who charged in alone would be throwing their life away. Meng Di stepped forward and formally invited Zhou Mingyang to join their team. Since there was no better path left for him, Zhou Mingyang clenched his fists and agreed without hesitation, shouting that they could count him in. The scene shifted to a silent rooftop beneath the cold moonlight. Xu Jingming sat alone on top of a huge pile of fallen beast corpses, his spear planted beside him like a banner after battle. His supplies had been completely used up, and he knew the combat exam was already close to its final stretch. But Xu Jingming's pursuit of power was far from finished. If he wanted even more ability points, then he had to go deeper. Since the innermost core zone contained second-order fierce beasts, he decided it was time to strengthen himself one last time before stepping into the real finale. He opened his system panel, and the numbers on it immediately revealed the result of his relentless hunting. He had already gathered a shocking 2,413 ability points. A mischievous grin slowly spread across Xu Jingming's face as he looked at his accumulated points. Without wasting any more time, he decided to pour them straight into an upgrade. After drawing in that newly strengthened power, Xu Jingming stood beside the corpse of a gigantic bear-like creature and let out a slow breath of relief. With this final boost running through his body, he felt far more certain that he could handle the closing challenge of this year's combat exam. At the same time, the other top students were sprinting toward the final area with everything they had. Their last desperate push had officially begun. Deep inside the innermost zone, a terrifying beast emerged from the ruins. It was enormous, covered in white fur, with a wolf-like shape, glowing red eyes, and dangerous crimson crystals jutting from its back. As the final challenge revealed itself, Xu Jingming arrived at the scene without a trace of panic. Spear in hand and confidence written across his face, he calmly wondered what kind of second-order fierce beast the exam had prepared for him this year. Just as Xu Jingming stepped into the final battlefield, the team of top-ranked students also reached the edge of the innermost core zone. The moment they saw the massive beast with red crystals across its back, they immediately recognized it as a bloodthirsty savage bear. The creature soon proved how terrifying it was. With one casual swing of its huge paw, it smashed a wrecked car apart as if the metal frame were nothing more than rotten wood. That single display of power sent a chill through the entire team. Zhou Mingyang blurted out that they were in serious trouble. Meng Di, her voice filled with fear, explained that this rare beast had a hide as tough as E-grade alloy, so tough that even missiles could not pierce through it. And if one of its paws landed on them, it could kill all of them in an instant. Seeing just how impossible the odds looked, Tang Chi's expression turned grim, and she suggested that they should give up on the mission before it was too late. The situation was even worse than they first thought. The compound was not protected by the Beast King alone. A large pack of high-rank first-level beasts was also guarding the area. One of the students said darkly that if they tried to enter, the horde would probably tear them apart before the savage bear even needed to move. Faced with a challenge that looked completely impossible, one team member immediately chose to quit, saying there was no point in chasing a high score if it cost him his life. Zhou Mingyang tried to stop him, angrily snapping that being handsome meant nothing if he was just going to charge into a swarm of beasts and die. The team's morale had completely collapsed, and fear was spreading through them faster than the beasts themselves. Then, all of a sudden, Meng Di pointed toward the compound and shouted for everyone to look. Their eyes followed her gesture, and they saw a lone figure walking straight into the deadly area. Tang Chi's eyes widened the instant she recognized who it was. It was Xu Jingming, moving fearlessly into the very heart of the beast horde as if the danger in front of him did not exist. With a smooth, graceful leap, Xu Jingming entered the compound, leaving the others staring from a distance in complete disbelief. Zhou Mingyang could not help complaining about how insane this test was, while another student immediately panicked. He cried out that Xu Jingming's entrance had startled the entire horde, and now every beast in the area was turning its attention toward him. The intrusion enraged the fierce beasts. With furious snarls and pounding footsteps, the entire horde rushed towards Xu Jingming all at once. Xu Jingming stood firmly in the middle of the street without retreating even half a step. In the next instant, the swarm of snarling creatures crashed over him, swallowing his figure completely. From the rooftop, the other students watched the scene with horror written across their faces. Tang Chi's worry for her cousin burst out immediately, while Wu Hao could only say that Xu Jingming had been far too reckless. Unable to stand there any longer, Tang Chi declared that she had to go help him. Meng Di grabbed Tang Chi's arm before she could rush forward, trying desperately to hold her back. Wu Hao called her crazy and said that charging in now would be nothing but a meaningless death. But Tang Chi, her voice shaking with desperation, insisted that Xu Jingming was her cousin, and there was no way she could just stand by and watch him die. Before Tang Chi could break free and make a move, a massive eruption of purple and blue lightning exploded from the center of the beast horde. The raw power burst outward in a blinding flash, forcing the students on the rooftop to raise their arms and shield their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stared through the light in shock, wondering aloud if this was the lightning ability Xu Jingming had mentioned before. When the lightning finally faded, what remained was a scene of absolute devastation. The entire horde of first-level beasts had been wiped out, their charred bodies scattered across the ground, while one lone figure stood unharmed in the middle of it all. Xu Jingming stood calmly amid the wreckage, purple lightning still crackling around his body. He admitted to himself that physical strength alone had not been enough to handle that many beasts, so he had no choice but to use his superpower. A confident smile tugged at Xu Jingming's lips as he felt the overwhelming strength of his S-grade ability surging through him. Now that the lesser threats had been cleared away, his gaze shifted toward the true final challenge, the bloodthirsty savage bear standing over the corpses of its own minions. The gigantic beast threw back its head and released a deafening roar that shook the air around it. Xu Jingming remained perfectly calm as he studied the opponent in front of him. The savage bear was enormous, which meant its agility was probably limited. With his powerful thunder ability on his side, he judged that this fight should still be manageable. Then his eyes shifted slightly, and he realized the beast was not completely alone. Several smaller but still dangerous minions were lurking nearby. Those creatures might not be the main threat, but Xu Jingming could tell they would only get in his way. Since that was the case, there was only one thing he needed to do first. With fierce determination sharpening his expression and light glowing in his eyes, Xu Jingming declared that he would clear the area before facing the real opponent. The next moment, he burst into motion. His S-grade lightning ability strengthened his entire body, turning his movements into a blur as he flashed through the remaining beasts at terrifying speed. He cut down a high-rank shadow cat with effortless precision, and his smartwatch immediately confirmed the kill, awarding him 13 points. A confident grin appeared on Xu Jingming's face as he felt just how much his superpower enhanced his physical body. Still, he understood clearly that this dangerous boosted state was not something he could maintain for very long, but it was more than enough to deal with the minions. With a powerful sweep of his spear, Xu Jingming cut down the last of the lesser beasts, earning another 15 points for killing a high-rank unicorn rhino. With every smaller threat cleared from the battlefield, the final confrontation was finally about to begin. The bloodthirsty savage bear roared in fury, then slammed its massive paws into the ground with terrifying force. A violent shockwave spread outward, shattering the pavement beneath it. Then the beast charged straight forward, every step making the ground tremble beneath its enormous weight. Wrapped in a crackling aura of lightning, Xu Jingming did not back away from the beast's charge. Instead, he faced it head-on, standing firm as the massive creature thundered straight toward him. Just before the impact, Xu Jingming launched himself upward with explosive force. His body slipped past the charging beast in a clean arc, and as he passed over it, he swung his spear down with brutal precision, smashing one of the huge red crystals on its back into fragments. The fight turned into a blur of movement and flashing light. Xu Jingming kept slipping around the savage bear's attacks with sharp, controlled movements, then struck back at exactly the right moments, shattering more crystals and carving fresh wounds into the beast's body. As Xu Jingming continued breaking through the Beast King's defenses piece by piece, his smartwatch kept lighting up with new point updates, each one confirming the damage he was dealing. The bloodthirsty savage bear roared in fury, its anger boiling over as it watched its own minions collapse one after another around the battlefield. Xu Jingming stood there with lightning swirling around him, his expression calm but teasing. Looking straight at the enraged beast, he asked if it was starting to get angry. Then he casually promised that once he finished dealing with the last remaining minion, the savage bear would be next. Xu Jingming immediately charged toward the final rhino, spear ready to strike. But from the side, the Bear King watched his movement closely, its eyes showing a level of cunning that did not belong to an ordinary beast. Just as Xu Jingming was about to land the blow, the Bear King suddenly moved with shocking speed. Instead of protecting its minion, it smashed the creature apart itself, using that brutal sacrifice to cut off Xu Jingming's attack path. Xu Jingming's eyes narrowed in surprise as he realized what had just happened. The beast had not moved randomly. It had actually predicted his next move. The Bear King slammed its massive paws together, sacrificing the last of its minions to unleash a terrifying shockwave. The force ripped across the area, tearing open the ground and crushing the nearby wrecked cars like scraps of tin. Caught directly in the blast, the final rhino was instantly torn apart, its body disappearing into the violent explosion, but the attack still failed to touch its true target. Wrapped in his lightning aura, Xu Jingming flipped gracefully through the air, his body cutting through the chaos before he landed safely beyond the blast, completely unharmed. Now that every lesser threat had been cleared away, only the two kings remained on the ruined battlefield. Xu Jingming grinned fiercely as lightning snapped across his body, then declared that with no minions left to interfere, it was finally time to see whether that armor-like hide could endure the force of his thunder. With a powerful forward thrust, Xu Jingming drove his lightning-coated spear straight into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. The impact erupted into a massive burst of purple energy, swallowing the area in blinding light, and even covering the drone that had been following him, cutting off its camera feed in an instant. Up on the rooftop, the students were struck by the force of the shockwave. They raised their arms and turned their faces away, struggling to shield themselves from the blast. Inside the audience stands, the officials could only stare in stunned silence as the screen in front of them filled with static. Director Jiang Wenshan turned toward Principal Zhao Yao in complete disbelief. Unable to hold back, he shouted at him, demanding to know if that was what he called an E-class ability and accusing him of joking around. Another official, just as shaken, pointed out that Xu Jingming had been able to instantly kill a high-tier rank 1 beast and even fight a rank 2 boss head-on. That kind of performance was something even an A-class ability user would struggle to pull off. Principal Zhao Yao was sweating heavily, clearly at a loss for words. With no better explanation, he could only guess that Xu Jingming's ability might have undergone some rare mutation. But Director Jiang Wenshan did not seem bothered by the uncertainty. Instead, he burst into laughter and said that after today, Xu Jingming's name would shake the entire Great Xia nation. Back on the battlefield, the result of Xu Jingming's attack finally became clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear had a deep gash carved across its head, but despite the wound, the monster had not fallen. With a furious roar, the beast swung its massive paw and struck Xu Jingming hard, sending his body flying across the battlefield. Xu Jingming was genuinely shocked. After putting so much power into that attack, he had only managed to leave what amounted to a shallow wound on the beast. He hit the ground hard, but his combat instincts kicked in immediately. Using his skills to regain control, he recovered quickly instead of letting the impact leave him helpless. As he steadied himself, Xu Jingming rapidly assessed the situation. He realized the savage bear's hide was not only resistant to blades, but it also refused to conduct electricity properly. With his current level of strength, Xu Jingming had to admit that killing this beast in a single decisive strike would be extremely difficult. At that moment, the enraged savage bear began gathering a dark, ominous energy around its massive body. Feeling that terrifying power rising in front of him, Xu Jingming could only stare in shock and mutter, "What?" The dark energy thickened around the bloodthirsty savage bear as it powered up, and then its enormous body rolled forward like a monstrous boulder crashing toward him. Everything in its path was smashed apart. The ground seemed to buckle under the pressure of its movement, as if even the battlefield itself could not withstand its force. Xu Jingming leapt backward onto a piece of broken debris, purple lightning crackling around his body as he prepared himself for the next attack. He was surprised that the beast had activated its berserk skill so quickly, and immediately understood just how much it hated him. Berserk was a beast's counter skill, similar to the combat techniques used by humans. Now covered in that dark, violent energy, the enraged beast lowered its body and hunched forward like it was preparing to tear through everything in front of it. Then it released a deafening roar and charged again, moving with even greater speed and ferocity than before. Xu Jingming could not help being impressed as he watched it move. The raw strength of a beast in its berserk state was truly astonishing. But he also knew that this state came with a serious price. Once a beast went berserk, it lost much of its intelligence and acted mostly on instinct. Xu Jingming quickly formed a new plan. He needed to avoid its attacks and rely on his superior agility to keep distance between them. He put that plan into action immediately, darting away from the savage bear's relentless attacks with incredible speed, each dodge barely slipping past the beast's destructive force. Xu Jingming knew he could not rush this. He had to wait for the perfect moment, a chance to briefly stop the beast's movement and create a true opening. When the beast lunged again, Xu Jingming channeled lightning into his spear and thrust it forward. A burst of energy shot out and slammed into the savage bear's side. The attack froze the massive creature for one crucial second, its body trembling under the electric shock. That tiny pause was exactly the opening Xu Jingming had been waiting for. With the beast stunned in place, Xu Jingming's eyes began to glow as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. He raised one hand high, drawing together an enormous mass of purple and blue energy. Calling on the full force of his S-rank ability, he shouted, "Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, blast it!" A massive torrent of divine lightning descended from the sky, crashing down directly onto the bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast was completely swallowed by the blast, and its roars were drowned beneath the deafening crackle of divine energy. When the blinding light finally faded, the enormous beast lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from its burned and charred body. Xu Jingming stood over it with a confident smile, purple lightning still dancing around his fingertips. He remarked that after half a minute under his purple divine lightning, even the thickest defense would not be able to hold out. The battle was not truly over. The beast's eye suddenly snapped open, glowing with furious red light. With one final desperate roar, the bloodthirsty savage bear lunged forward, opening its massive jaws wide as it aimed for one last bite. But just as the bloodthirsty savage bear's jaws were about to close in, the electrical power still raging through its body suddenly locked its muscles in place. Its enormous head froze only inches away from Xu Jingming, leaving the final bite suspended in midair. Xu Jingming saw that tiny opening and stayed perfectly calm. With his gaze fixed on the paralyzed beast in front of him, he quietly said that the moment had finally come. He gripped his spear tightly and poured every bit of his remaining strength into it. As the power gathered along the weapon, his eyes began to glow with a fierce, brilliant light. Then Xu Jingming pushed his ultimate technique to its limit. With lightning surging around him, he spoke the words clearly and coldly. Lightning, gale, break. The attack erupted from his spear in an instant, forming a massive sphere of lightning that shot forward and crashed straight into the paralyzed beast's wide-open mouth. The explosion that followed was terrifying. A roaring vortex of lightning tore into the beast from the inside out, ripping through its body with violent force and blasting a huge crater into the street beneath them. This time, the mighty second-order beast could no longer endure it. Under the full force of Xu Jingming's final strike, its resistance was completely crushed. The bloodthirsty savage bear's massive body crashed down onto the pavement, finally defeated for good. At the same moment, a system notification confirmed the kill and awarded Xu Jingming another 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the fallen Beast King, Xu Jingming let out a long breath of relief. After everything he had just gone through, he quietly stated that the final battle was finally over. He thought back over the fight and realized that in order to deal with a true second-order beast, he had needed to upgrade his lightning gale technique. Judging by the result, he was more than satisfied with how powerful it had become. Triumphant smile slowly spread across Xu Jingming's face. Even though the entire battle had only lasted around 2 minutes, the intensity of it had made his blood race more than any fight he had ever experienced. Then his thoughts shifted to the exam score after clearing out all the beasts in the core area. He wondered just how many points he would receive. As that thought crossed his mind, night settled over the exam grounds, and the battle exam finally reached its end. Back in the audience stands, the final rankings appeared on the main screen, and the entire crowd erupted into roaring cheers. Xu Jingming stood at the very top with an unbelievable score of 10,835 points. Far behind him in second place was Zhou Mingyang with 1,103 points, followed by Wu Hao with 945. The officials were so excited they could barely contain themselves. Director Jiang Wenshan, Principal Zhao Yao, and teacher Chen Fan all sprang to their feet at once. Unable to hide their excitement, they cheered that Xu Jingming had not only broken the record for their city, but had also shattered the record for the entire Jiangnan province. They praised him as a true genius, remembering that last year's provincial champion had only scored a little over 8,000 points. With Xu Jingming's terrifying result, they were already declaring that this year's champion title was practically in his hands. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming stood among the broken streets and scattered beast corpses, lifting his eyes toward the darkening sky. Seeing the time, he noted that there was not much of the exam left. A confident smirk crossed his face as he reviewed what he had already accomplished. He had wiped out the fierce beasts in the inner circle and the core area, but since there was still a little time remaining, he decided to return to the central area and hunt down as many leftover beasts as he could. On his way back, Xu Jingming passed near the rooftop where the other top-ranked students had been gathering and watching the battle unfold. They stared at him in complete disbelief. Tang Qi was still stunned that her cousin had actually killed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang looked bewildered, unable to understand why Xu Jingming would head back out when he was already firmly in first place. Meng Di watched Xu Jingming's direction carefully, and after a brief pause, she guessed that he was going back toward the central area. The moment that thought fully sank in, a chilling realization spread across her face. She wondered aloud whether he was planning to clear out every remaining beast there too. The other students fell silent, shaken by the sheer scale of his ambition. Then the reality hit them all at once. Zhou Mingyang realized that with Xu Jingming's speed, he might actually be able to pull it off. If they did not move soon, there was a real chance they would not earn a single point during the final hour. Zhou Mingyang immediately declared that their temporary team-up was over, then rushed off before anyone else could react. The others quickly snapped out of their shock and followed after him, scrambling to hunt down whatever beasts Xu Jingming had not reached yet. 1 hour later, a clear official announcement echoed across the entire exam venue. The 2037 Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination had officially concluded. From that moment on, killing beasts would no longer count for points, and all candidates were ordered to return. Across the venue, the remaining students reacted to the announcement in their own ways. Tang Qi, exhausted and drenched in sweat, wiped her brow and let out a tired sigh, saying it was finally over. Somewhere else, one student collapsed into despair because he had been only one beast away from passing. Nearby, another student celebrated wildly, overjoyed that he had barely managed to scrape through at the last moment. Among the ruins and beast corpses, Xu Jingming stood beside his final kill with a look that was far from satisfied. Instead of feeling finished, he wondered why the exam had ended so quickly, as if he still had more hunting left in him. Soon, the students began leaving the exam venue, one after another. At the exit, guards greeted them as they came out, their faces carrying a mixture of exhaustion, relief and lingering disbelief. Outside the venue, Tang Chi's friend Shoya still had not recovered from the shock of Xu Jingming's power. Clinging tightly to Tang Chi, she asked for the third time whether Xu Jingming was really her cousin. Tang Chi, looking completely worn out, confirmed once again that he was. Xiaoya's crush on him had clearly come roaring back. With her cheeks flushed, she leaned closer to Tang Chi and begged for Xu Jingming's contact information. Tang Chi reminded her that just yesterday, she had shown no interest in him at all. Xiaoya quickly insisted that things were different now that he had taken first place in the exam, then continued begging without the slightest shame. Their conversation was suddenly cut off by a burst of noise nearby. Someone in the crowd shouted that Xu Jingming was coming out. In an instant, a huge crowd of students surged toward the exit, all of them desperate to catch a glimpse of the new champion. Xu Jingming walked out through the gate with a calm expression, carrying his spear casually over one shoulder, as if he had not just shaken the entire exam venue. The moment he appeared, cheers and congratulations poured in from every direction. Some students even joked loudly, asking him to spare them 100 of his points. Xu Jingming smiled lightly and waved as he walked forward, taking in this sudden wave of fame while making his way toward the buses. Among the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang stood watching him from a distance. Wu Hao remarked that Zhou Mingyang should have been the one standing in Xu Jingming's position, but Zhou Mingyang answered with rare humility, saying he was already satisfied with his own score, and admitting that he had never imagined the second high school could produce a monster like Xu Jingming. Before Xu Jingming could board the bus, Principal Zhao Yao stepped forward and stopped him. After congratulating him warmly, he introduced Xu Jingming to Director Jiang Wenshun, who told him that he wanted to personally give him a ride. Xu Jingming glanced at the chaotic crowd around the buses and immediately understood that this was probably for the best. If he got on with everyone else, the entire ride would be filled with endless questions. So he got into a sleek black car with the officials, and moments later the vehicle pulled away from the exam venue and sped down the road. Inside the car, Director Jiang Wenshun looked over at Xu Jingming and asked which superpower university he was planning to attend. Xu Jingming answered honestly that he had been so focused on improving his strength that he had not seriously thought about choosing a university yet. Director Jiang Wenshun reassured him that with results like his, almost any university would be within reach. Still, he advised Xu Jingming to pay special attention to the top 3, explaining that nearly half of the country's high-level superpower users had graduated from those schools. Then Director Jiang Wenshan began introducing them one by one. The first was Qingjing Superpower University, which was affiliated with the government. Students who graduated from there could directly enter the system and serve the country. Next was Modu Superpower University, a school known for its excellent resources and powerful elite clubs. Finally, there was Jincheng Superpower University, an institution with a long history and a strong teaching faculty. Director Jiang Wenshan added that all 3 universities possessed top-tier cultivation methods that were not available to the public. Xu Jingming listened carefully, absorbing every word. He understood that awakened individuals needed special cultivation methods if they wanted to truly become superpower users, so he asked what made a top-tier method so different. Director Jiang Wenshan explained that with an ordinary beginner method, advancing would usually take 3 to 4 years, but with a top-tier cultivation method, that same progress could be achieved in only about half a year. Director Jiang Wenshan reassured Xu Jingming that with results like his, there was no need to worry about admission at all. Even the top 3 superpower universities would be willing to open special recruitment channels for him. After dropping the officials off, Xu Jingming finally returned to his apartment late that night. The long day of exams, battles, and attention slowly settling behind him. The next day, Xu Jingming stood under the shower, letting the water wash over him as his body finally relaxed. After everything that had happened, he felt refreshed and clear-headed again. While drying off, he opened his system panel and checked his remaining points. Seeing that he still had 2,534 ability points left, he figured that amount should be more than enough to support him once he entered a superpower university. As he wiped the water from his hair, Xu Jingming could not help wondering whether there would be beast-killing competitions after enrollment. If there were no easy chances like the exam, then sooner or later, he would have to head into the wilderness himself if he wanted to keep growing stronger. At the same time, his cousin Tang Chi arrived at his apartment with her mother, Xu Qingwan. Tang Chi immediately noticed that the apartment door was broken, and a playful idea flashed through her mind. Since the door was already damaged, she decided this was the perfect chance to sneak inside and give Xu Jingming a surprise, so the two of them entered as Tang Chi cheerfully shouted her greeting. Unfortunately, her timing could not have been worse. Xu Jingming had just stepped out of the bathroom wearing only a towel, and the moment he saw his aunt and cousin standing there, he froze in shock. Xu Qingwan was just as flustered and immediately asked what he was doing, while Tang Chi's face turned red as she stood there completely speechless. Xu Qingwan's eyes then swept across the ruined apartment, and her embarrassment instantly turned into anger as she demanded to know how the place had become such a mess. After Xu Jingming's parents passed away, it had been this aunt who stayed by his side, caring for him carefully and giving him the warmth of a real home. She had truly fulfilled her role as his guardian, not only watching over his daily life, but even making sure he occasionally got to eat his favorite meals. After the awkward shock finally passed, Xu Jingming sat down with Xu Qingwan and Tang Qi. Xu Qingwan's expression softened as she admitted how relieved she felt. When she first heard that he had gone to take the martial arts exam, she had been worried sick, but now that she could see he was safe and unharmed, nothing else mattered. In her eyes, his score was not important at all. Xu Jingming looked at her in confusion and asked whether Tang Qi had not told her the exam results yet. Tang Qi gave him a playful wink, clearly holding back a smile, and said it would be better for him to tell her mother himself. Xu Jingming gave a slightly bashful smile, then told his aunt that he had done fairly well, scoring more than 10,000 points. The moment Xu Qingwan heard that number, she was so shocked that she spat out the drink in her mouth. She coughed hard, still unable to believe what she had just heard, and asked Xu Jingming to say the score again. Tang Qi then confirmed it for her mother, saying that it was true. Xu Jingming had scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwan fell completely silent, staring at him as if her mind had gone blank from the sheer shock of it. A moment later, tears of joy burst from her eyes. She pulled Xu Jingming tightly into her arms, crying out that the Xu family finally had a true successor, and that his parents in heaven must be incredibly proud of him. Meanwhile, inside a high-tech conference room, recruiters from major universities were studying the martial arts exam results. A woman presented Xu Jingming's information on the screen, noting his age, his registered E-class ability, and his current status as an unranked awakener. One recruiter immediately spoke up, insisting that if Xu Jingming's score was real, then they absolutely had to recruit this student before anyone else could. Another recruiter remained doubtful, arguing that with Xu Jingming's current rank, there was simply no way he should have been able to achieve such an outrageous score. The room quickly fell into debate. Some argued that his ability had to be at least A-class, maybe even S-class, while another recruiter scoffed and suggested that the only explanation was cheating. Before the argument could grow any more heated, a senior figure cut through the noise and ordered everyone to stop. A woman with a commanding presence made the decision on the spot. She instructed the team to temporarily list Xu Jingming as an S-class special recruit. As for whether his score was genuine or not, she declared that she would personally go to Jiangcheng and investigate it herself. The day after the exam, Xu Jingming received a notification on his phone announcing that the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam rankings had been released. The message confirmed that he had taken first place in the entire province with an astonishing score of 11,124 points. A look of delighted surprise spread across Xu Jingming's face as he sat down and absorbed the news. He had really become the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. News of his result quickly exploded online, rushing onto the hot search rankings and sparking heated debate everywhere. People wanted to know how a dark horse from Jiangcheng had suddenly become the provincial top scholar, who Xu Jingming really was, and whether someone with an E-class ability could truly earn such an unbelievable score. Skeptics refused to accept it, while others demanded that the exam footage be released as proof. In response to the growing doubts, an awards ceremony was held, and Principal Zhao Yao stepped in front of the media to address the situation directly. A female reporter wasted no time and directly asked him to explain whether Xu Jingming's results were truly authentic. Principal Zhao Yao answered with confidence, stating that the school's official website had already uploaded Xu Jingming's exam video, and that the entire exam had been fair and transparent. Once people began watching the footage, they were stunned. They saw Xu Jingming pierce straight through the skull of a Tier 1 rhinoceros with a single strike, displaying power beyond that of an ordinary Tier 1 superhuman. Viewers could not help questioning how someone with an E-class lightning ability could possibly do something like that. Principal Zhao Yao beamed with pride as he told everyone that the video was the best proof of Xu Jingming's results. He praised Xu Jingming as the first student from Jiangcheng to ever become a provincial top scholar. Director Jiang Wenshan then presented Xu Jingming with a massive check for 1 million yuan, congratulating him in front of everyone. He announced that this cash reward, along with superpower training methods, was a gift from the City Education Bureau. On top of that, the city government would also provide an equivalent bonus and a luxury villa. The reporters immediately raised their cameras, rushing to capture the historic moment. Meanwhile, near a car outside, a commanding woman stood with 2 bodyguards at her side. She remarked that even though Jiangcheng had released the footage, it still did not completely prove Xu Jingming had avoided performance-enhancing drugs. In her view, the most important thing was to confirm the true level of his superpower. Back at the ceremony, Director Jiang Wenshan turned to teacher Chen Fan and asked why Xu Jingming, the main figure of the day, still had not arrived. Chen Fan smiled and explained that he had just spoken with Xu Jingming, who said he was still training at the martial arts gym. Director Jiang Wenshan laughed when he heard that, clearly impressed. He found it extraordinary that even after becoming the new provincial top scholar, Xu Jingming was still focused on training. While Xu Jingming was on his way, the scene shifted to a meeting room where Principal Zhao Yao nervously served tea to 3 intimidating figures, respectfully addressing them as teachers. When one of them casually dismissed the tea, sweat immediately formed on Principal Zhao Yao's forehead. The aura coming from these high-level superhumans was so powerful that it made his heart tremble just standing near them. These three were recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities, and the atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Their immense spiritual pressure seemed to press against each other, as if a clash could break out at any moment. The silence was finally broken by Zhang Zhaoyu, the short, grayish, purple-haired director of admissions from Modu Superpower University. With a coy smile, she asked her rivals exactly who they were planning to target. Su Yun, a woman in a light blue dress from Qingjing Superpower University, told Zhang Zhaoyue not to pretend she did not know. Her tone was calm but confident as she declared that as long as Xu Jingming's results were real, Qingjing University would definitely take him. Wu Yuan, a long, black-haired man from Jincheng Superpower University, scoffed at Su Yun's confidence and stated firmly that Jincheng University would be the one to recruit him. As invisible pressure built between the three of them and sparks of energy seemed to crackle in the air, Zhang Zhaoyue thought to herself that fighting over a top scholar always meant clashing with the other academies. Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, the door slid open. Xu Jingming walked in with his spear resting over his shoulder, then calmly greeted the three powerful figures as teachers. His sudden arrival caught the recruiters off guard, and for a moment, all three of them turned their attention toward him at once. Zhang Zhaoyu studied Xu Jingming with visible interest. His spirit was full, and he was still carrying his weapon, which showed that he had not let himself relax after the exam. What impressed her even more was that he did not falter at all under the combined pressure of three high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao quickly gave Xu Jingming a formal introduction, naming the three recruiters one by one. Director Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu University, Director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan from Jincheng University. Director Zhang Zhaoyu was the first to speak. She smiled and complimented Xu Jingming, saying that his combat techniques in the exam footage had been truly stunning. But she did not waste time circling around the real issue. Looking directly at him, she asked why his superpower no longer seemed like the E-class weak electricity recorded in his file, and she requested a clear explanation. Xu Jingming had clearly expected them to ask about this, so his response came smoothly, as if he had already prepared it in his mind. With a calm expression, he explained that before the exam, while he had been training alone at home, a bolt of natural lightning struck him, and after that his superpower had suddenly grown far stronger than before. The moment Wu Yuan and Su Yun heard that explanation, their eyes changed at once. Without needing much discussion, both of them immediately reached the same conclusion. What Xu Jingming had experienced sounded exactly like a superpower mutation. Zhang Zhaoyue looked at Xu Jingming thoughtfully, then spoke up with a more serious tone. In her view, Xu Jingming himself probably still had no clear idea of just how high the true level of his mutated superpower had become. Fortunately, Zhang Zhaoyu had come prepared. She told Xu Jingming that she had brought a superpower detection instrument with her, and with a faint smile, she invited him to test his ability right there. As she finished speaking, Zhang Zhaoyue took out a circular device that glowed with a soft light. Holding it out in front of Xu Jingming, she instructed him to release his superpower directly into the instrument. Xu Jingming did not hesitate. He placed his hand firmly on the detection instrument and activated his power, and in the next instant a fierce flood of purple-white lightning burst from his body, raging outward like a storm as it swallowed the entire device. Su Yun's expression changed on the spot. As the brilliant lightning crackled and roared in front of her eyes, even she could not hide the shock on her face at the terrifying force Xu Jingming had released. The detection instrument struggled through the scan and finally identified the superpower as Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But when it attempted to calculate the rating, its beeping became chaotic and frantic, and thin cracks began spreading across its surface. Then, with a sudden burst of golden light, the overloaded instrument could no longer hold together. It detonated right there, shattering into fragments that scattered violently through the air. The explosion sent stray arcs of electricity snapping across the room, bright and sharp like writhing snakes. Everyone nearby was startled, instinctively pulling back from the sudden burst of power. Principal Zhao Yao stared at the ruined device in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Unable to understand what had just happened, he blurted out a question, asking what on earth was going on. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, were not frightened for long. Instead, excitement quickly appeared in their eyes as they confirmed the result. Xu Jingming's power had overwhelmed the small testing device completely, which meant his ability level was at least S-class. Now that Xu Jingming's S-class potential had basically been confirmed, Director Zhang Zhaoyue's lips curved into a satisfied smile. She felt certain that their gamble had been right this time, and that confirmation instantly turned the atmosphere into a fierce battle for recruitment. Wu Yuan, representing Jin City University, was the first to charge in with an offer. He loudly declared that their university would give Xu Jingming a 4 million admission bonus, a complete set of C-class equipment, and free access to every superpower training method for all 4 years. Su Yun from Qingjing University heard Wu Yuan's offer and immediately let out a dismissive scoff. From the look on her face, it was obvious she did not think his conditions were enough to impress a talent like Xu Jingming. Then Su Yun turned toward Xu Jingming with a charming smile, her tone soft but confident. She offered him a 5 million admission bonus, along with 4 full years of free access to Qingjing University's S-class superpower training methods and combat techniques. Even Xu Jingming could not stay completely calm after hearing that. The sheer generosity of Su Yun's offer caught him off guard, and for a moment, surprise flashed clearly across his face. At last, Zhang Zhaoyu from Modu Superpower University made her move. She calmly said that Modu did not provide cash bonuses or equipment, but they could match the others in terms of cultivation methods. Then she revealed her real trump card. Every year, they would also provide Xu Jingming with one S-class cultivation resource. The instant the words S-class resource left her mouth, Wu Yuan and Su Yun were both stunned. Their expressions froze, as if that single condition had completely overturned the competition. Xu Jingming, however, was unfamiliar with that term. Seeing the shocked reactions around him, he looked toward Zhang Zhaoyu and directly asked what an S-class cultivation resource actually was. Zhang Zhaoyu began by asking whether he had ever heard of dragon-type fierce beasts. She explained that these creatures were born with terrifying innate power, often starting life already at the high level of Tier 4 or Tier 5, far above ordinary fierce beasts. Then, under everyone's tense and focused gazes, Zhang Zhaoyu finally revealed the truly astonishing details behind the offer. Among these S-class resources was the heartblood of an adult 8th-tier dragon-type fierce beast. Once someone consumed that dragon blood, their body would be tremendously strengthened, and their physical power could become comparable to that of a dragon-type beast. Zhang Zhaoyue emphasized that every S-class resource Modu offered was on that same extraordinary level. The other recruiters were left completely speechless by those conditions. Su Yun openly admitted that even she felt tempted, sighing over just how wealthy Modu was, while Wu Yuan grew flustered and pointed out that S-class resources were normally reserved for top students, not handed to freshmen. At that moment, both of them understood that they could no longer match the offer. With every proposal now laid out in front of him, the 3 recruiters all turned their attention to Xu Jingming. Standing before him, they made it clear that the time had come for him to make his final choice. Xu Jingming did not hesitate at all. With a confident and determined smile on his face, he gave his answer clearly, declaring that his choice was Modu Superpower University. After making his decision, Xu Jingming calmly explained that he had chosen Modu Superpower University not only because their offer was excellent. More importantly, their combat training was considered the strongest in the University Alliance, and many of the Alliance's founders had come from Modu. Then Xu Jingming turned toward Su Yun and Wu Yuan and bowed politely to them. He sincerely thanked them for their offers, while both recruiters could only look on with visible disappointment. Director Zhang Zhaoyue was clearly pleased with his decision. With a satisfied smile, she created a glowing admission letter and handed it to Xu Jingming, formally welcoming him into Modu Superpower University. She then explained that although ordinary new students would enroll on September 1st, Xu Jingming was different as a special recruit. He could register ahead of time, and the university would also arrange a place for him to stay. Xu Jingming's eyes lit up at once, clearly eager to begin as soon as possible. He asked whether he would be allowed to access the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques before the official enrollment date. Zhang Zhaoyue agreed without the slightest hesitation. She added that the school could even arrange a private study room for him, then handed him her contact card and told him to reach out as soon as he arrived in Magic City. Holding the glowing admission letter in his hands, Xu Jingming looked at the smiling director in front of him. His excitement was impossible to hide as he said he could hardly wait to go and complete registration. Sometime later, Xu Jingming arrived at the train station with his luggage by his side, his face filled with anticipation. Just then, the station announcement rang out, calling passengers for the G91 train to Magic City to begin boarding. At the station, his aunt Xu Qingwan was already emotional, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Beside her, her husband Tang Daolin gently comforted her, proudly saying that their child had grown up, and that once Xiaoming left, he would truly spread his wings and soar. Tang Qi watched the scene quietly from the side. Her father then reminded her that it was time to start filling out her university choices, suggesting that since her cousin was heading to Modu Superpower University in Magic City, she should also consider choosing a university there. Xu Qingwan nodded in agreement, saying it would be good for the two of them to look after each other. Tang Qi immediately became a little flustered. Lowering her voice, she gave a shy and quiet answer, agreeing with what her parents had suggested. On the train, with 6 full hours still left before arrival, Xu Jingming had already settled into study mode. He thought carefully about the exam rewards and knew that the most important one was the Universal C training method. Just like Superpowers, training methods were also divided into different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Clear comparison chart laid it all out. The higher the level of the training method, the faster a person's cultivation speed would become, and the greater the strength they could gain from practicing it. As the train moved steadily toward Magic City, Xu Jingming concentrated on studying the Universal C training method. He quickly judged it to be an intermediate-level technique, and noted that even with his spiritual power of 180, it had still taken him half a day to fully memorize it. He also recalled the result of his first day practicing according to the method. By following its guidance, he had successfully sensed the special energy that existed throughout the world. That success had triggered a new change on his system panel. A plus sign appeared beside his level, showing that he now had the chance to advance from an awakened person into a true superpower user. Even so, Xu Jingming chose not to level up immediately. He remembered clearly that the training manual had stated the higher the grade of the method used during a breakthrough, the greater the benefits would be. Since he would soon gain access to top-tier methods at the university, he decided he absolutely would not waste this rare opportunity by breaking through with only an intermediate one. When Xu Jingming finally arrived in Magic City, the moment he saw the university campus, he was genuinely stunned. The scale and atmosphere of the place were far beyond what he had imagined. Looking out from the car, Xu Jingming saw the school grounds stretching out across an enormous area. Just the width of what he could see seemed to span several hundred meters. Director Zhang Zhaoyu soon appeared to greet him, pulling up in a striking red sports car. She welcomed Xu Jingming with a smile and told him to get in, saying she would take him to complete the admission procedures. As they drove through the breathtaking campus, cherry blossom trees lined the road on both sides, making the scenery feel almost unreal. Zhang Zhaoyu proudly introduced the school, saying it covered a massive 40,000 mu, and that even visiting students could not tour the entire campus in a single day. Xu Jingming looked around in amazement and admitted that seeing it in person was far better than simply hearing about it. After the registration process was completed quickly, Zhang Zhaoyu handed Xu Jingming his new student ID. It was an all-in-one card that would allow him to access important places on campus, including the dormitory area. As they headed toward his new accommodation, Xu Jingming could not help thinking back to his past life. He had seen all kinds of student housing before, from 4-person dorm rooms to apartment-style dorms with 3 bedrooms. But even with all those memories, nothing could have prepared him for the sight in front of him now. Xu Jingming stopped and stared in complete shock at his assigned dormitory, because it was not a normal dorm at all, but a grand, luxurious villa. Director Zhang Zhaoyue patiently explained that at Modu, every student was assigned a villa, but the level of luxury depended entirely on their entrance results. Since Xu Jingming had taken first place in the province, he naturally received the most extravagant model, a residence covering more than 800 square meters. She then added that the villa was designed for 2 people, with 1 floor upstairs and 1 floor downstairs, meaning Xu Jingming and his future roommate would each have an entire level to themselves. Xu Jingming thought about it for a moment, and felt that having a roommate was not a bad thing at all. Compared with living in such a huge place alone, sharing the villa with someone actually sounded warmer. As an orphan, he had always carried a quiet longing for that lively feeling of a 4-person dorm, and with those thoughts in mind, he followed Zhang Zhaoyue up the steps. After entering the villa, Zhang Zhaoyu led Xu Jingming inside and sat down with him. Her expression became a little more formal as she told him that before anything else, there were several important matters about Modu Superpower University that he needed to understand clearly. She raised 2 key points first, making it clear that these were the things every new student had to pay attention to. One was the credit system, and the other was the mentor system. Zhang Zhaoyue began with the credit system, explaining that within Modu Superpower University, credits were practically everything. Whether a student wanted to buy meals, exchange for resources, or purchase powerful equipment, credits were the currency that made it possible. To help him understand the value, she added that 1 credit was roughly equal to 10,000 Daxia currency. She continued by explaining that there were many different ways to earn credits at the university. One of the most basic methods was the fixed yearly allowance issued according to a student's rating. And because Xu Jingming was an S-class student, he would receive 100 credits for the year. To show him directly, Zhang Zhaoyue called out the name Ava. A moment later, a small spherical robot floated into view and projected a glowing message in midair, clearly confirming that Xu Jingming's current credit balance was 100. Zhang Zhaoyu introduced the floating robot as Eva, the artificial intelligence equipped in every dormitory. She explained that Eva's true main body was the university's central AI system, while the dormitory units were only subunits. Even so, she emphasized that each subunit was still a level 4 AI, more than capable of helping students handle daily life. Xu Jingming stared at the little floating robot in surprise. At that moment, he truly realized that the artificial intelligence technology on Blue Star had developed far beyond anything from his previous life. Once the credit system had been explained, Zhang Zhaoyu shifted smoothly to the second matter, the mentor system. She told Xu Jingming that every student could choose a mentor they admired and request personal guidance. But whether they succeeded depended on whether that mentor was willing to accept them. Xu Jingming's interest was immediately stirred. He looked at Zhang Zhaoyu with clear curiosity and asked whether even a freshman like him could receive one-on-one guidance from a mentor. Zhang Zhaoyue confirmed it without hesitation. She explained that every mentor at Modu Superpower University was a high-level superpowered expert, and many of them had developed their own unique combat techniques and training methods. Those private techniques were not taught to outsiders and could only be learned after officially becoming that mentor's disciple. Considering Xu Jingming's ability, Zhang Zhaoyu told him that the university currently had 4 mentors who specialized in the lightning element. Among them, the person she recommended most strongly was Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At Zhang Zhaoyu's command, Ava immediately projected Yang Zhentian's profile into the air. The information showed that he was 52 years old, a high-rank Tier 7 superpowered individual, and the owner of an A-rank lightning ability. He had mastered many weapons, but he was especially famous for the spear, earning him the title Thunder Spear. The profile even recorded that he had once battled an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 days and 3 nights before killing it alone. After that, Zhang Zhaoyu also introduced the other 3 possible mentors in detail. Still, once everything had been laid out, she made it clear that the final decision belonged entirely to Xu Jingming. After carefully looking through the options, a confident smile slowly appeared on Xu Jingming's face. Dean Yang Zhentian was not only a lightning element expert, but also a master of the spear, so in Xu Jingming's eyes, he was clearly the most suitable mentor. Once Xu Jingming had made up his mind, he set off for the mentor residential area. The place was completely different from the student district, surrounded by thick greenery and quiet forest paths, with elegant traditional buildings hidden among the trees. When he arrived at the grand gate of Dean Yang Zhentian's residence, Xu Jingming could not help taking in the sight before him. Compared with the already impressive student villas, a mentor's home was clearly on an entirely higher level. Before Xu Jingming could step forward, a young man with brown hair who had been leaning casually against a stone lion looked over at him. With a curious expression, he asked whether Xu Jingming had also come to request mentorship. The young man's eyes soon showed surprise when he sensed Xu Jingming's current state. Realizing that Xu Jingming was still only awakened, he guessed that he must be one of the university's specially recruited students. After Xu Jingming confirmed his guess, the other student looked even more intrigued. He remarked that in previous years, special recruits were usually already mid to high-rank Tier 1 individuals. The young man then introduced himself as Tan Ming Yang, a junior student from the Weaponry Academy. Xu Jingming returned the greeting and simply introduced himself as a freshman who had just completed registration. Tan Ming Yang seemed rather impressed by him. He commented that Xu Jingming had moved incredibly fast by coming to seek a mentor so soon, then explained that most freshmen only learned about this opportunity after the freshman competition, which immediately caught Xu Jingming's attention. Seeing Xu Jingming's curiosity, Tan Ming Yang explained that the freshman competition was a long-standing tradition at the university, held a few days after registration. All the teachers would watch the event, and students who performed well would be actively pursued by different academies, with some even being chosen directly by mentors. Tan Ming Yang then added that although it was not impossible for a special recruit like Xu Jingming to seek mentorship early, aiming to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling was another matter entirely. In his words, the difficulty was almost the same as winning the lottery. Xu Jingming listened politely and thanked Tan Ming Yang for explaining everything to him. Then he looked toward him and asked whether Tan had also come here, hoping to become Teacher Yang's disciple. Tan Ming Yang let out a helpless sigh and admitted that he had. He revealed that over the past 6 months, he had already come several times, but each attempt had ended with him being turned away. He had nearly decided to give up, yet in the end he still came today for one final try. Just as Tan Ming Yang finished speaking, the large doors in front of them suddenly opened. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler stepped out from inside, and the sudden appearance immediately startled Tan. The butler's expression quickly softened when he saw them. He greeted the 2 young men calmly and informed them that Teacher Yang was already waiting inside, then politely invited them to follow him. Tan Ming Yang was clearly caught off guard by such a warm reception. For a moment, hope flashed across his face as he wondered whether the dean waiting inside meant that he might finally have a chance this time. Following the butler's lead, Xu Jingming and Tan Ming Yang walked deeper into the residence. Before long, they were brought into a room where 2 men were already waiting. The moment Xu Jingming entered, he immediately felt an overwhelming presence coming from the older man. The man sat with a commanding posture, his gray beard full and dignified, his eyes sharp enough to make people instinctively straighten their backs. Xu Jingming recognized him at once as Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy, while a younger long-haired man stood quietly beside him. Yang Zhentian looked directly at Xu Jingming and said he must be the student director Zhang Zhaoyu had mentioned. Without paying any attention to Tan Ming Yang, the dean immediately told Xu Jingming to follow him to the training room. Inside the traditional training room, racks of weapons lined the space, giving the air a sharp and solemn feeling. Yang Zhentian stood before Xu Jingming and told him that he had already watched the video from his martial arts exam. Yang Zhentian praised Xu Jingming's combat skill and marksmanship, clearly acknowledging his foundation. However, before making a final decision, he said he needed to personally see Xu Jingming's S-rank ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, with his own eyes. Xu Jingming remained calm and agreed at once. Under Yang Zhentian's focused gaze, Xu Jingming began channeling his power. In the next moment, Streaks of purple lightning crawled around his arms, crackling sharply as the air around him seemed to grow heavy. Then Xu Jingming fully released it. A violent surge of purple-white energy erupted outward, flooding the training room with brilliant lightning as the raw power snapped and roared with frightening intensity. Yang Zhentian's eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face. He immediately recognized the power as a true S-rank ability, and in his heart, he could not help comparing it to his own A-rank lightning ability. The difference between A-rank and S-rank was simply too vast to be crossed. Looking at Xu Jingming, Yang Zhentian could already see the enormous potential hidden in this young student. If Xu Jingming properly tempered his skills and continued to grow, his future achievements might even rival Yang Zhentian's own. After the display ended, Yang Zhentian spoke plainly. With Xu Jingming's talent and potential, becoming his disciple would not be a problem. However, Yang Zhentian's expression soon turned serious. He warned Xu Jingming that throughout his life he had made many friends, but he had also made many enemies. He could not guarantee that those enemies would never target his disciples, so he asked whether Xu Jingming was still willing to take him as his master, despite the danger. Xu Jingming did not hesitate for even a second. He immediately dropped to his knees in a formal gesture of respect, making his choice clear through action before saying another word. Then Xu Jingming raised his head with a broad and determined grin, declaring that he was willing. He spoke with genuine passion, saying that he admired high-level ability users who had carved their strength out through bloody battles. To him, the number of enemies his teacher had defeated was not a burden, but the clearest proof of Yang Zhentian's terrifying combat strength. Yang Zhentian was clearly pleased by that answer. He burst into hearty laughter and formally accepted Xu Jingming on the spot, declaring that from that day onward, Xu Jingming would be his 32nd disciple, as well as his very first S-rank disciple. After telling Xu Jingming to stand, Yang Zhentian presented him with his first gifts as a disciple. One was a top-tier ability training method called the Extreme Ability Training Method, and the other was a body-tempering combat technique called Thunder Indestructible Body, both personally created by Yang Zhentian himself. Xu Jingming was stunned when he heard what he had been given. He immediately understood how valuable these gifts were, especially the body-tempering combat technique, because a method capable of strengthening the body was far more precious than an ordinary combat technique. Yang Zhentian explained that the Extreme Ability Training Method was one of only 3 top-tier ability training methods in the entire school, but the true highlight was the Thunder Indestructible Body, the technique that represented the culmination of his life's work. He added that it had already been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and officially rated as an S-rank technique. That revelation left Xu Jingming completely speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that the technique placed in front of him was not merely rare, but an actual S-rank combat technique. Combat techniques, just like abilities, had their own ranking system, ranging from F all the way up to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder it was to master, but the power it could unleash would also be far greater. Thinking through this, Xu Jingming finally understood just how terrifying his new master's talent truly was. After all, Xu Jingming knew that most 7th-level masters were already considered extraordinary if they could create an A-rank combat technique. Yet his master had created an S-rank technique with his own hands, which meant Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent was frighteningly high. Dean Yang Zhentian continued explaining the details of his S-rank technique, his tone growing more serious as he spoke. The Thunder Indestructible Body was a body-tempering method, created only for lightning element ability users, and it was divided into 13 levels. Every time a cultivator advanced 1 level, their body would undergo another powerful transformation. However, Yang Zhentian quickly made one important requirement clear. Before Xu Jingming could even begin cultivating the technique, he first had to break through from an awakened person into a true ability user. Because of that, the dean gave him his first assignment: use the Extreme Ability Training Method to complete his breakthrough. Once Xu Jingming successfully advanced, he was to return here, and Yang Zhentian would personally help him forge the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Hearing this, Xu Jingming felt a deep wave of gratitude rise in his chest. He bowed respectfully to Yang Zhentian, silently realizing just how different everything became when a true mentor was there to guide him, step by step. Then Yang Zhentian revealed a more personal reason behind his expectations. He admitted that even he had only cultivated the Thunder Indestructible Body to the 10th level. Looking at Xu Jingming with rare hope in his eyes, he said that if he himself could not reach the peak of a martial saint, then Xu Jingming might become the greatest hope for proving the true potential of this technique. As he said this, Yang Zhentian's gaze sharpened, and a gleam of burning ambition appeared in his eyes. It was clear that what he was about to say was not merely a guess, but the dream hidden at the very heart of his life's work. According to Yang Zhentian's ultimate belief, if someone could cultivate the Thunder Indestructible Body all the way to its final level, that person's body could reach a state of true eternity, becoming indestructible and unshakable. When Xu Jingming finally left his master's residence, he waved goodbye to the butler at the gate. But the moment he stepped outside, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting on the stone steps with his head buried in his hands, looking utterly crushed and defeated. Xu Jingming walked over to him with some confusion. Seeing Tan Mingyang sitting there in such a miserable state, he could not help asking what had happened. It turned out that Tan Mingyang's attempt to become a disciple had failed once again. He had been forced to take a test against one of the dean's senior disciples, and the condition was brutal. He had to defeat that senior while the senior used only 1/10 of his combat power. Even under those limits, Tan Mingyang had found it completely hopeless and had been beaten down. Still sitting on the steps, Tan Mingyang raised his bruised face and looked at Xu Jingming. Assuming Xu Jingming had also failed, he sighed and said that entering Dean Yang's tutelage was no easy thing. He even asked whether Xu Jingming wanted him to share some painful experience from his repeated failures. Xu Jingming, however, remained perfectly calm and simply declined, saying that he had already passed. Those words struck Tan Mingyang like a thunderbolt. His already bruised face twisted with disbelief, and he stared at Xu Jingming as if he had just heard something impossible. He blurted out that he had never heard of a dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the annual freshman competition. Xu Jingming did not make a big deal out of it. He simply turned and walked away with the same calm expression, leaving Tan Mingyang frozen on the steps, staring after him in complete bewilderment as he tried to understand what had just happened. With a clear new goal in mind, Xu Jingming returned to the training room inside his dormitory. The quiet space soon became the place where he would attempt his first major step after becoming Yang Zhentian's disciple. Inside the training room, Xu Jingming sat down cross-legged and steadied his breathing. Then he began cultivating according to the extreme ability training method that his new master had personally handed to him. As Xu Jingming entered meditation, he was immediately amazed by the effect of the top-tier method. The amount of energy he could sense around him was far greater than what he had felt while using the intermediate-level method before. A confident smirk slowly appeared on his face, and since he had already grasped the basic principles, he decided there was no need to practice it step by step like an ordinary person. Instead, Xu Jingming chose the fastest path available to him. He called up his cheat system, looked at the panel before him, and directly ordered it to consume his ability points to raise his level. The reaction came instantly, and it was far more intense than ordinary cultivation. A violent surge of energy rushed through his body, slamming into him from the inside and forcing a painful grunt from his throat. Xu Jingming clenched his clothes tightly as the raw energy tore through his veins. Every part of his body felt as if it were being flooded and reshaped by an unstoppable current. Then the power burst out of him all at once. A massive wave of light and force exploded through the training room, shaking the entire space as the breakthrough energy erupted around him. After a while, the storm of energy finally began to fade. Breathing heavily, Xu Jingming pushed himself back up and realized that he had successfully broken through. A notification on his system panel confirmed it clearly. He was now a first-tier lower-rank ability user. Xu Jingming lifted his hand and examined it closely. Stable blue lightning crackled across his fingers with ease, no longer flickering wildly, but flowing with a powerful and controlled rhythm. As he tested his control, an even larger and stronger torrent of lightning poured from his palm. The energy was far more potent than before, proving beyond doubt that his power had risen to an entirely new level. Xu Jingming slowly clenched his fist, feeling the strength surging through every part of his body. He could clearly sense that his overall power had increased by at least 4 or 5 times. With that kind of improvement, he felt confident that if he faced the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to defeat it. He opened his system panel and carefully checked his new stats, finally understanding why every ability user chased after higher-level cultivation methods. If he had broken through using the intermediate method, his vitality and spirit might have only risen by 30 or 40 points. But because he used the top-tier method, both had increased by nearly 100 points in a single breakthrough, making the difference impossible to ignore. Xu Jingming also noticed that this advancement had only consumed 300 ability points, so he decided to save the rest for later. After all, mastering a powerful combat technique like the Thunder Indestructible Body would be even more important than simply raising his level. Since the Thunder Indestructible Body was an S-rank technique, Xu Jingming could already guess that the number of ability points needed to master it would be extremely high. Now that his breakthrough was complete, he was ready to move toward the next stage, and another thought soon came to mind. Since he was already at the university, perhaps it was time to visit the school library. The next day, Xu Jingming returned once again to his master's residence. This time, he came not as an awakened student, but as someone who had already completed his breakthrough. When Dean Yang Zhentian saw him, he was completely astonished. His eyes fixed on Xu Jingming as he questioned how he could possibly have advanced so quickly. Yang Zhentian paced back and forth, clearly unable to calm down right away. He said that in his 20 years of teaching, he had seen countless geniuses, but even the most outstanding among them needed a considerable amount of time to transform into true ability users. Yet it had been less than 24 hours since Xu Jingming received the training manual. Xu Jingming gave a slightly bashful smile and admitted that perhaps the only thing he could truly be proud of was his advancement speed. Then he added that when he tried to begin cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body, he found that even the introductory stage was already difficult. Hearing this, Yang Zhentian began explaining the process in detail. Forging the foundation of the thunder indestructible body required using the blood of a lightning element fierce beast as a guide, then combining it with one's own lightning power to temper the muscles and bones. He stressed that there was one especially important point. The final strength of the technique was closely connected to the grade of the beast blood used. Now that Xu Jingming had officially advanced, Yang Zhentian made the decision on the spot. He declared that he would help Xu Jingming forge the foundation of the thunder indestructible body that very day. Yang Zhentian then explained that high-level lightning element beasts were extremely rare. His original plan had been to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear, but after learning that Xu Jingming was entitled to one S-rank resource every year, he had made a special request to the university. In order to give Xu Jingming the strongest possible foundation, Yang Zhentian decided to combine the available resources. He personally pleaded with the university's principal to approve an even more precious SS-rank resource for Xu Jingming. With that, Yang Zhentian took out a small vial filled with glowing red liquid and presented it to Xu Jingming. Inside was the essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Xu Jingming was deeply moved when he realized how much effort his new teacher and even the principal had put in for him. He accepted the vial with both hands and silently vowed that one day he would repay this kindness many times over. Seeing Xu Jingming's reaction, Yang Zhentian nodded with satisfaction. Without wasting any more time, he said that they should begin the foundation forging immediately. The two of them moved into a training room prepared for the process. There, Xu Jingming removed his upper clothing and knelt on the floor, ready to endure whatever came next. Yang Zhentian uncorked the vial and slowly poured the potent glowing red beast blood over Xu Jingming's head and back. The moment the liquid touched his skin, Xu Jingming clenched his teeth hard, and a painful groan escaped from his throat. Yang Zhentian warned him to endure it. He explained that the blood of such a high-level beast was highly toxic to low-level ability users, so the intense pain tearing through Xu Jingming's body was completely expected. Then Yang Zhentian prepared to use his own power to assist the process. He told Xu Jingming that he would now use his A-rank Windfire True Thunder to forge the foundation, and how much of that power Xu Jingming could absorb would depend entirely on himself. In the next instant, Yang Zhentian released his power. A torrent of violent red lightning erupted from him and surged directly into Xu Jingming's body, carrying an overwhelming force. The fierce energy rushed through Xu Jingming from the inside out. Glowing red patterns began spreading across his back and chest, crawling over his skin like burning thunder marks. The pain was unbearable. Xu Jingming threw his head back and let out a raw scream of agony as the immense power forcibly tempered his body, hammering his muscles, bones, and flesh again and again. 5 days passed during the tempering process. While Xu Jingming was still inside the training room, the senior disciple Lu sat outside drinking tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Lu could not help remarking that their new junior brother was incredibly resilient to have lasted for 5 full days. As Lu thought back to his own experience, a trace of jealousy slipped into his voice. Back then, even with weaker 7th-tier beast blood, he had only managed to endure 2 days of tempering. Compared with that, he had to admit that Xu Jingming's performance was worthy of the 8th-tier dragon-type beast's essence blood. Lu then added that since Xu Jingming possessed an S-rank lightning ability, he was genuinely looking forward to seeing what kind of result his new junior brother's thunder indestructible body would produce. Before the two of them could continue, a sudden crash exploded from the direction of the training room. The loud noise instantly startled both Lu and Uncle Fu. Lu reacted at once and rushed upstairs toward the sound. As he moved quickly through the residence, he wondered whether his junior brother's foundation forging had finally been completed. When Lu reached the training room door, he slowed down and carefully peeked inside. But the moment he looked through the opening, the sight before him made his expression tighten. Inside the room, Xu Jingming stood shirtless, his body splattered with blood. His eyes glowed a terrifying red, making him look less like a student who had just finished training and more like a fierce beast awakened from a brutal battle. A wild aura of dark energy and blue lightning churned around Xu Jingming's body, twisting together like a storm that had completely broken free. His gaze no longer looked human, and the pressure pouring from him felt closer to a top-tier ferocious beast than a student. Liu Ming stood frozen in the doorway, his body stiff with fear as a chill ran down his spine. Still trapped in that savage, primal state, Xu Jingming suddenly noticed Liu Ming standing at the entrance. The moment his glowing eyes locked onto him, Xu Jingming lunged forward without warning, moving as if he were about to tear into the first target in sight. But just before Xu Jingming could strike, a thunderous voice exploded through the room. Dean Yang Zhentian roared with absolute authority, ordering Jingming to wake up at once. That powerful shout cut straight through the bloodlust clouding Xu Jingming's mind. His body stopped abruptly, and his attack froze only inches away from Liu Ming, leaving the senior disciples staring at him from terrifyingly close range. Sweat poured down Xu Jingming's body as clarity slowly returned to his eyes. Still dazed and shaken, He looked toward his teacher and asked what had just happened, unable to understand why he had suddenly felt such an overwhelming urge to destroy everything around him. Dean Yang Zhentian explained that the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus had most likely affected his mind. That beast was famous for its brutal ferocity, and because Xu Jingming's compatibility and absorption rate were both unbelievably high, he had suffered from that dangerous side effect more intensely than expected. Seeing Xu Jingming's concern, Yang Zhentian quickly reassured him that there was no need to panic. As long as he avoided extreme emotional swings, he would be fine, and once his strength continued to rise, those side effects would slowly fade on their own. Only then did Xu Jingming finally feel a wave of relief pass through him. He lowered his gaze to his own hands, still feeling the lingering power inside his body, and admitted that what scared him most was the thought of being controlled by his emotions. With the danger finally under control, Yang Zhentian's tone shifted from serious to delighted. He told the confused Xu Jingming to lift his spirits, because the foundation forging had been a perfect success, with an astonishing absorption rate of 98%. He proudly explained that among all the disciples who had cultivated the Thunder Indestructible body, the previous highest record had only been 92%. This time, Xu Jingming had shattered that long-standing record. Lu Ming then stepped forward with a congratulatory smile, finally recovering from the fright. He told his new junior brother that now that the foundation had been successfully forged, his future path in martial arts would become much smoother. Yang Zhentian formally introduced him as senior disciple Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user, and told Xu Jingming that if he had any cultivation questions in the future, he could ask Lu Ming for help. Xu Jingming immediately greeted his senior brother with respect. Lu Ming, however, quickly pulled out his phone and said with a smile that since he had not prepared a proper meeting gift, he would simply transfer some credits instead. A moment later, Xu Jingming's phone lit up with a notification showing that he had received 200 credits. His eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out that the gift was far too much, quickly realizing that this single transfer was worth 2 million Daxia coins. Yang Zhentian brushed off Xu Jingming's concern without much thought. He said that 200 credits was not a huge amount for Lu Ming, and besides, it was only natural for a senior brother to look after his junior. He then added that when Xu Jingming had junior brothers of his own one day, he would also need to prepare gifts for them, and Xu Jingming accepted the lesson humbly. With the tempering finally complete, Yang Zhentian told Xu Jingming that after 5 days without food or water, he should return and rest properly. Before letting him leave, he gave his next instruction. Come back the following morning to learn fist and spear techniques from senior brother Lu Ming. Xu Jingming thanked his teacher with sincere gratitude before heading out. When Xu Jingming returned to his luxurious villa, he immediately noticed a young man sitting on the couch. The guy had spiky white hair, striking red eyes, and his full attention was locked onto the video game in front of him. The young man finally turned his head and realized someone else had entered the villa. He greeted Xu Jingming casually, guessed that he must be the new roommate, and then introduced himself as Lu Wentao. After Xu Jingming gave his own name, Lu Wentao's eyes widened almost instantly. He pointed at him with excitement and blurted out that Xu Jingming was the provincial top scorer from Jiangnan province. When Xu Jingming asked how he knew that, Lu Wentao proudly declared that his nickname was Mr. Know-It-All because he knew about most of the freshmen. He admitted that he had not gone out of his way to investigate Xu Jingming, but the commotion Xu Jingming caused was so huge that it was impossible not to hear about him. Lu Wentao could hardly hide his excitement as he realized that the legendary Dark Horse top scorer was actually his roommate. He threw a friendly arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder and immediately began firing off questions, asking whether he was really from Jiangcheng, whether he had truly still been awakened during the exam, and why his ability clearly did not seem like a mere E-rank power. Even though Lu Wentao's questions came one after another without pause, Xu Jingming did not find him annoying. Instead, he realized that he rather liked this lively, talkative new roommate. Xu Jingming had always disliked loneliness more than anything. Memories from the past surfaced quietly in his mind, bringing him back to his childhood in the orphanage, where he had grown up without ever truly feeling that he belonged anywhere. School life had been better, because at least there he had friends around him. His happiest memories had come from his college years, when he could joke around with roommates and play games with them late into the night. Later, he earned both his master's degree and his PhD, and he had never imagined that after drinking too much at graduation, he would open his eyes again in an entirely different world. What Xu Jingming had not expected was that even after transmigrating, he would still begin life as an orphan. But now, with a roommate like Lu Wentao beside him, he felt that life here might not be so lonely after all. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao proudly boasted that he was a top student from Sichuan province, possessed an A-rank ability, and had already reached the first-tier middle rank. He even declared that he planned to major in college tactics, eventually command a military region, and wipe out every ferocious beast on Blue Star. After listening for a while, Xu Jingming changed the topic and mentioned that he was planning to head to the martial arts hall. Lu Wentao's interest was immediately sparked, and since he had not visited the university's hall yet either, he decided to tag along. Before long, the two arrived in front of the impressive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Modu Superpower University branch, its grand entrance giving off the feeling of a place built for real combat training. Once they stepped inside, a loud and lively atmosphere rushed toward them. Students were training everywhere, some sparring, some testing their strength, and others openly showing off their abilities in the wide public space. Eva soon appeared and explained that they were currently standing in the public training room, a huge area capable of holding 300 people at once. She added that the hall had been built with C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, making it durable enough to withstand heavy damage during training. Eva also pointed out that private training rooms were available for students who wanted more space or privacy. Xu Jingming looked around for a moment, then decided that the public area was good enough for now. Lu Wentao was quickly swept up by the heated atmosphere around them. He shouted excitedly and pointed out an A-rank enhanced werewolf ability user in the crowd, acting as noisy as anyone else there. Xu Jingming glanced at him and dryly commented that his roommate was hardly being quiet himself. After taking in the room, Xu Jingming turned his attention to the large numbered pillars standing in the center. Curious about their purpose, he asked Eva what those pillars were used for. Eva explained that the pillars were punch power challenge boards. There were 5 separate leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users, and anyone who entered the top 3,000 on their own board would receive a reward of 50 credits. Lu Wentao's eyes lit up the moment he heard about the reward, and he eagerly accepted the challenge, thinking it sounded simple. Eva then calmly clarified that the university currently had just over 4,000 students. Still hungry for the credits, Lu Wentao decided to try anyway. Eva instructed him to swipe his student ID to begin, while also stressing the most important rule: abilities and combat techniques were forbidden during the test. Without wasting a second, Lu Wentao strode up to the pillar with confidence and swiped his student ID against the device, officially starting his challenge. Eva's clear voice rang out through the public training room, announcing Lu Wentao's attempt and drawing attention toward the challenge pillar. The announcement immediately attracted the eyes of several older students nearby. Seeing Lu Wentao's level, they began mocking him, pointing out that he was only a first-tier middle-rank freshman. Feeling those gazes and hearing the teasing around him, Lu Wentao's expression tightened. Determined not to embarrass himself in front of everyone, he gathered his focus and prepared to strike with everything he had. With a loud shout, Lu Wentao threw a powerful punch straight into the pillar. The impact landed with impressive force, enough to make the device tremble slightly. A number quickly flashed across the screen, showing the result of his attack. Lu Wentao's punch power had reached 476 kilograms. Seeing that result, Lu Wentao immediately felt pleased with himself. At the very least, he thought he had not embarrassed himself, and with that kind of score, entering the top 3,000 should not be a problem. But his confidence collapsed almost instantly when Eva delivered the next update. His ranking was actually beyond 100,000. Lu Wentao froze in shock, then shouted in disbelief, unable to understand how that could be possible when the entire university only had a little over 4,000 students. Eva coldly clarified the truth without a trace of emotion. The leaderboard did not only count current students, it included the scores of every student since the university was founded 100 years ago. Only then did the humiliating realization finally hit Lu Wentao. The older students had clearly been waiting for exactly this moment, just to watch him embarrass himself. Laughter burst out from the crowd, and one student even remarked that the whole thing was simply too funny. While Lu Wentao stood there drowning in embarrassment, Xu Jingming gave him a bit of comfort. He reminded him that as a spiritual element ability user, physical punch power was never his strongest area. Lu Wentao, grateful for the consolation, immediately encouraged Xu Jingming to try as well, firmly believing that his roommate would definitely be stronger. Xu Jingming nodded and agreed without much hesitation. In truth, he had also wanted to test his current strength, especially after everything his body had just gone through. He stepped up to the challenge pillar and swiped his student ID. Eva's voice sounded again, announcing Xu Jingming's attempt to everyone in the training room. The crowd quickly shifted their attention onto him, but their reactions became even more dismissive. Seeing that Xu Jingming was only first-tier lower rank, several students doubted his punch power could even reach 400 kilograms. Still, among the onlookers, one person frowned slightly, feeling that the name Xu Jingming sounded strangely familiar. Xu Jingming, however, remained completely confident. He thought back to his recent progress, advancing into a first-tier ability user, then enduring 5 days and nights of body tempering to forge the foundation of his new technique. When he glanced at his system panel, his enhanced physique, and the Thunder Indestructible Body First skill confirmed just how much he had changed. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the strength gather in his arm. At that moment, he was genuinely eager to see what level his current punch power had reached. Then Xu Jingming drove his fist forward with a sudden surge of force. The punch slammed into the pillar, and the impact released a powerful shockwave that rippled violently through the air. The shockwave from Xu Jingming's punch spread across the martial arts hall, making the surrounding air tremble. In an instant, the noisy crowd fell into stunned silence as everyone stared at the pillar in disbelief. The digital screen lit up a moment later, and the number displayed there stunned everyone in the hall. Xu Jingming's fist power had reached an unbelievable 4,589 kilograms. That single punch did not merely place him at the top of the leaderboard. It smashed the long-standing record for first-tier ability users in one terrifying blow. The older students who had mocked him earlier were left staring with their mouths open, unable to accept what they were seeing. One of them shouted that the record had actually been broken, while another could not understand how a lower-rank first-tier user could possess such monstrous strength. A third student's expression turned grim as he muttered that a punch with that much force could turn him into meat paste, making it impossible to believe this person was only a freshman. Two female students in the crowd were just as shocked. One of them stared at the leaderboard and said that everyone in the top 1,000 had been a figure capable of leading their era, so she could not even imagine how extraordinary the new number one must be. Her friend quickly added that this record had stood untouched for more than 10 years, and a historic moment like this absolutely had to be recorded. Lu Wentao was practically bursting with excitement. He grabbed Xu Jingming as if he had just discovered a treasure and loudly declared that Xu Jingming was truly his brother from now on, and that he would follow him wherever he went. Xu Jingming could only smile at his roommate's enthusiasm and modestly tell him not to exaggerate so much. Xu Jingming lowered his gaze to his own fist, feeling quietly satisfied with the result. Deep down, he understood that the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus had an extremely high compatibility with him, and the boost it had given to his physical strength was immediate and astonishing. Eva floated nearby and delivered a formal congratulations in her calm AI voice. She announced that Xu Jingming had successfully broken the record, and as a result, a reward of 400 credits had already been issued directly to his account. Curious, Xu Jingming asked whether he could earn more credits by breaking the same record again. Eva quickly clarified that the reward for breaking a record could only be received the first time, but if he challenged the pillars for other levels, he would still be able to earn new rewards there. Xu Jingming looked up at the other 4 challenge pillars, meant for second-tier through fifth-tier ability users, and silently decided that he would come back and break those records later. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao had already transformed into his personal hype man, proudly pointing at his amazing roommate as several impressed female students gathered around him. The girls quickly swarmed toward the still bewildered Xu Jingming. Some smiled warmly and offered to teach him how to use the training equipment, while others eagerly tried to pull him into their clubs. Xu Jingming was suddenly surrounded on all sides and did not know how to respond. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Lu Wentao quickly pulled him away and suggested that they escape to a private training room instead. Elsewhere, back at his master's residence, Dean Yang Zhentian was calmly enjoying a cup of tea. His senior disciple Lu Ming showed him his phone and reported that their junior brother Xu had already become a hot topic on the campus forums. Yang Zhentian looked at the news and could not help marveling at Xu Jingming's exaggerated physical strength, though he also wondered why that boy had run off to break records instead of resting properly. Lu Ming then thought back to his own past and could not help comparing himself. When he had been a high-rank first-tier ability user and had just mastered the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible body, his fist power had only been a little over 3,500 kilograms. Looking at Xu Jingming's result now, Lu Ming could only admit in awe that his new junior brother was far more than just a little stronger than he had been. At the same time, inside a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket sat staring at the screen of his phone, his expression growing darker by the second. Suddenly, rage exploded out of him. He slammed his hand hard onto the marble countertop, and the glass beside him shattered instantly as orange flames and blue lightning wrapped around his hand. Grinding his teeth, he cursed that Xu Jingming had actually come to Magic City as well. As his flaming fist clenched tighter, anger twisted across his face. He remembered how Xu Jingming's rise had cost him the chance to become Jiangnan Province's top scorer, turning him into a laughingstock back in his home city. And this time, he swore fiercely that he would take back every bit of honor he believed belonged to him. Meanwhile, back inside the university's private training room, Xu Jingming sat calmly with a small knife in his hand. His thoughts were focused on the changes brought by the Thunder Indestructible body, and he wanted to understand exactly how much his body had improved. What amazed him most was that even after 5 brutal days of tempering without food or proper rest, his body still felt full of energy. To test his new durability, he lightly dragged the sharp blade across his hand. The knife gave off a clear metallic sound, yet it failed to cut through his skin, leaving only a faint white mark behind. Xu Jingming was impressed, realizing that his physical defense was now comparable to E-grade alloy, making ordinary blades practically useless against him. As expected, this S-grade body refinement technique truly lived up to its reputation. Just then, Lu Wentao suddenly burst into the room, calling Xu Jingming's name with obvious excitement. He quickly told him that the news of his record-breaking punch had completely exploded across the campus forum, and countless students were already posting replies, saying they wanted to challenge him. Instead of feeling irritated, Xu Jingming's lips curved into a faint, competitive smirk. Seeing so many people eager to challenge him, he silently felt that the martial spirit at Modu Superpower University was indeed quite strong. Lu Wentao, however, looked far more protective than amused. Holding up his phone angrily, he offered to help Xu Jingming crush those arrogant guys online. Xu Jingming calmly pressed his roommate's arm down and told him to forget it, saying there was no need to waste time arguing. He had something more important to do now. He was heading to the battle technique library, and Liu Wentao could return to the dorm first. Before long, Xu Jingming arrived in front of the massive and modern battle technique library. The building stood tall and imposing, giving off a feeling that countless precious secret manuals were stored within its walls. As Xu Jingming approached the entrance, he raised his hand toward the scanner. In response, a complex orange security circle lit up in front of him, its glowing patterns spreading out like a high-level protective formation. The security measures amazed him. He recalled hearing a rumor that the library was personally guarded by the university's vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. With someone that powerful watching over the place, Xu Jingming realized that even the strongest martial saints would have no chance of stealing the treasures inside. After swiping his student ID card, Xu Jingming passed through the gate. The glowing security circle scanned him one final time, confirming his identity before finally allowing him to enter. Inside the grand hall, 3 female librarians were already waiting. The woman standing in the center greeted him warmly by name, respectfully addressing him as S-grade student Xu Jingming and asking how they could assist him. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised that they knew who he was, so he asked how they had recognized him so quickly. The librarian politely explained that students with S-grade authority were special, and because he had access to all battle techniques, the system automatically notified them the moment his ID was scanned. Behind her polite smile, the librarian had already made her own judgment. S-grade authority meant that Xu Jingming's future was almost guaranteed to reach at least the level of a Grandmaster ability user, so she quietly decided that it would be wise to build a good relationship with him early. Xu Jingming then told the librarian that he wanted to look at lightning element superpower battle techniques and asked which floor he should go to. The librarian explained that techniques of B grade and below were kept on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the truly precious ones were stored in a special reading room on the 4th floor. She added that Xu Jingming could enter simply by swiping his student card. Then, instead of merely pointing the way, she personally led him upstairs to the 4th floor and brought him into an elegant private reading room. Inside the room, a small floating AI device hovered above the table, waiting for him. The AI explained that after Xu Jingming selected the techniques he wanted through the online system, the original secret manuals would be delivered directly to him. Before leaving him to choose, the librarian kindly reminded him to handle the manuals carefully. After all, what he would be touching were not ordinary books, but precious originals. Once Xu Jingming was left alone, he gave a direct command to the AI. He asked it to display all lightning element battle techniques ranked B grade and above. The AI responded instantly. Dozens of blue holographic screens appeared around the room, filling the space with floating panels, each one showing a different lightning element battle technique. As Xu Jingming carefully looked through the options, 2 techniques immediately caught his attention. The first was an SSS-grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, capable of creating a massive thunderstorm domain. Unfortunately, it was restricted to users who had reached at least the 5th tier. The second was another SSS-grade technique named Wrath of the Thunder God, a terrifying method that could summon powerful thunder from above. This one also had strict requirements, and only ability users at the 4th tier or higher were allowed to learn it. Xu Jingming could not help feeling amazed by the quality of the collection. There were not only SS-grade techniques here, but even SSS-grade secret manuals, showing just how deep the university's foundation truly was. For a moment, he wondered whether he could really view all of these treasures for free. However, his excitement cooled a little when he noticed the strict cultivation requirements attached to the most powerful techniques. With his current level, the best he could learn for now were A-grade battle techniques. There were countless A-grade options available, and without his teacher's guidance, choosing from them would have been extremely difficult. Fortunately, Xu Jingming had come prepared. He took out the recommendation list that his master, Dean Yang Zhentian, had given him. With that list in hand, he immediately saved himself a great deal of time and hesitation. Following the recommendations, Xu Jingming interacted with the holographic displays in front of him, raising his hand and selecting the techniques he wanted one by one. In the end, he settled on 4 specific A-grade techniques. The first was Thunder Spear, an offensive technique. The second was Chain Thunder Gun, meant for sustained attacks. The third was Thunder Flash, a movement technique. And the last was Thunder Prison, a control technique. Xu Jingming quickly organized their uses in his mind. Thunder Spear would cover ranged strikes, Chain Thunder Gun would handle continuous offense, Thunder Flash would improve his movement, and Thunder Prison would give him crowd control. Combined with his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, he felt that his combat system would have almost no obvious weaknesses. Eva analyzed his choices and reminded him that the average time needed to learn each A-grade technique to an elementary level was about 6 months. She recommended that he mix in some lower-grade techniques for a more balanced and practical approach. Xu Jingming, however, dismissed the suggestion with quiet confidence. Short while later, the librarian returned to the private reading room. In her hands were the 4 physical secret manuals corresponding to the techniques Xu Jingming had chosen. As Xu Jingming reached out to take them, he could not help admiring how luxurious the manuals looked. Even their covers and materials gave off the feeling of priceless treasures. He thought about their value and knew that even C-grade secret manuals could cost millions on the market, which made these 4 original A-grade manuals unimaginably precious. When he opened the first manual, golden light shone from the pages, and a profound artistic conception surged toward him. The powerful aura hidden within the original made Xu Jingming immediately understand that this was an experience no copied version could ever reproduce. Xu Jingming settled into the reading room and began studying the 4 manuals with complete focus. Every page demanded his full attention. As the hours passed, that focus gradually turned into visible frustration. Sweat gathered on his forehead, and he clutched his head while struggling to understand the complex and profound contents before him. Even so, Xu Jingming did not give up. He forced himself to keep going, turning the pages one after another as he pushed through the difficulty. After a long period of intense study, Xu Jingming finally leaned back, having finished reading through all 4 manuals. Then he called out to his system, Deep Blue, and gave the command to add points. The system responded instantly. 4 notifications appeared in front of him, one after another, confirming that 200 superpower points had been consumed for each technique, and all 4 battle techniques had successfully been learned to the elementary level. He opened his system panel again, letting the updated status screen unfold in front of him as he checked every line carefully. His newly obtained skills were now displayed one after another: Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, a grade chain thunder gun, and Thunder Prison, each still sitting at the elementary level. His body refinement method, Thunder Indestructible Body, had not advanced yet and remained at the first layer, while his remaining superpower points had dropped all the way down to 1434. Xu Jingming slowly rose to his feet and tightened his hand into a fist, a faint but unmistakable pressure gathering around his body. After gaining so many powerful battle techniques in one breath, his eyes lifted upward with a sharp, almost hunting look. A confident curve formed at the corner of his mouth as he wondered which fortunate opponent would become the first person to experience the force of his brand-new arsenal. That night, inside their luxurious villa, Lu Wentao sat comfortably on the couch and brought up a message from Ava. He told Xu Jingming that the freshman assembly would be held the next day at Training Ground 1. Then, as if remembering another detail, he added that the new freshman group chat had already been created and suggested that Xu Jingming should join it as well. Xu Jingming listened quietly and gave a calm nod of agreement. After that, Lu Wentao could not hold back his curiosity anymore. He looked toward Xu Jingming and asked what level of combat techniques he had chosen from the library. Xu Jingming answered as if it were nothing special at all, casually saying that he had picked 4 A-rank combat techniques. The moment those words left Xu Jingming's mouth, Lu Wentao's expression froze in disbelief. He nearly jumped from shock, blurting out that most students would need until their sophomore or even junior year before they could properly learn 4 A-rank techniques. Staring at his roommate, he could only conclude that Xu Jingming was clearly not someone who followed the ordinary path. Lu Wentao's curiosity only grew stronger after that. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt, because anyone who could even browse a rank techniques had to possess a rank permission. But Xu Jingming simply corrected him in a relaxed tone, saying that his permission was not a rank at all. It was S rank. That single answer hit Lu Wentao like a thunderclap. He shot up from the couch, eyes wide and voice rising in complete disbelief, asking why the school would even have a permission level above A rank. Then, as the meaning finally sank in, his face changed again. He stammered that the online rumors claiming Xu Jingming was E rank had to be fake, and then asked in stunned realization whether Xu Jingming actually had an S rank superpower. Xu Jingming did not rush to deny or explain anything. He only smiled lightly, watching Lu Wentao's stunned face with amusement, then teased him by saying that even a know-it-all like him had finally discovered something new. That quiet confirmation left Lu Wentao completely amazed. He exclaimed that he had already guessed Xu Jingming's evaluation must have been high, but he never imagined it would actually reach S rank. After all, even the top scorers from other provinces were only A rank, making Xu Jingming's true level feel even more outrageous. Soon, the shock on Lu Wentao's face turned into pure excitement. A huge, satisfied grin spread across his face as he lifted his thumb in approval. In his heart, he felt more certain than ever that becoming Xu Jingming's fan early had been the right choice, because from this moment on he could proudly call himself an old fan. Later, Xu Jingming came to the training room on the second floor and picked up a practice spear, but the moment he held it, he immediately felt that it was far too light. Now that he had obtained the combat techniques he needed, proper equipment had become just as important. He thought about the F-rank obsidian spear he had left back home, but with his current strength, that old weapon was clearly no longer enough. After making up his mind, Xu Jingming decided it was time to replace his gear. He called out to the AI Eva and asked her to open the school mall for him, then specifically search for spear-type weapons. Eva quickly followed his command, and one holographic display after another appeared in front of him, listing spears ranging from F rank to D rank. Xu Jingming scanned the floating options and noticed that both length and weight could be customized. He also understood at a glance that the higher the equipment rank, the heavier and more expensive it became. After comparing the choices, he selected an E-rank spear weighing 210 kilograms, then added an E-rank combat suit and a pair of E-rank boots. Once he confirmed the purchase, a notification immediately appeared, showing that the total cost was 237 credits and that he only had 382.6 credits left. The order was confirmed for delivery the next day, and Xu Jingming could not help feeling a little pained as he realized his credits had vanished so quickly, nearly shrinking by half in a single purchase. With his new equipment already on its way, Xu Jingming tightened his grip around the practice spear in his hands, his gaze becoming firm again. For the moment, he had no choice but to rely on this temporary weapon. A confident smirk crossed his face as he declared that, at least for tonight, it would help him practice all 4 of his new A-rank combat techniques. The next day, the freshmen of Modu Superpower University gathered together for their official assembly, filling the area with the restless energy of new students meeting one another for the first time. As soon as Xu Jingming arrived, he became the center of attention almost instantly. One pair of eyes after another turned toward him, and the students nearby could not help watching his every move. Soft murmurs quickly spread through the crowd as people recognized him. Some whispered that he was the student who had broken the school's punch power record, while others pointed out that he was the top scorer from Jiangnan province. The more they looked at him, the more impressed they became, not only by his strength, but also by his striking, handsome appearance. Before Xu Jingming even had the chance to find a seat, a tall and imposing young man suddenly stepped into his path. His name was Lei Zhou, and with an aggressive look in his eyes, he pointed straight at Xu Jingming and loudly issued a challenge in front of everyone. The surrounding students immediately recognized Lei Zhou as well. He was the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, with a score of more than 9,300. Whispers about his background soon followed, with people saying that both of his parents were powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings. Some even commented with a bit of sympathy that second place was always easy to forget, so it was no surprise that Lei Zhou could not accept losing to Xu Jingming. Even with the challenge thrown at him in front of so many people, Xu Jingming did not show the slightest trace of panic or anger. He looked completely unmoved and simply declined in a calm voice, saying he had no interest. That casual refusal stunned even Lu Wentao, who stood nearby and stared at him in surprise. Lei Zhou, however, did not seem discouraged at all. A smirk appeared on his face as he told Xu Jingming not to reject him so quickly. Then his tone shifted, and he suddenly brought up a personal matter, mentioning that Xu Jingming's aunt's family ran a business selling rare plants. Leaning closer with a threatening grin, Lei Zhou revealed that his own family happened to be the biggest customer of Xu Jingming's aunt. Not only that, she also owed them a large loan. His words carried a clear warning, as he suggested that if the payment was not made on time, her family might soon find themselves facing serious trouble. The moment those words came out, the air around them changed sharply. Xu Jingming's expression turned cold, and a fierce dark blue aura suddenly erupted from his body like a storm breaking loose. His eyes fixed on Lei Zhou as he asked in a low, dangerous voice whether Lei Zhou was threatening him. The pressure pouring from Xu Jingming's aura was so heavy that Lei Zhou's confidence cracked on the spot. Startled by the force pressing toward him, he was physically forced to take a step back. Sweat quickly appeared on Lei Zhou's face as he felt that fierce, beast-like presence bearing down on him. For a moment, he could not understand how Xu Jingming could possess such terrifying pressure. His attitude immediately softened, and he hurriedly backpedaled, stammering that it was not a threat at all, just a friendly reminder. Once Xu Jingming had made his meaning clear, the dark aura around him slowly faded. His tone returned to calm as he asked for the time and place of their duel. Lei Zhou steadied himself and finally answered that the fight would take place in 7 days, at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Xu Jingming accepted without hesitation, then warned his new opponent not to regret the decision. The confrontation immediately set the surrounding students buzzing with excitement. Whispers, surprised looks, and eager smiles spread through the crowd as everyone began looking forward to the battle that would happen 7 days later. Not long after that tense exchange, the freshman assembly officially began. An older university official with a gray beard stepped onto the stage, and the restless crowd gradually quieted down. The gray-bearded official welcomed everyone to the freshman assembly and explained that the meeting was mainly meant to answer questions about the university's systems. However, he quickly said that the first thing he wanted to introduce was the school's combat power ranking. Students would enter virtual dive pods and take part in holographic combat simulations, and their rank would be decided by how many levels they could successfully clear. He encouraged every freshman to give it their all when the time came, making it clear that the rewards connected to the ranking were extremely generous and worth fighting for. After the hour-long meeting finally ended, Xu Jingming could not help letting out a long, heavy yawn. To him, the only truly interesting part had been the virtual dive pod, and he figured he should try it when he had the chance. For now, though, his main focus for the next few days was still his daily training with his senior, Lu Ming, and his mentor. For the next 7 days, Xu Jingming threw himself fully into training. Under the guidance of his senior Lu Ming and his master, Dean Yang Zentian, he pushed through one intense session after another without slacking off. When that week of training came to an end, Lu Ming approached Xu Jingming with clear astonishment on his face. He looked at his junior brother and pointed out that Xu Jingming had already advanced to the mid-level of the first tier, then asked how he had managed to improve so quickly. Xu Jingming only smiled and answered lightly that it was just luck. But in Xu Jingming's own mind, the real reason was perfectly clear. He had intentionally waited a few days before using the system to raise his level, which reduced the cost of advancement to only 380 superpower points. Thinking about it, he felt that if he had advanced any faster, he probably would have frightened Lu Ming so badly that his senior might have lost his composure completely. Lu Ming then shifted the topic as he suddenly remembered the duel. He looked at Xu Jingming and asked whether he had a match scheduled for noon that day. Xu Jingming gave a simple confirmation, saying that he did. Confident smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he reached out and patted his junior on the shoulder. In a relaxed tone, he said he would observe 3 minutes of silence for Xu Jingming's opponent. Then, without any hesitation, he decided to go with Xu Jingming to watch the match in person. Soon, the focus moved to broadcast platform 3, a large arena where a sizable crowd had already gathered. The air was filled with anticipation as students waited for the duel to begin. Lei Zhou entered the ring with several friends at his side. One of them said this was a perfect chance to see the true strength of the top scorer, while another dismissed Xu Jingming's high score as nothing more than luck and confidently bet that Lei Zhou would win. When someone brought up the fact that Xu Jingming had broken the punch power record, Lei Zhou only scoffed, saying that a physical strength record meant nothing when true battles depended on superpowers. At that moment, Xu Jingming arrived together with Lu Ming. He wore a new black coat and carried his new spear with him, and his entrance immediately drew a wave of attention from the crowd. As Xu Jingming walked steadily toward the ring, Lu Ming watched him from the side with a hint of amusement. Looking at his junior's handsome appearance and calm bearing, he could not help thinking that once Xu Jingming truly made a name for himself, countless female students would probably be charmed by him. From inside the ring, Lei Zhou narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Xu Jingming's aura. He quickly noticed that Xu Jingming's rank had increased, but even so, Lei Zhou did not lose confidence. In his mind, he still believed he had other preparations ready. Wanting to make the duel even more intense, Lei Zhou suddenly proposed adding a wager to the match. All of their credits. Xu Jingming accepted without the slightest hesitation and stated plainly that he currently had 370 credits. Lei Zhou seemed impressed by how readily Xu Jingming agreed. He said that if his own credits were not enough to match the amount, he would cover the difference with cash. Then he suggested that both of them transfer their credits to the account of Old Master Zhou, using him as a neutral third party. The teacher in charge of presiding over the match was Zhou Yun, a woman with blonde hair tied neatly into a ponytail. She was not an ordinary teacher either, but a powerful Tier 6, mid-level, healing-type superpowered being. As Xu Jingming completed the credit transfer, he also noticed the presence of teacher Zhou Yun, the high-tier healer overseeing the duel. He understood that battles between superpowered beings could easily become dangerous, and it was clear that the school had arranged precautions to make sure no one died in the arena. Xu Jingming agreed to the terms without changing his expression. The crowd around the arena immediately grew even more excited, and whispers surged from every direction as everyone realized that this enormous wager was worth 7 million in currency. After confirming the amount, teacher Zhou Yun stepped forward to officially oversee the match. She announced that she had received the credits and instructed both fighters to prepare themselves. Then she stated the rules clearly. Once one side admitted defeat or lost consciousness, the other side was absolutely forbidden from continuing the attack. Xu Jingming and Lei Zhou both responded calmly, each acknowledging that they understood the rules before the fight began. The two opponents finally stood facing each other in the arena. Xu Jingming held his spear in a ready stance, while Lei Zhou drew his sword, and the tension between them sharpened as the duel was about to begin. Lei Zhou's face hardened with grim resolve as he finally released his A-rank fire ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. In an instant, fierce orange flames spiraled up around his body, twisting into a blazing vortex that lit the arena with scorching heat. Staring straight at Xu Jingming through the fire, he roared that he would personally take back every bit of honor Xu Jingming had made him lose. The moment Lei Zhou's power erupted, the watching crowd was immediately shaken. Students stared at the roaring flames with wide eyes, marveling at the terrifying pressure and destructive force that came from a true A-rank fire superpower. Wrapped in surging flames, Lei Zhou charged forward without hesitation. His body shot across the ring. Then he leapt high and swung his sword down with both fury and momentum, sending a raging flame crashing toward Xu Jingming. Facing that blazing attack, Xu Jingming did not retreat, dodge, or even change his expression. He simply planted his feet where he stood and lifted his spear in a clean, basic upward arc, meeting the strike head-on. To everyone's complete astonishment, that ordinary-looking movement was enough to stop Lei Zhou's fiery sword attack in its tracks. The roaring flames scattered, and the powerful slash was neutralized as if it had never been a threat. The audience fell into stunned disbelief. No one could understand how Xu Jingming had blocked such a fierce move without using any obvious combat technique at all. Shocked voices quickly broke out around the arena, with students exclaiming that a simple normal attack had actually shattered a major special move. Lei Zhou himself froze for a moment, his eyes trembling with disbelief. His jaw tightened hard, and he gritted his teeth, unable to accept that his attack had been stopped so easily. With Lei Zhou's strike completely crushed, Xu Jingming looked at him with icy indifference. Purple lightning began to crackle around his body, snapping through the air like living serpents. In a calm but cutting voice, he told Lei Zhou that nothing was impossible. It only seemed that way because Lei Zhou was far too weak. Before Lei Zhou could even steady himself or make another move, Xu Jingming launched his counterattack with overwhelming speed and force. Surrounded by a raging torrent of purple lightning, Xu Jingming lunged forward like a thunderbolt. His spear struck Lei Zhou squarely in the chest, and the impact blasted him backward across the ring. Purple lightning from Xu Jingming's blow surged straight through Lei Zhou's body. Electricity tore through his limbs and nerves, forcing a cry of pain from his throat as his body convulsed under the attack. The force of the strike was so brutal that Lei Zhou's sword flew out of his hand. Blood sprayed through the air as his body was hurled backward, completely losing control in front of the crowd. He crashed hard onto the floor of the ring, rolling and collapsing into a defeated slump. Thin smoke rose from his body as he lay there, scorched and battered from the lightning strike. The entire crowd was stunned by how quickly the battle had turned one-sided. Lei Zhou's supporters could hardly believe what they had just seen, with one of them shouting that the fight had practically ended after only 2 moves from Xu Jingming. Another angrily questioned who had claimed Lei Zhou was stronger now when he had been knocked down almost instantly. The surrounding students could only agree that Xu Jingming's power was on a completely different level from the other freshmen. On the sidelines, Lu Ming watched the scene with a flat, almost bored expression. In his mind, this match had been far too dull, because Lei Zhou had not even forced his junior brother to use 1/10 of his true strength. Back inside the ring, teacher Zhou Yun stepped forward and prepared to announce the outcome, her gaze already moving toward Xu Jingming as the clear winner. But before she could finish, the wounded Lei Zhou struggled to push himself up from the ground and called out to her. His face twisted with pain as he clenched his teeth and insisted that he had not lost yet, and that this match was still not over. Driven into a corner, Lei Zhou made a desperate choice. He reached into his belongings and pulled out a small red pill, holding it tightly in his hand. Teacher Zhou Yun recognized the pill at once, and her expression changed sharply. She shouted in alarm, identifying it as a rampaging blood pill, then warned Lei Zhou not to swallow it. This was only a match, she reminded him, and it was not worth risking his life over. The students in the audience also recognized how dangerous that pill was, and a wave of uneasy whispers immediately spread through the stands. They murmured that although the pill could multiply a user's strength several times over for a short period, the side effects were extremely severe and could leave Lei Zhou bedridden for months. Some questioned whether it was worth taking such a risk, especially when the major university competition was only 1 month away. But Lei Zhou ignored every warning, declaring that he would bear the consequences himself. He was determined to gamble everything, and he would only accept defeat if Xu Jingming beat him after this. In the crowd, several students, including Liu and Tao, immediately protested and asked whether using a performance-enhancing drug was actually allowed. Teacher Zhou Yun turned toward the crowd and addressed their complaints in a firm voice. She explained that because this was an unofficial battle, there were no strict limitations on what the fighters could use. Weapons, combat suits, and even drugs all counted as resources in a fight like this. As she spoke, Lei Zhou swallowed the pill, and Zhou Yun finished by saying that if Xu Jingming had a similar pill, he would be allowed to use it as well. The pill took effect almost immediately. Lei Zhou's body erupted with an even fiercer fire aura, and the flames around him burned hotter and wilder than before. His eyes began glowing with a menacing orange light as he threw his head back and roared with newly awakened power. Teacher Zhou Yun watched the change with a worried look in her eyes. She could tell that the pill was high grade and that it had forcibly pushed Lei Zhou's power all the way to the lower level of the 2nd tier. Seeing that, she quietly concluded that Xu Jingming was now facing real trouble. Yet in the face of Lei Zhou's desperate power-up, Xu Jingming's battle intent did not weaken at all. Instead, it surged even more fiercely, and a torrent of purple lightning burst from his body with greater force than before. From the sidelines, teacher Zhou Yun observed him with approval, thinking that his fighting spirit was only growing stronger and that he truly possessed the mindset of a great general. Xu Jingming tightened his grip around his spear, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his lips. Inwardly, he thought that the fight had finally become a little more interesting, and at least now it no longer felt like an adult casually beating up a child. He took just one step forward, but the power gathered around him was enough to shake the ring. Purple lightning flashed around his combat boots, and the floor beneath his foot cracked and shattered from the impact. Then, without giving Lei Zhou time to settle into his new strength, Xu Jingming shot forward at blinding speed, his body cutting across the arena like a streak of lightning. Lei Zhou's eyes widened in shock as he saw that terrifying velocity. Even after his power had surged, Xu Jingming's speed still felt almost impossible to follow. In the next instant, the two fighters collided in the center of the ring. Fire and lightning crashed together with explosive force, sending a violent burst of power sweeping outward. Lei Zhou managed to block Xu Jingming's first spear thrust, but the raw force behind it was far beyond what he expected. The impact drove him backward, forcing his legs to buckle until he dropped to one knee just to absorb the pressure. Still wrapped in flickering, unstable flames, Lei Zhou gritted his teeth in complete disbelief. He could not understand how, even after raising his strength to the second tier, he was still unable to match Xu Jingming head-on. In that moment, he could only wonder what kind of monster he was really fighting. Realizing that clashing directly was useless, Lei Zhou quickly changed his approach. If he could not win in close combat, then he would keep his distance instead. He sprang backward, creating space between them, then launched a volley of powerful fireballs straight at Xu Jingming. But Xu Jingming treated the ranged attack with effortless disdain. He swung his spear in a wide, relaxed arc, stirring up a vortex of purple lightning that swept through the air and deflected every incoming fireball. Then he looked at Lei Zhou with a mocking calm and asked if that was all he had. Lei Zhou's face tightened with frustration as sweat rolled down his skin. He cursed Xu Jingming's flawless lightning ability in his heart. But he still forced himself to cling to another possibility. Since getting close was no longer an option, he thought that if he could drag the fight out and exhaust Xu Jingming's power before the drug's effect disappeared, he might still have one last chance. But Xu Jingming had no intention of giving Lei Zhou the chance to stall. His eyes sharpened as he decided that this fight had gone on long enough, and it was time to end it. He raised one hand, and a massive amount of purple energy gathered above his palm. The crackling lightning rapidly condensed, twisting tighter and tighter until it formed a solid spear made entirely of pure thunder power. This was his A-rank combat technique. Thunder Spear. Without hesitation, Xu Jingming hurled the condensed lightning weapon forward, sending it tearing through the air toward Lei Zhou. The Thunder Spear crossed the ring in a flash and slammed directly into Lei Zhou's shoulder. His defenses were pierced in an instant, and the lightning force drove deep into his body. Lei Zhou staggered backward in shock and pain, clutching the wounded shoulder as his face turned pale. A horrifying realization struck him then. Xu Jingming did not just dominate at close range. He also possessed a devastating long-range attack. Before Lei Zhou had any chance to recover, Xu Jingming followed up with another technique. A powerful sphere of lightning suddenly formed above Lei Zhou, and torrents of purple energy poured down from it like a storm, electrocuting him from every direction. Trembling under the pain, Lei Zhou looked upward in panic, wondering what kind of battle technique Xu Jingming had unleashed this time. With a cold expression, Xu Jingming pointed forward, his gaze fixed on Lei Zhou as he declared the name of his A-rank control skill. Thunder Prison. A cage of crackling purple lightning immediately formed around Lei Zhou, locking him inside from every direction. Realizing he had been completely trapped by a restriction-type technique, Lei Zhou cursed through clenched teeth. With no way out, Lei Zhou desperately summoned the power he had left. Flames surged around his body and twisted into a protective barrier, forming a swirling vortex of fire that shielded him inside the lightning cage. Even while trapped, Lei Zhou refused to back down. From within the roaring flames, he taunted Xu Jingming, declaring that if he could not escape, then Xu Jingming would not be able to get in either. In his mind, this had become a battle of endurance. Xu Jingming, however, remained completely calm. He looked at the fiery defense with obvious disdain, thinking that the flame barrier seemed rather fragile, and wondering how many of his attacks it could really withstand. Instead of playing along with Lei Zhou's battle of attrition, Xu Jingming suddenly leapt high into the air. His body cleared the flame barrier with ease, placing him directly above his trapped opponent. While suspended in the air, Xu Jingming unleashed his decisive assault, his lightning power gathering around him in an overwhelming surge. He summoned his strength, and dozens of massive purple spears made from pure lightning materialized in the air around him. Each glowing thunder spear crackled with terrifying power, and every single one was aimed straight down at the helpless Lei Zhou. The deadly storm of lightning spears finally began to fall from above, each one tearing through the air with a sharp crackle of purple light. Compared to Xu Jingming's chain thunder gun, this attack looked far more destructive, like an upgraded barrage meant to crush everything beneath it. Lei Zhou looked up at the overwhelming rain of lightning, and pure terror flooded his face. In that instant, all of his confidence vanished, because he knew with absolute certainty that if even that barrage landed on him, he would not survive. With death hanging right over his head, Lei Zhou's pride finally shattered completely. His voice broke with fear as he screamed out his surrender at the top of his lungs. At the very last second, just as Lei Zhou shouted that he admitted defeat, the leading lightning spear froze in midair. Its sharp tip stopped only a few inches from his eye, close enough for him to feel the terrifying power crackling right in front of his face. The countless lightning spears hanging above him began to fade away one after another, dissolving into scattered purple sparks. At the same time, Xu Jingming descended smoothly and landed back inside the ring, with effortless control. Then, with one final and unmistakable movement, Xu Jingming drove his real spear forward. The weapon pierced into Lei Zhou's chest, not as a reckless finishing blow, but as a clear and absolute declaration that the outcome had already been decided. Xu Jingming calmly pulled his spear back from Lei Zhou's chest. Lei Zhou could no longer support himself, and he remained kneeling on the floor of the ring, battered, breathless, and completely defeated. Standing above his fallen opponent, Xu Jingming's presence filled the arena with quiet authority. Teacher Zhou Yun then stepped forward and officially announced that Xu Jingming was the winner of the match. The crowd was left frozen in shock and awe. Voices soon burst out from all around, with students calling it a complete crushing defeat from beginning to end. They could hardly believe that Xu Jingming had linked together 4 different battle techniques within just a few short seconds, something far beyond what any ordinary freshman should be able to do. Nearby, 2 students began discussing the techniques they had just witnessed. One of them guessed that those moves had to be at least B grade, while his friend stared in amazement and admitted that the strongest technique he had learned so far was only C grade. From the sidelines, Lu Ming overheard their guesses, and his expression immediately turned strained. Inwardly, he thought those students were underestimating his junior brother far too much. He knew the real truth. Xu Jingming had actually dared to choose 4 A-grade techniques, and he had already trained them to a level where they could be used smoothly in real combat. Thinking back to his own freshman year, Lu Ming could not help feeling even more pressured. At that time, he had only dared to choose one single A-grade technique, and even that had taken him more than 4 months to learn. Compared to Xu Jingming's monstrous progress, having such a terrifyingly talented junior brother was enough to make even him feel a heavy burden. Back in the ring, the humbled Lei Zhou slowly forced himself to stand. His earlier arrogance was gone, and he sincerely thanked Xu Jingming for sparing his life. He admitted his defeat completely, promised that the wagered credits and cash now belonged to Xu Jingming, and assured him that the payment owed to his aunt's business would be made on time. Teacher Zhou Yun walked over to Xu Jingming and confirmed that his winnings had already been transferred. 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency had been deposited into his student account. Hearing that, Xu Jingming could not help thinking that a gambling match really was a fast way to earn money. With the duel finally over, Liu Wentao rushed down to the ring with an excited look on his face. He congratulated Brother Ming with overflowing enthusiasm, saying that he had suddenly become a rich man. Then he immediately suggested they head to the city center that evening to relax and celebrate properly. Xu Jingming was about to turn him down, explaining that he still had training scheduled with his senior. But Lu Ming, who was standing nearby, spoke up and encouraged him to go. He advised Xu Jingming that constant training alone was not enough, and that knowing when to relax was also important for long-term growth. After hearing Lu Ming's advice, Xu Jingming finally agreed to go out. As they prepared to leave, Lu Wentao suddenly pointed toward Lu Ming with shining eyes and excitedly gushed about his reputation, saying he was the vice president of the Ash Club and a powerful user of an A-rank lightning superpower. As Lu Wentao walked away together with Xu Jingming, he could not stop glancing back. He sighed with admiration, saying that the famous senior was even more impressive in person than he had imagined. When they left the arena, Lu Wentao walked beside Xu Jingming with the confidence of someone who had already prepared everything. He told Xu Jingming to just follow his lead, because he had arranged the entire evening's program from start to finish. Xu Jingming glanced back at him with a slightly suspicious look. Hearing Lu Wentao speak so mysteriously, he could not help asking what kind of program he was talking about. Lu Wentao turned around with a wide, mischievous grin and pointed straight at his friend. Then he proudly revealed his grand plan, calling it the one event in university life that absolutely could not be missed, a social mixer between the male and female dormitories. A table was soon laid out beautifully for the gathering, covered with an impressive spread of food. Plates, drinks, and snacks filled the surface, making the whole place feel lively and ready for a proper social night. Lu Wentao approached Xu Jingming, who was already seated at the table, with excitement written all over his face. He eagerly told Xu Jingming just how popular he had become, explaining that he had posted an invitation for the social mixer on the campus forum. According to Lu Wentao, more than 100 people had registered after seeing the post. He had been so overwhelmed by the response that it took him quite some effort to decide who should actually be invited. Xu Jingming smiled at his friend's enthusiasm and commented that Lu Wentao had really put in a lot of effort. Then he asked who he had finally chosen. Lu Wentao only gave him a playful look and said it was still a secret, but he would meet them very soon. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wentao noticed the guests arriving. His eyes lit up, and he immediately called out to them, waving for them to come over. 2 young women walked toward the table. One of them wore glasses and carried herself with a composed air. She introduced herself first, saying that she was Qi Dongxia, the invited guest. The girl beside her, who had dark hair and a quieter presence, then introduced herself as Qi Dongxia's roommate, Song Chukyu. Lu Wentao proudly introduced both of them to Xu Jingming, making sure to emphasize how impressive they were. He explained that Chi Dongxia possessed an A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chukyu was already a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability and had also been the top scorer in her province. Xu Jingming responded politely, keeping his tone calm and courteous as he introduced himself to the two girls. The moment Song Chukyu heard Xu Jingming's name, her expression shifted with clear surprise. Without wasting any time, she looked straight at him and asked whether he would be interested in sparring with her, even telling him that he could choose both the time and the place. Chi Dongxia immediately turned toward her friend and called her a battle maniac, helplessly pointing out that she was trying to arrange a fight right after meeting someone. She reminded Song Chukyu that they were supposed to be there to socialize, but Song Chukyu openly admitted that her main reason for coming had been the chance to spar with Xu Jingming. Seeing the atmosphere becoming a little awkward, Xu Jingming stepped in naturally and invited them to sit down first. Lu Wentao also quickly clarified the plan, saying that tonight was only about relaxing, eating together, having fun, and going shopping as a group. Later that evening, the group headed out to Huaihai Commercial Street, where the lights were bright, the crowds were lively, and the entire street was filled with the energy of the city at night. Song Chukyu looked up at the towering skyscrapers around them, her eyes reflecting the glow of the city lights. She could not help feeling amazed by how grand and magnificent everything looked. As they walked along the street, Chi Dongxia paused to admire the clothes displayed in a shop window, clearly drawn in by the fashionable styles. Xu Jingming, on the other hand, noticed the wide range of high-end equipment made for superpowered individuals, including A-rank weapons. Looking at the displays of blades and elixirs, he silently thought that this commercial center offered far more choices than his hometown of Zhengcheng ever could. Their outing continued with a lighter, more relaxed mood as they tried street food together, stopping here and there to taste different snacks while chatting along the way. After that, they entered a clothing boutique, where the bright displays and neatly arranged racks quickly caught the girls' attention. While the girls were shopping, Xu Jingming noticed Song Chukyu holding a shopping bag and offered to carry it for her. As he reached out and took it, their hands briefly brushed against each other for a fleeting moment. A little later, Xu Jingming watched as the two girls walked ahead of them and stopped in front of a jewelry display. They leaned in to look at the glittering pieces while he followed behind with the shopping bags. By the time the evening was nearly over, Xu Jingming was already carrying a large number of shopping bags. Looking at everything they had bought, he was genuinely surprised that they had managed to spend several million in just a few hours. Lu Wentao remarked that although Song Chukyu usually dressed in a simple and understated way, she was actually a very wealthy young woman. When Xu Jingming showed a hint of curiosity, Lu Wentao leaned closer and quietly explained that her family background was also incredibly powerful. Just then, Chi Dongxia cheerfully called out to the boys, asking them to help carry one final bag. Beside her, Song Chukyu seemed to think that after all the shopping and walking, it was probably time for them to head back. The night eventually ended with Xu Jingming and Lu Wentao walking the two girls back to their impressive villa. Under the night lights, the building looked grand and elegant, making it clear that their living conditions were anything but ordinary. Before going inside, Song Chukyu turned toward the boys and told them that they had a lot of fun that evening, her tone much softer than when they had first met. Xu Jingming and Lu Wentao both raised their hands and waved goodbye as the girls turned and started walking toward their home. However, before fully leaving, Song Chukyu suddenly stopped. She turned back to face Xu Jingming, her expression becoming serious again, and told him that what she said earlier had not been a joke. One day, she would formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her determined declaration caught Xu Jingming slightly off guard for a moment, but he quickly recovered, and a confident smile appeared on his face as he accepted her challenge, telling her that he would be looking forward to it. Song Chukyu seemed pleased by his answer. A faint hint of satisfaction appeared in her expression before she finally turned around and headed inside. Once they were inside the villa, Chi Dongxia immediately began teasing her friend with a bright, knowing smile. She said that ever since they had started university, she had never seen Song Chukyu show such a pleasant expression toward any boy, and Xu Jingming was clearly the only exception. Feeling delighted with herself, Chi Dongxia happily concluded that bringing Song Chukyu along had definitely been the right choice. Song Chukyu then quietly explained why she usually kept such a cold distance from others. Her A-rank light element ability allowed her to sense the inner thoughts of people around her, which meant that whenever boys came near, she was constantly forced to perceive the messy and impure intentions hidden in their minds. But when she spoke of Xu Jingming, her tone became noticeably different. She said that he was not like the others, because what her ability sensed from him was only simple appreciation, without any dirty thoughts mixed in. After thinking it over, Song Chukyu softly concluded that Xu Jingming was indeed a very special person. The moment Chi Dongxia heard that, a mischievous sparkle appeared in her eyes. She leaned closer with a teasing smile and immediately drew her own conclusion, saying that Miss Song had clearly developed a little crush. Meanwhile, on the way back, Lu Wentao walked beside Xu Jingming with a satisfied sigh. He stretched out the relaxed mood of the evening and commented that taking time to unwind once in a while really did feel nice. Xu Jingming listened quietly and gave a calm agreement. Even so, Xu Jingming's mind was not completely on the walk back. He kept thinking about Song Chukyu, especially the fact that she was already a high-level first-tier user. That realization reminded him that he still had a long road ahead, and instead of discouraging him, it quietly pushed him to train harder and become even stronger. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside his training room, Xu Jingming sat in deep meditation, his aura steady and focused. After sensing that his condition had reached the right point, he finally made his decision and ordered his system, Deep Blue, to spend his points and begin the upgrade. In the next instant, a violent surge of purple lightning erupted from Xu Jingming's body, filling the training room with crackling energy. System notifications appeared one after another, confirming that he was undergoing a dual advancement. His realm was rising from mid-level first tier to high-level first tier, while his thunder indestructible body was also breaking through to its second level. When the surging energy gradually calmed and the lightning around him began to fade, Xu Jingming opened his eyes and quietly reviewed the progress he had just made. He could clearly feel that this rank-up had caused his overall strength to rise by a large margin. At the same time, he understood that the second level of his body tempering technique focused mainly on reinforcing his bones and muscles, making his physical foundation even tougher than before. After that, Xu Jingming turned his attention to the training manual again. According to the manual, once Thunder Indestructible Body reached the third level, he would unlock a special ability called Thunder Extreme State, a temporary state that could greatly increase both his power and speed. Xu Jingming then opened his system panel to check his updated status. Although he was satisfied with the improvement, his expression shifted slightly when he saw that only 62 ability points remained. That amount was far from enough for another breakthrough. So he realized it was time to ask his master for permission to leave the university, head into the wilderness, hunt beasts, and earn more ability points. Later, when Xu Jingming arrived at his master's residence, Din Yang Zhentian was visibly shocked by the change in his aura. He looked at his disciple in surprise and asked whether he had broken through again. Xu Jingming answered calmly, saying that he had advanced the previous night and that his body tempering technique had also reached the second level. Din Yang Zhentian was secretly amazed as he listened. To most people, each breakthrough was difficult and dangerous, yet Xu Jingming spoke about it as casually as if it were an ordinary matter. Inwardly, the dean could not help concluding that with an S-rank ability and such relentless training, there truly seemed to be nothing this student could not accomplish. Standing nearby, Lu Ming could only shake his head and call his junior brother a monster. He remembered very clearly that when he had reached the same stage, it had taken him a full half-year to make that advancement. Din Yang Zhentian then reminded Xu Jingming that raising his level was important, but he could not afford to neglect actual combat training to test just how strong he had become. The dean suggested a sparring match against his senior Lu Ming. Xu Jingming's eyes immediately brightened, and he accepted without hesitation. Inside the training room, Lu Ming stood opposite Xu Jingming and explained the conditions of the match. He would suppress his own strength to the level of a low-level second-tier user, while Xu Jingming was to hold nothing back and fight with his full power. After a brief countdown, the sparring match officially began, and the atmosphere in the room tightened in an instant. Both fighters launched themselves forward at the same time. Their spears collided fiercely in the center of the training room, and the impact exploded outward in a brilliant burst of purple and green energy. The force behind that first clash made Liu Ming's eyes narrow in surprise. He could feel that Xu Jingming's power was unbelievably strong, nearly matching his own even though he had suppressed himself to a lower level. Xu Jingming, wrapped in fierce purple lightning, felt excitement surge through him. Ever since obtaining his system, this was the first time he had faced an opponent whose strength felt truly equal to his own, and the thrill of that challenge made his fighting spirit burn even hotter. Deciding to seize the momentum, Xu Jingming gathered lightning in his hand until it condensed into a crackling sphere of energy. Without delay, he released his Thunder Prison technique toward Lu Ming. The massive orb of electricity tore across the room with frightening speed, forcing Lu Ming to immediately raise his guard and defend against the incoming attack. Before his senior could fully recover from the pressure, Xu Jingming leapt into the air and launched his next move. One lightning spear after another shot forward in a fierce volley, resembling the rapid barrage of his chain thunder gun technique. Lu Ming instantly recognized the combination of attacks. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he noted that this was the same sequence Xu Jingming had used to defeat Lei Zhou. But then his gaze sharpened, and he declared that he was no ordinary freshman opponent. Lu Ming gathered his own power, and teal-colored lightning surged around him in a heavy wave. In the next moment, he unleashed a devastating counterattack, sending out a massive torrent of Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the fierce sparring match finally came to an end. Xu Jingming stood exhausted, leaning heavily on his spear to keep himself upright. Breathing hard, he admitted defeat, saying that his divine thunder energy had been completely depleted and that he had lost the match. Lu Ming, however, did not look down on him at all. Instead, he reassured Xu Jingming, explaining that he had not lost because of inferior skill or poor combat awareness. The real reason was simple. His energy reserves were still lower, and that disadvantage had decided the outcome. Din Yang Zhentian walked over to the two of them, his expression filled with praise. He said the fight had been an exciting spectacle and admitted that Xu Jingming's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had thought Lu Ming would win easily, but instead the two had fought so evenly that the match was ultimately settled through endurance. Lu Ming then looked at his junior brother and asked whether he understood what level his combat power had truly reached during that battle. Xu Jingming turned back with a puzzled look, clearly not yet grasping what Lu Ming meant. Seeing this, Lu Ming gave him a stunning assessment. At this point, Xu Jingming's combat power was already unrivaled within the second tier. Those words carried real weight, leaving Xu Jingming thoughtful and even more determined. After the intense sparring session ended, Dean Yang Zhentian announced that training was finished for the day and told everyone to rest. Soon after, the butler, Uncle Fu, brought over a tray of spirit fruits and explained that they were perfect for helping the body recover after hard training. Xu Jingming used that moment to step forward and speak with his master. He revealed his plan directly, saying that he was preparing to leave the university and travel into the wilderness. Dean Yang Zhentian was taken aback by the request and immediately asked how long he intended to be gone. Xu Jingming explained that he planned to stay out for more than a month. If everything went smoothly, he would return right before the freshman competition began. Hearing that he intended to remain outside for such a long time, Dean Yang Zhentian's expression turned serious. With a stern look, he warned Xu Jingming that the wilderness was not at all like the exam grounds and that the danger there was on an entirely different level. The dean explained that outside the protected training areas, there would be no army guarding him. Beasts wandered unpredictably, and a person could easily run into a high-level creature without warning. Staying in such a place for more than a month carried enormous risks. Still, when he saw the firm determination in Xu Jingming's eyes, Dean Yang Zhentian gradually relented. In the end, the dean decided that if Xu Jingming had already made up his mind, he would not stop him. He placed a firm hand on his student's shoulder and gave him one serious piece of advice. If the situation ever turned bad, he had to flee immediately without hesitation. The path of the strong was filled with life-and-death trials, and since Xu Jingming carried such great ambition, the dean would not stand in his way. Xu Jingming lowered his head respectfully and thanked his master for understanding his decision. Dean Yang Zhentian then asked which wilderness areas Xu Jingming planned to visit. As Xu Jingming accepted a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, he answered that he intended to head to the wilderness near Yuan Shui City. That answer seemed to ease Dean Yang Zhentian's worries somewhat. He noted that the area was close to the magic capital, and the beasts there generally only reached Tier 4 or Tier 5, making it a relatively safer choice compared to other wilderness zones. He then said he would have Lu Ming share some valuable experience with Xu Jingming later, and Xu Jingming accepted the offer. As a final show of support, Dean Yang Zhentian said that since he would not be able to help much once Xu Jingming was away, he would at least provide him with a suitable weapon. The glowing ring on the dean's finger suddenly shone with bright teal light, and he took Xu Jingming's hand, preparing to pass his gift to him. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming sat quietly on his bed. Beside him rested his new spear and a packed bag, both ready for the journey ahead. He called out to the AI Eva and asked her to open the university's mission system. As holographic screens unfolded in front of him, Xu Jingming remembered the advice Lu Ming had given him. Before setting out for the wilderness, it would be smart to accept a few missions so he could earn extra credits along the way. He carefully browsed through the mission list, noticing the wide range of tasks available. Some required collecting beast materials, others involved gathering rare herbs, and some even asked students to capture fugitives. The rewards changed according to difficulty, with C-rank and D-rank missions offering modest credits, while A-rank and S-rank missions promised far richer payouts. Xu Jingming soon noticed that every high-reward mission involved combat in some form. Looking at those tasks, he quietly understood that this was probably Modu University's training style, pushing its students into dangerous real-world situations so they could grow stronger through pressure and risk. He then remembered a common saying: the most outstanding students were not raised by staying safely on campus, but by venturing into the wider world. With that thought in mind, Xu Jingming selected 1 A-rank mission and 3 B-rank missions for his upcoming trip. Once all his preparations were complete, Xu Jingming changed into his new combat attire. He secured his gear, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and got ready to leave the university. As Eva wished him good luck, Xu Jingming's gaze became firm. He thought to himself that there was no time left to waste, and that he had to set out immediately. His journey eventually brought him to the Yuan Shui City supply base, a busy town nestled within a mountainous region. It served as a forward base for superpowered beings and adventurers preparing to enter the wilderness. The streets of the supply base were packed with activity, and voices called out from every direction. Adventurers stood along the roads trying to recruit new members for their beast-hunting teams before heading into the dangerous wilderness. Xu Jingming finally arrived at the Yuan Shui City supply base, and as he stepped into the bustling streets, he calmly took in the lively scene around him. Adventurers moved everywhere, voices overlapped from all directions, and the busy atmosphere made him feel a quiet sense of satisfaction. After traveling all this way, he had finally reached the starting point of his wilderness journey. He walked along the crowded streets for a while before entering a grand, imposing building that served as the registration hall for adventurers. Inside, the space was filled with armed men and women, each carrying weapons, combat gear, and the sharp aura of people used to danger. At the front desk, a woman in an elegant red dress looked up as he approached. With a warm, professional smile, the receptionist greeted Xu Jingming and politely asked how she could help him. Xu Jingming stated his purpose directly, explaining that he wanted to register as an adventurer. He raised his identification for her to see, already knowing that anyone who wanted to enter the wilderness first needed a nationally recognized adventurer identity. The receptionist accepted Xu Jingming's university ID, and surprise quickly appeared in her eyes when she saw where he came from. She remarked that he was actually a student of Modu Superpower University, and that it was rare for a first-tier user like him to venture into the wilderness so early. Then she told him the registration would take a little time and suggested that he wait and rest in the hall. While waiting for the process to finish, Xu Jingming did not simply sit still. He walked slowly through the registration hall, observing the other adventurers and quietly studying the atmosphere around him. Suddenly, a burst of excitement erupted near the entrance. Several men began shouting in surprise as a newcomer appeared, and their eyes lit up the moment they recognized her. They called her the goddess Jiang Chushuan, praising her beauty and powerful aura, and said that such an impressive presence was exactly what one would expect from a student of Modu University. The woman at the center of all that attention walked through the hall with effortless confidence. She had long white hair, wore stylish sunglasses, and moved like someone used to being watched, while two large bodyguards and a cameraman followed closely behind her. She was Jiang Chuchuan, a second-year student from Modu Superpower University. The surrounding adventurers immediately started gossiping among themselves. Some guessed that she had come to film new material for her online videos, while others praised how entertaining her content was and marveled at how popular she had become. One man claimed she had at least 10 million fans, but another quickly corrected him, saying she had already passed 15 million followers, then passionately declared that he would gladly trade 10 years of his life just to become her boyfriend. From a short distance away, Xu Jingming quietly watched the commotion. Since she was also from Modu Superpower University, he naturally took note of her, and he silently judged that Jiang Chushuan's beauty was not inferior to Song Chukyu's. His observation was cut short when the receptionist called him back to the counter. She handed him his newly issued adventurer card along with a satellite smartwatch, explaining that the watch contained a wilderness map showing beast activity zones and danger levels. Xu Jingming accepted both items and thanked her politely. Just as Xu Jingming turned and prepared to leave, a shady-looking man suddenly stepped into his path and stopped him. The man looked him up and down, then guessed that this must be Xu Jingming's first time heading into the wilderness. In a seemingly helpful tone, he warned him that going in unprepared was extremely dangerous, then offered to sell him some essential elixirs for protection. Xu Jingming showed a hint of interest and asked casually how much those elixirs cost. The man's eyes brightened at once. He eagerly opened his coat, revealing hidden bottles and pills arranged inside, and began introducing them. First-grade healing elixirs were only 20,000, while antidote elixirs were 15,000. Then he added that he also had stronger second-grade versions, though naturally those would cost more. Xu Jingming listened and casually remarked that the prices did not sound particularly high. The merchant laughed with satisfaction, clearly pleased by his reaction, and proudly boasted that he was known around here for selling cheap but effective elixirs. But Xu Jingming's eyes sharpened almost immediately. He knew something was off. A normal first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 or 40,000, so prices this low could only mean one thing. This man was not offering him a bargain at all. He was a scammer who specialized in targeting inexperienced newcomers. Instead of showing fear or backing away, Xu Jingming remained calm and asked how many elixirs the man wanted to sell him. Then, without changing his tone, he exposed him on the spot, asking how many other new adventurers he had already cheated. The merchant instantly realized that his act had failed. His friendly smile vanished, and he stepped aggressively toward Xu Jingming, pushing his face closer as he asked whether Xu Jingming had been playing with him from the very beginning. Xu Jingming did not move an inch and simply asked him what he thought. The merchant's expression twisted into a threatening grin. His eyes turned vicious as he declared that Xu Jingming was the first person bold enough to provoke him inside the supply base. Before the situation could become any more tense, a young woman with short dark hair suddenly stepped in and shouted at the merchant. She called him by name, Zhao Chunlin, and angrily accused him of scamming new adventurers again. The woman walked straight toward them with a firm expression. Seeing her approach, Zhao Chunlin clicked his tongue in annoyance and muttered that Xu Jingming was lucky this time. But before leaving, Zhao Chunlin still leaned in close and left behind a sinister warning. He told Xu Jingming not to leave the supply base over the next few days, or he would definitely regret it. As Zhao Chunlin stalked away, the surrounding adventurers immediately began whispering among themselves. Some said the newcomer was in real trouble now that Zhao Chunlin had targeted him, while others commented that he had provoked the wrong person. One adventurer added that Zhao Chunlin was rumored to be a mid-level second-tier user, which made him far too powerful for a high-level first-tier newcomer like Xu Jingming. The woman who had stepped in came over to Xu Jingming and warned him seriously that Zhao Chunlin was a very vengeful person. She advised him to stay inside the base for the time being. Xu Jingming thanked her for the warning, but then asked why a known scammer like Zhao Chunlin had not already been dealt with by the authorities. He explained that Zhao Chunlin had powerful connections behind him, which was why most people chose not to interfere with his business. Before leaving, she reminded Xu Jingming to buy his supplies only through official channels and warned him once more not to leave the base carelessly. As the young woman walked away, Xu Jingming watched her back for a moment. From the way she had stepped in and warned him, he could tell that she was a kind-hearted person. After putting that little encounter aside, Xu Jingming quickly refocused on what he had come here to do. He decided to purchase everything he would need for the next month first, mentally listing healing elixirs, antidote elixirs, and other necessary wilderness supplies. Once he had made up his mind, Xu Jingming headed toward an official counter inside the hall and began purchasing his supplies through the proper channel. After packing the purchased items into his backpack, Xu Jingming left the adventurer registration hall. With his supplies prepared and his equipment in order, he was now fully ready to head into the wilderness. However, the moment he stepped outside, Zhao Chunlin appeared again with several cronies and blocked his path. The merchant's face was dark with anger as he mocked Xu Jingming for being foolish and defiant enough to leave after receiving a warning. Then he coldly asked whether Xu Jingming was deliberately showing him disrespect. Xu Jingming remained completely calm, looking at the group in front of him without the slightest fear. He simply asked Zhao Chunlin what he wanted. That calm attitude only made Zhao Chunlin even angrier. His face twisted into a sneer as he declared that since Xu Jingming had dared to disrespect him, he would break both of his legs and make sure he spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. In Zhao Chunlin's eyes, that was the only way to vent his anger. Nearby, the kind adventurer woman who had warned Xu Jingming earlier noticed the confrontation. She frowned in frustration, saying he had clearly not listened to her warning and that she had to go help him. But her companion quickly held her back, suggesting that maybe it would be better to let the newcomer learn a lesson. Back at the center of the confrontation, Zhao Chunlin was already preparing to carry out his threat. Dark energy began swirling around his arm as he activated his ability, and the atmosphere around him turned dangerous. Zhao Chunlin proudly boasted about his C-rank metallic skin superpower, claiming that when it was combined with his D-rank combat suit, Xu Jingming would not even be able to leave a scratch on him. Then he gave his ultimatum. Unless Xu Jingming paid him 1 million and kneeled to apologize, he would cripple him on the spot. Xu Jingming's response came instantly. A faint crackle of purple lightning flickered from his body, and with clear contempt in his voice he uttered a single word: shameless. The sudden surge of energy startled Zhao Chunlin at once. His eyes widened, and for a brief moment, the confidence on his face cracked. Before Zhao Chunlin or any of his cronies could react, Xu Jingming vanished in a flash of purple lightning. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the merchant and struck him down with one devastating blow. That single lightning-fast attack carried terrifying force. Zhao Chunlin's body was blasted backward, battered and bloodied before anyone could even understand what had happened. He flew through the air and smashed violently into a nearby stone wall. The impact shattered the wall apart, sending broken stone and dust crashing down around him. The surrounding onlookers were left completely speechless, especially the kind adventurer woman and her companions. None of them had expected Xu Jingming to display such sudden and brutal power. Xu Jingming stood calmly in the devastated courtyard, as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. The crowd instinctively parted around his position, leaving him alone at the center of the destruction. The onlookers slowly recovered from their shock, and murmurs spread through the crowd. Some whispered that Zhao Chunlin had been defeated instantly in a terrifying way, while others admitted they had not even seen how Xu Jingming attacked. A few people said they had originally been worried for the newcomer, never expecting him to be this powerful. In the end, everyone reached the same conclusion. Zhao Chunlin had picked a fight with the wrong person. The kind adventurer woman and her friend were still trying to process what they had just witnessed. The woman admitted in disbelief that she had not been able to follow Xu Jingming's movements either. Her blonde companion looked toward the wreckage with a grim expression and assessed Zhao Chunlin's injuries. From the force of that blow, she guessed that his legs and pelvis had likely been completely shattered. Even if he survived, he would probably be crippled. The kind woman then remarked that Xu Jingming was not only unbelievably strong, but also ruthless when he struck, truly worthy of being a student from the prestigious Modu Superpower University. When her companion asked how she knew where Xu Jingming came from, the woman explained that she had recognized his combat suit as exclusive equipment from Modu Superpower University, impressed by his strength. The kind woman, whom her friend called Zhao Qian, suggested that they should try recruiting him into their team, since they happened to be short one attacker. Her teammate immediately objected, reminding her that when they formed their all-female team, they had agreed to accept only female members. The rest of the teammates quickly joined in and began teasing Zhao Qian, joking that she was only interested because Xu Jingming was handsome. Still, they admitted with playful smiles that they would not necessarily oppose him joining. Their teasing instantly made Zhao Qian flustered. Xu Jingming paid no attention to the commotion behind him. Without looking back, he continued toward the wilderness entry gate, ready to step beyond the safety of the supply base. He scans his adventurer card at the checkpoint, and almost immediately, a notification flashes up, confirming his identity and approving his entry. With permission granted, he walks through the enormous gate and steps into the Yuan Shui wilderness area, where a vast, untamed forest stretches out before him like a green ocean of danger. Not long after he enters, Xu Jingming suddenly slows his steps. From somewhere deep beyond the trees, a heavy, thunderous beast roar rolls through the wilderness, shaking the quiet air around him. Xu Jingming recognizes the meaning behind that roar right away. It is a territorial warning from a powerful beast, most likely one at Tier 4 or even higher. Even so, his expression stays calm, because those monsters are not the prey he came here to hunt today. As he moves forward, Xu Jingming begins sorting out his hunting plan in his mind. He remembers that the Yuan Shui wilderness is split into two major regions, the ruined city area and the mountain forest. Compared with the deeper forest, the beasts in the abandoned city are generally weaker, making it the best place for him to begin gathering the ability points he needs. Xu Jingming raises his smartwatch and brings up a glowing holographic map in front of him. His eyes quickly settle on a nearby place called Ping'an County. According to the data, the area is mainly filled with Tier 2 beasts, with only a small number of Tier 1 creatures, and no higher-tier monsters at all. Since the county is wide and estimated to contain around 500 to 600 beasts, he immediately judges it to be the perfect hunting ground. With a sharp, determined shout, Xu Jingming announces his arrival in Ping'an County. In the next instant, he bursts forward at full speed, a faint blue aura wrapping around his body as he races through the forest like a streak of lightning. Before long, he reaches the ruined streets of the county. The place is empty, broken, and silent. But the moment Xu Jingming steps inside, his presence draws out a vicious wolf-like beast from the shadows, and it lunges toward him with savage speed. Xu Jingming looks at the beast rushing at him and calmly identifies it as a Tier 2 shadow cat. Instead of showing fear, he treats its arrival almost like a gift, as if ability points have delivered themselves right to his doorstep. But just as he is about to make his move, Xu Jingming suddenly grips his chest, pain flashing across his face. The violent negative emotions left behind by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood begin surging inside him, stirring up a terrifying desire to kill. The more he tries to force it down, the more fiercely that bloodthirsty impulse fights back. A wild, almost crazed grin slowly spreads across Xu Jingming's face. At that moment, he decides he has suppressed himself for long enough. Purple lightning erupts from his body in a violent torrent, as Xu Jingming gives in to the surging bloodlust. His aura changes in an instant, becoming so terrifying and oppressive that the shadow cat freezes where it stands, too frightened to move. 1 month passes. On the empty streets of the same county, a 4-person adventurer team cautiously patrols the area. One member turns to their bald, red-bearded captain and asks why the whole place feels so deserted, complaining that they have searched for an entire day without spotting even a single beast. The captain snaps back angrily, saying he has no idea either. But his face remains grim, because the situation feels deeply wrong. In a city this large, there should have been hundreds of beasts roaming around, and even if a migration had happened, it should not have left the entire area this completely empty. Just as the group begins to feel uneasy, their luck finally seems to turn. A huge tiger-like beast with blade-shaped arms appears in front of them, instantly startling the entire team. Seeing that they have finally found a target, the captain's tense expression eases a little. He quickly rallies his men and orders them to attack together, determined to take the beast down as a team. But before any of them can even make a move, a massive spear formed from pure purple lightning suddenly drops from the sky above. The purple lightning spear crashes straight into the beast with terrifying force. In a single explosive blast, the creature is completely obliterated, leaving only violent purple energy, scattered debris, and stunned silence behind. The adventurers stand frozen, utterly shaken by the sudden attack. One of them nervously wonders aloud if that was some new kind of laser weapon. But the more experienced captain immediately rejects the idea, explaining that a real laser would have been much faster. With a grave expression, he realizes that what they witnessed was an incredibly powerful lightning element combat technique. The captain quickly understands what is really happening. That attack was not random. It was a warning, clear and direct, telling them that some powerful individual had already claimed the entire county as their territory. Without wasting another second, the captain urges his team to leave at once. His men scramble after him, one still trembling as he mutters about how terrifying that lightning spear was, while another finally understands why they had found no beasts all day. Every creature here had already been wiped out by that mysterious lightning user. The captain shouts at them to hurry, afraid of what might happen if they stayed too long, and angered that hidden powerhouse. High above the ruined streets, Xu Jingming sits calmly on top of a towering structure. A system notification appears before him, confirming that he has killed a Tier 2 Armblade Tiger and gained 19 ability points. Looking at the result, he reflects with satisfaction that after raising his proficiency, his Thunder Spear technique can now strike targets more than 1,000 meters away. Xu Jingming then opens his status panel and reviews everything he has achieved over the past month. By gathering more than 8,000 ability points, he has climbed from high-level first tier all the way to high-level second tier, and his thunder indestructible body has successfully broken through to the third level. He also notes with pride that several of his A-rank combat techniques have reached the intermediate level, something he believes no one else could possibly accomplish in such a short period of time. Now that Ping'an County has been completely cleared out, Xu Jingming decides it is time to pack up. He plans to return to the supply base for the night, then head even deeper into the wilderness the next day. Back at the Yuan Shui supply base, a group of adventurers stare in disbelief as Xu Jingming returns with an absurdly huge backpack bulging behind him. The pack is so overloaded that they begin joking among themselves, wondering if the bag has grown legs and guessing that he must have foolishly dragged back an entire beast carcass. Xu Jingming ignores their comments, but inwardly, he feels relieved that he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. If he had chosen an ordinary one, it never would have held the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had collected. Carrying his enormous haul, Xu Jingming heads into the adventurer's hall and walks up to the receptionist's counter. The woman greets him politely, asks what kind of materials he wants to sell, and directs him toward the large weighing scale nearby. Xu Jingming sets down the massive pack and opens it up. The moment the contents are revealed, a mountain of valuable beast parts spills into view, each piece looking clean, high quality, and carefully selected. He calmly tells the stunned receptionist that he has more than 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials. Then he asks her to check everything and calculate how much the entire haul is worth. Still staring in amazement, the receptionist begins examining the materials more closely. She quickly realizes that every piece is among the most valuable and well-preserved parts, including tiger tendons, sharp claws, and heavy rhino horns. Completely overwhelmed by the size and quality of the haul, the receptionist apologetically asks Xu Jingming to wait for a moment. There are simply too many materials for her to process alone, so she explains that she needs to call someone over to help. A short while later, a well-dressed man approaches with two female attendants in red dresses following beside him. With a composed smile, he introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the manager responsible for acquisitions. After Xu Jingming gives his name, manager Zhao Yi warmly shakes his hand and expresses his admiration. He says it is rare for someone so young to bring back such an impressive number of hunted beasts. Then he has his staff begin handling the inventory and invites Xu Jingming to sit with him while they wait. While Xu Jingming sits beside manager Zhao Yi, the staff of the adventurer's hall get to work. Floating scanner drones hover over the massive pile of beast materials, carefully assisting the employees as they appraise every piece one by one. Manager Zhao Yi is clearly impressed by this young client's ability, and quickly decides that building a good relationship with him would be wise. He takes out a platinum membership card for the supply base, explaining that it gives a discount on all purchases, and asks Xu Jingming to accept it as a small token. Xu Jingming accepts it politely and thanks him. Soon, a female employee returns with the completed inventory report. She states that they have counted 89 high-tier Tier 2 beast materials, 107 mid-tier materials, and 221 low-tier materials. The numbers are so astonishing that even manager Zhao Yi is inwardly stunned, wondering if Xu Jingming had single-handedly wiped out an entire beast layer. Turning back to Xu Jingming, manager Zhao Yi presents the final valuation. The total comes to just over $24.76 million. To show goodwill, he offers to round the payment up to $25 million, and Xu Jingming accepts the generous offer with a gracious nod. A moment later, Xu Jingming's phone receives a payment notification. When he checks it, the deposit has gone through, raising his bank balance to more than $29 million. A smile appears on his face as he realizes he has become incredibly wealthy, almost overnight. As Xu Jingming prepares to leave, manager Zhao Yi hands him a business card and warmly invites him to come by for tea sometime. Xu Jingming responds politely, agrees to the invitation, and then turns to leave the hall. Manager Zhao Yi watches Xu Jingming's figure disappear into the distance, his eyes thoughtful. In his mind, this young man's future seems almost limitless. But just as Xu Jingming leaves, manager Zhao Yi's phone suddenly begins to ring. He answers the call, and the person on the other end is revealed to be Zhao Chunlin. Zhao Chunlin is in a hospital room, sitting in a wheelchair with his body wrapped heavily in bandages. Furious and humiliated, the merchant shouts into the phone that he saw the person who attacked him return to the base, then demands that manager Zhao Yi help him take revenge. Manager Zhao Yi, now revealed as the powerful connection Zhao Chunlin had been relying on, remains calm as he asks if Zhao Chunlin is talking about that high-level first-tier user. Then, in an even voice, he asks how Zhao Chunlin wants to handle the matter. Still burning with rage, Zhao Chunlin demands that manager Zhao Yi send out the Tiger Shark squad and make Xu Jingming's life a living hell. Manager Zhao Yi agrees to lend him the elite squad, but he makes one condition absolutely clear. Once this matter is finished, their association ends. Zhao Chunlin accepts without hesitation, swearing that after he gets his revenge, he will leave the city immediately. After the call ends, manager Zhao Yi suddenly feels a faint sense of unease creep over him. He tries to brush it aside as simple paranoia, reminding himself that the Tiger Shark squad is made up of elite Tier 2 users. In his mind, they should have no problem dealing with just one first-tier opponent. Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming walks through the streets of the supply base, he suddenly sneezes loudly without warning. He rubs his nose with a puzzled look, wondering what that was all about. For a moment, he even suspects that someone somewhere might be talking badly about him. Manager Zhao Yi is soon on the phone with his superior, speaking with clear enthusiasm as he reports the appearance of a new ability user named Xu Jingming. He explains that Xu Jingming's haul of beast materials alone surpassed the combined gains of more than a dozen other teams. On the other end of the call, the superior is revealed to be the base chief manager, Wang Chuang. When he hears Xu Jingming's name, he pauses slightly and says that he will check the records. The moment he opened Xu Jingming's file and the information appeared on the screen, his expression changed completely. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just uncovered something far beyond what he expected. Manager Wang Chuang wasted no time at all. He immediately called Zhao Yi back, and this time, his voice carried a sharp urgency that could not be ignored. He warned Zhao Yi that Xu Jingming was an extremely important person, and the instant he returned, Zhao Yi had to inform him without delay. Zhao Yi quickly agreed, but after the call, his mind was still racing. He couldn't understand how one young man could make his superior react so seriously. In the end, he could only assume Xu Jingming's background was terrifyingly powerful, and he quietly felt relieved that he had treated him politely earlier. At the same time, manager Wang Chuang remained focused on Xu Jingming's profile, carefully scanning every line on the screen. The more he read, the more certain he became. This young man was another disciple of the famous Yang Zhentian, and judging by the information in front of him, his natural talent seemed to be even greater than Liu Ming, another student under the dean. Wang Chuang's expression turned solemn. Someone like Xu Jingming was clearly a prodigy, and no one with any sense would dare offend him. Elsewhere in the supply base, Xu Jingming strolled through the busy commercial streets, his eyes moving from one storefront to another. Before long, he noticed a shop that specialized in spatial storage rings. But the moment he looked at the prices, his mood sank. Even the most basic models, with storage space barely bigger than a suitcase, were already priced at over 10 million. Even though the price was shockingly high, Xu Jingming couldn't deny how useful a space ring would be. Carrying supplies would become effortless, and the convenience alone was tempting. Then his thoughts naturally shifted to his long spear, and he couldn't help wondering how expensive a larger ring would be if he wanted one big enough to store that weapon. Just as he was thinking about it, the ringing of his phone suddenly pulled him back to reality. Xu Jingming picked it up, and the moment he answered, Lu Wentao's cheerful voice came through from the other end. His roommate sounded relaxed as he asked when Xu Jingming planned to return to the university. Xu Jingming replied casually that he would probably be back in about half a month. Then, hearing the tone in Lu Wentao's voice, he asked if something had happened, or if there was a reason he had called. What Xu Jingming didn't realize was that he was already being watched. In the shadows of a hidden alley, Zhao Chunlin sat in a wheelchair, his face twisted with resentment. Around him stood a group of mercenaries known as the Tiger Shark Squad, waiting silently like predators preparing to strike. The squad leader, a man with a blonde buzz cut and one arm hanging in a sling, narrowed his eyes and pointed toward Xu Jingming. In a cold voice, he identified their target and ordered his people to break Xu Jingming's hands and feet before dragging him back to Zhao Chunlin. One of the female squad members listened without emotion, then calmly accepted the order. While Xu Jingming continued walking and talking on the phone, Lu Wentao began telling him about a new freshman at the university. From his tone, it was clear this newcomer was arrogant enough to have already made people unhappy. In the middle of the call, Xu Jingming suddenly slowed down. A faint sense of danger brushed across him, and he could feel hostile eyes fixed on his back. Liu Wentao noticed the pause and quickly asked what was wrong. Xu Jingming, already aware that someone was preparing an ambush, glanced calmly over his shoulder and simply told his roommate it was nothing. Xu Jingming then walked straight into the deserted alley, where the Tiger Shark Squad had already taken their positions. Seeing that the target had entered the trap, the squad leader gave a signal and ordered a member named He Ji to analyze Xu Jingming's strength. Another mercenary frowned at the caution, muttering that their captain was being far too careful over a single upper first-rank user. He Ji immediately activated her psychic ability and began scanning Xu Jingming from the shadows. But as the image formed in her mind, her face stiffened, then turned pale with shock. Her eyes widened as she blurted out that what she was seeing should be impossible. The captain noticed the sudden change in her expression at once. His brows tightened, and with a bad feeling rising in his chest, he demanded to know what was wrong. Without wasting another second, He Ji shared her psychic perception with the entire team. In an instant, everyone around her was able to see exactly what she was seeing. Through He Ji's vision, the alley looked completely different. The auras of the Tiger Shark Squad appeared only as small, wavering flickers of energy, weak flames barely holding steady in the dark. But Xu Jingming's aura was something else entirely. Around him surged a massive vortex of deep purple power, so enormous and overwhelming that it swallowed the space around him. The whole team froze in horror, finally realizing his strength was far beyond an upper second-rank user. If they attacked him, he could wipe them out with ease. The squad leader's face twisted with rage as the truth hit him. Their intelligence was completely wrong, and Zhao Chunlin had practically sent them into a death trap. Without hesitation, he called off the operation on the spot, ordering everyone to retreat immediately. As he turned away, his voice was filled with fury, and he swore he would settle this score later. Inside the alley, Xu Jingming quietly watched as the Tiger Shark squad suddenly sprang away from their hiding places and disappeared one after another. Their retreat happened so abruptly that even he was left standing there, slightly confused by how quickly they had given up. After thinking for only a moment, Xu Jingming quickly figured out who was behind it. In this entire base, the only person who held a grudge against him was Zhao Chunlin. Most likely, this had been another clumsy attempt at revenge. Xu Jingming didn't take it too seriously. People like Zhao Chunlin never learned their lesson, and if there was a next time, he would make sure to teach him properly. Not long after, the furious Tiger Shark squad returned to Zhao Chunlin. The squad leader stormed forward with a murderous look in his eyes, and before Zhao Chunlin could react, he raised his hand and slapped the merchant hard across the face. The force of the slap was so brutal that Zhao Chunlin was knocked straight out of his wheelchair. He crashed to the ground in pain, dazed and humiliated, and while clutching himself he shouted in confusion, demanding to know why they had attacked him. The squad leader looked down at him with open contempt, his voice filled with anger. He cursed Zhao Chunlin for giving them faulty intelligence and nearly leading them all to their deaths. Then he revealed the terrifying truth. Their target was not some upper first-rank user at all, but a powerful upper second-rank user. Zhao Chunlin went completely speechless. His mind seemed to stop working as he lay there, unable to understand how Xu Jingming could have grown so strong in just a little over a month. But the squad leader had no interest in Zhao Chunlin's confusion. With a cold, disgusted expression, he declared that none of it mattered anymore. The mission was terminated, and with Zhao Chunlin left broken on the ground, the Tiger Shark squad turned and walked away. After leaving Zhao Chunlin behind, the Tiger Shark squad leader went to report back to manager Zhao Yi. When Zhao Yi saw them returning so quickly, surprise immediately flashed across his face. The squad leader confirmed that they had ended the mission. He explained that Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was completely wrong, and the target had already reached the upper second rank. But after saying that, he paused and corrected himself, because the situation was actually even worse. Their scanner had shown that Xu Jingming's combat strength was at least third rank, which was the real reason they had chosen to retreat. Manager Zhao Yi's face darkened with rage the moment he heard that. He could hardly believe Zhao Chunlin had made such a massive mistake and nearly dragged everyone into disaster. Then, all at once, a terrible sense of dread crept over Zhao Yi. His voice tightened as he asked for the target's name. The squad leader replied that Zhao Chunlin had never given them a name, only a description. A muscular man, around 1.9 meters tall. The squad leader added that the target carried a long spear, and that final detail made everything click into place. In an instant, manager Zhao Yi's face lost all color. Horror spread across his features as he realized exactly who they had almost attacked. The scene shifted to manager Wang Chuang's office, where Wang Chuang slammed both hands down on his desk with such force that books were sent flying. His voice thundered through the room as he shouted at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who had given him the courage to ambush Xu Jingming. Zhao Yi stood there trembling, fear written all over his face. Still, he nervously tried to defend himself, pointing out that Xu Jingming was only an upper second-ranked kid and asking whether such an extreme reaction was really necessary. Manager Wang Chuang's expression turned even colder. He called Zhao Yi a fool, then immediately had a drone project Xu Jingming's records into the air for him to see. As Zhao Yi read the information, the horrifying reality finally crashed down on him. The file clearly stated that Xu Jingming was only 18 years old, already an upper second-rank user, the top scholar of Jingnan Province, and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. But the most terrifying line of all was the name of his mentor, the legendary Yang Zhentian. Manager Wang Chuang stared at Zhao Yi with a grim expression and asked if he understood now. Someone like Yang Zhentian was not a person their base could afford to provoke. If a master of that level wanted to flatten the entire base, even the state might choose to do nothing. Zhao Yi was overwhelmed by fear. Sharp spikes burst from his back as his body reacted uncontrollably, and he immediately lowered himself in a deep bow. With his voice shaking, he promised Wang Chuang that he would deal with the situation properly. Following manager Wang Chuang's orders, 2 guards soon dragged the battered Zhao Chunlin into the office. His body looked weak and miserable, with no trace of his earlier arrogance remaining. The terrified merchant was thrown heavily onto the floor. He scrambled there in panic, trembling as he begged desperately for his life. Manager Zhao Yi looked down at him with a cold, merciless face. He declared that a simple beating was nowhere near enough, and the ringleader had to be executed. Then he told Zhao Chunlin that he had no one else to blame. He was the one who had picked a fight with someone he could never afford to offend. Without giving Zhao Chunlin another chance to speak, Zhao Yi moved decisively. With one sharp motion, he snapped the merchant's neck and executed him right there on the spot. Inside manager Wang Chuang's office, Zhao Yi stood nervously after carrying out the execution. But the base's chief manager did not look satisfied at all. His gaze remained icy as he asked whether Zhao Yi truly believed that killing Zhao Chunlin was enough to appease someone like Xu Jingming. Wang Chuang's eyes grew even more threatening as he stared Zhao Yi down. He reminded him that over the years he had turned a blind eye to many of Zhao Yi's shady dealings, but this mistake was far too serious to overlook. He then declared that every person involved had to be severely punished, including the Tiger Shark Squad. The matter had to be dealt with cleanly so that no rumors could spread. Zhao Yi could only stand there in horror, unable to say a single word. The scene then moved to the entrance of the Adventurers' Hall, where the top management of the entire base had gathered. They stood in a neat, formal line, creating an atmosphere so serious that everyone nearby couldn't help but stare. Among the crowd were Zhao Qian and her team, watching the unusual gathering with surprise. They quickly recognized manager Wang Chuang standing at the front, and when they saw that all the department heads were present as well, they immediately realized this was no ordinary welcome. Whoever they were waiting for had to be someone extremely important. Just then, one of Zhao Qian's teammates spotted a familiar figure approaching. With surprise in their voice, they pointed him out as the young man from Modu Superpower University. Xu Jingming had just returned from handling his errands, and when he saw the entire management team lined up at the entrance, confusion flashed across his face. He clearly had no idea why so many important people had gathered there. The man standing at the very front stepped forward with a warm and respectful smile. He welcomed Xu Jingming politely, addressing him as Student Xu, and introduced himself as the base's chief manager, Wang Chuang. Seeing the highest authority in the base personally come out to greet Xu Jingming left Xiao Qian and her companions completely stunned. Only then did they realize this young man's identity was far from simple. Manager Wang Chuang then offered Xu Jingming a formal apology in front of everyone. Wang Chuang informed Xu Jingming that Zhao Chunlin had already been punished for the offense against him. On top of that, every accomplice connected to the matter had been rounded up, and they would spend the rest of their lives in prison. To make up for what had happened, Wang Chuang explained that the base had also prepared compensation for him. Xu Jingming listened calmly, but inwardly he couldn't help feeling impressed. As expected of a chief manager, Wang Chuang handled problems cleanly, decisively, and without leaving loose ends. A female attendant stepped forward with a formal, respectful posture, holding a box carefully in both hands. Inside was the base's highest-level black-gold membership card, presented directly to Xu Jingming. Manager Wang Chuang explained with a polite smile that with this card, Xu Jingming could stay at the base for free, and any purchase he made would receive at least a 20% discount. Right after that, another attendant came forward carrying a second gift. This one was placed inside a smaller box, and when it was opened, a space ring with 1 cubic meter of storage space lay quietly inside. The moment Xu Jingming saw what was inside the box, even he couldn't stay completely calm. The value of that small ring was astonishing, and as he stared at it, he fully realized just how generous this apology really was. Xu Jingming picked up the space ring and weighed it lightly in his hand, his eyes lingering on it for a moment. He knew very well that something like this would cost at least 50 million on the open market. Since Wang Chuang had shown this much sincerity, Xu Jingming accepted the gift without hesitation and acknowledged the gesture. Manager Wang Chuang looked at him with clear admiration and praised his composure, saying that this kind of courage truly matched what he would expect from a student of Yang Zhentian. He then mentioned that Xu Jingming's senior disciple, Liu Ming, had also trained here at the base before. Before Xu Jingming left, Wang Chuang gave him one more assurance. If he ran into any trouble within the city, he could contact him directly, because Wang Chuang's influence here was not small. Xu Jingming understood the reason for this special treatment very clearly. All of it came from the powerful backing of his master. Later, inside the luxurious room arranged through his new black-gold membership, Xu Jingming finally had a chance to settle down. The room was quiet, comfortable, and far removed from the danger of the wilderness. After spending an entire month training himself to the limit, this rare moment of rest felt especially precious. Once he relaxed a little, Xu Jingming decided to bind the space ring to himself, a process that required him to leave his own spiritual imprint inside it. For most people at his level, that step would take focus and effort. But Xu Jingming's spiritual power was far stronger than the average user of the same rank, so the whole process went smoothly, and he completed the binding with ease. Afterward, he tested the space ring a few times. With a simple thought, he could take items out, and with just a touch, he could store things away. Although it couldn't hold living creatures, the convenience alone was already more than enough to satisfy him. Just as Xu Jingming was enjoying the quiet, his rest was interrupted by another call. This time, the name that appeared was his master Yang Zhentian. Xu Jingming answered and calmly told him that he had just returned from the wilderness. Then his tone grew more serious as he said there was something important he needed to report. When Yang Zhentian heard that someone had actually sent mercenaries to attack his disciple, his anger exploded instantly. His voice thundered through the phone, saying that a single space ring was far too light as compensation for an assassination attempt. If anything had really happened to Xu Jingming, he would have gone straight there and destroyed the entire base. After his rage settled slightly, Yang Zhentian asked why an elite squad like that had suddenly chosen to retreat. Xu Jingming thought about it and guessed that they must have realized his strength was far beyond what they had expected. Since they likely saw him as an upper-tier second-rank user, they were forced to back off. That answer left Yang Zhentian stunned for a moment. Then his voice suddenly rose again as he shouted into the phone in disbelief, unable to believe that Xu Jingming had already reached that level after just 1 month, but his shock quickly turned into a loud, proud laugh. Yang Zhentian praised Xu Jingming without holding back, saying that his cultivation speed was even faster than his own had been. Then, clearly delighted, he eagerly asked when Xu Jingming planned to come back so they could celebrate properly. Xu Jingming told him that he would return just before the semester officially began. Until then, he wanted to use the remaining time to push deeper into more dangerous parts of the wilderness and continue sharpening himself. Yang Zhentian reminded him to stay careful no matter what. Xu Jingming gave a steady reply, assuring his master that he understood and would not act recklessly. After the call ended, Yang Zhentian still couldn't wipe the smile from his face. Seeing this, his butler, Uncle Fu, remarked that it had been a very long time since he had seen him this happy. The dean could barely contain his admiration for Xu Jingming's terrifying speed of growth. For other people, life and death crises might act as a harsh catalyst, but for his talented disciple, they seemed almost like a powerful cheat, pushing his improvement forward at an unbelievable pace. Following the plan he had already made, Xu Jingming left the base again and headed into the forest mountain range, a more advanced and dangerous region of the wilderness. As he moved through the dense forest, the air around him was filled with the distant roars of fierce beasts. Compared with the ruined city he had cleared before, this place clearly held far richer resources, and the danger in the atmosphere was much heavier. While walking forward, Xu Jingming's sharp senses suddenly caught the hint of an incoming attack. At nearly the same moment, his boots snapped a dry twig beneath him, and that small sound revealed his position to the enemy hiding nearby. In the next instant, invisible waves of energy tore through the air. They came slicing toward him at terrifying speed, like unseen blades aiming straight for his body. Xu Jingming reacted almost instantly. His body shifted with incredible speed, dodging the assault by a narrow margin as the blasts whipped past him and carved through the surrounding trees instead. Only then did the attacker finally reveal itself. From the forest emerged a large and ferocious gale dread wolf, its body radiating a vicious pressure as it locked onto Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming remained calm as he studied the beast in front of him. He guessed that most third-rank beasts probably possessed special abilities, and this Gale Dreadwolf was clearly a wind element creature. Judging by its aura, it was likely around the mid-tier third rank, which made him wonder how many ability points he could gain by defeating it. Just as Xu Jingming tightened his grip on his spear and prepared to fight, his senses picked up something else. Another group was approaching this area. The newcomers were Jiang Chushuan, the popular streamer, along with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of her men quickly spotted the Gale Dread Wolf and suggested that it would be the perfect beast for Miss Jiang to defeat in front of the camera. The team leader immediately ordered one of his subordinates to cut off the wolf's escape route, clearly planning to claim the beast for themselves. Xu Jingming watched this unfold from where he stood and instantly understood what they were doing. They were trying to steal his prey, which went against the wilderness rule that whoever discovered a resource first had the right to it. But Jiang Chushuan did not approve of that idea. She spoke up directly, saying that she disliked taking someone else's prey just for the sake of filming content. The team leader tried to smooth it over, framing the situation as though they were stepping in heroically to rescue someone for the stream. Jiang Chushuan was not fooled at all. She said she had no need for fake prey. And besides, Xu Jingming did not look panicked or helpless. From the way he stood there, calm and steady, it was obvious he did not need their help. Since Jiang Chushuan had already made her attitude clear, the team leader could only complain quietly under his breath. In the end, he still followed her wishes and ordered the group to leave, saying they would find another beast instead. Xu Jingming watched them walk away, and a hint of surprise crossed his mind. For a famous online personality, Jiang Chushuan's character was actually much better than he had expected. Still, he also noticed something strange. The team leader did not seem to hold much real authority in that group. Xu Jingming only thought about it briefly before pushing the matter aside and turning his attention back to the hunt in front of him. The Gale Dreadwolf, clearly irritated that Xu Jingming had stood his ground without fear, suddenly burst forward in a furious charge. Xu Jingming remained completely unfazed, moving lightly and avoiding the beast's attack with ease. The missed attack left the wolf thrown slightly off balance, and its anger grew even stronger. It seemed furious that the prey in front of it was treating it so casually, as if it were not a serious threat at all. Xu Jingming gave it no chance to recover properly. In the next moment, he steadied himself, shifted his stance, and launched his counterattack. Lightning power surged through his body and gathered along his spear. Then he brought the weapon down with overwhelming force, driving the electrified spear tip straight into the Gale Dread Wolf's skull. The beast collapsed heavily to the ground. A system notification appeared, confirming the kill and awarding Xu Jingming 34 ability points. Looking at the reward, he felt quite satisfied. Earning more than 30 points from a single third-rank beast was definitely a good gain. A faint smirk appeared on Xu Jingming's face as he looked deeper into the wilderness. With 10 days still left in his expedition, He was already looking forward to hunting down as many beasts as possible. 7 days later, Xu Jingming's hunt was still going strong. This time, he discovered a troop of large ape-like beasts, and before they could react, a brilliant flash of light suddenly burst from above, startling the entire group. Xu Jingming unleashed a powerful long-range technique. A massive spear formed from pure energy came descending from the sky, tearing downward before slamming violently into the ground and setting off a fierce explosion. When the blast cleared, a deep crater had been carved into the earth. Inside it, one of the ape-like creatures lay heavily wounded, its massive body barely able to move. Xu Jingming was a little surprised that his thunder spear attack had not killed the leader instantly, but after seeing how tough it was, he calmly admitted that this level of durability was exactly what he should expect from a third-rank beast leader. With purple lightning crackling around his body, Xu Jingming's gaze turned sharp and menacing. He decided there was no point wasting extra time on the lesser beasts and resolved to finish the entire group off quickly. In the next instant, he charged straight into the remaining beasts. Lightning wrapped around his body as he rushed forward like a storm breaking through the forest. His movements became a blur. He slipped through their attacks with terrifying speed, weaving between their heavy swings while his spear flashed again and again, striking the beasts down one after another. Before long, the ape-like beasts lay defeated around him. Standing over the fallen creatures, Xu Jingming had successfully completed another hunt in this area. He opened his system panel and checked his progress, a satisfied smile spreading across his face when he saw that his ability points had already exceeded 3,000. With this amount, he felt he should finally be able to learn the powerful S-rank combat techniques he had been anticipating for so long. But just as Xu Jingming was about to continue moving forward, his smartwatch suddenly beeped. A holographic distress signal projected into the air, cutting through the quiet around him. Elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Chushuan was running for her life. Her figure flashed between the trees at breathtaking speed, each leap carrying her across branches and trunks as panic pushed her forward. Behind her, a huge armored creature thundered after her. Its body looked almost dragon-like, heavy and vicious, smashing through the forest with terrifying pressure as it closed the distance. In her panicked thoughts, Jiang Chushuan realized just how terrible her situation had become. Her team had already been scattered by a powerful fourth-rank beast, and while escaping through the chaos, she had run straight into another enemy, a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon. She knew very well that any beast connected to dragons was never easy to deal with. Even though this one was only low-tier third-rank, it was still far beyond what she could handle as a mid-tier second-rank user. Even if she swallowed a power-boosting pill, she understood she had almost no chance of winning. At that point, her only remaining hope was the distress signal she had sent out. If another superpowered person nearby saw it in time, maybe, just maybe, someone would come and save her. But the situation became even worse when she suddenly burst out of the dense forest and into an open clearing. The moment she saw the empty space ahead, her heart sank. Without trees or cover to slow the beast down, it would only be a matter of time before it caught her. Just as she feared, the ground-digging dragon quickly closed in. Its massive body blocked her path, leaving Jiang Chushuan trapped with no clear way to escape. At the exact moment the beast was about to strike, a gigantic spear made of pure purple lightning dropped from the sky. It slammed into the ground right in front of the creature, exploding with force and stopping its attack dead in its tracks. In the next flash of lightning, Xu Jingming appeared between Jiang Chushuan and the stunned beast. His figure stood firm like a shield in front of her, and when Jiang Chushuan looked up, her eyes widened in complete shock as she recognized the person who had saved her. Seeing Xu Jingming standing there without retreating, Jiang Chushuan panicked even more. She shouted for him to run, urgently warning him that the beast was a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon, an enemy she believed he had no way of defeating. But Xu Jingming did not react to her warning at all. He simply planted his spear into the ground and faced the beast with calm confidence, making Jiang Chushuan freeze in stunned disbelief. Jiang Chushuan grew anxious when she saw that he refused to listen. In her heart, she felt responsible for dragging him into this. If she died here alone, that would be one thing, but she could not accept the thought of an innocent person dying because he tried to save her. With that thought driving her forward, she made a selfless decision. Jiang Chushuan suddenly sprinted past Xu Jingming, shouting for him to escape while she tried to hold the creature back herself. The ground-digging dragon let out a furious roar and charged straight toward them. Its heavy body surged forward with brutal force, aiming to crush both of them at once. Jiang Chushuan clenched her teeth and prepared herself to fight, even though she knew the odds were almost hopeless. But before she could make a move, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from behind her. Xu Jingming had already taken action. He summoned a massive spear of crackling lightning, its purple energy roaring violently in the air. Then he hurled it straight over Jiang Chushuan's head toward the charging beast, leaving her standing there in stunned silence. The lightning spear descended with terrifying speed. In a single devastating strike, it pierced directly through the beast's armored head, bursting open in an explosion of purple lightning and blood. The ground-digging dragon's massive body collapsed to the ground. Its head had been completely destroyed, and the creature that had chased Jiang Chushuan so desperately was dead in an instant. Jiang Chushuan dropped to her knees, unable to process what had just happened. Her voice trembled as she stammered in disbelief, realizing that such a fearsome beast had been killed by a single attack. She slowly lifted her gaze toward Xu Jingming, her mind still shaken by the terrifying power he had just shown. Only then did she realize that the sonic boom she heard earlier must have come from him, and she could not understand how someone who was supposedly only an upper-tier second-rank user could be this strong. A system notification appeared before Xu Jingming, confirming the kill and awarding him 36 ability points. Seeing the number, he gave a faint smirk. As expected of a beast with the word dragon in its name, it gave more points than an ordinary beast of the same rank. After the fight ended, Xu Jingming walked over to Jiang Chushuan, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked if she was injured. Jiang Chushuan quickly said she was fine, only that her legs had gone weak from the shock, then sincerely thanked him for saving her life. Xu Jingming replied modestly that anyone in that situation would have helped. As he spoke, he reached out and helped her back to her feet. Once she was standing again, Jiang Chushuan told him seriously that she owed him a huge favor for saving her life, and that he could ask her for anything in the future. Xu Jingming politely declined such a heavy promise, then said that if she really wanted to repay him, an autographed photo for his roommate would be the best reward. That request caught Jiang Chushuan off guard for a moment. She clearly had not expected something so simple, but she soon nodded and agreed, explaining that she did not have one with her right now, but she could give it to him once they returned to the supply base. Her eyes then shifted toward the weapon in Xu Jingming's hand. After recognizing it, she was surprised and asked if it was the famous Dark Cloud Gale spear, then wondered whether he was a student at Modu University. Xu Jingming confirmed it calmly, saying the spear had been given to him by his master. Jiang Chushuan explained that the weapon was well known because it was so incredibly heavy that only powerful users could wield it properly. Then she introduced herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy. Hearing that, Xu Jingming politely greeted her as a senior. Meanwhile, Jiang Chushuan quietly wondered why she had never heard his name at school before and could only assume he was an upperclassman who kept an unusually low profile. Xu Jingming immediately understood why she had misunderstood. Most students did not reach his level of strength until their third year, so it was natural for Jiang Chushuan to think he was a senior. Since there was no need to explain, he simply chose not to correct her. Even after calming down a little, Jiang Chushuan was still amazed. She could not stop thinking about how Xu Jingming had instantly killed such a powerful third-rank creature with a single attack. Xu Jingming was just about to leave and continue on his way when Jiang Chushuan suddenly called out and stopped him. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she looked at him with embarrassment. In a shy voice, she asked if she could travel with him for a while, explaining that she had been separated from her bodyguards and would have a hard time surviving alone in the wilderness. Xu Jingming agreed to escort her as far as the ruined city, where it would be much safer for her to find a way back. Jiang Chushuan's face immediately brightened, and she thanked him happily. As the two of them started walking, Jiang Chushuan suggested that they should take a look inside the beast's cave. She explained that the reason the ground-digging dragon had attacked her was probably because it was guarding something valuable. Xu Jingming considered it, and agreed that it was worth checking. On the way, Jiang Chushuan asked which academy Xu Jingming belonged to. When he answered that he was from the Weaponry Academy, she casually mentioned that she knew their dean, Yang Zhentian, had a very fierce nickname. Xu Jingming remained calm, and simply told her that the dean was actually his master. The moment Jiang Chushuan heard that, she became visibly flustered. Her face filled with embarrassment, and she quickly apologized again and again for speaking so casually about his teacher. Xu Jingming was a little taken aback by her reaction. For someone known online as a cold ice goddess, Jiang Chushuan was surprisingly talkative and lively in person. Before long, Jiang Chushuan led him to a dark, rocky cave hidden in the area. This was the lair of the ground-digging dragon. As they stepped inside, Xu Jingming immediately became cautious. He told Jiang Chushuan to stay behind him, because even he could not be certain what dangers might still be waiting deeper in the cave. Jiang Chushuan nodded and followed close behind him. Xu Jingming walked at the front with his spear in hand, purple lightning crackling around the weapon like a protective warning. But their caution soon turned into surprise. After moving deeper into the cave, they discovered something neither of them had expected, a hidden oasis concealed underground. A small spring of clear turquoise water shimmered quietly in the cave, surrounded by rare flowers that released a delicate fragrance into the air. Xu Jingming's eyes widened as he recognized several high-grade medicinal herbs growing around it. His shock deepened when he realized what the spring truly was. This was an S-grade Earth Spirit spring, a legendary healing treasure. He turned toward Jiang Chushuan in disbelief and asked if she was certain about it. Jiang Chushuan confirmed it with confidence, explaining that the spring nourished the plants growing nearby and gradually transformed them into rare, powerful medicinal herbs. Xu Jingming could not help feeling impressed by how much she knew. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chushuan proudly revealed that she was a certified second-grade pharmacist. Xu Jingming understood very well that such a qualification was extremely difficult to obtain, especially for someone her age. After carefully assessing the spring and the surrounding herbs, Jiang Chushuan estimated that the spring water here was enough to refine at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. Because Xu Jingming had saved her life, Jiang Chushuan did not hesitate. She generously offered to give the entire treasure to him as thanks. But Xu Jingming did not take advantage of her kindness. Instead, he proposed a fairer split, suggesting that he take 4 portions of the spring water while she kept 1, and that the medicinal herbs be divided equally between them. Jiang Chushuan's face lit up when she heard his offer. She was clearly delighted by how generous and fair he was, and she happily agreed to the arrangement. While Xu Jingming and Jiang Chushuan were dividing the treasures they had found, her team of bodyguards finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, one of the men frowned as he looked into the dark opening with suspicion. He clearly did not believe there could be anything valuable hidden in a cave that seemed completely unguarded. The team leader immediately corrected him, pointing toward the marks left around the cave. Those traces clearly showed that this was the lair of a third-rank ground-digging dragon, and in places connected to dragon-type beasts, rare treasures were often hidden inside. But when the group stepped into the cave, they were surprised to find Jiang Chushuan and Xu Jingming already inside. Jiang Chushuan was startled by their sudden arrival, and her heart tightened at once. If this elite team of third-rank users discovered the S-grade spring hidden here, the situation would become extremely troublesome. The team leader looked at Jiang Chushuan and greeted her as if nothing was wrong, saying they had been searching everywhere for her. Then his eyes shifted toward Xu Jingming, and a trace of curiosity appeared on his face as he noticed the unfamiliar young man beside her. Jiang Chushuan reacted quickly and kept her expression as natural as possible. She explained that Xu Jingming was a senior from her school whom she had just happened to meet. Then she gestured toward the herbs nearby and suggested that since these medicinal plants were of such high quality, they could all divide them together. The team leader smirked slightly and appeared to accept her suggestion. But at that moment, one of his subordinates leaned closer and whispered that the spring nearby looked like the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, an almost priceless treasure. The moment those words were spoken, the mood inside the cave changed completely. The bodyguards' eyes began to burn with greed. As they understood just how valuable the spring was, their faces no longer held the same calm restraint from before. Xu Jingming and Jiang Chushuan both noticed the shift immediately. The air around the bodyguards had changed, and that friendly surface suddenly felt dangerous and false. Team leader's polite mask finally fell away. A menacing grin spread across his face as he stared at Jiang Chushuan and remarked that she did not seem to be very honest with him. Realizing how dangerous things had become, Jiang Chushuan quickly chose to give in. She said the team could take everything in the cave, then reached out and tried to pull Xu Jingming away before the situation got worse. But Xu Jingming did not move. Jiang Chushuan's anxiety spiked, and she urgently whispered that these bodyguards were all peak third-rank users, meaning the two of them had no chance if a fight broke out. Xu Jingming, however, remained calm and replied that he did not consider himself weaker than them. He then added something even colder. Even if they handed over every treasure in the cave, those people would never let them leave alive. Hearing that, Jiang Chushuan's face stiffened, because she immediately realized his judgment was right. The team leader burst into laughter, openly confirming Xu Jingming's words. He admitted that the boy sounded arrogant, but his guess was accurate. Then he calmly laid out their cruel logic without the slightest shame. Jiang Chushuan was far too famous. If they allowed her to walk away, she could expose everything online and ruin their entire careers. So in his eyes, the safest choice was simple. Kill both of them here and bury the secret of the cave forever. Jiang Chushuan understood that she could no longer afford to hesitate. Refusing to become a burden to Xu Jingming, she made a painful but determined decision. She pulled out a red bloodburst pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Since Xu Jingming had saved her once, she was now determined to stand beside him and fight. The pill took effect almost instantly. Her A-rank ice superpower surged violently through her body, and the cold aura around her suddenly became much stronger. Jiang Chushuan released her power, sending a wave of frost sweeping across the cave floor. Ice spread outward rapidly, crawling toward the bodyguards and beginning to freeze their feet in place. The team leader remained completely unfazed. He calmly gave his orders, telling a man named Zhou Chong to deal with Xu Jingming first, even mockingly calling him Jiang Chushuan's lover. As for the rest of the team, he ordered them to secure the cave entrance so no one could escape. Once his plan was set, the leader slowly turned his attention back to Jiang Chushuan. His gaze became colder and more predatory. His body then began to transform. With his C-rank ability activated, he changed into a huge, ferocious saber-toothed tiger, his presence becoming brutal and beast-like. Staring her down, he told Jiang Chushuan that her life would end today. The men around him were no better. They began making cruel and filthy remarks, even suggesting that they should record everything before killing her. In that moment, their monstrous nature was completely exposed. Despair filled Jiang Chushuan's heart as she faced these beasts wearing human faces. She could not accept the idea of dying in a place like this. And what hurt her most was the thought that she had dragged Xu Jingming into this fatal situation with her. She quickly turned her head, wanting to warn Xu Jingming one more time. But before the words could leave her mouth, what she saw left her completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, the battle had already changed. The tiger-transformed leader's eyes suddenly widened. He sensed movement, but it came so fast that even he barely had time to react. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Xu Jingming appeared behind Zhou Chong like a flash of lightning. His spear had already pierced straight through the man's chest, and in the next moment, the bodyguard collapsed, defeated instantly. Xu Jingming looked down at the fallen opponent with cold indifference. His voice carried no fear at all, as he remarked that even a third-tier fighter did not seem like much of a threat. The leader froze in shock at Xu Jingming's terrifying speed. He could not understand how one of his mid-tier third-rank subordinates had been taken down so easily. His expression darkened as he finally realized that he had misjudged everything. Xu Jingming was the real danger here. With a furious roar, the leader launched his own attack. He swung his massive axe with overwhelming force, unleashing a devastating tiger roar slash that tore through the air. But Xu Jingming dodged it effortlessly. His body moved like a streak of purple lightning, slipping past the powerful blow without the slightest panic. As he evaded the attack, Xu Jingming quickly judged his opponent's strength. The captain was a peak third-tier fighter, and in terms of raw power, he was clearly far stronger than Xu Jingming. That meant Xu Jingming could no longer afford to hold anything back. The tiger-transformed leader and the remaining men stared in confusion at the power Xu Jingming had just displayed. None of them could understand how this young man was moving and fighting at such a level. Knowing he was facing a stronger opponent than expected, Xu Jingming made his decision. He released the hidden power he had been holding back and activated Thunder Extreme mode. In an instant, a violent surge of raw purple lightning erupted from his body, tearing through his shirt and revealing a newly strengthened, muscular physique underneath. Jiang Chushuan could only stare at him in stunned silence. Awe and concern mixed across her face as she watched that terrifying lightning wrap around him. Even the tiger leader was shaken by the sheer force of the transformation. Staring at the dark, swirling energy around Xu Jingming, he could not help wondering what kind of monster was standing in front of him. Xu Jingming's entire appearance began to change dramatically, making the pressure around him feel even more terrifying than before. His eyes now glowed with a piercing blue light, his pupils sharpening into slits. At the same time, two large demonic horns rose from his head, completing a fearsome new form that looked almost inhuman. Xu Jingming felt the power surging through every part of his body, and a fierce excitement rose inside him. The sensation was incredible, as if his strength had broken through a whole new limit. After the first wave of shock passed, the leader forced himself to dismiss what he was seeing. He convinced himself that this was only some special mode designed to frighten opponents, nothing more. With that thought, the leader regained a bit of confidence. His claws tightened, his killing intent surged again, and he prepared to launch another attack. Xu Jingming answered with a ferocious grin. Then he rushed forward, his transformed body wrapped in lightning as he closed the distance in an instant. The two warriors collided head-on. The leader immediately activated a defensive skill called Lying Tiger Stone, hardening himself as he braced for Xu Jingming's attack. He was certain that his armor could withstand anything from a lower-rank user. But that confidence shattered the moment Xu Jingming's lightning gale crashed into his weapon with terrifying force. Xu Jingming's attack was far more powerful than the leader had imagined. The impact tore through his defense and shattered the powerful armor he had trusted so completely. The massive Tiger Man was sent flying backward by the blow. His body crashed away violently, and in that instant, he was completely defeated. Xu Jingming stood tall in his transformed state, lightning still crackling around him. He declared with confidence that his body was now 3 to 4 times stronger than before, and that level of power was more than enough to break through the leader's tough, beast-like hide. The fight was not finished yet. With their leader defeated, another bodyguard suddenly lunged at Xu Jingming and unleashed a powerful B-rank skill, Flame Claw. Even in this transformed state, Xu Jingming's control remained flawless. He raised his own lightning and easily blocked the fiery assault, stopping the attack before it could reach him. The bodyguard froze in complete disbelief. He could not understand how his advanced technique had been stopped so casually by someone who was supposed to be lower ranked than him. Xu Jingming stood over the defeated bodyguard, his gaze calm and cold. He admitted that the man's resilience was worthy of a peak third-tier fighter, but then made it clear that the fight would end with one final blow. The terrified bodyguard completely lost his nerve, his face drained of color as he begged Xu Jingming to spare him. He desperately offered up the Earth Spirit Spring, along with every bit of savings he had, hoping it would buy his life. But Xu Jingming's expression stayed cold, and he dismissed the plea without hesitation, telling him that begging now was already far too late. Jiang Chushuan stood nearby, watching everything unfold with her thoughts thrown into chaos. This was the elite team she had paid a fortune to hire, and their captain had even been rumored to be nearly invincible among people at his level. Yet in front of Xu Jingming, they had been torn apart so completely that she could barely believe what she was seeing. She searched through everything she knew about their university, but no student with this kind of terrifying record came to mind. The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable Xu Jingming seemed, and she even began to wonder whether his superpower might be an S-rank ability. With the others already crushed, Xu Jingming slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining bodyguards. In his transformed state, The violent, bloodthirsty instincts from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood began rising inside him again. His voice carried a dangerous edge as he told them it was their turn, and the two men froze in pure terror, trembling as they called him a demon. Xu Jingming gave a cold scoff, his eyes filled with contempt. Compared with murderers like them, who planned to kill and silence others without mercy, he said he still considered himself far more human. Knowing there was no way to escape and that they were completely outmatched, the remaining men chose one final desperate gamble. Following their leader's command, they each swallowed their own bloodburst pills, forcing their power upward as they prepared to fight to the death. The battle that erupted afterward was swift, brutal, and merciless. There was no long struggle, only the sharp clash of power and the crushing result that followed. When everything finally fell silent, Xu Jingming had already returned to his normal form. Bare-chested and breathing hard, he stood among the defeated bodies of the entire team, the only one left standing after the fierce fight. But the immense strength of Thunder Extreme Mode had clearly come at a heavy cost. Xu Jingming leaned against the rocky cave wall, his chest rising and falling as exhaustion washed over him. He understood now that although the transformation was unbelievably powerful, the energy drain was just as frightening. Using it for a little over 10 minutes felt even more exhausting than fighting normally for several hours. After the intense battle ended, Jiang Chuxuan rushed over to Xu Jingming with worry written across her face, quickly asking if he was all right. Even though he was visibly drained, Xu Jingming still reassured her that he was fine. Then, without wasting time, he suggested they gather the valuable spring water and herbs first, and only rest after securing everything. Standing beside the clear and untouched spring, Jiang Chuxuan let out a relieved breath. She was grateful that despite the bloody fight nearby, the precious Earth Spirit spring had not been contaminated. The two of them then began carefully collecting the spring water. One glass bottle after another was filled with a powerful liquid, each portion handled with extra care because of how rare and valuable it was. After they finished filling the bottles, Xu Jingming noticed that the amount they collected was even greater than their original estimate. He handed 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxuan and insisted that she accept them as her share, reminding her that she had also fought hard during the battle. Jiang Chuxuan's face lit up with joy at his generosity. She accepted the bottles with both surprise and happiness, thanking him again and again with genuine excitement in her voice. But that brief moment of relief did not last long. Without warning, Jiang Chuxuan's body suddenly trembled, and she stumbled forward while crying out in pain. She collapsed against Xu Jingming, her strength leaving her all at once. A wave of dread rose in her heart as she realized the severe side effects of the bloodburst pill she had taken earlier were finally beginning to strike. Backlash from the bloodburst pill hit Jiang Chuxuan with brutal force. She cried out sharply and fell forward, and although Xu Jingming was caught off guard, he reacted quickly and caught her before she could hit the ground. Lying weakly on the ground, Jiang Chuxuan felt completely powerless. She could no longer use her energy, and her body was so drained that she did not even have the strength to take clothes from her own space ring. Her body trembled slightly as embarrassment flooded her face. Blushing hard, she worried that she must look terribly pathetic in front of Xu Jingming and that she was leaving him with a bad impression. Seeing how serious her condition was, Xu Jingming said the side effects of the pill were clearly very strong and that he would take her somewhere safer to rest. Without waiting for her to answer, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, catching her so suddenly that Jiang Chuxuan became even more flustered. As Xu Jingming carried her, Jiang Chuxuan's heart began beating faster and faster. She could not help wondering if it was because this was the first time she had ever been held so closely by a man. Xu Jingming carried her to a small grassy clearing nearby and gently set her down. He told her to rest there for the time being while he went back to collect the remaining herbs. Before leaving, Xu Jingming took off his own black shirt and handed it to her. He offered it so she could cover herself properly and feel less uncomfortable while recovering. Jiang Chuxuan accepted the shirt, holding it close as warmth rose in her chest. In that moment, she could not help thinking that Xu Jingming was far kinder and more considerate than she had expected. While Jiang Chuxuan rested and slowly recovered her strength, Xu Jingming turned his attention back toward the defeated bodyguards and the items they had left behind. He removed a space ring from one of the fallen men and checked what was stored inside. But after examining the contents, he felt somewhat disappointed. For an elite team like this, the spoils were not impressive at all, containing only some cash, beast materials, a few herbs, and a single C-grade combat technique. Holding the two space rings in his hand, Xu Jingming began thinking about whether he could trade them for one larger ring later. After all, carrying his long spear around everywhere was still incredibly inconvenient. From where she was lying on the ground, Jiang Chuxuan called out to him softly. She explained that the Earth Spirit Spring could help relieve her current weakness, then asked a little timidly if he could give her a small sip. Xu Jingming did not hesitate. He took out a vial filled with the spring water and handed it to her, and Jiang Chuxuan quickly drank it down with clear eagerness. The effect came almost instantly. Jiang Chuxuan let out a long sigh of relief as warmth and strength began flowing back into her weakened body. After taking a moment to recover, Jiang Chuxuan told Xu Jingming that she already felt much better. Still, she estimated that she would need another 3 or 4 hours before fully recovering. She could not help marveling at the fact that even the side effects of the bloodburst pill could be countered, and she praised the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring as truly miraculous. Xu Jingming considered the time she needed to recover and quickly realized that night would arrive in only a few more hours. For safety, he suggested that they stop rushing and rest inside the cave overnight. The moment Jiang Chushuan heard that, her mind went blank with shock. The thought of spending the night alone with a man inside a dark cave made her face flush instantly. When Xu Jingming asked for her opinion, Jiang Chushuan lowered her gaze, her cheeks still red. In a shy voice, she agreed and said she would follow his lead. Next morning, sunlight filtered through the trees, scattering warm rays across the quiet forest. Jiang Chushuan had fully recovered by then. She stretched her arms comfortably, feeling refreshed as the weakness from the previous day finally disappeared. Breathing in the cool forest air, she remarked on how pleasant it felt. Then she jokingly added that if it were not for all the dangerous beasts roaming around, she might actually be willing to stay there for an entire month. Her gaze drifted toward Xu Jingming, and she thought back to all the nervous worries she had the night before. Feeling embarrassed by her own imagination, she silently scolded herself for thinking too much. Xu Jingming was clearly not the kind of person she had feared, yet strangely, a tiny bit of disappointment still lingered in her heart. Thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Xu Jingming said it was time to leave. He told her he would escort her to the edge of the forest, and Jiang Chushuan, slightly surprised, quickly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them began moving through the woods again. Xu Jingming took the lead, running ahead while Jiang Chushuan followed close behind him. But after only a short distance, Xu Jingming suddenly stopped in his tracks. He immediately raised an arm in front of Jiang Chushuan, stopping her from going any farther. A moment later, a massive flaming creature shot through the air above them. Its huge body leapt over their heads, trailing blazing heat as it passed. Jiang Chushuan looked up in terror, her face paling as she recognized the beast. It was a powerful fifth-tier blazing tiger. The giant beast landed far ahead of them with a heavy crash, but it did not stop to attack. Instead, it kept running, fleeing deeper through the forest. Peeking from behind a tree, Xu Jingming wondered whether the tiger simply had not noticed them. But Jiang Chushuan noticed the panic in its movements and quickly suggested that the blazing tiger was not ignoring them at all. It was running for its life. Her eyes widened as the realization struck her. If even a fifth-tier blazing tiger was fleeing in terror, then whatever was chasing it had to be something truly horrifying. In the next moment, a massive horde of gray, wolf-like beasts with glowing red eyes rushed past like a living tide, flooding through the forest in terrifying numbers. Jiang Chushuan lowered her voice and explained that they were iron-toothed rats. Individually, they were only first-tier beasts, but once they gathered into a swarm, they became unbelievably dangerous. A group that size could even overwhelm a sixth-tier powerhouse. Only then did she fully understand why the blazing tiger had been forced to run. Faced with that terrifying swarm, Jiang Chushuan panicked and urgently told Xu Jingming they had to flee. Xu Jingming reacted immediately. He grabbed Jiang Chushuan's hand, turned without hesitation, and the two of them sprinted away as the horde of iron-toothed rats surged after them from behind. As they raced through the forest, Xu Jingming understood that these rats were known for their terrifying stamina. Simply running would not be enough to shake them off. With the supply base still 90 kilometers away, he realized they had to increase their speed somehow. The weight of his spear was dragging down every step, slowing his escape at the worst possible moment. Xu Jingming quickly realized he had no choice and declared that he would have to abandon it. But before he could truly let it go, Jiang Chushuan reacted at once, telling him her space ring had more than enough room to store the weapon. With barely any effort, Jiang Chushuan activated the space ring and took the heavy spear from him in an instant. The massive weapon vanished from sight, and the burden that had been holding Xu Jingming back was finally gone. Now that the spear was no longer weighing him down, Xu Jingming's movements immediately became lighter. Even so, as he pulled Jiang Chushuan along, he quickly noticed that running hand in hand still wasn't fast enough. Without slowing his pace, Xu Jingming calmly suggested that the fastest way forward would be for him to carry her on his back. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Chushuan froze, staring at him in stunned disbelief, too shocked to even form a reply. Before Jiang Chushuan had the chance to protest or even gather her thoughts, Xu Jingming moved first. In one swift motion, he lifted her onto his back, tightened his hold and shot forward again, pushing their escape speed even higher than before. After racing through the dense forest for what felt like forever, Xu Jingming finally broke past the tree line. The shadows of the woods fell behind them, and the ruined outline of a shattered city opened up in front of their eyes. But that brief moment of hope vanished almost immediately. Ahead of them, the swarm was already gathered around another beast's corpse, tearing into it without pause. Xu Jingming's expression darkened as the terrible truth settled in. Their worst fear had come true. The rat tide had already swallowed the entire area, with no path left to run and danger closing in from every direction. Xu Jingming's voice turned firm as he declared they had no choice but to fight. The next instant, he activated Thunder Extreme mode, and his body exploded with violent purple lightning as demonic horns rose from his head. Seeing Jiang Chushuan's frightened face so close behind him, Xu Jingming warned her to hold on as tightly as she could. Then, without another moment of hesitation, he charged straight into the surging horde. Xu Jingming became a streak of raging destructive energy, flashing through the swarm so fast that his figure nearly blurred out of sight. Rats were cut down one after another in his path, and with each kill, more ability points continued to pour in. At the same time, inside a military outpost, Manager Wang Chuang and his team were staring tensely at the monitoring screens. Every person in the room was focused on the spreading crisis unfolding outside. An official quickly stepped forward and reported that the rat tide had already grown to more than 300,000. Wang Chuang's face tightened as he listened, and with a heavy expression, he said that a disaster of this scale would deal a devastating blow to the entire ecosystem. One of his subordinates brought up a map showing the locations of trapped ability users. Looking at the dense markers scattered across the danger zone, the subordinate could only lament that most of those people would probably end up being devoured. Wang Chuang's thoughts immediately turned to Xu Jingming, and worry pressed heavily on his mind. If Xu Jingming had been caught inside that tide, then unless his master Yang Zentian personally stepped in, Wang Chuang knew there was almost no one who could save him. And without warning, a soldier noticed something abnormal on the monitors. A huge sphere of purple lightning tearing through the battlefield. Wang Chuang instantly ordered the troops to prepare for engagement, and almost at the same moment, another report came in. The target was moving at 80 meters per second. The soldiers immediately opened fire, filling the air with gunshots as bullets rained toward the approaching figure. But every round slammed uselessly against the powerful energy barrier, unable to pierce through the lightning surrounding him. Pouring out his full strength, Xu Jingming, still wrapped in his demonic transformation, launched himself high into the air with Jiang Chushuan on his back. Like a bolt of purple thunder, he soared over the military blockade in a single breathtaking leap. A moment later, Xu Jingming landed smoothly among the stunned soldiers, his feet touching the ground with surprising grace. As the lightning around him faded, the terrifying transformation slowly disappeared from his body. For a few seconds, the soldiers could only stare in complete silence. One of them blurted out that he had thought the incoming energy was some kind of lightning beast, not an actual person. Another muttered about the man's terrifying aura, while a third narrowed his eyes, feeling that the girl's silhouette looked strangely familiar. Back in his normal form, Xu Jingming stood there shirtless, drained, and visibly exhausted. Turning slightly toward Jiang Chushuan, he told her they had finally reached the supply base and were safe now. Relief washed over her face as she held onto his arm and softly thanked him. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang hurried over with concern written across his face. The moment he recognized Xu Jingming, he asked if there was anything he could do now that he had escaped. Xu Jingming explained that he had been running from the mountain area for more than 40 minutes straight and was completely exhausted, so all he wanted was a room where he could rest. Wang Chuang was shocked on the inside. Even though he tried to keep his expression steady, he knew very well that the mountain area was more than 90 kilometers away, and even a fourth-tier ability user would have a hard time breaking through the rat horde from that kind of distance. Wanting to help as quickly as possible, Wang Chuang immediately offered to arrange a room for Xu Jingming. But before he could take action, Jiang Chushuan stepped in and calmly stated that she would take care of him herself. As Jiang Chushuan supported the weary Xu Jingming and helped him move forward, the nearby soldiers could no longer hold back their whispers. They recognized her as Goddess Jiang and began murmuring about how unbelievably lucky the young man was. Some started guessing what their relationship might be, while one soldier looked utterly heartbroken, lamenting that his goddess had been stolen. 2 full days and nights passed before Xu Jingming finally opened his eyes again. When he woke, he found himself lying in a soft, comfortable bed, his body still heavy from the long exhaustion. The first person he saw was Jiang Chushuan, sitting quietly by his side. When she noticed he was awake, a bright smile spread across her face, and she told him he had slept for a very long time. She had even been preparing to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to help his body recover. Xu Jingming was clearly surprised to hear that he had been unconscious for so long, and he quickly asked what had happened in the wilderness. Jiang Chushuan explained that the rat tide still had not receded, so the entire area remained under lockdown. She added that once the disaster finally passed, there would probably be very few beasts left in that region. After hearing that, Xu Jingming realized there was no real reason for him to stay any longer. Since the new semester was about to begin, he decided it was time to return to the university. When Jiang Chushuan heard his plan, she immediately said she was heading back as well and suggested that they travel together. Xu Jingming agreed without hesitation, finding no reason to refuse. As the two of them began discussing their return, Jiang Chushuan suddenly seemed to remember something she had promised him earlier. She then took out the autographed picture Xu Jingming had asked for and handed it to him. But the moment he looked down, he was completely stunned. The photo showed Jiang Chushuan posing in a suggestive way while wearing revealing lingerie, which was wildly different from the ordinary signed picture he had expected. Xu Jingming's face instantly turned red as he stared at the revealing photo in his hands. Flustered, he quickly explained to Jiang Chushuan that he had actually asked for it on behalf of a friend, and that this particular picture might be a little too inappropriate. He awkwardly asked if she had a more normal one, and only then did Jiang Chushuan realize she had misunderstood what he wanted. Inside, Jiang Chushuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear on the spot. She silently scolded herself for jumping to conclusions and assuming Xu Jingming had been personally interested in that kind of photo of her. Trying to hide how flustered she was, Jiang Chushuan quickly offered to give him a different photo instead. At the same time, she reached out and asked him to return the revealing one, but Xu Jingming lowered his eyes back to the picture, his expression turning shy and hesitant. After a brief pause, he quietly asked if he could keep this one for himself, and that unexpected request immediately caught Jiang Chushuan off guard. A pleased smile slowly appeared on Jiang Chushuan's face, softening the embarrassment from just moments earlier. Looking at him with a hint of happiness, she told him that of course he could keep it. Still visibly flustered, Xu Jingming hurried to change the subject. He cleared his thoughts and said that since he had already slept for 2 whole days, he needed to book a train ticket for their trip back. Jiang Chushuan immediately brushed off the idea of taking a train. She casually explained that she had driven there herself and offered to take him back in her car instead. Later, the two of them left the supply base and headed back together in a stylish yellow convertible sports car. The bright vehicle cut smoothly along the road, standing out sharply against the surrounding scenery. As they traveled, Xu Jingming looked around the car and remarked that only a major online celebrity like Jiang Chushuan would own such a limited edition model. He also admitted that this was his first time riding in a self-driving vehicle. Jiang Chushuan, however, responded casually, saying that it was actually very simple to manage. Before long, the familiar grounds of Modu's Superpower University came into view. After their long and dangerous journey, the two of them finally arrived back on campus. By then, both of them had changed into more casual clothes. They stepped out of the car together, and Xu Jingming once again had his spear resting across his shoulder, the weapon giving him a striking presence as he walked. Their arrival immediately drew attention from the students nearby. Many couldn't help admiring Xu Jingming's handsome appearance, but their excitement quickly turned into disappointment when they noticed the equally beautiful young woman beside him and assumed she was his girlfriend. As they walked through the campus paths, Xu Jingming quietly reflected on how much his strength had changed during the month and a half he had spent away. Beside him, Jiang Chushuan glanced over and asked which district his dorm was located in. Xu Jingming answered that his dorm was in District 3. Since Jiang Chushuan lived in District 2, she naturally suggested that they should part ways once they reached that point. Before separating, Jiang Chushuan looked at Xu Jingming and told him that if he ever needed anything, he should not hesitate to ask her. Xu Jingming nodded and agreed, accepting her words without making a fuss. Just as the two of them were about to go their separate ways, Jiang Chushuan suddenly stepped forward. The movement was so quick and unexpected that Xu Jingming froze for a moment, clearly caught by surprise. Then, leaning in close, Jiang Chushuan gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. It happened so suddenly that Xu Jingming barely had time to react before she pulled back again. With a playful smile lighting up her face, Jiang Chushuan told him that the kiss was just a small thank you gift for saving her life. Her tone was light, but the gesture left a much stronger impact than her words. After that, Jiang Chushuan raised her hand and waved goodbye, her smile still lingering as she turned and walked away. Xu Jingming was left standing there alone, his face flushed as he watched her leave. Xu Jingming slowly raised a hand and touched the cheek she had kissed, still trying to process what had just happened. Then, with his heart clearly shaken, he thought to himself that he had just been forcefully kissed. Later, inside her spacious and luxurious dorm room, Jiang Chushuan sat alone on the edge of her bed, still thinking about Xu Jingming. No matter how she looked at it, someone with that kind of overwhelming strength could not possibly be an unknown nobody. The thought kept circling in her mind until she finally decided to look into him properly. Jiang Chushuan opened her laptop, her fingers moving across the keyboard while she casually reflected that lately. Almost all the excitement on campus seemed to revolve around the new freshman. It did not take long before Xu Jingming's detailed file appeared on her screen. But as Jiang Chushuan read through the information line by line, her expression shifted from curiosity to absolute shock. Xu Jingming was actually a freshman, and even more astonishing, he was already an upper-tier second-rank ability user. Her cheeks puffed slightly in annoyance, as she realized she had been calling him senior this whole time. Muttering that he was a big liar, she playfully decided that the next time they met, she would definitely tease this junior brother of hers. At the same time, back in his own dorm room, Xu Jingming quietly sorted through everything he had gained from the trip. The missions had all been completed, he had obtained 2 space rings, and the balance in his bank account had risen to more than 25 million. Even with those rewards, Xu Jingming still felt a trace of regret. If the rat tide had not suddenly interrupted the hunt, he could have stayed longer in the wilderness and gathered far more ability points. His status panel clearly showed his current strength, an upper second-tier ability user with an S-rank ability. With 3,712 ability points now available, Xu Jingming felt confident that this amount should be enough for him to start learning some truly powerful S-rank combat techniques. Just as Xu Jingming was going over his plans, the dorm room door suddenly burst open and Lu Wentao rushed inside. Seeing him there, Lu Wentao shouted that Xu Jingming was finally back, then immediately scolded him for disappearing without even giving a warning. After hearing about the rat tide, Lu Wentao had been seriously worried. Xu Jingming nodded and confirmed that the tide had indeed happened, but he also reassured him that the military had already taken control of the situation. But while Xu Jingming was speaking, Lu Wentao suddenly noticed something different about him. The aura around his roommate had changed, and the moment Lu Wentao sensed it clearly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Xu Jingming had already broken through to the second tier. Xu Jingming corrected him in a calm voice, saying he was not just second tier now, but upper second tier. Lu Wentao was instantly stunned, barely able to process it. Xu Jingming simply explained that he had run into several brushes with death in the wilderness, but fortunately he survived them all, and managed to break through in the process. Lu Wentao could not help admiring him, saying Xu Jingming really was no ordinary person. For a moment, he even wondered aloud whether he should throw himself into a life-or-death situation too, just to become stronger. Xu Jingming shut that idea down immediately, warning him that his own case was special and that the wilderness was far too dangerous for Lu Wentao to mess around with. Lu Wentao quickly agreed that he would not go, but then he suddenly remembered something important. He told Xu Jingming that Song Chukyu had come by to look for him several times, and suggested that Xu Jingming should contact her when he had the chance. Xu Jingming said he would reach out to her, but just then, he remembered the gift he had brought back. He took out the autographed photo and handed it over, leaving Lu Wentao staring at it in confusion. A moment later, that confusion vanished completely and turned into wild joy. Lu Wentao's eyes practically transformed into hearts as he gazed at the signed picture of Goddess Jiang, and then he let out a scream filled with pure happiness. After returning to the university routine, Xu Jingming made his way to the battle technique library, ready to choose the next step for his strength. Thought back to the 4 missions he had completed, which had earned him 871 credits in total. It really was a fast and efficient way to build up resources. Sitting down at a desk, Xu Jingming called out to Eva and instructed the AI to bring up every available S-rank lightning combat technique. In an instant, holographic screens unfolded in front of him, each one displaying a powerful technique. Among them were skills like Thunder Mark, which could unleash massive lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, a technique capable of forming an almost unbreakable barrier of lightning. As Xu Jingming scanned through the list, he was a little surprised. Even a top-tier institution like Modu University only had a little over 20 S-rank lightning techniques. Since these skills would be crucial to his future combat path, he knew he had to choose with real care. He continued going through the options one by one, comparing their uses and effects, until 2 particular techniques gradually drew his attention. The first was Heavenly Thunder Art, a ranged technique that could summon natural lightning from above. The second was Thunder Armor, a defensive combat skill that could form a protective shield around the user. Xu Jingming quickly realized that together, the 2 techniques created an excellent balance of long-range offense and reliable defense. An ordinary person might have to choose one path and specialize, but Xu Jingming's lips curled into a faint smirk. With his cheat-like system, he did not need to struggle over the choice. He could simply take them all. While looking deeper into the details, Xu Jingming discovered something even more important. Heavenly Thunder Art was actually the required foundation for an even stronger SSS-ranked technique known as the Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. He immediately began studying the manual, but the deeper he read, the more complicated it became. The structure was even more intricate than his Thunder Indestructible body technique, and the dense content made sweat bead on his forehead. Xu Jingming could not help thinking that this was even harder than trying to understand professional literature during his doctoral studies in his past life. After 6 full hours of intense study, Xu Jingming finally slumped over the desk in exhaustion. Letting out a long sigh, he accepted that he had only managed to grasp the basics. That much was enough for now. He had done the hard manual work, and it was time to let his system handle the rest. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, his gaze sharpening as he called out to Deep Blue. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to spend the points and help him master the skill. The next instant, a huge surge of purple lightning erupted from his body. Knowledge, instinct, and technique flooded into him all at once as the system fused the power directly into both his mind and his flesh. The upgrade succeeded, but the price left Xu Jingming stunned. Raising a single S-rank technique to the elementary level had cost him an astonishing 1,600 ability points. He could hardly believe that the points he had fought so hard to earn would only be enough to support these 2 skills. Just then, Eva floated over and reminded him that it was already 1 in the morning, so he should make better use of his time. It also warned him not to use superpowers inside the library. Xu Jingming looked a little embarrassed and quickly agreed, since it was already too late to begin studying the second technique, which would take just as much effort. He decided to return another day. Late that night on the Modu University campus, a young man jogged past a girl who was out for a run under the quiet night sky. The girl was Song Chukyu. As she continued running, she thought about the harsh training she had been forcing herself through. For more than a month, she had pushed herself late into the night again and again, and even she was surprised by how dedicated she had become. All of it was for one goal. When Xu Jingming returned, she wanted to challenge him and prove that she was the real #1 freshman. Her focused training suddenly came to a halt when she noticed a huge bird-shaped silhouette passing across the full moon above. It was an enormous and threatening creature, its red eyes glowing in the darkness. Song Chukyu recognized it almost immediately as a white-ringed black-feather eagle. She quickly assessed the danger in front of her. This kind of eagle relied on speed and camouflage to hunt inside cities, making it especially troublesome. Judging by its aura, she estimated that it was around the 3rd tier, which meant it would be a very difficult opponent to deal with. All of a sudden, a loud rumble came from high above, startling her on the spot. Song Chukyu looked up in confusion, unable to understand why there would be thunder when there was not a single cloud in the sky. In the next moment, a massive sphere of purple lightning formed in the night sky and exploded with terrifying force. The blast struck the eagle directly, ripping it apart in an instant and sending blood and feathers scattering through the air. Song Chukyu stared at the sky in disbelief, shaken by the sheer destructive power she had just witnessed. She wondered what kind of high-level lightning ability user could destroy such a beast so effortlessly. Since the attack had come from that distance, she realized it must have originated somewhere on campus, and guessed it was likely the work of a powerful senior student or one of the university mentors. But the true source of the attack was hidden elsewhere. In a secluded wooded area on campus, Xu Jingming stood alone, surrounded by the fading crackle of purple lightning. A confident smirk rested on his lips as arcs of purple electricity continued to swirl around his body, lighting up the trees around him in brief flashes. Thinking back on the test just now, Xu Jingming felt deeply satisfied. Even that small demonstration had already revealed the astonishing power of his new S-rank combat technique, Heavenly Thunder Art. Within the campus woods, a notification confirmed that Xu Jingming had killed a mid-tier 3rd-rank white-ringed black-feather eagle and earned 34 ability points. He was amazed by the result, realizing that Heavenly Thunder Art was even stronger than he had expected, with frightening destructive force and an attack range of nearly 1 kilometer. Pleased with the outcome, Xu Jingming turned and walked away from the wooded area. But from among the trees, a mysterious young man watched him in secret, his eyes narrowing with interest as he found this famous freshman more intriguing than expected. The next morning, Xu Jingming was preparing to leave the dorm when Liu Wentao noticed him heading out so early. His roommate asked where he was going, and Xu Jingming replied that he was returning to the Battle Technique Library to study for the freshman competition coming up in a few days. Watching Xu Jingming leave, Liu Wentao could only marvel at his roommate's dedication. He had just returned from the wilderness, yet he was already throwing himself back into training like nothing had happened. Feeling inspired, Liu Wentao decided that after he finished eating, he would start training too. As Xu Jingming walked through the campus, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. He turned toward the sound and saw Song Chukyu approaching him. When Xu Jingming looked back, Song Chukyu's expression softened with obvious relief. She told him she was glad he had returned safely from the wilderness. But Song Chukyu did not linger on small talk for long. She quickly got straight to the point and reminded Xu Jingming that he had promised to spar with her. Xu Jingming asked if she was really sure about it. Song Chukyu immediately placed her hands on her hips, her confidence clear in her posture, and told him not to underestimate her just because she was standing in front of him now. After all, she had been the top scorer in her entire province. Xu Jingming agreed that they could spar later, but Song Chukyu was far too impatient to wait. She grabbed his hand right away and insisted that they use the training room in his dorm immediately. As Song Chukyu pulled him along, Xu Jingming found her straightforward personality a little amusing. He could not help thinking that this decisiveness was exactly what he would expect from someone from Sichuan, though he still wondered why she was so eager to fight him. Inside, Song Chukyu was already imagining Xu Jingming's reaction. Once he saw that she had also advanced to the 2nd tier, she was sure he would be completely surprised. Before long, the two of them arrived at the training room. Liu Wentao and Shi Dongxia were there watching from the side, while Xu Jingming stepped forward with his spear in hand, standing ready for the spar. Inside the training room, Song Chukyu began loosening her shoulders and warming up, her confidence written all over her face. With a sharp little smirk, she looked toward Xu Jingming and taunted him, telling him not to lose too miserably. Xu Jingming did not look shaken in the slightest. Holding his spear with a calm expression, he simply replied that if she planned to fight him bare-handed, there was no way she could defeat him. Song Chukyu's smile only grew wider when she heard that. With a confident glint in her eyes, she told him that of course she had brought a weapon. The next moment, Song Chukyu raised her hand and activated the space ring on her finger, summoning the weapon she had prepared for this fight. Flash of light burst into the room, and a massive, beautifully decorated halberd appeared in midair. Song Chukyu caught it with practiced ease, the heavy weapon settling into her grip as if it belonged there. Xu Jingming's eyes shifted slightly in surprise as he looked at the weapon in her hands. A Fang Tianhuaji was already uncommon, and seeing a girl choose such a powerful and rare weapon made it even more unexpected. With the halberd now firmly in her hands, Song Chukyu's fighting spirit rose even higher. She declared that she would defeat him today, while Xu Jingming simply accepted her challenge with the same steady calm as before. From the side of the training room, Lu Wentao watched with a grin spreading across his face. He confidently announced that his brother Ming had already won, and Qi Dongxia could not help finding his certainty a little amusing. As soon as the match was about to begin, Xu Jingming sensed the aura flowing from Song Chukyu's body. He immediately realized she had already reached the lower second tier, and understood that this was where her confidence came from. But he was not worried at all. Purple lightning suddenly surged around him like a violent storm, and he calmly declared that he had not been standing still either. The pressure of Xu Jingming's power swept through the room, leaving Qi Dongxia visibly shocked. She blurted out that it was impossible for him to already be an upper second-tier ability user. Beside her, Lu Wentao looked smug as he teased her, saying he had already told her that her friend was no match for him. Song Chukyu froze for a moment, completely stunned by the sudden reveal. Her carefully prepared confidence had backfired in an instant, and she could not understand how Xu Jingming's promotion speed was so much faster than hers when both of them had entered as top scorers. Standing in the center of the training room with purple lightning crackling around his body, Xu Jingming looked at her and asked if she still wanted to continue. Song Chukyu was clearly flustered, but she stubbornly nodded and agreed, only asking him not to use too much force. Xu Jingming found her quick change in attitude rather amusing and praised her for being flexible. Then he lowered his spear slightly and told her that he would not make the first move, so she could attack whenever she was ready. Song Chukyu's expression sharpened with determination. She warned him not to regret giving her the first move, and in the next instant she unleashed her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. A brilliant radiance burst out around her, filling the training room with dazzling light. Xu Jingming watched carefully, noting that her ability was a natural-type power like his lightning, and he became curious about just how strong it truly was. Gathering the power of Light of Dawn into her weapon, Song Chukyu leaped forward with her halberd wrapped in a glowing, fiery aura. Xu Jingming's interest deepened as he realized this was his first time seeing a technique that enhanced a weapon directly. Xu Jingming raised his spear and swung it out to meet her attack head-on. The moment lightning and radiant light collided, a brilliant explosion burst between them, lighting up the entire training room. Even in the face of her powerful strike, Xu Jingming's expression remained relaxed. With a confident smile, he easily redirected the force of her attack, using his superior strength to completely neutralize her blow. The impact forced Song Chukyu backward, and shock flashed across her face as she stumbled to steady herself. Xu Jingming looked at her calmly and remarked that her technique was indeed impressive, but it still lacked enough true power. Watching from the side, Lu Wentao could not hold back his excitement and shouted that it was beautiful. He was clearly amazed that Xu Jingming had blocked Song Chukyu's famous technique so effortlessly. Even after being pushed back, Song Chukyu refused to lose heart. Tightening her grip on the halberd, she stared at Xu Jingming with renewed determination and declared that she would try again. This time, Song Chukyu launched into a fierce barrage of attacks. Her figure flickered around Xu Jingming, leaving after-images behind as her halberd struck from one angle after another. Xu Jingming stood firm in the middle of the storm, completely unfazed by the rapid assault. Each time her halberd came at him, he deflected it with ease, calmly pointing out that her speed was still too slow, her power was not enough, and she needed much more practice. The relentless assault quickly drained Song Chukyu's strength. Her breathing grew heavy, sweat gathered on her face, and the intensity of her attacks began to fall apart. At last, Song Chukyu lowered her weapon and admitted defeat, still amazed by what had just happened. Her A-rank combat technique could unleash more than 100 strikes within seconds, yet Xu Jingming had countered it without even using any special skills. Leaning against her halberd for support, Song Chukyu looked at him with disbelief and guessed that his spear proficiency had already gone beyond the advanced level. Xu Jingming answered calmly, confirming that it had reached the master level. That answer hit Song Chukyu even harder than the fight itself. She exclaimed that she had been training with weapons since she was 8 years old, yet she had only reached the advanced level. Staring at him like she was looking at something impossible, she called him a monster. Turning away with a helpless expression, Song Chukyu finally conceded the match. She admitted that with Xu Jingming's S-rank ability and terrifying talent, she had no hope of surpassing him for now. Xu Jingming asked if she wanted to test his other techniques as well, but Song Chukyu immediately declined, clearly having no desire to suffer another blow to her confidence. She explained that with his overwhelming power, even if she used more techniques, they would probably be useless against his defenses. Then, as thanks for the spar, she invited him to have lunch together, and Xu Jingming accepted. Song Chukyu told him she would see him at noon, then left the training room with Qi Dongxia. As they walked away, Qi Dongxia remarked that from what she had just seen, Xu Jingming seemed to be the stronger one. After the two girls left, Lu Wentao immediately gave Xu Jingming a thumbs up and praised him as the strongest. Xu Jingming answered modestly, saying Song Chukyu was not actually that strong yet, but her speed of advancement was still quite impressive. Lu Yuentao smiled and said Xu Jingming only felt that way because he himself was too powerful. Then he revealed something shocking. Song Chukyu was actually the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, the legendary S-rank grandmaster recorded in the history books. Xu Jingming was left speechless by the news. He immediately remembered that there had been an entire chapter in the history books devoted to Song Daoyuan's achievements 80 years ago. Lu Wentao explained that Song Chukyu's family was based in Sichuan, and since she was the grandmaster's most beloved great-granddaughter, her rapid growth was not strange at all. Hearing this, Xu Jingming finally understood her background, as well as how she could afford such expensive items. A fresh sense of urgency rose in Xu Jingming's chest. Without wasting any more time, he told Liu Wentao that he needed to return to training immediately, then quickly turned and left. Back inside the battle technique library, Xu Jingming focused on his second S-rank skill and finally mastered Thunder Armor. When he tested it, a protective layer of purple lightning wrapped around his entire body like a crackling shield. Xu Jingming was impressed to find that it could reduce incoming impact by 90% and even launch automatic counterattacks, making it an excellent defensive technique. 4 hours later, Xu Jingming checked his system panel again. After learning both S-rank skills, he saw that he had only a little over 700 ability points remaining. Looking at the remaining points, Xu Jingming silently reminded himself that he would need to return to the wilderness in the future to replenish them. With his preparations finally complete, determination settled across Xu Jingming's face. From this point on, his focus would be on the upcoming freshman competition. On September 1st, the day of the competition, Xu Jingming and his group walked together toward the venue. Along the way, he noticed the unusual weapons carried by his female friends and commented on them. Qi Dongxia, wearing a pair of large mechanical claws, explained that a unique fighting style could help win battles faster, and her goal was to reach the top 50. Song Chukyu then stated that her goal was second place. That immediately caught Xu Jingming's interest, and he asked if she had already given up on challenging him again. Song Chukyu admitted frankly that she could not beat him, so there was no point in aiming for first. Lu Wentao then brought up another powerful contender in the competition. He mentioned Li Chengji, Qinghai's top scorer, who had also successfully reached the second tier. Song Chukyu immediately became curious, eager to see just how strong this rival from Qinghai really was. At that moment, Qi Dongxia pointed ahead and announced that they had arrived. The group came to a stop before a massive arena, its towering structure stretching wide in front of them and making the competition feel even more serious. Up in the stands, Zhang Chushuan was already seated beside Tang Qi. Tang Qi looked at her with surprise, clearly not expecting Zhang Chushuan to show interest in a freshman competition. Zhang Chushuan smiled and said she had come because there was someone she was paying close attention to. When Tang Qi asked who it was, Zhang Chushuan revealed that it was a boy, then pointed toward the entrance and said he had just arrived. Down below, Xu Jingming's group stepped into the arena area. Liu Wentao looked around in amazement at the enormous stage, wondering aloud why the school had built such an extravagant battlefield. Xu Jingming explained that his teacher had told him about the format in advance. This freshman competition would be a 100-person battle royale, so of course the stage had to be large enough to hold everyone. The thought of a massive group battle immediately stirred Xu Jingming's interest. Instead of feeling nervous, his eyes sharpened with excitement, and a dangerous grin slowly spread across his face as he imagined just how entertaining this kind of fight would be. As the freshmen gathered across the arena floor, Liu Wentao lifted his head and stared toward the spectator stands in amazement. He pointed out that a surprising number of major figures had come to watch, including the presidents of the university's two strongest clubs, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society. With that kind of lineup appearing all at once, he guessed they had most likely come specifically for Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming was caught off guard when he heard that. He glanced toward Liu Wentao and asked in surprise whether superpower universities actually had club activities too. Liu Wentao nodded right away and explained that they did, but these clubs were nothing like the casual clubs at ordinary universities. Here, they were real combat teams made up of powerful ability users. He went on to explain that these clubs often organized trips into the wilderness to hunt beasts, provided valuable training resources to their members every month, and could even become a pathway into affiliated guilds after graduation. Then Liu Wentao mentioned that Xu Jingming's senior, Lu Ming, was actually the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. Because of that, he found it strange that Lu Ming still had not shown up on such an important day for his junior brother. Hearing Lu Ming's name, Xu Jingming lowered his gaze slightly, and a trace of concern appeared in his eyes. Ever since returning, he had been unable to contact either his senior or his master, and after hearing that they had gone to the southwest, he could not stop wondering whether they were still safe. At the same time, inside a private viewing box, a subordinate was respectfully reporting to his president. He spoke about how tense the battle situation in the southwest had become and expressed his gratitude that the president had returned in time. The subordinate suggested that recruiting new members could simply be left to the others. But the silver-haired man seated before him, Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, dismissed the idea without hesitation. His reason for coming back was clear. He wanted to recruit Xu Jingming, no matter the cost. As Wei He swept his gaze across the stands, his eyes suddenly stopped on another well-known figure. He frowned slightly, wondering why Wu Lan from the Starfall Society had also come here. In another section of the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, looked down toward the arena with a confident smirk. From the look in her eyes, it was obvious that she had set her sights on the very same person. Suddenly, a huge, glowing magic circle unfolded high above the arena, spreading its light across the sky and instantly drawing every eye upward. The start of the competition had finally been announced. From within that shining circle, a magnificent balcony slowly emerged, descending toward the arena as if it had been lowered from another world. The crowd immediately broke into murmurs of awe. Many stared upward in disbelief, wondering whether such an impressive display had been created by some powerful space-type ability user. A portal made of golden light then opened on the floating balcony, its glow spilling outward like a curtain. A moment later, a figure stepped calmly through it. The person who appeared was an elegant woman with long brown hair and a calm, powerful presence. The moment she stepped out, the atmosphere seemed to shift, and everyone's attention naturally gathered on her. Lu Wentao recognized her at once as the vice principal who guarded the Battle Technique Library. Xu Jingming, however, was surprised by how young she looked. Lu Wentao explained that powerful ability users aged much more slowly because of their strengthened bodies, though he guessed she had to be at least 40 years old. Standing on the floating balcony above the arena, the vice principal introduced herself to the crowd. Her name was Ling Shuang, one of the 3 vice principals of the university, and she was in charge of the Battle Technique Library. Since the principal was currently away, she would be presiding over the opening ceremony herself. Ling Shuang began by welcoming all the new students to Modu Superpower University. Her voice carried clearly across the arena as she announced that this year's freshman class had a total of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. She then gave a breakdown of their awakened abilities. 56 students had A-rank abilities, 832 had B-rank abilities, and 135 had C-rank or D-rank abilities. Then, with a subtle glance, she added that among them was also one extremely rare S-rank awakened student, immediately drawing the attention of Xu Jingming and his friends. Ling Shuang continued, explaining that in order to help students grow stronger, the university distributed resources every year according to a 5-tier rating system, ranging from D-rank all the way up to S-rank. She then declared that the freshman competition would determine each student's first-year treatment and rating. The moment those words landed, the students began whispering among themselves, feeling the pressure of the university's brutally competitive system. Hearing the murmurs, Ling Shuang gave a cold scoff, as if the very idea of fairness amused her. A powerful dark aura erupted from her body, pressing down over the arena as she sharply asked when she had ever said Modu University was a fair place. With a stern expression, Ling Shuang declared that the university's goal was not to pamper students, but to cultivate top-tier powerhouses. And for truly strong people to be born, they had to be forged through harsh competition. Her intense words struck the freshmen like a heavy blow. For a moment, the arena fell into stunned silence, and no one dared to speak casually again. Xu Jingming, however, was not frightened at all. Instead, a confident smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, because this kind of competitive environment only made him feel that choosing this university had been the right decision. Ling Shuang then warned the students not to hide their strength during the competition. The stronger they proved themselves to be, the more resources they would receive, and with that reminder, she began explaining the actual rules. The first stage would be a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones would track how many opponents each student defeated, and the stage would be divided into 10 rounds, with only the top 5 students from each round advancing. After that, Ling Shuang projected a large screen showing the rewards. First place would receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, a grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place would receive a grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a generous number of credits. The value of those prizes immediately stirred the entire crowd. Many students stared at the screen with bright eyes, clearly shocked by how generous the rewards were. Ling Shuang then added one final important detail. The results of the competition would also decide each student's permission level within the university, ranging from C rank to A rank. She made it clear that the rare S rank permission level would be granted through a separate process. With her speech finished, Ling Shuang handed the rest of the event over to another dean, then vanished gracefully in a flash of golden light. Taking her place, Sun Qingshui, the dean of the Elemental Academy, stepped forward before the crowd and prepared to continue the ceremony. Sun Qingshui officially announced the beginning of the freshman competition. As encouragement, she reminded the students that those who performed exceptionally well might be selected by teachers as personal disciples, urging everyone to give their full effort. Excited murmurs spread among the students again. For many of them, this was not just a competition anymore, it was a rare chance to change their future. Sun Qingshui explained that the first stage would consist of 10 separate battle rounds. At the same time, the AI Eva began randomly selecting the students who would participate in the first round. As the names appeared, Xu Jingming's group, now wearing matching combat suits, quickly noticed that Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai, had been placed in the very first group. From the stage, Li Chengji looked directly toward them. His lips curled into a provocative smirk, making his challenge clear without him needing to say a word. Qi Dongxia immediately pointed out his expression, while Song Chukyu frowned in annoyance and called him arrogant. Lu Wentao watched the whole thing with a mischievous look in his eyes. Inwardly, he could not help thinking that Li Chengji had just made a truly terrible mistake. Soon, the 100 selected students gathered on the arena floor, spreading out across the massive battlefield as the first round prepared to begin. Sun Qingshui reassured the students that they did not need to worry about losing their lives in the match. If anyone faced real danger, Eva would immediately generate a protective shield, and a medical team was already standing by. Then the countdown began as the final numbers rang out across the arena. Every student tensed for the moment the battle would start. The instant the signal was given, the arena exploded into chaos. Abilities flared, weapons clashed, and the entire battlefield turned into a wild free-for-all. In the stands, many spectators were quickly drawn to one powerful sword-wielding student who was dominating the battlefield. They noticed that he had already broken through to the second tier and soon identified him as Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai province. Down on the battlefield, Li Chengji cut through opponent after opponent with effortless confidence. As students fell before him, he coldly called them weaklings, his arrogance only growing with every victory. The first round ended far more quickly than expected. An AI drone announced the result in a clear voice. Li Chengji had claimed first place after defeating 36 opponents. As Li Chengji stepped down from the stage, he lifted his gaze toward Xu Jingming. With a challenging look, he wondered aloud whether Xu Jingming would be able to surpass his score. Watching Li Chengji put on such an arrogant display, Lu Wentao broke into a nervous sweat and said the guy was already beyond saving. He remarked that he had never seen someone work so hard to court disaster. In the stands, a member of the Starfall Society leaned toward President Wu Lan and pointed out that Li Chengji had already broken through to the second tier, asking whether they should make him their main recruitment target. Wu Lan remained calm and dismissed the suggestion at once, stating that their number one target was still Xu Jingming. When his subordinate asked whether he had received some kind of inside information, Wu Lan only gave a calm reply. He said it was not exactly a secret. He had simply seen Xu Jingming's strength with his own eyes. Not long after that, Eva's voice rang out across the arena again, announcing that the second round was about to begin and calling the selected students onto the stage. The moment Xu Jingming's name appeared among them, his friends immediately grew excited. Lu Wentao and Song Chukyu both called out from the side, cheering him on and urging him to show Li Chengji what real strength looked like. Xu Jingming's expression stayed calm as he gave a simple nod and accepted their encouragement. As Xu Jingming walked onto the stage, the expressions of the other contestants instantly changed. Many of them felt their hearts sink, complaining about how terrible their luck was. Without even fighting yet, they had already given up on taking first place and decided to compete for the remaining 4 qualifying spots instead. Xu Jingming stood there with quiet confidence, his gaze sweeping over the nervous students around him. Seeing them trying to stay away from him, he silently thought they were far too naive if they believed distance alone could keep them safe. In the VIP section, several deans were also watching the arena closely. One of them turned to Dean Sun Qingshui and asked whether Xu Jingming was Dean Yang's new disciple. Sun Qingshui confirmed it and identified him as the rare S-rank ability user, prompting the dean to comment that Xu Jingming's aura was already quite impressive. When Xu Jingming truly released his power, another dean was so shocked that he nearly spat out the drink in his mouth. He exclaimed in disbelief that Xu Jingming had already reached the second tier, even though just a month ago he had only been a newly awakened student. The other deans were just as stunned, unable to ignore the terrifying speed of his advancement. Sun Qingshui looked on thoughtfully, silently realizing that Dean Yang had kept this disciple's progress hidden far too well. The countdown for the battle began, and the instant the match officially started, Xu Jingming made his move. A vast vortex of purple lightning burst outward around him, twisting violently across the arena and swallowing a large section of the battlefield in an instant, leaving the surrounding students frozen in shock. At the center of that raging storm, Xu Jingming spun his spear with blinding speed, arcs of lightning flashing around his body. A predatory grin appeared on his face, as he thought that, compared with slaughtering beasts, fighting other humans still felt much more interesting. The sheer scale of Xu Jingming's power terrified the other contestants. A violent wave of energy pushed several of them backward, and one student suddenly realized with horror that the aura pressing down on them belonged to a second-tier ability user. Standing inside the swirling purple lightning, Xu Jingming made no attempt to hide the truth. The students around him shouted in disbelief as their worst suspicion was confirmed. He really had already stepped into the second tier. Despair quickly spread among the remaining competitors. They stared at Xu Jingming like he was an impossible opponent, complaining that it was completely unfair to face a freshman who was already an entire tier above them. From the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, watched the scene with a steady expression. His subordinate leaned over and asked whether he had already known Xu Jingming's real strength. Wu Lan calmly replied that he had, and now Xu Jingming's potential was finally clear for everyone to see. In another part of the stands, Jiang Chushuan smiled as she watched Xu Jingming below. Remembering how she had been calling him senior all this time, she quietly amused herself with the thought that she would definitely get even with this junior of hers later. Meanwhile, Li Chengji clenched his teeth in frustration. He had originally planned to use Xu Jingming's fame as a stepping stone to make his own name shine brighter, but now that plan had completely fallen apart. What annoyed him even more was that he had been placed in a different round from Xu Jingming. Li Chengji cursed his bad luck under his breath, his face darkening as he wondered what he was supposed to do now. Back in the arena, one student suddenly stepped forward and seized the moment. He loudly told the others that Xu Jingming was far too strong to defeat alone and suggested that everyone join forces to eliminate him first. That proposal immediately received excited agreement from the other contestants. Faced with Xu Jingming's overwhelming strength, they all knew that teaming up was probably their only chance. Xu Jingming stood within the lightning storm and listened closely. He sensed a strange persuasive power hidden in the speaker's voice and quickly realized that the young man was likely a spiritual type ability user. A purple-haired young man named Shi Ying revealed himself and released his A-rank psychic ability, using it to unite the scattered students. He assured them that as long as they followed his commands, they would have a rare chance to bring down an S-rank ability user. Encouraged by Shi Ying's words and influenced by his power, the other students quickly rallied together. Their fear turned into determination as they prepared to challenge Xu Jingming as a group. Inside the VIP box, the deans watched the situation unfold with interest. Wu Wen noted that Shi Ying had successfully united the freshmen, while Sun Qingshui recognized him as a disciple of Dean Long Ke. Dean Long Ke, the head of the Tactics Academy, smiled with clear satisfaction. Even so, he understood perfectly well that the students had come together less because of Shi Ying's leadership and more because Xu Jingming's strength had forced them into unity. Still, Sun Qingshui believed Xu Jingming's situation had become troublesome. If an S-rank ability user were eliminated in the very first round, it would become a huge joke for the entire university. Down on the battlefield, Xu Jingming quietly watched as the remaining contestants gathered together and formed a united front against him. Shi Ying looked toward him with confidence and taunted that Xu Jingming had already lost his chance to attack first. Then he asked how Xu Jingming planned to deal with so many opponents coming at him all at once. But Xu Jingming was not intimidated at all. Instead, he gave a confident smirk and asked why Shi Ying assumed he was the one at a disadvantage. As his power surged, a spear made entirely of purple lightning formed in his hand. Seeing that, Shi Ying immediately gave the order to attack. He sent the close combat fighters charging to the front, while the ranged attackers and support-type students prepared their abilities from behind. With the chance to defeat an S-rank ability user right in front of them, the students charged forward together. Their battle cries echoed across the arena as they rushed toward Xu Jingming from every direction. From a safer distance, Shi Ying raised a rock barrier around himself and called out mockingly. He told Xu Jingming to focus on surviving the incoming attack first before even thinking about reaching him. Xu Jingming remained completely unimpressed as he looked at the wave of students rushing toward him. In his eyes, numbers meant very little when the gap in power was already this wide. Xu Jingming finally acted. Instead of aiming at the students charging toward him, he hurled the massive lightning spear straight toward Shi Ying's defensive wall. The lightning spear slammed into the rock barrier with devastating force. In a single instant, the supposedly solid defense shattered apart like fragile stone under a thunderbolt. A violent explosion of purple energy burst outward from the impact point. The shockwave swept across the arena floor and knocked back the closest attackers before they could even reach Xu Jingming. The raw lightning energy did not disappear after the first collision. It continued surging wildly across the battlefield, crackling through the air and spreading pressure over everyone nearby. Caught in the terrifying blast range, Shi Ying and the others stared in horror. Someone screamed that the energy was about to explode, while others panicked, believing they were all going to die. A moment later, their fear became reality. The unstable lightning energy detonated in a massive explosion, engulfing a huge section of the battlefield in roaring purple light. The onlookers were completely stunned by the scale of the blast. One student exclaimed that he had just seen a mushroom cloud rise from the arena, while others anxiously wondered whether Shi Ying and his group had been killed. At that critical moment, the university's safety measures activated. An AI drone announced that a life-threatening impact had triggered the defense grid, and several students were immediately sealed inside protective bubbles. Then came the verdict. Every one of them had been eliminated by Xu Jingming. Although he had survived unharmed, Shi Ying clenched his fist in frustration inside the protective barrier. He complained bitterly that he had failed to defeat even a single opponent and was now eliminated, all because he had chosen to provoke Xu Jingming. One of the other instigators, also eliminated from the fight, desperately shouted toward the remaining students. Even from inside the barrier, he urged them to continue the attack and not let the chance slip away. Still affected by Shi Ying's earlier command, a female student stepped forward with fierce determination in her eyes. She declared that even if she had to go down with him, she would take Xu Jingming out. The remaining fighters responded to the call, their eyes glowing red as their resolve surged unnaturally high. From every side of the arena, they launched one final desperate charge toward Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming stood calmly in the center of the battlefield, watching as dozens of weapons and abilities came crashing down toward him from all directions. Yet instead of being overwhelmed, Xu Jingming's expression only grew more confident. A faint, almost sinister smile spread across his face as he prepared to meet the final wave head-on. Watching from the sidelines, Shi Ying still held onto a sliver of confidence. He believed that even if the remaining students were all eliminated, it would be a worthwhile sacrifice as long as they could drag Xu Jingming down with them. But in the very next instant, that confidence shattered completely. Shi Ying's face twisted with pure shock as he saw the outcome unfold before his eyes. Xu Jingming handled the entire assault with almost effortless ease. By simply spinning his spear, he formed a powerful vortex of purple lightning around himself, repelling every attacker at once and sending them flying across the battlefield. With the threat swept away in an instant, Xu Jingming slowly lowered his spear and let out a small sigh. Instead of looking pressured, he seemed almost bored by how quickly the attack had ended. Shi Ying stared at the scene in front of him, his eyes widening as disbelief spread across his face. How could one simple activation of an ability shut down every elemental attack they had thrown at him? In that moment, the answer felt almost impossible to deny. This was the crushing, unreasonable power of a true S-rank ability. Shi Ying's legs finally gave out, and he dropped heavily to his knees, all the fight draining from his body. Even with so many students attacking together, even with their combined strength, they had been nothing in front of Xu Jingming, no different from tiny ants trying to shake a mountain. All around the arena, the audience erupted into chaos, their voices rising in shock as they stared at Xu Jingming's terrifying lightning. Every other elemental attack had been completely useless against him, and one student who also wielded lightning could only stand there in confusion, unable to understand why Xu Jingming's thunder was on an entirely different level. Up in the stands, Jiang Chushuan could no longer hold herself back. She jumped up excitedly, cheering with a bright smile as she shouted that she had known all along her senior would be perfectly fine. Beside her, Song Chukyu watched the arena with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. To her, those students had been far too naive, actually believing that such a simple little plan would be enough to bring Xu Jingming down. In the VIP section, the deans watched the fight with sharp, experienced eyes, quietly breaking down every detail. Dean Longkey remarked that their boy's control over the Thunder Spear had clearly reached an advanced level, while another dean added that the spear throw had produced a sonic boom, proving not only terrifying speed, but also an incredibly powerful physique. Dean Sun Qingshui remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on Xu Jingming below. At a time like this, she almost wished Dean Yang Zhentian were present, just so she could ask him directly how he had trained such an extraordinary disciple. Back on the arena floor, the few students who were still standing had gone completely stiff with fear. They understood now that they had no method left to break through Xu Jingming's defense, and with their morale shattered, one of them could only suggest in desperation that their only choice was to run. Seeing those remaining students frozen in place, Xu Jingming slowly turned toward them with a confident smirk. Purple lightning curled and crackled around his body as he mocked them, asking if they were already too scared to attack, and if they were, then he would simply go to them instead. The next instant, Xu Jingming launched himself forward with explosive force. The ground beneath his feet shattered from the impact, and his entire body transformed into a flashing blur wrapped in violent energy. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. Moving like a phantom through the scattered students, Xu Jingming struck again and again, his speed so blinding that his opponents barely had time to register where he was before they were knocked down. Panic spread through the students as they shouted in alarm, completely overwhelmed by how fast he was moving. One of them desperately yelled for everyone to form a defensive formation, but another immediately argued that they had to stay together no matter what. Following that advice, the remaining fighters quickly gathered into a tight cluster. A shield-bearer stepped to the front, planting himself firmly as the others huddled behind him, all of them bracing for Xu Jingming's next assault. When Xu Jingming saw them finally organize themselves into a proper defense, the smirk on his face only grew wider. Instead of feeling pressured, he seemed almost pleased, silently thinking that the fight was finally starting to become a little interesting. He slipped through their ranks like a storm made of lightning and steel, tearing apart their formation piece by piece. Even while attacking, Xu Jingming remained calm enough to point out their flaws, telling one opponent that their angle was wrong, another that they were far too slow, and a third that their strength simply was not enough. As Xu Jingming continued moving, one student tried to stop him by unleashing a wave of ice across the arena floor. But he landed gracefully in the middle of the attack, as if it were nothing, his posture steady and his expression completely unfazed. Only a few seconds passed before the outcome was decided, and the battle came to an abrupt, crushing end. The arena floor was now covered with the defeated bodies of every other contestant. Xu Jingming stood above the final fallen student, his eyes cold and unmoved, and with one last contemptuous remark that they were all too weak, he drove his spear into the ground, sealing the end of the one-sided slaughter. The defeated students lay scattered across the ground, their spirits completely crushed. One of them complained bitterly that Xu Jingming had not only beaten them without effort, but still had the nerve to call them weak, while another could only curse his own terrible luck for ending up in the same group as that monster. Eva hovered above the arena and announced that the round had officially ended. Below her, Xu Jingming rested his spear casually on his shoulder with a confident smile as the drone declared him the sole qualifier, after defeating a total of 102 opponents. The drone began to continue with the announcement of the remaining qualifiers, but the words suddenly stopped before it could finish. Dean Sun Qingshui took over the announcement herself, explaining that because Xu Jingming was the only contestant to advance from that round, the others would need to compete in an additional match to determine the remaining 4 qualifiers. In the stands, the audience was still buzzing with excitement and disbelief. One female student called it an absolute crushing victory, saying it was the first time she had ever seen a competition round where only one person advanced, and her friend immediately agreed, predicting that the university's clubs would soon be fighting fiercely to recruit Xu Jingming. The deans were just as impressed by what they had witnessed. Dean Long Qi recalled that in more than 40 years of the competition's history, the previous elimination record had been 87, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. After comparing the records, the deans could only agree that Xu Jingming's new result was so outrageous. It would likely remain unbroken for a very long time, perhaps forever. Dean Long Qi then wondered aloud how Dean Yang Zhentian had managed to train Xu Jingming's spearmanship all the way to the master level. Dean Sun Qingshui was visibly stunned as well, realizing that Xu Jingming's talent with weapons had to be astonishing. She admitted that she had originally wanted to bring him into the Elemental Academy, but after seeing this, she understood there was no longer any need. A faint smile appeared on Dean Sun Qingshui's lips as another thought crossed her mind. With a freshman like Xu Jingming in the university, there would be no reason to worry too much about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Back on the ground floor, Song Chukyu and Qi Dongsha hurried over to congratulate Xu Jingming. Lu Wentao was especially excited, pointing toward Li Chengji as he laughed and said that after Xu Jingming eliminated Shi Ying, Li Chengji's face had turned so purple it was impossible to ignore. Lu Yu Wentao joked that with a face like that, Li Chengji might as well go learn the art of face-changing. Xu Jingming glanced toward his rival and quietly judged him for what he was, a paper tiger who only knew how to bully those weaker than himself. Although Xu Jingming found Li Chengji's arrogance deeply annoying, he had no intention of confronting him right then and there. Instead, he decided to wait for the second stage of the competition, where he would issue a formal challenge in front of everyone. Xu Jingming then turned back to his friends and patted Lu Wentao on the shoulder. He told them that it was their turn next, reassuring them that advancing into the top 50 should not be difficult, and Lu Wentao immediately nodded with eager confidence. Xu Jingming shared a firm fist bump with Song Chukyu, who looked at him with a competitive spark in her eyes. She told him that even if she could not defeat him, she would still prove that she was the strongest freshman after him. The competition continued moving forward. In the third round, Lu Wentao fought hard and secured 4th place, managing to defeat 9 opponents before the match came to an end. Later, during the 6th round, Qi Dongxia entered the arena and used her sharp claws to carve out her own path, defeating 12 opponents and claiming 3rd place. Finally, when the 8th round arrived, it was Song Chukyu's turn to step into the spotlight. She stood in the center of the arena with her massive halberd in hand, her posture steady and full of confidence. With a bold expression, she declared that her moment had finally come. Her appearance immediately stirred up the crowd, with many students recognizing her as the top scorer from Sichuan province. They admired not only her striking looks, but also the rare weapon she carried, and one excited fan even declared that she was the school's new goddess. As soon as the match began, Song Chukyu activated her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. A brilliant golden aura spread across her massive halberd, making the weapon shine as if it had been wrapped in sunlight. She moved with a graceful but terrifying force, sweeping through the contestants with swift, precise strikes. Every motion of her halberd carried both elegance and power, cutting down opponents before they could properly react. Her strength shocked the other students, and several of them cried out when they realized she was also a second-tier user. One student tried to comfort himself by saying she was only a low-rank second-tier and not as overwhelming as Xu Jingming, but his friend answered grimly that it did not really make any difference. Watching from the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, studied Song Chukyu with clear interest. Impressed by what he saw, he instructed his subordinate to place her as their second recruitment target. Inside the arena, Song Chukyu pressed the attack without slowing down. She unleashed her technique, Dawn Light Second Dance, and her body spun through the battlefield like a whirlwind, her glowing halberd smashing through multiple opponents in rapid succession. Then her movements shifted, and she began gathering her power into a single, more concentrated strike. Golden light gathered along the edge of her halberd as she prepared her technique, Light Flame Gravity Slash. With a powerful leap, Song Chukyu rose into the air and brought her halberd crashing down in a devastating thrust. The force of the attack was too much for one of the remaining students, who cried out under the immense weight before collapsing to the ground. The final opponent defeated, Song Chukyu stood tall in victory at the center of the arena. Eva announced that she had claimed first place in the round, finishing with an impressive total of 45 eliminations. Now that her victory was secured, Song Chukyu dismissed her weapon and turned toward the stands. A cheerful smile spread across her face as she waved happily in Xu Jingming's direction. After leaving the arena, Song Chukyu approached Xu Jingming and playfully asked what he thought of her performance. Xu Jingming praised her without hesitation, admitting that her combination of magic and close-range combat had been amazing, and added that he was looking forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage of the competition began. This time, the format changed into a free challenge, with floating platforms suspended high above the arena. Each student would have 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above them. But there was one important rule. Only contestants who had already entered the top 50 could be challenged. At last, it was Xu Jingming's turn to choose his opponent. For a brief moment, he considered challenging Song Chukyu, who held second place, but quickly dismissed the idea, and instead informed Eva that he wanted to challenge the third-ranked student, Li Chengji. The moment that announcement rang out, Li Chengji froze where he stood, his face twisting with disbelief before fury surged straight through him. He snapped his arm up and pointed straight at Xu Jingming, his anger practically spilling out as he demanded to know why the student sitting firmly in first place would choose to challenge him. Xu Jingming, however, didn't look the least bit shaken. He answered in a calm, even voice, saying the rules had never stated that he had to challenge someone ranked above him. Then his gaze turned colder, and he added a quiet warning, asking whether Li Chengji had truly believed he could provoke him and walk away without paying any price. The stands immediately broke into a restless wave of whispers, confusion spreading through the crowd as everyone tried to understand what was happening. Then one student who knew the backstory quickly explained that Li Chengji had once arrogantly aimed a throat-slitting gesture at Xu Jingming, making it clear that this challenge had not come out of nowhere. Eva, the AI overseeing the competition, quickly assigned the two of them to an arena. Li Chengji's expression was still burning with rage, but he accepted the challenge without hesitation, clearly eager to test for himself just how terrifying the power of an S-rank user really was. Soon, on the floating battle platform, Xu Jingming and Li Chengji stood facing one another across the open space, their bodies still as Eva's countdown echoed around the arena. The instant the battle began, Li Chengji released his power without holding anything back. His body swelled larger and stronger, muscles bulging as red fur spread across him, and his head transformed into that of a fierce lion. The system immediately identified his ability as an A-rank power, Berserk Blood Lion King. A savage roar burst from his throat, shaking the air around the platform like the cry of a beast ready to tear its prey apart. Wrapped in a blazing red aura, the lion-headed man launched himself forward with terrifying force, shouting that Xu Jingming had been the one who forced him to go this far. Xu Jingming stood his ground, purple lightning flickering violently through his eyes as he stared back with an icy expression. His reply came sharp and cold, saying he had forced nothing at all, and that everything happening now was simply the disaster Li Chengji had invited through his own arrogance. In the next instant, a flash of lightning tore across the platform, and Xu Jingming vanished from sight, his speed so extreme that the crowd could barely follow his movement. When he appeared again, he was already high above the charging Li Chengji, spear in hand and body poised to strike down from the air. The lion man twisted around in surprise, his eyes widening for a split second before he let out a scoff, mocking the idea that a lightning-type user would dare to meet him directly in close combat. He gripped his massive sword and swung it with brutal strength, releasing his wild lion slash in a fierce arc of destructive power. Their weapons collided head-on, and the impact erupted into a dazzling explosion of energy that lit up the entire arena. But the force behind Xu Jingming's strike was far beyond what Li Chengji could withstand. The collision blasted him backward, sending his transformed body flying as he was completely overpowered in that single exchange. Li Chengji struggled desperately to stop himself, his feet and body fighting against the momentum, yet disbelief had already spread across his face. Horror slowly sank in as he realized that even after enhancing himself into that beastly form, Xu Jingming's raw physical strength still surpassed his own by a terrifying margin. Xu Jingming gave him no chance to recover. Pressing the advantage without hesitation, he released a relentless stream of purple cloud divine lightning, letting the violent current pour continuously toward his opponent. The transformed Li Chengji was swallowed by the surging electrical power, his entire body trapped inside the crackling purple lightning as he roared out in unbearable pain. Students watching from the stands were horrified by the sight. Some muttered that if even a second-tier enhancement-type user could not endure that level of pain, then the agony had to be beyond imagination. One student pointed out in fear that Xu Jingming was clearly controlling the strength of the lightning on purpose, torturing Li Chengji without delivering a finishing blow so the AI would not stop the match too early. By then, everyone seemed to understand the same chilling truth. Out of everyone in the academy, Xu Jingming was the one person they absolutely could not afford to provoke. Only after several more moments did Li Chengji finally collapse, his beast-like transformation fading away as his body gave out on the platform. Above them, the AI drone announced that Xu Jingming was the winner. Standing there as the victor, Xu Jingming looked down at him with cold, unreadable eyes. Inwardly, He felt it was a shame he could not make the punishment last a little longer, but 10 seconds of agony should be more than enough to leave a lesson burned into Li Chengji's memory. At the very least, he hoped the man would learn to lower his head and act with a little more humility in the future. On the ground, Li Chengji lay battered and breathless, panting heavily as shock still clung to his face. In a trembling voice, he muttered that he had actually survived, even though just moments ago he truly thought he was about to die. He watched Xu Jingming walk away with pure terror in his eyes, not daring to move until that figure had finally disappeared from the arena. Only then did Li Chengji let out a shaky sigh of relief. But that relief lasted for only a brief moment. Song Chukyu stepped forward with her halberd raised, pointing it ahead with complete confidence as she informed Eva that she also wanted to challenge the third-ranked student, Li Chengji. That new announcement struck Li Chengji like a nightmare returning all over again, and fresh terror flooded his face as he realized his suffering was far from over. The next fight ended almost as soon as it began. Already battered from his first defeat, Li Chengji was blasted away by Song Chukyu's powerful attack, his transformed body unable to withstand the force this time either. With her halberd planted firmly into the ground and a proud, confident smile on her face, Song Chukyu stood tall on the platform as the AI drone announced her victory. A short while later, Li Chengji, now completely unconscious, was carried down from the arena on a stretcher by the medical team, his earlier arrogance nowhere to be seen. Song Chukyu then walked proudly over to Xu Jingming, clearly pleased with herself as she asked whether he had seen how she beat up their rival. Xu Jingming responded calmly, acknowledging without hesitation that she was indeed very powerful. The two of them lifted their fists and bumped them together in celebration, the simple gesture making it obvious that their friendship had grown much closer after the battles. Of course, that friendly moment did not escape the eyes of the surrounding students. A group of male freshmen stared over in despair, one of them complaining that the goddess of their class had already been taken. Another groaned that Xu Jingming moved way too fast, pointing out that the school year had not even officially started yet. His friend immediately shushed him in a panic, lowering his voice as he whispered that he had no desire to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun Qingshui stood before all the gathered freshmen and officially declared the competition over, preparing to announce the final results. A huge holographic screen lit up in the air, displaying the rankings for everyone to see. Xu Jingming held first place, Song Chukyu ranked second, and Li Chengji remained in third, while Lu Wentao's name also appeared on the list, showing that he had secured the 39th position. With the freshman competition now concluded, the students were told to log into the school's website and choose the academies they wanted to enter. After that, Song Chukyu turned to Xu Jingming and asked which class he had been assigned to. Xu Jingming showed her his phone, revealing that he had entered the Weaponry Academy, while she told him that she had been placed in the Elemental Academy. Nearby, Qi Dongxia watched the two of them and pointed out to Lu Wentao just how close they had become. Liu Wentao immediately joked that if Song Chukyu was already calling him Jingming today, then by tomorrow she might be calling him Darling. King Sui, the dean's son, then stepped forward to make the final announcement and bring the ceremony to a close. She reminded the students who had performed especially well that they would receive messages from their exclusive mentors later that evening. Up in the VIP stands, the deans were also discussing the outcome of the competition. They agreed that this year's freshmen were far stronger than usual, and one dean specifically pointed to Xu Jingming, predicting that within a year or two, he might dominate the entire student body. They also concluded that the student clubs would probably fight fiercely among themselves to recruit someone like him. As the event finally came to an end, Liu Wentao suggested that their group should go out and eat something to celebrate. Qi Dongxia agreed right away, then playfully added that since Xu Jingming was now the newcomer king, and also a wealthy man with a space ring, it only made sense for him to treat everyone. Xu Jingming accepted with a cheerful attitude and happily agreed. Liu Wentao immediately cheered, praising Brother Ming for being so generous as the group left the campus together in high spirits. But before their celebration could truly begin, two young men suddenly approached them. The one walking in front called out to student Xu, causing Xu Jingming to pause in confusion, since he had no memory of seeing this person before. With a confident smile, the young man introduced himself as Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, and then formally invited Xu Jingming to join their club. Wu Lan laid out his offer in a serious, respectful tone, explaining that because Xu Jingming was the school's only S-rank student, the Starfall Society was prepared to show true sincerity. If Xu Jingming agreed to join them, he would immediately be given the position of vice president, receive 100 credits every semester, and also be provided with B-rank resources. The offer instantly left the surrounding students stunned and envious. One student could not help remarking how lucky Xu Jingming was, explaining that ordinary members had to pay fees and work hard just to stay in the club. Another added that the Starfall Society was a top-tier student club, and becoming its vice president would practically pave the way into an elite guild after graduation. Before Xu Jingming could even give his answer, another voice suddenly cut into the conversation. Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, arrived with a mocking smile and asked Wu Lan whether offering only a vice presidency was not a little too stingy. Then, with a confident smirk, He presented his own stunning proposal. If Xu Jingming joined the Ash Flame Society, he could become the president in training immediately. And once He graduated, Xu Jingming would take over as the full president, along with additional benefits. The crowd was shocked all over again, instantly realizing that the Ash Flame Society was willing to spend an enormous amount just to pull Xu Jingming into their ranks. Wu Lan remained calm despite the pressure and admitted that he could not match that particular offer, because the guild behind his club had strict rules when it came to appointing presidents. Now caught between two powerful offers, Xu Jingming fell into thoughtful silence and carefully weighed his choices. In the end, he told both of them that he needed some time to consider everything, and that he would give them his answer in a few days. Xu Jingming quietly weighed the offer in his mind, and for a moment memories from his past life surfaced. Back then, he had served as student council president, and that position had swallowed up far too much of his time and energy. In this new life, he decided it would be wiser not to rush into another role that might tie him down. Wu Lan and He both saw that Xu Jingming had no intention of giving an answer on the spot, so neither of them pressed him any further. Instead, they each handed over their contact cards and told him calmly that once he had made up his mind, he could reach out to them at any time. Before the two presidents turned to leave, they also glanced toward Xu Jingming's friends and extended the invitation to them as well, saying that if any of them were interested, they would also be welcome to join. As Wu Lan and He finally walked away, Xu Jingming looked back at his group and said it was about time for them to leave. But as he glanced at the crowd still watching him from every direction, he quickly realized that slipping away quietly was not going to be easy. Sure enough, just as Xu Jingming had expected, recruiters from all kinds of clubs immediately rushed forward and surrounded them. One club eagerly bragged about how many female members they had. Another kept emphasizing their promising future connections, while a third loudly promoted its powerful financial support, each one trying to grab Xu Jingming's attention first. After a long struggle, the group finally managed to break free from the swarm of enthusiastic recruiters. Standing together in a small open space, everyone looked completely worn out, and Xu Jingming let out a breath before announcing that they could finally go eat. But just as they were about to leave, Xu Jingming's gaze suddenly dropped, and he noticed a pair of stylish boots stepping toward them with a steady, elegant pace. A beautiful woman with long silvery white hair soon appeared before him, her presence instantly drawing attention. With a playful smile on her lips, she greeted him as her junior, and Xu Jingming immediately recognized her as Jiang Chushuan. Xu Jingming was clearly caught off guard, and his greeting came out with a slight stammer. Beside him, Song Chukyu narrowed her eyes at the sudden newcomer, studying her carefully before asking, with a hint of suspicion, exactly who she was. Xu Jingming quickly explained that Jiang Chushuan was the senior he had met back in the wilderness. Jiang Chushuan then introduced herself with an easy smile, saying she was a second-year student from the Elemental Academy, and she even reached out to shake Liu Wentao's hand. The moment Liu Wentao realized who she was, he practically froze in place, completely starstruck. He stammered out the words Goddess Jiang, stunned that the famously cold ice goddess was actually smiling right in front of him in person. Song Chukyu then stepped in politely and introduced herself as Xu Jingming's classmate, keeping her tone composed as she faced Jiang Chushuan directly. When Jiang Chushuan looked at Song Chukyu more closely, even she felt a flicker of surprise. Song Chukyu's beauty carried a special kind of charm, bright and hard to ignore, and for some reason Jiang Chushuan suddenly felt an odd urge to get closer to her. That unexpected feeling immediately made Jiang Chushuan flustered inside. In a comically serious moment of self-defense, she silently concluded that Song Chukyu had to be a dangerous girl, because she was somehow captivating enough to attract everyone around her. Right then, Xu Jingming turned to Jiang Chushuan and asked if she wanted to join them for dinner. Her mood brightened at once, and she accepted the invitation without the slightest hesitation. The group soon found a restaurant and settled in for their celebration. Glasses were raised around the table as they toasted together, marking the official end of the freshman competition with a lively, relaxed atmosphere. During the meal, Jiang Chushuan's cheeks carried a faint blush as she lifted her glass toward Xu Jingming. With a playful warmth in her voice, she called him junior and toasted him directly. Not long after, Song Chukyu, whose face was also slightly flushed, raised her own glass toward him. When she called him Jingming so naturally, Xu Jingming's expression stiffened a little, and he suddenly found himself feeling oddly flustered. Liu Wentao watched the two women from the side, quickly sensing the obvious tension in the air. He leaned close to Qi Dongxia and whispered that both of them seemed interested in Brother Ming, then quietly suggested that the two of them should retreat from this battlefield before things got dangerous. Without wasting another second, Liu Wentao and Qi Dongxia came up with a quick excuse, waved goodbye, and hurried out of the restaurant. Just like that, they abandoned a bewildered Xu Jingming at the table, leaving him to face Jiang Chushuan and Song Chukyu on his own. Left sitting there alone with the two women, Xu Jingming could only stare after his friends in confusion, completely unable to understand why they had suddenly run off so fast. After they drank a little more, both women began looking far too tipsy to walk properly. Jiang Chuxuan was the first to lean toward Xu Jingming and ask for his help, and almost immediately afterward, Song Chukyu also said she could not walk and needed him to support her. With Jiang Chuxuan and Song Chukyu both clinging to him, Xu Jingming became visibly flustered and awkwardly asked if they were really sure about this, but both of them confirmed it without hesitation, leaving him with no other choice but to agree to take them back to their dorms. As Xu Jingming helped the two of them out of the restaurant, the other patrons stared after him with almost unbearable envy. Some could not help muttering that his luck was simply too outrageous. After finally sending both of them safely back, Xu Jingming returned to his own villa at last. The moment he stepped inside, he let out a long, heavy sigh of relief, as if he had barely escaped a major crisis. But that relief disappeared almost instantly when he looked toward the couch and saw an unfamiliar woman sitting there. Xu Jingming paused in confusion, then asked her who she was. The woman calmly introduced herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor, and explained that she had come specifically to deliver the rewards he had earned from the freshman competition. Xu Jingming immediately composed himself and greeted her politely. Su Yu then handed him a wooden box and explained that it could only be opened with his fingerprint. Before leaving, she also told him that if he ran into any school-related problems in the future, he could contact her directly. Once the prize had been delivered, Su Yu left without delay, and almost at the same time, Lu Wentao happened to come downstairs. Lu Wentao walked over with a mischievous look and playfully asked Xu Jingming whether a huge conflict had broken out between Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxuan. Xu Jingming looked back at him in complete confusion and asked what conflict he was even talking about. For a moment, Lu Wentao was left utterly speechless. He could hardly believe that a situation like that had somehow ended without exploding into a fight. After thinking about it for only a second, Lu Wentao immediately reached his own conclusion. Brother Ming must have handled everything flawlessly. While Liu Wentao continued marveling at his friend's mysterious skill, Xu Jingming sat down on the couch and pressed his fingerprint against the prize box to open it. As the box opened and the rewards inside came into view, Xu Jingming's eyes lit up slightly and a look of pleasant surprise appeared across his face. Xu Jingming carefully examined the rewards he had received from the freshman competition. Sitting on the couch, he first picked up the 10 cubic meter space ring and began testing its storage function. With just a simple command, the ring gave off a faint glow, and his large spear vanished from sight, instantly being stored inside the ring. Lu Wentao watched the whole thing from nearby with amazement written all over his face. He could not help commenting on the ring's impressive capacity, then added that with 3 space rings in his possession, Xu Jingming really looked like a wealthy man now. Then Lu Wentao thought about his own reward for placing in the top 50, which was only 400 credits, and the envy in his voice became impossible to hide. Xu Jingming agreed that he did indeed have several rings now. After thinking it over, he decided that he should visit the equipment department later and return the ones he no longer needed. Next, Xu Jingming took a small orange pill out of the prize box and turned it between his fingers, wondering what kind of effect it had since there were no instructions included. Liu Wentao, however, looked completely confident and told him that identifying it was simple, then called out for the dorm's AI, Eva. Following Liu Wentao's suggestion, Xu Jingming held the orange pill up in front of him and let Eva scan it for analysis. Eva quickly completed the scan and identified the pill as a 5th-grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource capable of greatly increasing spiritual power for ability users below the 5th tier. Xu Jingming was genuinely surprised to learn that Eva even had a function like this. Liu Wentao explained with a proud look that the AI could also identify beast materials, rare herbs, and other valuable resources. Xu Jingming could not help commenting on how convenient the AI was, though he also felt it was a shame that he could not bring Eva with him into the wilderness. Liu Wentao suggested that similar commercial products might exist, and Xu Jingming nodded, deciding he would look into it later. Later, inside the training room, Xu Jingming sat down and decided to check his current spiritual power before taking the pill. He knew very well that physique and spirit were 2 of the most fundamental attributes for an ability user, but they were also among the hardest to improve. On top of that, the conversion rate from his ability points into spiritual power had become less efficient, which meant relying on points alone would cost him more and more as he grew stronger. Hoping that the pill would bring him a pleasant surprise, Xu Jingming swallowed it and entered meditation. Soon, a powerful swirl of energy began to gather around him, wrapping his body in a dense, surging current. A moment later, Xu Jingming checked his system panel again, and delight immediately flashed across his face. His spiritual power had increased by 50 points, pushing him past the 1,000 mark. After doing the calculation, Xu Jingming realized that this single boost had saved him 500 ability points. With that kind of result, he was more than satisfied and concluded that the pill's effect was truly excellent. Feeling refreshed and energized, Xu Jingming decided to spend the next couple of hours training. He raised his hand, summoned his spear back out from the space ring, and prepared to begin. The next day, Xu Jingming appeared on campus again, moving through the university grounds as the excitement from the freshman competition slowly began to settle behind him. He had just finished selling off his extra space rings, and in one move, his total assets had climbed to more than 100 million. As he walked toward the university's pharmacy department, he couldn't help thinking that becoming an ability user really was unbelievably profitable. After arriving, he took a number and waited for his turn. When Xu Jingming checked the queue, he saw that there was still more than an hour before he would be called. Since wasting time did not suit him, he simply found a place to sit down and began cultivating quietly while he waited. While Xu Jingming was sitting there with his eyes focused and his aura calm, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. He lifted his head and saw Jiang Chushuan standing nearby. Xu Jingming was a little surprised to see her there, and a playful look crossed his face as he asked whether she had already sobered up from the night before. Jiang Chushuan answered naturally, telling him that she had woken up early, as if last night's drinking had not slowed her down much at all. She then glanced at him and asked if he had come to the pharmacy department to sell the rare herbs they had found earlier. Xu Jingming nodded slightly and explained that selling them was one option, but if possible he would rather have a pharmacist refine them into pills. Jiang Chushuan's lips curved into a charming smile as she looked at him, then asked whether he really did not notice the beautiful and excellent pharmacist standing right in front of him. Xu Jingming looked at her with some doubt and asked if she was not only an amateur. Jiang Chushuan immediately pushed back, saying with confidence that she was a certified second-grade pharmacist, and that refining first-grade and second-grade pills was practically effortless for her. She then added that she no longer planned to enter the wilderness in the future, and from now on, she intended to focus fully on being a pharmacist. The moment Xu Jingming heard that, his expression changed, and he was completely stunned. As the two of them sat there waiting, Jiang Chushuan quietly explained why she had made that decision. She told Xu Jingming that after nearly dying several times during their recent trip, she had finally understood that the wilderness was not a place suited for her. She still planned to continue making videos, but her content would shift toward her daily life as a pharmacist instead. Xu Jingming pointed out that such a sudden change might cost her many fans, and Jiang Chushuan lowered her gaze slightly before quietly agreeing. She then opened up about her past, saying she was an orphan whose parents had died during a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, she had struggled with money for a long time, until her beast-fighting videos unexpectedly went viral. That fame finally allowed Jiang Chushuan to earn a steady income, but she admitted that deep down, her real passion had always been refining pills, not risking her life in the wilderness. She looked at Xu Jingming and told him that he had saved her the last time, but she knew very well that she could not depend on luck forever. That was why she had chosen to change her path before it was too late, and Xu Jingming sincerely wished her success. Xu Jingming then voiced the question that had been bothering him, wondering how someone with an ice element ability could become a pharmacist. Jiang Chushuan gave him a look and told him that this question alone proved how little he knew about the field. She explained that specialized tools, such as enchanted cauldrons, could convert almost any type of elemental energy into flames. In other words, even Xu Jingming's lightning ability could theoretically be used for alchemy if he had the proper equipment. After hearing her explanation, Xu Jingming no longer hesitated. He took out the box containing all the rare herbs and handed it over to her, formally entrusting the entire batch to Jiang Chushuan. Jiang Chushuan seemed slightly surprised by how readily he trusted her, and she asked if he was truly willing to let her help. Then, with a bright smile, she accepted both his confidence and the herbs, promising that within 1 week, the refined pills would be ready. Just as their conversation came to a pause, Xu Jingming's phone suddenly began to ring, cutting through the quiet atmosphere between them. The view then shifted to a sprawling traditional estate hidden deep within a green forest, its courtyards and buildings surrounded by lush trees and a calm, secluded atmosphere. Inside the estate, a young man spoke to a woman nearby, saying that he had seen plenty of news about their junior brother on the school forums, and the posts were calling him an absolute monster. The woman's interest was immediately stirred, and she asked whether their junior brother was truly as powerful as the rumors claimed. The man with purple eyes answered with a confident smirk, telling her that she would find out soon enough, and when she did, she would definitely be surprised. The green-eyed woman looked intrigued by his answer, her curiosity clearly growing as she said she would have to confirm the truth for herself. Not long after, Xu Jingming arrived at the estate and was greeted by his master, Yang Zhentian. He respectfully addressed him as his teacher and explained that as soon as he received the call, he had rushed over without delay. His attention was quickly pulled toward his senior, Lu Ming, and Xu Jingming's expression changed in an instant. Seeing Lu Ming seated in a wheelchair with both legs wrapped in heavy bandages, he asked in alarm what had happened. Dean Yang Zhentian then explained the grim truth. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin had used Lu Ming as bait to lure out a powerful monster, causing their guild to suffer heavy losses, while Lu Ming himself was badly injured. Lu Ming added that he had fought Wang Lin directly and lost, but he had still made sure that Wang Lin did not walk away completely unharmed. Dean Yang Zhentian then apologized for missing Xu Jingming's freshman competition, but Xu Jingming's focus was already on what had happened to Lu Ming, and anger surged through him as he clenched his fist, furious that an 8th-tier grandmaster could act in such a despicable way. At the same time, Xu Jingming felt the sharp sting of his own weakness. As a mere first-tier user, he knew that if he stood before someone like Wang Lin, he would be crushed like dust. That realization lit a fierce determination inside him. reminding him once again that in this world, anyone who failed to become strong would eventually be trampled. Noticing the intensity in his disciple's reaction, Yang Zhentian stepped closer and placed a supportive hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder, telling him not to keep dwelling on it. After that, Yang Zhentian formally introduced Xu Jingming to the other disciples present, his senior brother Xu Saiwei and his senior sister, Tong Yue. Both Tong Yue and Xu Saiwei greeted him warmly, giving their new junior brother a friendly welcome. As a welcoming gift, Xu Saiwei decided to be generous right away and transferred 200 credits directly to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming bowed respectfully toward them, sincerely thanking both his senior brother and senior sister for their kindness. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke up and noticed that Tong Yue still seemed doubtful about what he had said earlier. He prompted Xu Jingming to tell her himself whether he had truly mastered 4A rank lightning combat techniques, and Xu Jingming calmly confirmed that Lu Ming's words were true. That confirmation stunned both Xu Saiwei and Tong Yue on the spot. They stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how he could have learned 4A rank techniques while also advancing all the way to the upper second tier. Tong Yue explained that A rank techniques were unbelievably difficult to master. She herself had only recently reached the upper second tier after struggling with just 2 such techniques, so the idea that Xu Jingming had reached her level while mastering even more A-rank skills felt almost impossible to accept. When the seniors asked him what secret method he used, Xu Jingming only replied humbly that he was simply a fast learner. The vague answer left them feeling both helpless and exasperated, while Xu Jingming silently knew that there was no way he could tell them about his hidden system. Dean Yang Zhentian then turned his attention back to Xu Jingming, clearly satisfied with the effort he had shown. He mentioned that Dean's son King Shui had been praising him repeatedly, and promised that they would properly celebrate his freshman competition victory later. Xu Jingming modestly brushed off the praise, then asked his master if he could help test a new combat technique. Lu Ming immediately offered to help with a playful tone, but Xu Jingming ignored him and looked straight at Yang Zhentian instead. Then he revealed that the technique he wanted to test was an S-rank combat technique called Thunder Armor. The moment the words S-rank combat technique came out, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Yang Zhentian and all 3 of Xu Jingming's seniors were left speechless by what they had just heard. Xu Saiwei even stumbled back in disbelief, admitting that as a low-rank third-tier user, he had never been able to break through that technique's defense. Realizing that this needed to be tested properly, Yang Zhentian told everyone to head to the training ground, and the group soon arrived at a large octagonal arena. As they waited beside the arena, Xu Saiwei could not help wondering aloud whether Xu Jingming had truly mastered an S-rank technique. Lu Ming, however, said with complete confidence that based on what he knew of his junior brother, Xu Jingming would never brag about something like this. Tong Yue finally gave in and admitted that she now understood exactly why Lu Ming had called him a monster. In the center of the arena, Xu Jingming stood calmly, and a confident smirk slowly appeared on his face as violent purple lightning began surging out from his body. He unleashed the S-rank technique, and in an instant a brilliant, complex suit of armor formed around him, woven entirely from pure lightning. With his eyes glowing with power beneath the crackling energy, Xu Jingming looked toward his master and confidently said he was ready for the test. Dean Yang Zhentian prepared to test his disciple's new technique and warned Xu Jingming that he would begin with an attack equal to the strength of a peak third-tier user. Then Yang Zhentian raised his power and released a blazing sphere of red energy which exploded violently and completely swallowed the spot where Xu Jingming stood. When the smoke and energy finally cleared, Xu Jingming was still standing there unharmed. His lightning armor had absorbed the entire blast, leaving him without even the slightest scratch. A confident smirk appeared on Xu Jingming's face as he looked at his teacher and said that attack was not enough, asking him to increase the power. Yang Zhentian's eyes lit up with excitement at the strength of his student's defense, and he agreed to raise the output. Still, he warned Xu Jingming that if the pressure became too much, he had to say so immediately. Yang Zhentian then continued bombarding the lightning armor with stronger attacks, calling out the multipliers as the force climbed from twice the original power to 4 times, then up to 6 times. By the time the attack reached 10 times its original strength, Xu Jingming's expression finally tightened. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, struggling to endure the terrifying pressure pressing against his lightning armor. At last, Yang Zhentian's attack came to a stop. Xu Jingming's body was already drained from holding on for so long, and as the crackling thunder armor faded from around him, his legs finally gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Yang Zhentian burst into laughter, clearly delighted by what he had just witnessed, and praised Xu Jingming's performance without holding back. He explained that the final attack had carried the power of a lower-stage 4th-tier user, roughly 10 times stronger than a peak 3rd-tier strike. In his judgment, only an A-rank user who had reached at least the 4th tier would have a real chance of breaking through that armor. Off to the side, the senior disciples stared in stunned silence. They could hardly believe the defensive power they had just seen. An S-rank combat skill paired with an S-rank ability was already terrifying enough, but their junior brother had actually blocked an attack 2 full tiers above his own level. At this point, calling him a monster almost felt like an understatement. Just as Yang Zhentian was about to suggest that they go celebrate, Xu Jingming forced himself to move. Still breathing heavily, he struggled back to his feet and told his teacher to wait a little longer. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, Xu Jingming shouted that he had not reached his limit yet, making it clear that he still wanted to push himself further. In the next instant, power erupted from him like a storm. Xu Jingming shot upward into the air, his hair turning pure white as chaotic lightning exploded around his body, and even Yang Zhentian's expression changed in surprise. The moment his seniors saw the transformation, their eyes widened, and they immediately recognized what kind of state Xu Jingming had entered. They exclaimed that this was the Thunder Extreme State, a special ability that could only be unlocked once the undying Thunder body reached its third layer. Watching the fierce aura pouring from Xu Jingming, they were left in awe of how much more intense he had become. Yang Zhentian looked at his disciple with growing admiration and finally understood how Xu Jingming had endured the earlier assault. The answer was simple. His undying thunder body had already advanced to the third layer. Now genuinely eager to see just how far this power could go, Yang Zhentian decided to run another test. He raised his hand, and another enormous sphere of red energy began gathering in front of him. As Yang Zhentian prepared to release the next attack, Xu Jingming remained in his enhanced state, lightning raging around him while he braced his body for the coming impact. 3 minutes later, the test finally came to an end. Xu Jingming knelt on the ground again, completely exhausted, his transformation already gone, while Yang Zhentian announced the astonishing result. It had taken an attack equal to a middle-stage 4th-tier user, 20 times the original force, to finally break Xu Jingming's defense. Yang Zhentian looked at his student with unmistakable pride, admitting that Xu Jingming's achievements had gone far beyond anything he had expected. Although Xu Jingming was still tired, he sincerely thanked his teacher. More importantly, the test had given him a clear understanding of how strong his defensive ability truly was. Yang Zhentian stepped forward and helped his disciple up, then remarked with a smile that among all his students, Xu Jingming was the most worry-free one, because he seemed to learn everything on his own without needing much guidance. With the mood now turning celebratory, Yang Zhentian declared that it was time to eat. He told everyone not to hold back and to order the most expensive dishes, and the group headed out together. Later, while they were driving, Xu Jingming turned to his senior brother Lu Ming and asked for advice about the university clubs. He wanted to know whether he should join the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Lu Ming answered without hesitation, advising him to choose Starfall. Xu Saiwei, who was driving, looked surprised by that response, but Lu Ming explained that the Ash Flame Guild had recently run into serious trouble, so Starfall was clearly the safer choice. Yang Zhentian then shared his own opinion. He suggested that Xu Jingming could join a club for a year or two to gain experience, but after that he should consider creating his own society. The people he recruited during university, Yang Zhentian explained, could become the core force supporting him after graduation. Xu Jingming was a little confused when he heard this, and he could not help wondering whether building his own faction was really necessary. His master explained that one reason he himself had not yet reached the Grandmaster rank was because he lacked a proper faction of his own. Without people to handle tasks for him, he had been forced to waste too much time doing everything personally. Yang Zhentian reminded Xu Jingming that having a force under him would allow him to focus more fully on cultivation. Xu Jingming quickly understood what his master meant and thanked him for the advice. For now, he decided to keep the idea in mind and think about building his own force once he became stronger. The next day, classes at Modu Superpower University officially began. As Xu Jingming walked through the busy hallways filled with students, he felt that his university life was finally starting to fall into place. Once classes began, Xu Jingming attended his lectures one after another. In one class, a professor explained the history of their world, describing how origin energy had transformed ordinary animals into beasts and awakened superpowers within humans. Xu Jingming also learned that the ruins of ancient civilizations had been discovered across Blue Planet, and that much of the world's advanced technology had come from studying those ancient remains. Over the next few days, he attended all kinds of classes, ranging from anatomy and weaponry to lessons from the Elemental College. During one Elemental College class, Xu Jingming casually shaped his lightning ability into a detailed serpentine dragon that coiled around his arm. The professor was stunned by his control, praising his talent repeatedly while regretting that such an outstanding student had not joined her college. When the weekend arrived, Xu Jingming left campus and traveled to the Yangcheng Wilderness area to sharpen himself through real combat. With his powerful new Azure Black Dragon spear in hand, a weapon that had cost him 1,000 credits, Xu Jingming cut through a horde of beasts with effortless precision. Standing among the fallen beasts, Xu Jingming quietly reflected on how quickly his strength had improved. The new knowledge he had gained, the combat techniques he had mastered, and the equipment he had upgraded had all pushed his battle ability to a much higher level. Checked his system panel and saw that he had already accumulated more than 13,000 ability points. But when he noticed that no plus sign had appeared next to his S rank ability, He felt a little disappointed, believing that Purple Sky Divine Thunder should still be capable of upgrading further. Even so, Xu Jingming decided not to let those points sit unused. He would spend them to strengthen himself first, firmly believing that one day he would raise his Purple Sky Divine Thunder to SS rank. Back on campus, Xu Jingming spent time with Song Chukyu. When she saw his current level of control, she was astonished, saying that he had already surpassed what she had achieved after an entire month of training. Xu Jingming only smiled smugly and claimed he had suddenly gained an epiphany, while inwardly giving all the credit to his cheat system. Song Chukyu then told him about an upcoming joint event involving several other top universities. When she asked whether he planned to participate, Xu Jingming confirmed it right away, especially since the event would take place in the wilderness. Xu Jingming was already looking forward to the joint university event. To him, it was not only a chance to harvest more ability points, but also an opportunity to see what kind of talent the other top universities had produced. 1 week later, Xu Jingming and his friends gathered for a meeting before the trip. Everyone seemed confident, with Liu Wentao casually saying that as long as Brother Ming was on their team, they could relax. Song Chukyu added that Modu Superpower University had already won 4 years in a row, so claiming a 5th victory should not be too difficult. Just then, a shimmering portal suddenly opened in front of them, its light rippling through the room as Vice Principal Ling Shuang stepped out. Ling Shuang stood before the gathered students and announced that she would now explain the details of their upcoming research trip. She gave a direct command to Eva, and the AI immediately projected a holographic map of a rugged mountain region. Ling Shuang looked over the students and began explaining that their destination this time would be the No. 7 Devil's Den Wilderness area. The moment that name was spoken, fear spread through the students, because everyone knew Devil's Dens were notoriously dangerous places. Xu Jingming's expression also grew more focused as he sensed that this trip would not be simple. Ling Shuang continued explaining that she would personally lead the team, and that resources would be distributed based on each student's performance. Rankings would depend on both the number and tier of beasts killed, and only the top 50 students would receive rewards. First place alone would take 24% of the resources, so she made it very clear that securing first place mattered for both glory and practical benefits. Then Ling Shuang turned her gaze towards Xu Jingming and entrusted him with the responsibility of leading Modu Superpower University to victory. Xu Jingming accepted with confidence. But before the students could relax, Ling Shuang revealed an important new piece of information. With a sly smile, she told everyone that Qingjing Superpower University had brought in a foreign exchange student, and that this person also possessed an S-rank ability. The news immediately shocked the crowd. Ling Shuang then clarified that this new rival was an exchange student from the Jidu nation. Eva projected a holographic image of a man named Kiran Rao. His ability was an S-rank enhancement type, but the most alarming detail was his level. He had already reached the lower stage of the 3rd tier. The moment Xu Jingming realized this S-rank rival stood 1 full tier above him, the confident smirk on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious, heavy look. The students around him were stunned as well, unable to believe that a low-rank 3rd-tier S-ranker could appear among the freshmen. Some even wondered aloud whether such a prodigy could really exist. Vice Principal Ling Shuang confirmed that the information was accurate, but she also clarified one important point. Kiran Rao was already 20 years old. That explanation immediately drew complaints from the students, who argued that 2 extra years of training gave him an unfair advantage. However, another student pointed out that in Kiran's home country, university began at the age of 20, which meant he was technically still a freshman. Nearby, Song Chukyu looked worried, silently thinking that she would be no match for a 3rd-tier S-ranker. But when she glanced toward Xu Jingming, she noticed that he did not look afraid at all. Xu Jingming truly was not shaken. As an S-ranker himself, he had long grown used to facing opponents above his own rank, and a higher tier alone was not enough to make him lose his confidence. A confident smile slowly appeared on Xu Jingming's face as he thought over everything he currently possessed. 3 S-rank combat techniques, 4 A-rank combat techniques, and master-level spearmanship were all backing him up. With that kind of foundation, he saw no reason to fear anyone. Besides, this competition would be judged by the number of beasts killed, and when it came to hunting beasts, he was certain he would not lose to any other freshman. Ling Shuang noticed the confidence in Xu Jingming's eyes, and a satisfied look flashed across her face. Inwardly, she felt more and more certain that he was the most outstanding S-rank student their school had seen in years, and that giving him the SS rank Tyrannosaurus blood had absolutely been the right choice. In her view, Qingjing Superpower University had clearly brought in a foreign talent for one reason, to snatch first place and seize priority over the resources. But Ling Shuang only smiled to herself, already convinced that their plan was destined to end in disappointment. After finishing the briefing, Ling Shuang gave the students 7 full days to prepare for the trip. Then, beneath everyone's gaze, she stepped into a glowing magic circle and disappeared from the room. 7 days later, Jiang Chushuan came to see Xu Jingming and handed him a large collection of pills she had personally refined for him. With a proud little smile, she explained that she had prepared antidote pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and mind awakening pills. Every one of them was tier 2, and she had made 20 of each type. which she believed should be more than enough for the trip. Xu Jingming thanked her sincerely, but when he noticed the dark circles beneath her eyes, his expression softened a little. He advised her not to stay up late refining pills for him again, saying that if he needed pills, he could simply buy them himself. Jiang Chushuan's cheeks flushed slightly at his concern, but she immediately insisted that pills refined by her own hands were far better than anything he could casually buy from a store. Then, looking a little nervous, she took out another set of pills and explained that she had also prepared these for him to pass along to Song Chukyu. Xu Jingming was surprised when he heard that and could not help asking when the two of them had become so close. Jiang Chushuan only blushed harder, turned her face away, and said she was not going to tell him. Before leaving, Jiang Chushuan wished both Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu good luck on the trip, reminding them to stay safe before finally saying goodbye. Later, alone in his room, Xu Jingming stared at the huge number of pills spread out before him. From the sheer amount she had made, he realized Jiang Chushuan must have stayed up through several nights to finish everything. Holding one of the small vials in his hand, he silently understood the feelings she had placed into them. But after a moment, determination returned to Xu Jingming's eyes. He reminded himself that before he could truly think about romance, he needed to become much stronger. On the day of the research trip, an enormous crowd of freshmen gathered on the university playground, filling the open field with excited voices and restless movement. Xu Jingming stood with his friends, a little surprised to learn that almost all 856 freshmen had signed up for the trip. Still, he found it strange that everyone had gathered on the playground instead of meeting at a train station. Lu Wentao excitedly explained that they would be traveling by aircraft this time. Song Chukyu looked around the open field in confusion and pointed out that there was not even a runway nearby. Just as Song Chukyu finished speaking, another student suddenly shouted for everyone to look up at the sky. A massive, futuristic aircraft slowly descended from above, its enormous body blocking the sunlight and casting a huge shadow across the playground. The freshmen stared upward in awe as the giant ship came down with incredible steadiness, finally landing gently on the grass as if it weighed almost nothing at all. As the ramp lowered, one student murmured in amazement that the airship was a relic from an ancient civilization, and that its advanced anti-gravity technology had still not been fully understood even now. From the lowered ramp, Vice Principal Ling Shuang stepped into view and calmly instructed the freshmen to board the airship. Before the airship took off, Ling Shuang released her power, and a brilliant blue magic circle unfolded around her. She called it her spatial yin-yang domain. The blue energy quickly spread out and wrapped around the airship. Inside, the students were stunned as the walls around them turned transparent, giving them a clear view outside. Lu Wentao explained that this was the domain of a Tier 8 Grandmaster, creating a protected space around the ship so flying beasts could not threaten them. Watching this incredible display, Xu Jingming silently reflected on how astonishing high-ranking ability users truly were. At the same time, he wondered whether his own indestructible thunder body would eventually allow him to fly someday. Once all the students were on board, Ling Shuang gave the order for Eva to depart, and the transparent airship lifted smoothly into the sky. Before long, the airship arrived at the Shunan Supply Base in Qian Province, bringing the students to the starting point of their research trip. A guide came forward to greet the freshmen and pointed them toward their dormitory buildings, also informing them that a cafeteria and training ground were located nearby. After receiving their room cards, Xu Jingming and his friends gathered together and began comparing their assigned room numbers. Xu Jingming saw that he had been assigned to room 504, and Song Chukyu immediately smiled brightly as she revealed that she was in room 505, which meant the two of them would be neighbors. Xu Jingming said that since he had a space ring, he did not need to waste time dropping off any luggage. He planned to check out the training room first, and the moment he said that, Song Chukyu eagerly announced that she would go with him. Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu soon arrived at the large training ground, where students from all three universities were already gathered, filling the place with noise, movement, and competitive energy. Song Chukyu pointed toward a powerfully built man training in the corner and quietly identified him as Qingjing University's S-ranker, Kiran Rao. Other students were also watching Kiran Rao closely, amazed by the massive dumbbells he was lifting. Some whispered that each weight plate alone was 200 pounds. As Kiran Rao continued his workout, he suddenly noticed Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu. From the look in his eyes, it was clear he seemed to recognize Xu Jingming. He dropped the enormous weights on the spot, and the impact cracked and shattered the floor beneath them. Then he strode over quickly and introduced himself with a seemingly friendly greeting. The Qingjing students nearby immediately confirmed that this was Xu Jingming, Modu Superpower University's top freshman. They were amazed that he had already reached the high-rank second tier at only 18 years old. But at the same time, they felt relieved that Kiran Rao was on their side, believing he was their only real hope in the competition. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised by how polite Kiran Rao appeared at first, so he raised his hand and extended it for a handshake. But Kiran Rao completely ignored Xu Jingming's outstretched hand. Instead, he turned his attention straight to Song Chukyu, stepping uncomfortably close while calling her a beautiful lady. His sweaty body carried a strong, unpleasant odor, and Song Chukyu's disgust was obvious. She frowned and immediately lifted a hand to cover her nose. Before Kiran Rao could move any closer, Xu Jingming stepped in and firmly grabbed his wrist, stopping him right where he stood. With a cold glare fixed on him, Xu Jingming warned Kiran Rao that trying to touch a lady while covered in sweat was extremely rude. In an instant, Kiran Rao's friendly act vanished. His expression darkened, and he glared back at Xu Jingming with open fury in his eyes. Tension in the training ground rose sharply as powerful red and blue auras surged from Kiran Rao and Xu Jingming, clashing in the air between them. The surrounding students watched nervously, holding their breath as they worried that a fight between the two S-rankers was about to break out right there. But the fight never actually began. Xu Jingming released Kiran Rao's wrist and calmly suggested that since he was a guest, he should first learn the customs of the country hosting him. As Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu turned and walked away, Kiran Rao lowered his gaze to his wrist, where the pressure still seemed to linger. He was stunned by the realization that, despite his own strength, he had not been able to shake off that lightning user at all. He could not understand where Xu Jingming had gotten such terrifying physical power. Then Kiran Rao's thoughts shifted as his eyes followed Song Chukyu with a predatory look. He recognized her as a genius from the powerful Song family, and he silently thought that if he could win her over, he would never have to worry about resources again. Once they were outside, Song Chukyu thanked Xu Jingming for stepping in, explaining that she truly could not stand the smell. She then suggested that they find another place to spar, and Xu Jingming agreed happily. An hour later, after finishing their training, Xu Jingming, Song Chukyu, and two other girls walked out of a restaurant together. As they passed by, a sinister-looking man wearing glasses watched them from the side, muttering strange words about beasts destroying the world and some supreme heavenly god. Xu Jingming noticed the man and his followers trying to recruit people nearby, though everyone they approached showed no interest at all. Remembering what he had heard about doomsday cults before, he was not especially surprised to find one operating in a place like this. The cult leader's anger finally boils over when he realizes the crowd is no longer listening to a single word he says. Their silence and indifference only twist his expression further, until that frustration suddenly warps into something far more dangerous. A cruel grin slowly spreads across his face as he reaches down and pulls out a knife. In his warped mind, if these people refuse to believe his words, then he will make them understand through pain instead. His features distort into a wild, almost deranged smile, his eyes gleaming with madness as he declares that only pain can make people truly appreciate the fact that they are still alive. Without another moment of hesitation, he suddenly throws himself toward a nearby mother and her young child. The knife flashes in his hand as he closes the distance, clearly preparing to stab them right there in front of everyone. Far away from the chaos, Xu Jingming's gaze sharpens in an instant. A streak of purple lightning flickers through his eyes, bright and fierce, as if his entire body has already reacted before anyone else can move. In the next instant, Xu Jingming shoots forward like a flash of pure energy, his figure blurring across the space between them. Before the knife can reach the mother and child, he appears directly in the attacker's path and strikes the cult leader with overwhelming force, sending him flying back and crushing the assault effortlessly. With his spear still in hand, Xu Jingming stands quietly beside them and watches as the rescued mother kneels down to hold her crying daughter, Yin Yen, close to her chest. The woman strokes the child's back again and again, softly telling her that everything is all right now. The woman then turns towards Xu Jingming with tears still lingering in her eyes, thanking him over and over with a trembling voice. She tells him that if he had not stepped in, she truly would not know how her family could continue on after this. Xu Jingming only responds with a calm, modest expression, telling her that he simply did what anyone should do when someone nearby needed help. As Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu stand over the defeated cultist's body, the tension has not fully faded. Xu Jingming looks down at the man and wonders aloud why these religious fanatics would suddenly dare to kill people out in the open, while Song Chukyu frowns and admits that it is strange too, since they normally only preach and rarely take things this far. Xu Jingming's expression grows much heavier as his eyes move slowly across the surrounding crowd. He cannot help wondering whether this was just one madman acting alone, or whether there are other people hidden nearby, watching everything unfold. Without anyone noticing, a man in a dark hooded sweatshirt lowers his head and pulls the hood farther over his face. Keeping himself out of sight, he quietly slips away from the crowd. And sometime later, his footsteps bring him to the entrance of a vast estate. Inside the estate, the hooded man stands before a shadowy figure and respectfully addresses him as Archbishop. In a low voice, he reports that the person who killed their man was Xu Jingming, a student from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop holds a red orb in his hand, his voice cold as he confirms whether this Xu Jingming is the high-ranking second-tier S-rank student. The subordinate immediately confirms it, then adds that Xu Jingming reached that level in less than half a year after awakening, a speed so abnormal that it is impossible to ignore. The Archbishop's eyes darken as his face tightens with a dangerous glare. To him, someone with that kind of monstrous growth will become a massive threat if he is allowed to keep developing unchecked. He orders his subordinate to pull back for the time being, explaining that God's blood is about to appear inside the devil's cave. Then he hands the man 2 God's blood indicators and commands him to retrieve the substance, while warning him not to use the name of their sect, the Heavens Mandate sect, under any circumstances. Holding a crystallized heart in his hand, The Archbishop speaks with chilling confidence. He declares that in 1 month, the mandate of his sect will finally be revealed, and when that time comes, Xu Jingming and the other S-rank talents will become sacrifices for their cause. The scene then shifts to a large supply base, where students from the 3 major universities have gathered together for a joint research trip. The wide area is packed with young ability users, all waiting for the expedition to begin. Standing above them on a balcony, a man introduces himself as Xu Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. His voice carries over the crowd as he announces the official start of the month-long trip and explains that the first step will be distributing smart wristbands to every student. As the students begin receiving their wristbands, Vice Principal Xu Ping continues explaining the rules. Every beast they kill inside the Devil's Cave will be recorded with both score data and footage. The top 1,000 students will receive rewards. The top 3 will be allowed to choose any technique from the libraries of the 3 schools, and the student who takes first place will also receive an extra special reward from their own university. Down among the students, different reactions ripple through the crowd. Some already feel that first place is far beyond their reach, while others grow excited, eager to see whether Qiren Rao or Xu Jingming will be the one to claim the top spot. Vice Principal Xu Ping brings his speech to a close by announcing that there are no restrictions on forming teams. He encourages everyone to hunt beasts actively and make full use of this month inside the Devil's Cave. The moment his words fall, the entire area erupts into noise. Students immediately start calling out for teammates, some shouting that they need a support user for a 5-person squad, while others try to recruit an A-rank ability user for a smaller 2-person team. A student named Ding Yu walks over and invites Xu Jingming to join one of the squads their class is putting together for the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming, however, only smiles with calm confidence and politely turns him down, telling the monitor to go ahead and team up with the others. Song Chukyu then looks at him with a hint of surprise and asks whether he truly plans to enter the Devil's Cave alone. Xu Jingming confirms it without hesitation, explaining that his real target is the central region and traveling with a group would only slow down his pace. In his mind, Xu Jingming has already made the calculation clearly. The outer area only contains beasts from Tier 1 to Tier 3, while the central region holds creatures from Tier 3 all the way to Tier 5. Since he believes he can deal with lower-rank Tier 4 beasts and escape from Tier 5 creatures if needed, the central area is the most suitable hunting ground for him. Song Chukyu cannot hide her concern, because to her, the central region is practically a dead end. She points out that simply reaching that area will take at least a day or 2, then asks a little shyly whether she can travel with him during that part of the journey, and Xu Jingming agrees. A blush quickly rises across Song Chukyu's face as happiness lights up her expression. She accepts at once, and the 2 of them decide that they will set off together very soon. Before their conversation can continue any further, a familiar voice cuts in from nearby. Qiren Rao approaches with a steady stride and calls out Xu Jingming's name. Qiren fixes him with a serious, slightly condescending look, his tone carrying a clear edge of challenge. He says he is looking forward to seeing Xu Jingming's performance and hopes Xu Jingming will not fall too far behind him. Xu Jingming remains completely calm in the face of that provocation. With absolute certainty in his voice, he gives a firm reply, and the confidence behind those words leaves Qiren visibly stunned. Then Xu Jingming repeats it even more clearly, saying that he will definitely win. Without waiting for Qiren to respond, he simply turns around and walks away, his attitude steady and unshaken. Qiren Rao's face twists with anger as he glares at Xu Jingming's back. In his mind, he vows to use his overwhelming strength to teach this stubborn guy, along with all the people of Great Sia, a harsh lesson. Not long after that tense exchange, Vice Principal Xu Ping officially gives the order for the trip to begin. The massive crowd of students surges forward at once, rushing toward the entrance of the Devil's Cave. Excited shouts fill the air as they announce their goals and charge into the expedition. 7 hours later, deep within the Devil's Cave, Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu move carefully through a dense forest. The trees crowd around them on every side, and every step forward carries a quiet sense of danger. Their path is suddenly cut off when 5 armored beasts, shaped like pangolins, emerge in front of them and block the way completely. Song Chukyu immediately warns Xu Jingming that these are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, creatures whose fur is even harder than E-class alloy and extremely troublesome to handle. Xu Jingming listens calmly, then simply tells her that he will take care of them. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Xu Jingming grips his spear and rushes straight toward the roaring iron fur pangolins. The beasts respond instantly by curling their bodies into spiked balls. In the next moment, they begin rolling toward him at frightening speed, tearing across the ground like living weapons. Xu Jingming meets their charge with astonishing skill, his body slipping between the rolling creatures with precise, fluid movements. As one of them passes close, his spear flashes out and strikes with deadly accuracy. He follows immediately with a heavy swing, then a sharp and perfectly placed thrust. One after another, the iron fur pangolins fall before him, defeated with an ease that makes the battle look almost effortless. Watching from the side, Song Chukyu is left completely stunned. She follows every movement of his spear with wide eyes, realizing that each thrust lands directly on a weakness of the creature's, without even a single wasted strike. She understands that this kind of precision cannot come from raw power alone. It requires terrifying battle intuition and real combat experience, and what impresses her even more is how perfectly Xu Jingming controls his ability, never wasting even a trace of unnecessary energy. Standing among the bodies of 12 defeated Tier 2 Iron Fur pangolins, Xu Jingming calmly checks what he has gained. He has harvested 276 ability points and earned 1,200 points for the competition, which he considers a decent result. After putting away his spear, his thoughts drift toward the stronger beasts deeper in the cave, and he calculates that he should be able to gain at least 30,000 ability points this month, though he still wonders whether that will be enough to raise his ability level to SS. Song Chukyu walks over and offers to help him process the carcasses. As she does, she looks at him thoughtfully and says that he is very different from other lightning-type users, prompting Xu Jingming to glance at her with curiosity and ask what she means. She explains that most lightning-type ability users tend to unleash their power in a wild and explosive way, but Xu Jingming is noticeably restrained. Xu Jingming answers calmly, saying that his conservative style is meant to preserve his endurance. He explains that he could have destroyed the pangolins instantly with his purple cloud divine lightning, but using that kind of power here would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. By saving his energy, he can kill far more beasts over time. Song Chukyu understands his reasoning, though deep down, she feels a little disappointed because she had wanted to witness his full power and now suspects she may not get the chance. As the sun gradually sinks lower and the forest begins to darken, Xu Jingming looks around and suggests that they should find a place to rest for the night before continuing in the morning. Song Chukyu agrees with him right away. Xu Jingming raises his smartwatch and studies the holographic map floating above it. Noticing that there is a water pool nearby, he points out that in the wilderness, water sources are usually the main places where beasts gather. Seeing that there might still be one more opportunity to hunt before night fully settles in, Xu Jingming makes his decision right away. He turns to Song Chukyu and tells her they should head over, and without wasting any more time, the two of them set off toward the nearby water source. Before long, they arrive at a quiet clearing where a beautiful pool of water lies hidden among the trees. The surface is calm and glassy, reflecting the fading light, making the whole place look almost peaceful. But as they stand there observing the tranquil scene, Xu Jingming does not relax at all. The silence feels far too unnatural to him, because in a place like the Devil's Cave, it makes no sense for a water source this perfect to be completely empty of beasts. Just as that thought crosses his mind, the bushes near the tree line begin to shift. A huge, powerful tiger steps out slowly, its body tense and cautious, with blade-like bones growing from its forelimbs as it approaches the edge of the pool to drink. Then, without warning, the peaceful surface of the water explodes upward. A massive armored crocodile bursts out from the depths, its green eyes glowing fiercely, as its enormous body tears through the pool. Before the tiger can even react, the colossal crocodile twists its body and lashes out with a terrifying swing of its tail. Water surges like a wave around it as the blow slams into the tiger with crushing force. That single strike sends the powerful tiger flying straight out of the water. Its body crashes away from the pool, completely defeated before it ever has a chance to fight back. The giant crocodile remains in the pool, its cold eyes fixed in the direction of the fallen rival. Its glare alone makes it clear that nothing is allowed to challenge its territory. Hidden safely behind the bushes, Xu Jingming watches the entire exchange and immediately understands the situation. This terrifying beast is a source-water giant crocodile, and it has claimed the pool as its own territory, which explains why so few other creatures dare to come anywhere near this place. Song Chukyu's face turns pale as she grabs Xu Jingming's arm in horror. She exclaims that the monster is a Tier 4 ferocious beast, something they should never have encountered in the outer perimeter, and urgently tells him they need to leave before its terrifying perception detects them. But Xu Jingming does not panic in the slightest. Instead, he clenches his fist and gives a confident smirk, calmly telling her there is no need to rush. A Tier 4 beast is definitely powerful, but it is not so powerful that he has no way to deal with it. Purple lightning begins to crackle around Xu Jingming's body as he prepares to confront the beast head-on. After all, this is not the first Tier 4 creature he has faced, and back in the Yangcheng wilderness area, he has already killed more than one. Song Chukyu watches the lightning gather around him, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. She cannot help wondering whether this is some kind of battle technique taught to him by his master, Dean Yanggentian. Xu Jingming smiles faintly, fully aware of the power he is about to unleash. His indestructible thunder body is already extremely strong, but against a powerful Tier 4 beast like this, he has an even more suitable technique prepared. The sky above the pool suddenly begins to darken, as if the air itself has grown heavy. High overhead, a massive spear made of lightning slowly takes shape, its dazzling power gathering before it starts descending toward the water below. Song Chukyu looks up in confusion, her first instinct being that it might be about to rain, but in the very next moment she realizes that the light above them is not ordinary weather at all. It is something far more unnatural and terrifying. As tremendous energy pours out from Xu Jingming, the pressure around him rises sharply. He unleashes his powerful S-rank ability, the Heavenly Thunder technique, and the gathered lightning crashes down with unstoppable force. The enormous spear of lightning strikes the source water giant crocodile directly. In an instant, violent energy erupts across the pool, swallowing the massive beast in a blinding explosion of thunder and light. The huge crocodile lets out a painful roar as the lightning tears through its armored hide. Even its powerful body cannot withstand the force ripping through it from the inside out. The battle ends almost as soon as it begins. The massive crocodile collapses heavily, completely defeated by that single attack. And a system notification confirms Xu Jingming's kill, granting him 213 ability points and a huge 10,000 competition points. Xu Jingming clenches his fist as lightning still crackles faintly around his hand. Looking at the reward, he notes that a Tier 4 beast gives more than 5 times the ability points of a Tier 3 beast, and he cannot help feeling that his deep blue system is clearly pushing him to challenge his own limits. With the danger already eliminated, Xu Jingming turns toward the stunned Song Chukyu and speaks as if nothing shocking has just happened. He simply tells her that they should go over and take a look at the defeated beast. Song Chukyu is still frozen in disbelief. She has seen plenty of geniuses before, but she has never encountered a monster like Xu Jingming, someone at high-rank Tier 2 who can leap across 2 whole power tiers and instantly kill a low-rank Tier 4 beast. As the two of them walk toward the giant corpse, Song Chukyu silently accepts what she has just witnessed. This, she realizes, must be Xu Jingming's true and terrifying strength. After examining the remains, Xu Jingming cannot help showing a little disappointment. The crocodile's skin alone would have been worth at least 20 million, but now it has been completely ruined by the lightning, and Song Chukyu adds that every part of a Tier 4 beast is considered a treasure. Song Chukyu then quickly offers a practical solution. She explains that her space ring has enough room to store the entire carcass, so she can keep it for him temporarily, and return everything once they make it back to the supply base. After Song Chukyu stores the beast away, Xu Jingming looks around the now dangerous water source and suggests that they find a cave to rest in for the night. With that crocodile's territory stained by such a terrifying battle, no other creature is likely to come close. As they prepare to settle down and rest, Song Chukyu's cheeks suddenly turn a little red. She shyly asks Xu Jingming to wait for a moment, explaining in a soft voice that since there is a pool right here, she wants to take a quick bath. Xu Jingming, still cautious even after the battle, does not immediately agree. Instead, he tells her to wait first, while he checks whether there are any other beasts hiding inside the pool. He raises his hand and sends a crackling surge of purple lightning straight into the water. The power spreads through the pool in an instant, but what happens next is completely unexpected. Xu Jingming stares in shock as the once clear water begins changing color before his eyes. Dark red blood slowly spreads through the pool, turning the entire surface into something eerie and unsettling. Then a strangely pleasant scent rises from the blood-red water and drifts toward him. The fragrance is intoxicating, almost irresistible, carrying a deadly attraction that pulls at him in a way he cannot easily ignore. Xu Jingming's expression shifts as alarm flashes through him. He realizes that the blood-stained water is awakening a deep instinct inside his body, stirring up a powerful craving that feels almost impossible to suppress. Elsewhere in the forest, several cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect are moving through the shadows on a secret mission. One of them looks toward their leader, the Archbishop, and asks whose god's blood they have come to retrieve. The Archbishop answers in a low, serious voice, revealing that their target this time is none other than the blood of the ancient dragon god. The moment those words are spoken, another member becomes visibly excited. He exclaims that with this blood, their sect will soon gain another powerful god's blood envoy. But the Archbishop immediately snaps at him in anger, his voice sharp and cold as he corrects him. He reminds the man that they are the Blood Moon sect. At that exact moment, the red god's blood indicator in the Archbishop's hand suddenly begins glowing brighter and brighter. Its reaction makes it clear that the blood has appeared earlier than expected. Realizing that the target is not far away, the Archbishop wastes no time. He immediately orders his followers to move at full speed and rush toward the source. Back at the pool, the entire body of water has already turned a deep blood red. Song Chukyu looks at the unsettling scene and asks what is happening, while Xu Jingming turns to her and asks whether she can feel the blood attracting her as well. Song Chukyu shakes her head and says she does not feel that pull at all. However, she explains that her Light of Dawn ability senses a thick beastly aura inside the bloody water, and that aura feels extremely similar to Xu Jingming's own. Her words make Xu Jingming realize something at once. He recalls the time he absorbed the SS-rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood, and from the way his body is reacting now, he concludes that this bloody water must have come from some powerful dragon-type beast. After weighing the danger, Xu Jingming decides to take the risk. He tells Song Chukyu that he is going into the pool to absorb the energy, and if anything goes wrong, she must pull him out immediately. Then he steps into the blood-red water. The instant Xu Jingming enters the pool, red energy begins swirling up around him. It gathers from all directions, wrapping around his body as if the water itself is responding to him. But instead of pain or rejection, Xu Jingming feels an overwhelming sense of comfort spread through him. It is like a traveler dying of thirst finally finding water in the middle of a desert. The energy inside the pool surges upward with increasing force, circling around him layer by layer. Soon, it condenses into a massive glowing red cocoon, lifting Xu Jingming's body slowly into the air above the blood-red water. Standing on the shore, Song Chukyu watches with worry written all over her face. Unable to hold back her fear, she calls out Xu Jingming's name. She quickly understands that Xu Jingming has stumbled upon a rare opportunity, but at the same time, he is now completely vulnerable. Gripping her halberd firmly, Song Chukyu takes a determined stance and declares that this time it is her turn to protect him. Scene shifts to the next day, where Song Chukyu still stands guard in the clearing. Around her, the ground is littered with the bloody corpses of beasts that had tried to approach during the night. She raises a hand and wipes the sweat from her brow, finally feeling a little relieved. Luckily, among all the beasts she had been forced to fight, the strongest one was only a low-ranked Tier 3 creature. Song Chukyu turns her gaze back toward the pool and notices that the deep red color in the water has already begun to fade. Seeing the bloodiness slowly thinning out, she realizes that Xu Jingming's absorption should be close to reaching its end. But before she can fully relax, her watchful silence is suddenly broken. Several cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect appear on a nearby ridge, and the moment Song Chukyu spots them, her expression tightens as she immediately grips her halberd. The Archbishop looks over the scene with a puzzled expression, clearly confused as to why the god's blood has appeared in liquid form. Beside him, another member quickly recognizes Song Chukyu as the second-place freshman from Magic City Ability University and questions why another new student is here. Facing the strange group of people in cloaks, Song Chukyu stays on guard and quickly notices that their clothing does not match any of the major universities. She warns them that there are no beasts left in the area and that the water has been contaminated, telling them it would be better to search somewhere else. Her words instantly anger one of the cultists, who cannot tolerate her calling the supreme god's blood contaminated. But the Archbishop only gives a cold order, telling him not to waste time on her and to focus on seizing the blood cocoon behind her. Song Chukyu immediately understands that these people have come for the blood water. As she measures their strength, her heart sinks. Their leader is a Tier 4 ability user, and even the weakest among them is Tier 3. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, she grimly realizes she has no choice but to use that move. Standing alone against the members of the Blood Moon sect, Song Chukyu reaches for the talisman hanging around her neck. The small object suddenly lights up, releasing a bright glow as she activates its hidden power. The cloaked figures charge toward her at once, but before they can reach her, the talisman erupts with golden light. A large protective barrier spreads outward, shielding both Song Chukyu and the blood cocoon behind her. The cultists slam their attacks into the golden barrier, but every strike is completely useless. Their power crashes against the shield without leaving even the slightest scratch on its surface. The Archbishop narrows his eyes and quickly recognizes the object protecting her. He tells his followers that this is a guardian talisman left behind by an ancient civilization, an artifact so rare and powerful that most people would never even get the chance to see one. From safely inside the shield, Song Chukyu forces herself to stay composed and taunts them through the glowing wall. She asks why they are wasting their energy when it is obvious they cannot break through, but the Archbishop is not shaken at all. Instead, he smirks calmly and reveals that he knows the guardian talisman cannot last forever. Since they are not in any rush, he decides they will simply wait until its protection runs out. The cultists spread out and surround the barrier from every side, trapping Song Chukyu inside. Although the golden shield still stands firm, anxiety begins to creep into her heart. Song Chukyu knows very well that the talisman can only hold for about 1 hour, and once that time is over, it will need 12 full hours before it can be used again. Her only hope now is that Xu Jingming wakes up before the barrier disappears. Time slowly drags on, and after 1 tense hour, the golden shield reaches its limit exactly as expected. Cracks spread across its surface before the entire barrier shatters into fragments of light. With the shield gone, the cult leader looks at Song Chukyu with a smug, threatening smile. He tells her to be sensible and hand over the talisman willingly, or else she will die in an ugly and miserable way. Seeing that there is no longer any path of retreat, Song Chukyu makes up her mind to fight with everything she has. She pulls out a small red pill, preparing to swallow it and forcefully boost her strength. But before she can take the pill, a cold and defiant voice suddenly cuts through the tension. The voice asks why the cultists sound so confident, when it feels more like they are the ones about to die. At that very moment, the red cocoon behind Song Chukyu begins to tremble. Thin cracks spread across its surface, and pieces of the cocoon start breaking apart one after another. The cocoon bursts open with a surge of powerful energy, and Xu Jingming steps out from the swirling red tendrils. His absorption has finally ended, and his transformation is complete. Xu Jingming slowly opens his eyes, and his gaze lands directly on the stunned members of the Blood Moon sect. The look in his eyes is cold and menacing, instantly making the atmosphere around him feel heavier. As Xu Jingming emerges from the broken cocoon, the remaining blood energy from the pool gathers behind him. It rises and twists into the spectral image of a massive, ferocious red dragon, looming over him like a terrifying shadow. The Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stares at him in shock, immediately recognizing Xu Jingming as one of the sect's targets. Even though the Archbishop himself is a powerful Tier 4 ability user, the overwhelming aura radiating from this Tier 2 student makes his heart pound with fear. After forcing himself to regain his composure, the Archbishop points towards Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu with furious eyes. His voice turns sharp as he commands his followers to kill them both. Xu Jingming responds without a trace of fear. Purple lightning ignites in his eyes, and before the charging cultists can even close the distance, he releases his power. Torrents of thunder suddenly crash down from the sky. The violent lightning strikes the Tier 3 cultists with devastating force, swallowing them before they have any chance to resist. The electrocuted cultists collapse one after another, their bodies hitting the ground almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, they are completely defeated. The Archbishop is left stunned by the sight. He had already guessed that his 5 Tier 3 subordinates might not be enough to handle Xu Jingming, but he never imagined they would be wiped out instantly. Gritting his teeth, he reminds himself that he is still a Tier 4 user, facing a mere Tier 2, so the advantage should belong to him, but that confidence lasts only a moment. Xu Jingming suddenly launches himself forward, his spear gripped tightly in his hand. His body cuts through the air at terrifying speed as he charges straight toward the Archbishop. A look of genuine shock flashes across the Archbishop's face as he realizes just how fast Xu Jingming is moving. By the time he understands the danger, the attack is already right in front of him. The Archbishop barely manages to raise both arms to block the incoming strike. But the force behind Xu Jingming's spear is far too overwhelming for him to withstand. The impact sends the Archbishop flying backward like a broken kite. His body smashes through several trees in a row before finally crashing down with a heavy thud. Leaning weakly against a tree, the defeated Archbishop pants heavily, still unable to believe what just happened. Inwardly, he admits with horror that he could not even see how Xu Jingming attacked him. Just then, Xu Jingming appears in front of him, his spear already pointed at the fallen leader's throat. In a calm but icy voice, he says that he will ask the questions, and the Archbishop will answer, beginning with the blood water that had filled the pool. With the spear at his throat and no room to resist, the Archbishop finally reveals the truth. The substance in the pool was God's blood, the blood essence left behind by a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming then asks why the blood of such a powerful existence would appear in a place like this. The defeated leader explains that in the ancient era, a massive war once erupted between human martial saints and beast emperors, and because of that war, many kinds of powerful blood essence were scattered across the world. Xu Jingming's expression grows even more serious as he asks his final question. He demands to know who this man really is, and why his group is collecting these scattered blood essences, but instead of giving him a full answer, the Archbishop suddenly reveals a defiant grin. He admits that they belong to the Blood Moon sect, yet refuses to say anything beyond that. Before Xu Jingming can force out more information, the cult leader suddenly ends his own life. Blood begins pouring from his eyes and mouth as his body goes limp in front of him. Standing over the corpse, Xu Jingming silently confirms that this is yet another dangerous cult. Since there is no more information to gain from the dead man, he decides that once they return, he will ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang about the Blood Moon sect. When Xu Jingming turns around, he sees Song Chukyu rushing toward him with worry written all over her face. She hurries over and anxiously asks whether he is all right. But the moment she reaches him, her exhausted body suddenly gives out and she stumbles forward. Xu Jingming reacts quickly, stepping in to support her before she can fall. He gently reassures her that he is fine, then thanks her for protecting him while he was absorbing the blood essence. As he pats her head and holds her hand, Song Chukyu's cheeks instantly flush with embarrassment. Xu Jingming then explains that those cult members had come specifically for the blood, and that they claim to be from an organization called the Blood Moon sect. The revelation leaves Song Chukyu completely shocked. She exclaims that the substance was actually the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource that normally requires complicated processing before anyone can use it, then stares at him in disbelief and asks how he managed to absorb it directly. Xu Jingming looks at the system screen in front of him and admits that even he does not fully understand what happened. He explains that not only did he suffer no side effects, but the blood essence actually pushed his indestructible thunder body all the way to the 4th stage. He guesses that the benefits may be even greater than he currently realizes. But for now, they can only ask a teacher once they return. Seeing how exhausted Song Chukyu is, he tells her to rest first, pointing out that she can barely even walk steadily anymore, and she quietly agrees. After leaving the tense clearing behind, the two of them find a peaceful spot in a sunlit meadow to recover. Song Chukyu lies down on the grass, finally allowing her tired body to rest. Meanwhile, night falls over a large estate far away. On a balcony under the darkness, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands silently beside one of his subordinates. The subordinate reports that Bishop Zhou's God's blood indicator has lost its signal, suggesting that something must have happened, and asking whether they should send more people to retrieve the blood. The Archbishop dismisses the suggestion, believing that a powerful ability user must have interfered, and decides to leave the matter alone for now. The main Archbishop lifts his gaze toward the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, a sinister grin slowly spreading across his face. To him, the loss of the blood is nothing compared to the true operation they have planned 1 month from now. When Song Chukyu finally wakes up, the first thing she sees is the warm glow of a campfire. Xu Jingming is already awake beside it, calmly roasting skewers of meat over the flames as the morning light settles around them. Xu Jingming notices her stirring and turns toward her with an easy smile. He greets her naturally, telling her that she has woken up at just the right time. Song Chukyu happily accepts one of the freshly roasted skewers, her eyes lighting up as the rich aroma drifts toward her. She comments on how delicious it smells and admits with surprise that she never expected Xu Jingming to be so good at cooking, while he simply jokes that practice makes perfect. After taking a bite, Song Chukyu is so impressed that she immediately says he could open a barbecue restaurant with skills like this, and she even offers to invest in it. Xu Jingming laughs and playfully asks whether an investment from the young miss of the powerful Song family would mean opening a whole chain of restaurants across Blue Star. Half an hour later, after both of them have eaten their fill and the last bit of food is gone, Song Chukyu looks toward the nearby water and asks if she can take a bath. Xu Jingming agrees without making a fuss, saying he will wash up after she finishes. Song Chukyu tells him she will go first, then turns and walks toward the water. Her steps are light, and after the exhausting night, she clearly wants to freshen herself up as soon as possible. Using her ability, Song Chukyu draws the water up around herself, shaping it into a large floating sphere. The clear water encloses her like a private little space, shielding her from view while she bathes inside. Inside that shimmering sphere of water, Song Chukyu quickly washes away the fatigue from the night before and changes into a fresh set of clothes. After a while, the watery barrier slowly fades and falls away. Song Chukyu steps out in a clean outfit, looking refreshed compared to how exhausted she had been earlier. With her hair and shoulders still damp, Song Chukyu turns toward Xu Jingming and softly tells him that she is finished. Droplets still cling to her, making her look especially fresh in the morning light. For a brief moment, Xu Jingming seems caught off guard by her appearance. His gaze pauses just a little longer than usual, and his expression shows the slightest hint of flustered surprise. But he quickly regains his composure, turning his eyes away as if nothing happened. In a calm voice, he says that it is his turn now and that he will go wash up. As Xu Jingming walks away, Song Chukyu watches his back with a puzzled look. She cannot help wondering why the way he looked at her just now felt a little strange. Then, as Song Chukyu stands there in her damp clothes, she suddenly lets out a small gasp. A rush of embarrassment hits her all at once as she realizes something is wrong. She quickly clutches at the thin fabric of her simple dress, her face heating up in panic. Now that the material is wet, the outfit she is used to wearing has become almost transparent. An hour later, both Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu have changed back into their combat gear. With their weapons ready and their strength mostly recovered, they are prepared to continue their separate journeys. The two stand facing each other for their farewell. Song Chukyu tells him to take care, and they agree to meet again in 1 month, sealing that promise with a friendly fist bump. Once their goodbyes are finished, neither of them lingers any longer. They turn away from each other and run off in opposite directions through the forest. As Song Chukyu sprints through the trees, determination burns clearly in her eyes. She tells herself that she has to work hard from this point on, and at the very least she must secure third place in the competition. 1 month passes in the blink of an eye. Deep within a rocky area, Xu Jingming stands surrounded by crackling purple lightning, his sharp gaze fixed on a massive black panther-like beast with glowing red eyes perched high on the cliff above him. The enormous beast opens its jaws and releases a deafening roar that echoes through the rocks. Then it springs down from the cliff, charging straight towards Xu Jingming with terrifying speed. The massive dark night leopard comes rushing at him. Xu Jingming remains completely steady. He gathers his powerful lightning into a single concentrated point, preparing to meet the beast head-on. The moment the beast lunges, Xu Jingming thrusts his spear forward with absolute precision. His attack pierces straight through the creature's chest, stopping its fierce charge in an instant. With one final movement, Xu Jingming lifts the massive beast on his spear and slams it violently into the ground, killing it on the spot. A system notification then confirms the death of the peak Tier 3 beast and awards him 43 ability points. After defeating this final opponent, Xu Jingming feels that the timing is finally right. He decides that it is time to attempt his breakthrough and step into the next level. He sits down and begins focusing every bit of energy within his body, while torrents of purple lightning crackle fiercely around him. With a determined cry, he forces his power to break through its limits, and a massive explosive surge of lightning erupts from him, filling the cave with chaotic energy. A moment later, the violent energy gradually settles down, though arcs of lightning still flicker around his body. Xu Jingming lets out a relieved breath, knowing that he has finally broken through to Tier 3, and as he thinks about how even the most talented geniuses at the university would need at least half a year to reach this point, a satisfied smile appears on his face. Xu Jingming then opens his system panel to check his new status. The screen confirms that he has advanced from high-rank Tier 2 to low-rank Tier 3, with both his physique and spirit attributes increasing by nearly 400 points, his vitality surpassing 2,000, and his accumulated ability points reaching a massive 48,429. Still, his satisfaction is mixed with some disappointment, because even this amount is not enough to upgrade his S-rank ability to SS rank. After looking over the numbers, Xu Jingming decides not to rush it. He will wait until he has gathered a full 50,000 ability points before attempting the upgrade. With his breakthrough complete, Xu Jingming rises to his feet and walks toward the light shining from the cave entrance. His spear rests casually on his shoulder as he steps out with steady confidence. A confident smile spreads across his face as he thinks about the end of the competition. The final results will be confirmed the day after tomorrow, and with the points he has built up, he is certain that taking first place should not be a problem. At last, the final day for score calculation in the joint university event arrives. Inside a large hall, students gather anxiously in front of a massive screen, all of them staring at the constantly changing rankings. One student celebrates excitedly after seeing that his score of 1,201 points has placed him within the top 1,000, but his friends quickly tell him not to get too happy yet, because there are still 2 hours left, and the truly powerful students have not returned to submit their scores. At that moment, Song Chukyu walks into the hall. The moment she appears, the noisy crowd immediately turns its attention toward her. The students quickly recognize her as the second-ranked freshman from Magic City Ability University. As soon as they realize who she is, many of them understand that their own rankings are about to drop. Song Chukyu calmly walks up to one of the terminals and places her wristband on it. In the next instant, her score appears on the screen, an impressive 12,131 points, instantly pushing her to first place on the leaderboard. The surrounding students stare at the result in awe, unable to hide their admiration. One of them remarks that a score like that is exactly what they would expect from Magic City Ability University's #2 freshman. Vice Principal Ling Shuang walks over to Song Chukyu with a pleased expression and congratulates her directly, praising her for doing an excellent job during the competition. Nearby, Ling Shuang speaks with Xu Ping and confirms Song Chukyu's background. She explains that Song Chukyu is the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Just then, another woman approaches from the side and calls out to Song Chukyu affectionately, addressing her as Little Yoon. Song Chukyu immediately brightens when she sees the woman and happily greets her as Aunt Zhou Ying. This woman is none other than the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Zhou Ying smiles playfully and teases her niece, asking why her little boyfriend did not return together with her. Song Chukyu instantly becomes flustered and denies having a boyfriend, then quickly asks how her aunt even knew about Xu Jingming. Zhou Ying only gives her a knowing smile and reminds her that as the head supervisor of the supply base, she naturally has eyes and ears everywhere. Before Song Chukyu can respond, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd. Kiran Rao, the S-rank student from Qingjing University, has finally returned. The students immediately begin estimating his score, believing that as a Tier 3 ability user, he must have at least 50 or 60,000 points, and many are already convinced first place will belong to him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kiran Rao walks toward the terminal with complete confidence. His posture alone makes it clear that he believes the outcome is already decided. The moment he submits his score, the result flashes across the massive screen for everyone to see. His astonishing total of 113,264 points instantly places him in first, pushing Song Chukyu down to second. The entire hall falls into stunned silence for a moment before the students erupt in disbelief. They exclaim that the gap between first and second place is enormous, calling it a complete and overwhelming victory for Kiran Rao. With Kiran Rao's score now sitting at the top of the rankings, people nearby begin congratulating Vice Principal Xu Ping from Qingjing University in advance, as if first place has already been secured. However, Vice Principal Ling Shuang does not join in the early congratulations. She watches the scene with a thoughtful look, knowing the odds are not exactly in Xu Jingming's favor, yet remembering the confidence he showed before leaving, she still holds onto a tiny hope that he might deliver another surprise. Just then, another impressive score suddenly appears on the leaderboard. Dongsheng from Jincheng University has submitted 13,526 points, instantly climbing past Song Chukyu and taking second place for himself. When Song Chukyu sees the ranking change, surprise flashes across her face. Only then does she realize that with more strong students returning, she may not even be able to hold a spot in the top 3. She anxiously looks around the hall, scanning every entrance and every moving figure. With only 8 minutes left before the deadline, she cannot understand why Xu Jingming still has not returned. The other students also begin whispering about Xu Jingming's absence, wondering if something might have gone wrong. But Liu Wentao immediately speaks up for him, insisting that Brother Ming is far too experienced to make such a careless mistake. As if responding to those words, Xu Jingming finally appears at the entrance. His expression is calm, his pace is steady, and he looks completely unbothered by the tense atmosphere in the hall. The moment he returns, cheers break out from his supporters and friends at Magic City Ability University. They call out encouragement one after another, telling him that no matter what the final result is, they will stand behind him. From farther away, Kiran Rao watches all of this with a disdainful grin. In his eyes, the weak can cheer as loudly as they want, but none of that will change the fact that he believes victory already belongs to him. Xu Jingming notices the encouragement around him, and then glances up at the leaderboard. After seeing Kiran Rao's massive score, he immediately understands why everyone is cheering so hard. They must all think he is about to lose. Vice Principal Ling Shuang walks over and greets him, her eyes quickly catching the change in his aura. She notes that he has advanced to Tier 3 much faster than expected, then calmly encourages him to upload his score. Xu Jingming gives a calm response and walks toward the terminal under everyone's gaze. Without any hesitation, he places his ring onto the device and waits for it to read the stored results. The crowd begins murmuring again, guessing that Xu Jingming might have managed to collect 50 or 60,000 points, but even with that kind of score, most of them believe that with Kiran Rao's number already on the board, first place is impossible. Then the terminal finishes identifying Xu Jingming's results. In the next instant, a number appears on the giant screen, and the entire hall seems to freeze. Xu Jingming's final score is an unbelievable 405,637 points. The leaderboard updates immediately, pushing him straight into first place with a total so overwhelming that it completely eclipses every other student in the competition. For a moment, the whole hall is swallowed by stunned silence. Vice Principal Xu Ping and Vice Principal Ling Shuang both look shocked. Kiran Rao's face twists with fury, and Song Chukyu's expression lights up with pure joy. Then the crowd explodes into disbelief, with students shouting and asking whether they read the number wrong. Some exclaim that his score is nearly 4 times higher than Kiran Rao's, a ridiculous total that almost feels impossible to accept. One of the vice principals quickly begins calculating what kind of beast count would be needed to reach such a terrifying score. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd the result seems. Nearby, Zhou Ying turns to Song Chukyu and asks whether she already knew Xu Jingming's score would be this high. Song Chukyu smiles happily and admits she did not know the exact number, but when it comes to Xu Jingming, no miracle truly feels surprising anymore. Meanwhile, Kiran Rao is nearly burning with rage. He cannot accept that Xu Jingming's score is more than 3 times his own, and he quickly realizes that the valuable resources promised by his university are now in serious danger. Unable to swallow the defeat, Kiran Rao suddenly points at Xu Jingming and shouts that his score cannot possibly be real. He then turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and formally requests an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart wristband, directly accusing him of cheating. The students from Magic City Ability University immediately erupt in protest, calling the accusation a dirty move. They argue that every smart wristband was officially inspected beforehand and ask whether Kiran Rao is now claiming the equipment itself has a problem. Vice Principal Xu Ping looks toward Ling Shuang and asks for her opinion on the matter. Ling Shuang remains calm and says that checking the records is not an issue. But in the next moment, her expression turns sharp, and a powerful aura begins swirling around her. She looks straight at Xu Ping and asks how he plans to handle things if the records prove that Xu Jingming did not cheat. Another official also steps forward to support her, reminding Xu Ping that all the equipment had already been audited by the 3 major universities. That question leaves Xu Ping silent, unable to answer right away. Xu Ping's eyes narrow as he glares at Ling Shuang. Inwardly, he realizes that he underestimated her, never expecting her to be this difficult to pressure. Under the growing pressure, Vice Principal Xu Ping finally declares that Xu Jingming cannot be allowed to suffer an injustice. He then makes a bold promise: if the records show no problem, Qingjing University will compensate Xu Jingming with an extremely valuable S-class cultivation resource. Only then does Ling Shuang agree to inspect the records. She turns and calls Xu Jingming over, preparing to let the results speak for themselves. Xu Jingming walks over with a faint smile on his face. From his relaxed expression, it is clear he feels like he is about to receive a priceless S-class resource without doing anything extra at all. When Xu Ping sees that confident look, a bead of sweat slides down his face. At that moment, he suddenly realizes that he may have made a very serious mistake. 2 technicians step forward and begin accessing the records from Xu Jingming's device. Kiran Rao watches from the side with a cynical smile, waiting for the truth he expects to see. He is eager to find out how Xu Jingming managed to obtain such an outrageous score. In his mind, there should be no legitimate way for anyone to reach a number that high. The recorded footage begins playing on the screen, and the onlookers are stunned almost immediately. They stare in awe at Xu Jingming's spear technique, shocked by the sharpness of his attacks and the terrifying precision with which he controls his ability. Even Ling Shuang cannot hide her surprise as she watches. She turns to Xu Jingming and asks whether his spear technique has already reached the master level, but he only smiles modestly and says he happened to break through by luck. Ling Shuang clearly does not believe that casual explanation. As she studies Xu Jingming's calm expression, she feels certain that this student is hiding more than just 1 or 2 secrets. Footage continues, soon showing Xu Jingming standing before a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile. The crowd cries out in alarm, wondering why he is not running and questioning whether he actually intends to kill such a dangerous beast. Then the footage shows Xu Jingming unleashing an enormous lightning attack. The devastating power crashes down and completely engulfs the giant crocodile in a storm of thunder. The onlookers are left utterly terrified by what they see. They exclaim in shock, unable to understand what level of battle technique could possibly kill a powerful Tier 4 beast so cleanly and instantly. Kiran Rao watches the scene in disbelief, his confidence shaken for the first time. He wonders whether that was an S-rank magic technique, and cannot understand how a spear user like Xu Jingming could have mastered something like that. Vice Principal Ling Shuang immediately recognizes the move as the Heavenly Lightning technique from the Elemental Academy. Inwardly, she notes that even within her own academy, very few people can master it, which makes it even more shocking that a freshman from the Weaponry Academy has done so. After seeing enough, Ling Shuang turns to the sweating Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks whether they still need to continue watching. Knowing there is no longer any point in arguing, Xu Ping can only admit defeat and agree to stop. Xu Ping then addresses Xu Jingming directly, acknowledging that he is truly outstanding. He confirms that the promised S-class resource will be delivered to him, and Xu Jingming gives a polite thanks. As Xu Ping walks away, regret fills his mind. He cannot help thinking that if he had known Xu Jingming was such a monster from the beginning, Qingjing University would have tried to recruit him at any cost. After the matter is settled, Vice Principal Xu Ping stands before all the students and officially announces that the competition has ended, along with the final rankings. He declares that third place belongs to Jincheng University, which will receive 27.5% of the resources, while second place goes to Qingjing University, which will receive 31.5%. Finally, he announces that first place belongs to Magic City Ability University. With that victory, they will receive 41% of the resources, along with priority and distribution. The students from Magic City Ability University immediately burst into celebration. Lu Wentao cheers loudly that Brother Ming turned the whole situation around, while the rest of the group celebrates their 5th consecutive championship. Xu Ping continues explaining that the resources being divided are rare herbs growing in the outer region of the Devil's Cave. He instructs all freshmen to enter the next day under the guidance of their instructors to harvest them, and after that, each school will arrange its own half-month teaching schedule. But just as the crowd begins to disperse, Kiran Rao suddenly calls out, stopping the atmosphere from settling down completely. Still unable to accept the outcome, Kiran Rao declares that he is not satisfied and demands a direct fight with Xu Jingming. He then proposes a wager. If he loses, his university will pay for the resources, but if he wins, the resources promised to Qingjing University will be handed over to them. Vice Principal Xu Ping's interest is immediately stirred. He looks at Kiran Rao with a serious expression and asks how confident he is, and Kiran Rao begins explaining the reason behind his challenge. He is convinced that Xu Jingming's S-rank technique needs at least a second or two before it can truly be unleashed, and in a direct one-on-one clash, that tiny delay is more than enough for him to seize the upper hand. When Xu Ping hears this, his expression darkens as well. Still unwilling to swallow the previous result, he finally nods and agrees to Kiran Rao's proposal. Once the competition finally comes to an end, Vice Principal Ling Shuang finds Xu Jingming and asks what he plans to do during the upcoming half-month teaching period. Xu Jingming answers without much hesitation, saying he intends to head back into the Devil's Cave and keep hunting beasts there. Ling Shuang looks at him with a trace of worry in her eyes and asks whether he is truly not exhausted after nearly a full month of constant fighting. Xu Jingming does not pretend otherwise. He admits that he is tired, but his tone remains steady as he explains that this harsh pace is the only method he has to keep his strength rising so quickly. Ling Shuang reminds him that battles on the edge of life and death can indeed sharpen a person the fastest, but even so, he still has to learn when to push forward and when to rest. Xu Jingming accepts her advice respectfully and promises that once this trip is finished, he will properly recover. After that, he brings up the strange water pool he discovered deep inside the Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming tells her everything in order, from the blood-red water hidden in the cave, to the unusual reaction that surged through his body after coming into contact with it, and then to the sudden appearance of the cultists from the Blood Moon sect. After hearing the full story, Ling Shuang's expression grows certain, confirming that Xu Jingming's guess was not wrong. She explains that what he found was the blood essence of a rank 9 Beast Emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource of terrifying value. However, she also makes it clear that the amount he absorbed had already been diluted many times over, because if it had been pure blood essence, there would have been no way for his body to withstand it. Ling Shuang then speculates that Xu Jingming's ability to absorb even that diluted essence must be connected to his unusual body-forging technique. As for the Blood Moon sect, she does not treat them as any serious threat, casually dismissing them as a small-time religion and telling him there is no need to worry too much. Xu Jingming listens and gives a calm nod. Seeing that the matter has been settled, Ling Shuang tells him to go back and get some proper rest. Xu Jingming turns to leave, but just as he steps away, he notices Song Chukyu standing nearby, clearly waiting for him. Song Chukyu walks over with a woman beside her and introduces her with a light smile. The woman is her aunt, Zhou Ying, who holds the position of head supervisor at the Shunen supply base. Xu Jingming immediately greets Zhou Ying with polite respect, keeping his attitude courteous and proper. Zhou Ying, however, waves off the formality with an easy smile and tells him there is no need to be so distant, he can simply call her Aunt Zhou. Then Zhou Ying brings out an extravagant gift for him, the Song family's black gold card. She explains that with this card in hand, Xu Jingming will receive a 20% discount on every product sold under the Song family's name. Xu Jingming is instantly taken aback, staring at the card as he realizes just how valuable it truly is. The Song family's business reach stretches across almost every part of an ability user's daily life, meaning this small black gold card is far more useful than it first appears. Song Chukyu gently encourages him to accept it, pointing out that his equipment changes and upgrades at an incredible speed. Since he is bound to keep replacing gear in the future, a discount like this will definitely save him a great deal. In the end, Xu Jingming takes the card from her hand. As he looks down at it, a strange thought flashes through his mind, and he cannot help but wonder in a slightly ridiculous way whether this means he is being supported by a wealthy woman. Later, as Xu Jingming walks through the supply base, he is suddenly surrounded before he can even react. Reporters crowd toward him with questions, while representatives from weapon and armor companies push forward with eager faces, all trying to catch his attention. Some want interviews, others want endorsement deals, and the noisy scene makes it painfully clear that his name has already spread far beyond the arena. That afternoon, Xu Jingming meets with Vice Principal Ling Shuang and Vice Principal Xu Ping. Ling Shuang does not waste any time and tells him directly that Kiran Rao wants to challenge him to a duel. She then explains the wager. Kiran Rao is putting up 20% of the resources, while Modu's side is betting a ruins pass. After laying everything out, she looks at Xu Jingming and asks whether he is willing to fight. Xu Jingming pauses slightly, clearly unfamiliar with that term. He looks at them and asks what exactly a ruins pass is. Xu Ping explains that a ruins pass is the ticket needed to enter the remains of an ancient civilization. He also reveals that Qingjing University brought Kiran Rao to this competition for one main reason: to secure those 40 passes. Now that Xu Jingming has won them away, Xu Ping is obviously unwilling to hand them over so easily. Hearing this, Xu Jingming is reminded of something from one of his history classes. Back then, a professor once explained that before the current era, there had been an incredibly glorious ancient civilization. That civilization had reached a level of development far beyond imagination. But for reasons still not fully understood, it was suddenly destroyed. Its once brilliant cities were buried deep underground, swallowed by time and silence. Thousands of years later, people finally rediscovered those buried ruins. From within them, the modern world obtained powerful cultivation methods, advanced knowledge, and even SSS-rank combat techniques that reshaped the path of ability users. Only now does Xu Jingming fully understand why certain ruins would require special passes to enter. If those places still contain resources and secrets from ancient civilization, then the value of a single pass is naturally enormous. Ling Shuang adds that these particular passes are for Civilization Ruin Number 9, a site that opens only once each year. Entry is limited to ability users between Tier 4 and Tier 6, making the opportunity even more precious. She then tells Xu Jingming that if he can defeat Kiran Rao, she can give him one of the passes, but the final decision is his. Xu Ping follows up with a pointed remark, deliberately reminding him that the small arena favors an enhancement-type fighter like Kiran Rao, especially in close-quarters combat. But Xu Jingming shows no sign of fear. Instead, a confident smile rises on his face, and he declares without hesitation that he is willing to accept the challenge. Xu Ping is clearly pleased by the answer. He says he will notify Kiran Rao immediately and confirms that the duel will take place in the arena inside the supply base. After Xu Ping leaves, Ling Shuang glances at Xu Jingming and comments on how quickly he agreed, as if he had never even considered refusing. From the look in his eyes, she can tell his confidence is not forced. Xu Jingming answers casually that it should be fine, estimating at first that he has about a 90% chance of winning. Then, with a slight smirk, he corrects himself and admits that he was only being modest. Deep down, he is completely certain of victory. Ling Shuang lets out a helpless sigh, though there is clear amusement in it. She cannot help wondering what Xu Ping and Kiran Rao would think if they knew Xu Jingming was this confident before the fight even began. Elsewhere, Kiran Rao is stunned when he hears that Xu Jingming has actually accepted the duel. His surprise lasts only a moment before it twists into anger, and he coldly declares that since Xu Jingming dared to agree, then no one should blame him for being rude. Kiran Rao then turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks whether it will be a problem if Xu Jingming gets injured during the match. Xu Ping reassures him that instructors from all 3 universities will be present, and if true danger appears, someone will step in before things go too far. Hearing that, Kiran Rao breaks into a sharp grin. In his mind, Xu Jingming has already lost the right to complain, because once the fight begins, he has no intention of showing mercy. Soon, the scene moves to the arena, where a massive crowd has already gathered. The stands are packed with students and spectators, all waiting for the duel to begin. The students are buzzing with excitement, their voices rising one after another as they look forward to a clash between 2 S-rank ability users. Some try to predict who will win, while others point out that both fighters are still Tier 3, making the final result difficult to judge. Others begin analyzing the matchup more carefully. They say that in a wide-open battlefield, Xu Jingming's heavenly lightning technique would almost certainly dominate, but this small arena gives a close combat fighter like Kiran Rao a major advantage. In the end, many agree that the outcome may depend on whether Xu Jingming has any hidden trump cards left. From a balcony overlooking the arena, Kiran Rao hears the discussions and scoffs in disdain. In his view, it is already a miracle for a freshman to master even one S-rank technique, so the idea that Xu Jingming could have a second one is simply impossible. At that moment, Xu Jingming arrives at the arena. The supporters from Modu immediately burst into cheers. Their voices surge through the venue as they shout Xu Jingming's name again and again. Kiran Rao looks down at him from above, a restless grin spreading across his face. With obvious impatience in his voice, he tells Xu Jingming to hurry up, because he can hardly wait any longer. Xu Jingming responds with icy calm, his expression barely changing. If his opponent is that eager to rush toward death, then he says he does not mind granting that wish. With the atmosphere growing heavier by the second, both fighters step into the ring and take their positions. An elderly man then appears before them and introduces himself as Zhang Quan, the vice principal of Jincheng University and a Tier 8 Grandmaster who will serve as the referee. He explains the rules clearly. The battle ends when one side either loses consciousness or admits defeat, and once that happens, further attacks are strictly forbidden. He also tells them there is no need to hold back, because powerful experts are watching closely and will prevent any loss of life. After speaking, Zhang Quan releases his power. A layer of water mist spreads outward and rises around the arena, forming a protective shield that separates the battlefield from the spectators. Once both sides are told to prepare, Zhang Quan begins the countdown. As the final number falls, the match officially begins. The instant the fight starts, Kiran Rao lets out a fierce roar and immediately activates his S-rank ability. His body begins to change at a terrifying speed, swelling larger and more muscular as powerful horns emerge and red markings spread across him. The overwhelming transformation is revealed to be his S-rank ability, Brahma Beast Sovereign. Xu Jingming stands across from him and watches the transformation calmly, his expression steady and unreadable. Now towering in his enhanced form, Kiran Rao looks down with arrogant confidence. He tells Xu Jingming that he will give him time to prepare his own S-rank technique so that when he loses, he will have no excuses left. Around the arena, the crowd watches the duel between Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao unfold with growing tension. Spectators remark that Kiran Rao's S-rank enhancement ability is especially dangerous in this 30-meter arena where Xu Jingming's ranged lightning techniques are restricted. Even so, many believe Xu Jingming must have known this before agreeing to the fight. Inside the ring, purple lightning coils around Xu Jingming's body like living energy. Facing Kiran Rao's powerful new form, Xu Jingming silently decides that this opponent is the perfect target for testing the full extent of his third-tier strength. Without a moment of hesitation, Xu Jingming releases an overwhelming burst of purple-blue lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the dazzling current surges outward, flooding the entire arena. The referee, Zhang Quan, stares in astonishment as the violent outburst of power crashes against his water mist barrier, a defense originally built to endure only the attack of a peak Tier 3 A-rank user. Realizing the pressure is far beyond what he expected, Zhang Quan is forced to pour in more strength, reinforcing the barrier before the raging energy can break through. Up in the stands, the students are shaken pale by the purple cloud divine lightning, feeling as though a single stray bolt could erase them instantly, while the terrifying gap between these two freshmen becomes impossible to ignore. Even after transforming, Kiran Rao's expression twists with fury as Xu Jingming's lightning keeps eating into his body, its strange destructive force far beyond anything ordinary lightning could ever do. Unable to tolerate being worn down like this, Kiran decides to finish the fight as quickly as possible, lowering his stance before charging straight ahead. As both warriors shoot toward each other, Kiran lets out a cold scoff, mocking Xu Jingming for choosing to resist instead of running, and with his blade ready, he vows to show him the true power of an S-rank enhancement user. But before Kiran can fully seize the rhythm, Xu Jingming strikes first, and the sudden speed of his spear flashes forward so sharply that it catches Kiran completely off guard. Kiran barely manages to raise his weapon in time to block the electrified spear, but the impact crashes into him with such force that his body is driven backward across the ground. His eyes widen in disbelief, because even after unleashing his S-rank transformation, he still cannot understand how Xu Jingming's raw physical strength is able to stand on the same level as his own. Wrapped in a roaring storm of purple lightning, Xu Jingming looks at Kiran with a faint mocking edge and asks if he is surprised, reminding him that no rule ever said a lightning-type user had to lose in strength to an enhancement type. Kiran admits Xu Jingming has a point, saying he originally planned to toy with him for a while, but now sees that such arrogance will not work. Then, declaring that Xu Jingming should feel honored for forcing him to use his full power, Kiran rushes forward again. In the next instant, Kiran's body undergoes an even more terrifying second transformation, his face twisting into something like a demonic mask as he unleashes Beast Sovereign Descent. The students in the stands erupt in shock, immediately recognizing that Kiran is stacking his S-rank ability, Brahma Beast Sovereign. together with an exclusive S-rank combat technique, pushing his already frightening power to an even more monstrous level. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Xu Ping watches everything with a steady, unreadable gaze, while Vice Principal Ling Shuang studies the change more thoughtfully, remembering that Dean Yang Zhentian possesses a similar S-rank combat technique and believing Xu Jingming must know it too. Back in the arena, Kiran's newly strengthened form pushes against the purple lightning, forcing the crackling energy away from his body. With a dangerous grin spreading across his transformed face, Kiran taunts Xu Jingming and asks whether he still has the courage to clash with him head-on in this new form. Then, in a shocking counter to Kiran's display, Xu Jingming's hair turns pure white. His eyes shine with intense blue energy and he calmly accepts the challenge, without the slightest hesitation. A tremendous wave of power erupts from Xu Jingming's body, bursting outward so violently that even the fully transformed Kiran is stunned for a moment. Xu Jingming's eyes now burn with fierce slitted pupils, and with that final change, his own terrifying power-up is fully complete. The audience is left completely baffled by what they are seeing. One student, who had only looked away for a brief moment, stares back in shock and blurts out that two monster bosses are suddenly standing in the arena. His friend quickly explains that they are Xu Jingming and Kiran entering their second stages. But the first student insists that, no matter how they explain it, this is basically a boss fight. Kiran stares at Xu Jingming's transformation in disbelief, quickly realizing it is also an S-rank combat technique. In his newly powered-up state, Xu Jingming answers with icy calm, saying Kiran guessed correctly. But unfortunately, there is no reward for it. Without giving his opponent even a breath to regain balance, Xu Jingming gathers a dense sphere of purple energy, compressing the lightning as he prepares to unleash his Thunder Prison technique. Kiran instantly recognizes the move as a control-type S-rank technique, and the moment he understands what it is, a sharp sense of danger grips him. Choosing to stake everything on one desperate rush, Kiran summons a layer of red vitality armor around himself and charges headfirst into the incoming lightning attack. He succeeds in tearing his way free, but the price is heavy. His body drops to one knee, and as Kiran lifts his head, his face is filled with shock at the terrifying power he just endured. Xu Jingming gives him no chance to steady himself. A massive spear made of pure lightning erupts forward, narrowly missing Kiran, only for the explosion behind him to tear through the arena floor with devastating force. The destructive power leaves Kiran visibly shaken, because he knows perfectly well that if that lightning spear had struck him directly, he would have been seriously injured at the very least, and possibly killed on the spot. Before Kiran can even finish reacting, Xu Jingming closes the gap in an instant with lightning gale break, his figure flashing forward like a streak of thunder. Kiran raises his weapon just in time to block the powerful spinning strike, but the force behind it is too overwhelming, sending his entire body flying backward across the arena. Refusing to let the advantage slip away, Xu Jingming follows with a relentless storm of chain lightning spears, each attack moving with lightning-fast precision as they hammer into Kiran's body again and again. Even under that brutal assault, Kiran refuses to fall, gritting his teeth and clinging to the hope that if he can survive this technique, he may still have one final chance to turn the battle around. Convinced that he has endured the worst of it, Kiran suddenly roars out, declaring that now it is finally his turn to counterattack. But at that exact moment, Xu Jingming reveals the real danger hidden within the technique. With a cold command for it to explode, the lightning energy buried inside Kiran's body detonates violently from within. Kiran's eyes widen in shock and helplessness as the savage energy bursts out from his chest, leaving him no time to defend. The explosion blasts him backward with terrifying force, swallowing his body in a violent surge of light and thunder. His body slams hard into the arena's protective barrier before collapsing to the ground, his transformation fading away as blackened wounds spread across his torso. Xu Jingming steps forward and stands over his defeated opponent, the tip of his spear stopping just inches from Kiran's forehead. With no strength left and no path to fight back, the humbled Kiran weakly admits defeat. With the battle finally decided, Zhang Chuan raises his hand high and officially announces Xu Jingming as the winner. The crowd immediately erupts into cheers. Xu Jingming's friends celebrate excitedly, amazed that a fight they thought would last more than 10 minutes ended in only 2. They praise him for crushing Kiran in a direct contest of strength and admire how smoothly he linked each combat technique together. From the balcony, Vice Principal Ling Shuang also thinks back over Xu Jingming's flawless performance. He first used Thunder Prison to control the battlefield, then followed with other techniques to force out a weakness, seized that opening with Lightning Gale Break, and finally ended everything with Chain Lightning Spears in her eyes. The entire execution was clean, precise, and truly excellent. She then turns toward Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks whether he has anything else to say. Wearing a somber expression, Xu Ping admits that they have suffered a complete defeat and concedes the wagered 20% resource share to Modu University. He also confirms that the S-class resource he promised Xu Jingming will be delivered the next afternoon. As Ling Shuang and Xu Jingming leave together, Xu Ping remains behind, forced to swallow the bitter reality that his university has lost on both fronts. Ling Shuang warmly congratulates Xu Jingming on a job well done, then presents him with a glowing blue card. Civilization Ruin Pass number 13. As an additional reward, she tells him the school will also grant him another 10,000 credits. Xu Jingming is overjoyed and sincerely thanks her for such generous rewards. As he looks down at the coveted Ruins Pass resting in his hand, a confident, eager smile slowly appears on his face. Vice Principal Ling Shuang tells Xu Jingming to head back and rest, while reminding him of everything he has earned. The S-Class resource from Qingjing University, the right to choose a combat technique from the libraries of all 3 universities, and the chance to return to the Devil's Cave the next day to collect the rare herbs his university won. Xu Jingming agrees happily, thinking over just how successful this research trip has become, bringing him a Ruins Pass, extra credits, S-Class resources, and a huge haul of herbs and beast materials. While they are still talking, a young man with long black hair walks over, smiling as he compliments Xu Jingming on the wonderful match, and says that being able to witness a genius like him is truly fortunate. Xu Jingming responds politely and thanks him. After the young man walks away, Xu Jingming asks who he was. Song Chukyu explains that the man is Dong Sheng from Jincheng University. The student ranked 3rd, just below Xu Jingming and Kiran. Xu Jingming cannot help but marvel at Dong Sheng's strength, realizing that his cultivation has already reached the high-rank 2nd tier. With a faint look of surprise, he calls him a monster, only for Song Chukyu to glance over with a playful smile and tease him, asking if he is really praising Dong Sheng or just complimenting himself, since Xu Jingming is already a Tier 3 user. Xu Jingming's expression turns mischievous as he grins and jokes that he is a little different, claiming he has a cheat ability that lets him level up with 1 click. He even asks Song Chukyu if she believes him, but she immediately snaps back in an annoyed, almost comically speechless way, making it very clear that she does not believe a single word. Elsewhere, outside a towering Gothic-style building, the atmosphere suddenly turns cold and heavy, with the grand structure standing in the distance like a silent shadow. Inside the vast hall, rows of robed figures kneel respectfully before a man floating in midair, their heads lowered in devotion. Above the archbishop, a swirling pink orb glows with an eerie light as he leads the followers in a solemn chant, proclaiming that since receiving heaven's mandate, their heavenly God is eternal. The archbishop lowers his gaze toward one of his subordinates and asks in a calm but commanding tone whether everything at the plantation has already been arranged, and the subordinate quickly confirms that all preparations are complete. The archbishop then gives a grim order, his voice turning cold as he says the teachers from the 3 universities will be that subordinate's responsibility. He demands that as many of them as possible be killed, and the followers answer at once with a fierce shout of obedience. After that, the archbishop turns his attention toward a hooded man wearing a mask, addressing him as the Holy Sun. He assigns him the task of handling the 2 S-rankers, Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao, saying that facing opponents like them should be useful for the Holy Sun's growth. Beneath the hood, the Holy Sun smiles in a chilling way and accepts the order without hesitation, promising that by the next day, the distance between himself and those S-rankers will become very, very close. The archbishop then gives his final instruction regarding the S-rankers. If Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao are willing to join the Heaven's Mandate sect, that would naturally be best. But if they refuse, the Holy Sun is to kill them without showing the slightest mercy. At last, the archbishop faces all of his followers, his voice rising with fanatical passion. He declares that tomorrow will become the stage for the Heaven's Mandate sect, and that they must announce their existence to the entire country in the cruelest and most high-profile way possible. His chant rings through the hall, and the followers echo it with equal madness. Since receiving Heaven's mandate, the heavenly God is eternal. The next day, the students arrive at the Devil's Cave plantation, where a massive, beautifully built greenhouse stretches before them, its ornate exterior standing behind clear markings that identify the entire place as a restricted area. As soon as they step inside, the students are greeted by the sight of gorgeous C-class sunflowers blooming across the greenhouse, their bright petals drawing excited looks from everyone as they prepare to harvest the valuable herbs. A man named Ma Yang, the supervisor of the base, comes forward to greet them. With a polite smile, he welcomes the mentors and students from the 3 major universities to the plantation. Lead mentor Hu Ping explains that the vice principals did not personally come along because this harvesting task is not considered dangerous. She adds that even if something unexpected were to happen, Vice Principal Ling Shuang's space ability would allow her to arrive within minutes. Ma Yang then leads the entire group deeper into the greenhouse, walking ahead as he divides the harvesting work and assigns each university a different area filled with specific herbs. Qingjing University is assigned to collect the sunflowers, Jincheng University is sent to gather scarlet flame grass, and Modu University is given the responsibility of harvesting cleansing heart grass. Then Ma Yang suddenly adds a strange condition, saying that the top 3 freshmen must be separated from the main group. Hu Ping immediately frowns and questions him, pointing out that other plantations do not have this kind of rule. Ma Yang explains that a new batch of its class exotic herbs has appeared, and he wants the top students to collect them personally, presenting it as a special opportunity. He then specifically tells Xu Jingming, Qiran Rao, and Dong Sheng to follow him and his staff. Xu Jingming senses that something about the arrangement feels suspicious, but with the university mentors nearby, he feels there should not be too much danger, so he follows along for the time being. As the group walks deeper inside, Dong Sheng moves closer to Xu Jingming and Qiran, smiling as he compliments them on the spectacular battle they fought the day before. Dong Sheng then casually shifts the topic to religion, mentioning rumors that certain sects possess secret techniques capable of boosting a user's strength from Tier 2 all the way to Tier 4. He muses that if he had that kind of power, he might even be able to fight the two of them, prompting Xu Jingming to immediately warn him not to get involved with those religions. Qiran, however, does not agree. He brings his hands together in prayer and says that religions such as his country's Jidu sect and the Holy Father sect carry positive meaning, then proudly credits his own invincibility to the blessing of his Lord Brahma. Xu Jingming immediately throws the words back at him, asking why Lord Brahma did not help him win their fight. The sharp comment hits Qiran right where it hurts, leaving him furious, embarrassed, and unable to answer. Dong Sheng smoothly steps in before the tension can rise further, agreeing with Qiran that some religions can indeed bring great benefits. Then he turns toward Xu Jingming with a sly smile and says that in just a little while, Xu Jingming will personally experience the power that comes from religion, and by then, he will probably change his mind. Those cryptic words make Xu Jingming's expression tighten slightly, and an uneasy feeling creeps into his heart as he wonders what Dong Sheng could possibly mean. Supervisor Ma Yang continues leading mentor Hu Ping and the three top students until they reach a more secluded section of the greenhouse. Once they stop, he calmly announces that they have arrived. Hu Ping looks around the area and immediately notices that something is wrong. There are no visible exotic herbs anywhere, so she asks where the promised S-class flowers are supposed to be. Ma Yang simply raises his hand and points forward, telling her to look in that direction. In that very instant, the friendly look on Ma Yang's face disappears completely, replaced by a sinister grin that makes the entire situation turn dangerous. The man who had been calling himself Ma Yang suddenly lunges straight at Hu Ping. His body twists into a shadowy figure, his eyes burn red, and a huge demonic claw of crimson energy forms as he attacks. With terrifying speed and overwhelming force, his claw slams directly into Hu Ping's chest before she can fully react. The impact sends Hu Ping flying backward through the greenhouse, but she manages to land, her face filled with shock as she steadies herself. The moment she senses the strength behind that blow, Hu Ping blurts out in disbelief that her attacker is a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Realizing they have been deceived, Hu Ping demands to know who he really is. At the same time, her body begins to change as she activates her A-rank Shadow Spirit Cat ability, preparing herself for battle. The shadowy attacker looks at her with interest and compliments her vitality, as though even surviving that strike has slightly impressed him. Then he removes his mask, revealing his true identity as the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. With a cruel smile on his face, he says that since Hu Ping is about to die anyway, there is no harm in letting her know who they are. The Archbishop immediately commands his subordinate to kill everyone present. Hu Ping glares at them in fury and accuses them of trying to cut down the future of Great Xia's next generation. Without hesitation, Hu Ping crushes a crystal in her hand, shattering it in an attempt to call for help. The Archbishop only laughs at her desperate move, coldly telling her that it is already too late to summon anyone. He then activates the power of the red orb in his hand, and a massive space blockade spreads outward, sealing the area and trapping everyone inside. At the same time, outside the plantation, the three vice principals are immediately alerted that an attack has broken out. Ling Shuang's expression fills with fury as she realizes someone has dared to strike their team. In the next moment, the three powerful Grandmasters rise into the sky and fly straight toward the crisis. Over at the Shan'an supply base, Head Supervisor Zhou Ying reacts with alarm the instant she receives the news. She urgently orders multiple squads to rush to the Devil's Cave plantation and protect the eldest Miss, Song Chukyu. Even as she gives the order, Zhou Ying tries to steady herself, telling herself that with Tier 8 Grandmasters already on the way, there should not be any serious problem. Back inside the greenhouse, Hu Ping suddenly senses a disturbance rippling through the space blockade around them. The Archbishop mocks them, saying that their space-type Grandmaster is useless against his blockade. Deciding he should move quickly, he turns his murderous attention toward the cat-like Hu Ping and shouts that she will be the first to die. His attack takes shape as a gigantic red hand, descending with crushing pressure as if it intends to smash everything beneath it. Qiran curses under his breath in frustration, while Xu Jingming instantly understands the danger. Facing a Tier 7 Grandmaster, he knows that with his current strength, resisting such terrifying power head-on is almost impossible. But before the Archbishop's attack can fully land, it is suddenly disrupted. His expression changes as he realizes that the space-type Grandmaster, Ling Shuang, is powerful enough to shake even his blockade. Choosing not to clash with Ling Shuang directly, the Archbishop leaps away from the battlefield and leaves the rest to the Holy Sun, telling him to handle the situation from here. With the Archbishop suddenly gone from the scene, Dong Sheng slowly steps forward, and the friendly mask he had worn until now disappears completely. His voice turns cold as he declares that the time has finally come for the Heaven's Mandate sect to stand on the stage. Then he looks directly at Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao, telling them he will now reveal his true form. The moment those words fall, Dongsheng's body begins to twist through a horrifying transformation. Dark energy erupts from within him like smoke from the abyss, and his aura surges upward at a terrifying speed, climbing from high-rank Tier 2 to the peak, then smashing into Tier 3 before finally soaring all the way to the peak of Tier 4. Seeing that impossible rise in power happen right before their eyes, both Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao are left completely stunned, their expressions frozen with disbelief. Xu Jingming's eyes sharpen in shock, unable to believe that any technique could raise a person by 2 entire major ranks in such a short time. But the more he feels that familiar, terrifying aura, the more certain he becomes that it is the aura of God's blood. While Kiran Rao stands there burning with rage, Xu Jingming quickly pieces together what is happening to Dongsheng. The aura surrounding him clearly belongs to God's blood, and that means one dose of this SSS-class resource is likely what allowed Dongsheng to leap from Tier 2 straight to the peak of Tier 4. Now standing before them as a demonic figure with horns and glowing eyes, Dongsheng gives Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao a ruthless choice. They can join the Heaven's Mandate sect and hunt down the other students, or they can be crippled first and then killed. Meanwhile, outside the main greenhouse, the other students finally realize how dangerous the situation has become. One of them shouts for everyone to charge in and help the 2S rankers, yelling that they absolutely cannot lose their hope, Xu Jingming. But before the students can rush to the rescue, several hooded cultists step into their path and block them. The cultists sneer at their desperation, mocking them by saying no one can save the S-rankers now, and that the students should worry about surviving themselves. In the middle of the chaos, Song Chukyu forces her way through the cultists with her flaming spear in hand, each strike burning fiercely as she focuses on only one thing, reaching Xu Jingming and protecting him. Far from the trapped students, the 3 grandmasters quickly realize they have also been blocked from entering. One of them urgently asks Vice Principal Ling Shuang why they do not simply teleport inside, but Ling Shuang explains that she already tried, and the space within the plantation has been completely sealed. The source of that terrifying barrier is the Archbishop, who stands holding a glowing red orb in his hand, and inside that orb a strange bone can be seen faintly shining. Ling Shuang immediately recognizes what it is. That bone once belonged to a rank 9 beast emperor with spatial abilities, and it is precisely the power of that bone that is sealing the entire area. The other 2 grandmasters are instantly alarmed by her words. Zhang Quan remarks that the situation is far more serious than expected, while the other warns that if anything happens to the 2 S-rankers inside, the consequences will be enormous. The Archbishop bursts into mocking laughter, clearly enjoying the sight of the helpless grandmasters outside the blockade. He tells them they will have no choice but to watch as his sect slaughters every freshman inside, declaring this day to be the great awakening of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Horror spreads across the grandmasters' faces as they realize the enemies before them belong to a group they believed had been wiped out 60 years ago. Knowing they cannot waste another second, the 3 grandmasters immediately decide to combine their strength. Ling Shuang proposes that they attack together, her gaze fixed on the sealed plantation as she calculates that 3 minutes should be enough for them to break through the spatial blockade. Taking command of the situation, Ling Shuang shouts for the ground to rise. In an instant, an enormous surge of blue energy erupts from below, lifting the entire plantation base up into the air. While using her power to hold the plantation suspended above the ground, Vice Principal Ling Shuang continues analyzing the structure of the blockade with sharp focus. She announces that the underground space has been completely sealed off, but at the same time, she has located the weakest part of the barrier in the southeast direction. Responding to Ling Shuang's call, the other 2 grandmasters, Xu Ping and Jiang Quan, step forward and prepare to attack. Their auras explode outward as both of them undergo powerful transformations. Xu Ping's body swells into the form of a ferocious ape beast, while Jiang Quan becomes a being wrapped in swirling blue energy, his entire figure glowing with destructive force. Together they launch themselves toward the floating greenhouse, pouring their combined power into one focused strike aimed directly at the weak point Ling Shuang found. Inside the greenhouse, the remaining students suddenly hear a deafening roar as the entire building trembles from the massive impact outside. When the students see the powerful attacks crashing against the blockade, relief flashes across their frightened faces, and they cry out that the vice principals have finally come to save them. Even in the middle of the chaos, Xu Jingming keeps his head clear. He checks his system panel and sees that he still has 49,000 ability points, then quickly calculates that if he spends them all to level up, he should be able to reach Tier 4 and gain enough strength to defeat the enemies before him. But Dongsheng suddenly turns toward the terrified freshmen and mocks them, asking if they have now witnessed the true power of his sect. He offers them a twisted chance to join him, saying that if they kill the freshmen around them, they can become members of the Heaven's Mandate sect and receive the same power he has. For a tense moment, the students fall into hesitation, quietly looking at one another as fear and uncertainty ripple through the group. Just then, Ling Shuang's voice echoes through the damaged barrier with stern authority. She declares that any freshman who dares to attack another student will be expelled immediately and killed on the spot. Those words snap the students back to their senses, and they quickly make their decision, refusing to become traitors no matter how frightening Dongsheng's offer may be. Dongsheng's face twists with anger as he curses them as fools, furious that they would reject such an easy path to power. Then turns his attention back to Xu Jingming and Qiran Rao, giving them one final choice. They have 3 seconds to submit, or they will die where they stand. Almost immediately, Qiran Rao drops his sword to the ground, bends down, and begs for his life, choosing to surrender and join the Heaven's Mandate sect without hesitation. Dongsheng looks pleased with Qiran Rao's decision and praises him for making the right choice. Then his gaze shifts toward Xu Jingming, and he asks what answer Xu Jingming will give. Xu Jingming does not bother answering with words. Instead, purple lightning begins crackling around his body, the violent arcs of electricity making his refusal unmistakably clear. Seeing Xu Jingming's silent defiance, Dongsheng coldly declares that he has chosen death. Then he turns to his newly gained follower and orders Qiran Rao to prove his loyalty by killing Xu Jingming. Faced with that order, Qiran Rao hesitates on the spot, sweat appearing on his face as he privately admits that taking on Xu Jingming by himself is something he simply cannot handle. Noticing Qiran Rao's hesitation, the hooded figures beside Dongsheng step forward and declare that they will attack together with him, quickly moving to surround Xu Jingming from several directions. Even while outnumbered, Xu Jingming remains strangely calm, purple lightning crawling over his body like a living armor. He silently measures the enemies around him, counting 1 low-ranked Tier 3 user and 4 low-ranked Tier 1 users, and decides that he may not need to spend his precious ability points just yet before challenging them to come at him. One of the hooded cultists grips a large axe and leaps down from above, sneering at Xu Jingming's confidence as he mocks his arrogance and declares that this is where he dies. The cultist brings his axe down in a heavy swing, but the strike crashes against Xu Jingming's S-rank defensive technique, thunder armor, and fails to break through. Before the attacker can even process what just happened, Xu Jingming drives his spear forward with ruthless precision, piercing straight through the cultist's chest. The defeated cultist stares in disbelief, unable to understand how he could be taken down so easily when he is a Tier 4 user. Xu Jingming looks at him coldly and taunts him for being foolish enough to approach alone. After seeing one of his followers fall so quickly, the transformed Dongsheng can no longer stand aside. He decides to personally join the fight, announcing that he will attack together with the others. As all of his enemies prepare to strike at once, Xu Jingming finally feels the real threat of death pressing in for the first time. A trace of disappointment crosses his mind, because he had wanted to save his ability points for upgrading his S-rank ability, but now it seems he may have no choice but to use them. At that very moment, a system notification suddenly appears, confirming that he has killed a low-rank Tier 4 God's Blood envoy and rewarding him with 1,000 ability points. That reward pushes his total beyond the 50,000 point mark, and as soon as Xu Jingming realizes he finally has enough, he makes a bold decision without the slightest hesitation. He immediately commands the system to upgrade his ability. The evolution of his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning begins at once. Golden bolts of thunder erupt around him, and a progress bar appears before rapidly climbing past 10%, then 20%. As the evolution continues, Xu Jingming's body slowly rises into the air, and the raw power pouring out of him leaves the enemies around him visibly stunned. Golden lightning crackles wildly around Xu Jingming, wrapping him in a brilliant storm as his strength continues to grow. Watching this sudden change unfold, Dongsheng's expression darkens with annoyance, and he dismisses it as nothing more than Xu Jingming playing tricks. Dark red energy begins pouring out from Dongsheng's body, rolling around him like a violent mist as he prepares to attack. With Xu Jingming still caught in the middle of his ability's evolution, Dongsheng seizes the opening and releases a massive blast of power straight toward his vulnerable opponent. Just as Dongsheng's terrifying attack comes crashing down, the evolution of Xu Jingming's ability reaches its final stretch, the progress climbing all the way to 99% at the most critical moment. Then, in the very next instant, the process is completed. The system confirms that Xu Jingming's original S-rank ability has successfully evolved into something even stronger, the SS-rank Dushan Divine Lightning. With the transformation finally finished, Xu Jingming slowly opens his eyes, and they now shine with a dazzling golden glow. Around his body, golden lightning crackles violently, making his entire presence feel completely different from before. Without wasting even a single breath, Xu Jingming unleashes his newly evolved ability. A massive torrent of golden thunder descends from the sky, crashing down with terrifying force onto the unsuspecting Dongsheng. Dongsheng lets out a miserable scream as that overwhelming golden power swallows him completely, and the attack he had been so confident in is wiped out before it can even reach Xu Jingming. A moment later, another system notification appears before Xu Jingming, confirming the death of the peak Tier 4 God's Blood envoy and awarding him another 2,000 ability points. With the greatest threat in front of him already erased, Xu Jingming slowly turns his gaze toward the remaining hooded cultists. He points at them one by one, his voice cold and merciless as he declares that none of them will be allowed to live. Golden thunder gathers once again above the greenhouse. and Xu Jingming brings down a devastating storm of lightning. In an instant, the remaining cultists are blasted apart, destroyed so quickly they have no chance to resist. After every cultist falls, Xu Jingming's figure appears before the terrified Kiran Rao, who has completely lost his earlier arrogance and can only plead desperately for his life. Kiran Rao drops to the ground and bows low, hurriedly explaining that he had only been threatened into submission. He insists again and again that he never actually attacked Xu Jingming. From farther away, the archbishop stares at the scene in stunned disbelief, his expression twisting as he struggles to accept that the holy son he had placed his hopes on has truly been killed. That confusion lasts only a brief moment before it turns into pure rage. The archbishop roars Xu Jingming's name with hatred in his voice, vowing that Xu Jingming will be buried together with Dong Sheng. Driven mad by anger, the archbishop releases his own terrifying power. A gigantic demonic red hand forms high in the sky, then comes crashing down toward Xu Jingming with crushing killing intent. As the massive red hand descends, Xu Jingming feels an unbearable pressure lock his entire body in place. Gritting his teeth, he realizes with dread that he cannot move at all, and he wonders if this is the true, unreachable gap between himself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But right before the attack can crush him, the giant hand suddenly freezes in midair. Xu Jingming looks up in surprise, and immediately senses that another powerful space-type ability has intervened and saved him. In a flash of golden light, Vice Principal Ling Shuang appears beside him, her expression icy and her aura sharp enough to make the entire space feel still. The furious archbishop glares at her and demands to know how she managed to break into the space blockade he had been maintaining. Ling Shuang only scoffs at him, mocking him for relying on an external item to hold the blockade and for being foolish enough to let himself become distracted. Then she strikes without hesitation, unleashing her own space-cutting technique. A blade of blazing energy slices forward and cuts clean through the archbishop's arm, severing his demonic hand in one ruthless blow. Before the archbishop can recover from the shock, Ling Shuang summons a glowing blue magic circle beneath him. Space tightens around his body, trapping him completely in her constriction technique. With her enemy bound in place, Ling Shuang makes her final move. A swirling vortex opens in front of her, and she snatches the space-sealing orb directly from the archbishop's grasp, cutting off his control over the sealed area. Once the immediate threat is gone, Ling Shuang descends toward the shaken Xu Jingming and calmly asks whether he is hurt. Xu Jingming steadies himself and tells her that he is fine. Just then, the other two Grandmasters, Xu Ping and Jiang Quan, finally arrive as well. Xu Ping asks how they should deal with the remaining cult members, and Ling Shuang, still holding the captured orb, gives a chilling order. Since these people dared to lay hands on her students, any Tier 6 ability users are to be captured alive, while everyone else is to be killed without mercy. Following Ling Shuang's command, Xu Ping and Jiang Quan immediately leap into action, tearing through the remaining cultists with overwhelming strength and crushing the last traces of resistance. When the battle finally settles, Ling Shuang turns her cold gaze toward the terrified Kiran Rao. He starts to open his mouth and make excuses, but she cuts him off instantly, telling him that someone will come to deal with him later. Finally, Ling Shuang looks back at Xu Jingming and asks about the powerful golden lightning he used, especially since it seemed to require no casting time at all. Standing among the bodies of the defeated cultists, Xu Jingming explains that even he is not completely sure. In that desperate moment, he only pushed his ability with everything he had, and somehow it broke past its limit and mutated. Ling Shuang grows even more curious and asks whether it might have been a combat technique rather than his normal ability. To confirm it, she tells Xu Jingming to release his purple cloud divine lightning again. Xu Jingming raises his hand and tries to summon the power he had always used before, but to his own surprise, the purple lightning never appears. Instead, only golden lightning crackles around his palm. Ling Shuang finds the situation strange and wonders whether his ability has undergone a fundamental change. Still, with the crisis not fully settled, she decides to postpone a deeper examination and tells him that once everything is over, she will test his ability again at the supply base. Xu Jingming nods in agreement. Just as their conversation comes to an end, Song Chukyu rushes over with relief written all over her face, calling Xu Jingming's name. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug and blurts out how worried she had been. Watching the two of them from the side, Ling Shuang's cold expression softens slightly, and a gentle smile crosses her face as she silently thinks that youth really is a wonderful thing. Xu Jingming gently comforts the tearful Song Chukyu, speaking to her in a calm voice and telling her that everything is all right now. He holds her hands and gives her a reassuring smile, steady and warm enough to calm her racing heart, and Song Chukyu's cheeks immediately begin to blush. A moment later, Ling Shuang uses her space power again, carefully lowering the entire floating greenhouse back down until it rests safely on the ground. Afterward, she gathers the surviving students together and delivers a heavy announcement. In a grave voice, she tells them that 342 freshmen were killed by the cultists, and that the 3 universities will take full responsibility with compensation provided to the families of the fallen. With a fierce look in her eyes, Ling Shuang officially declares the Heavens Mandate sect an enemy of humanity and of the 3 universities. She announces an extermination order against the sect, requiring all students and teachers to accept missions aimed at wiping them out. Standing among the crowd, Xu Jingming listens quietly while thinking about the ability points he can gain from killing the cult's God's Blood envoys, and he decides that he will definitely accept some of those missions. Ling Shuang then makes one final announcement, officially bringing the research trip to an end. She orders all freshmen to gather the next morning so they can return to their respective schools. Later, back at the supply base, Ling Shuang carries out the test she had promised. She hands Xu Jingming a circular detection device and instructs him to release his power into it. Xu Jingming places his hand on the device, and brilliant golden lightning immediately crackles around its surface, while Ling Shuang watches closely from beside him. As she observes the reaction, a shocking possibility suddenly crosses Ling Shuang's mind. She wonders if Xu Jingming's original S-rank ability may have mutated into an even rarer SS rank ability. She quickly tells herself that such a thing should be extremely unlikely, but then the detection finishes and the device announces an incredible result. Xu Jingming's ability is Dushan Divine Lightning, an SS rank ability, leaving Ling Shuang stunned as she realizes it really has become SS rank. For a moment, Ling Shuang is left completely speechless. She thinks about the enormous gap between S-rank and SS rank abilities, and realizes that if Xu Jingming is trained properly, he could become a force capable of changing the war against the beasts. Her shock quickly turns into genuine joy, and she begins praising Xu Jingming with rare enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is still processing the result himself, wondering how the instrument was even able to recognize the name of his evolved ability. Ling Shuang explains that if the device can identify the ability, then it must have appeared before, during the ancient civilization era. She adds that their modern detection instruments were created from technology recovered from ancient ruins. A smile appears on Ling Shuang's face as she looks at Xu Jingming with growing admiration, thinking that his talent may even be comparable to the legendary powerhouses from ancient times. Then her expression turns serious again, and she advises Xu Jingming not to spread news of his ability's evolution too widely. As a precaution, she gives him a special talisman, explaining that if he ever encounters true danger, he can crush it, and as long as he is within 400 kilometers, she will be able to rush to his location. Xu Jingming accepts the talisman with both gratitude and relief, understanding just how valuable this protection is. After that, Ling Shuang presents him with the S-class resource promised by Qingjing University, a Tier 5 break rank pill. She suggests that he save it for the moment when he advances from Tier 5 to Tier 6. However, Xu Jingming looks at the pill and asks Ling Shuang if it can be exchanged for a different resource instead. After all, with his cheat-like system helping him advance, he knows very clearly that he does not need this kind of pill to break through. Ling Shuang does not refuse him. She gives him special permission to visit Modu University's resource department and exchange the pill there. Then she reminds him that he still has one final reward waiting: the right to choose a combat technique from any of the 3 university libraries. Later, the AI Eva brings up every lightning-type ability above a rank from the other 2 universities. Dozens of glowing screens unfold across the room at once, filling Xu Jingming's vision with all kinds of powerful combat techniques. Among them, 2 incredibly powerful SSS rank techniques immediately catch his eye. But after looking more closely at their requirements, Xu Jingming realizes that the level needed to use them is far beyond what he can currently reach. So instead of chasing something flashy but unusable, Xu Jingming quickly brings himself back to reality and decides to choose a technique that can actually help him right now. After carefully weighing his options for a while, Xu Jingming finally makes his decision. He turns to the vice principal and clearly states that he has chosen the S-rank technique, Thunder God Finger. The screen immediately displays the technique's details. Thunder God Finger condenses lightning into a powerful single-point attack, and the minimum requirement is for the user to be at least Tier 3 while possessing an A-rank lightning ability. Ling Shuang warns him that learning a combat technique from another university will not be easy, especially without their usual teaching foundation. But Xu Jingming answers with complete confidence that it does not matter, while privately thinking that the 6,000 ability points he still has should be more than enough. Seeing how certain he is, Ling Shuang's expression softens into a smile, and she agrees to approve his choice without saying anything more. As Xu Jingming turns and leaves, Ling Shuang watches his back with quiet amazement. Thinking of all the advantages he has already revealed, she concludes that if he is allowed to grow smoothly, humanity may one day gain another peerless powerhouse. Back inside his private training room, Xu Jingming sits down cross-legged, settling his breathing as he prepares to carefully examine the changes in his new power. He gives a command to his system, Deep Blue, telling it to open his attribute panel. The display appears before him, confirming that he is now a low-rank Tier 3 user with the SS rank ability, Dutian Divine Lightning, and a total of 6,359 ability points. Golden lightning crackles around Xu Jingming's hand as he thinks back on the upgrade, realizing that it took a full 50,000 ability points just to transform his ability from S rank into SS rank. He also notices that this new golden lightning is much harder to control than before, its power feeling far more intense and unstable, so he decides that his next focus must be improving his ability control. With determination shining in his eyes, Xu Jingming quietly looks forward to the day when he can fully master this newly evolved power. That evening at the supply base, a group of civilians suddenly looks up in amazement. They point toward a sleek aircraft in the sky, surprised that it has no propellers, and quickly identify it as an advanced anti-gravity aircraft recovered from civilization ruins. The smooth, disc-shaped aircraft slowly descends from above, hovering silently before landing gently on the ground. A ramp lowers from the aircraft, and a single figure steps out, immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The newcomer is a stylish man with long white hair, carrying himself with effortless confidence as he announces that he has come here for Xu Jingming. As the mysterious white-haired man appears before them, the surrounding onlookers are visibly startled, their eyes fixed on him in confusion and curiosity. Deciding that it would be better if fewer people knew about his arrival, the man casually raises his hand and snaps his fingers. In an instant, the onlookers completely forget about him, as if nothing unusual ever happened, and they naturally begin chatting about movies and what to eat for dinner. With his presence now erased from their minds, the white-haired man gives a faint, satisfied smile and continues forward unnoticed. At the base's temporary detention center, 2 guards stand watch outside, keeping strict security around the captured prisoners. Inside one of the cells, the captured Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect shouts with fanatical conviction, declaring that his heavenly God will surely save his followers. The chief of public security reports to Ling Shuang that they have not been able to extract any useful information from the cultists, because their wills are far too strong to break through ordinary interrogation. Archbishop only sneers at them from inside the cell, taunting them and calling them fools for thinking they could force anything out of him. Grandmaster Jiang Quan says that, in that case, they will have to wait for someone from a higher authority to arrive. Ling Shuang agrees calmly, adding that the person they are waiting for should be here very soon. Right at that moment, the white-haired man appears in the hallway, arriving so silently that it feels as though he stepped out of thin air. Ling Shuang immediately senses the powerful aura around him, and her expression sharpens as she instinctively becomes alert. The man looks toward them with a calm expression and says that he has kept everyone waiting. A surprised Ling Shuang quickly greets him with respect as Lord Liu, then asks why he personally came here. He answers that since the Heaven's Mandate sect has reappeared, his presence is necessary. Even so, Ling Shuang cannot help questioning it in her heart. Liu Wangshan is a Tier 9 martial saint with immense authority and terrifying power, so she wonders why someone of his status would come in person. Liu Wangshan begins the interrogation without delay. One of his eyes glows with a strange purple aura as his gaze locks onto the Archbishop, and he coldly asks whether this man is the sect head. Under that overwhelming mental pressure, the Archbishop's resistance crumbles, and he is forced to admit that he is only a Grand Archbishop. He then reveals that their goal was to slaughter the freshmen, and he also confesses that their spies are hidden in far more places than just the universities. 10 minutes later, Liu Wangshan finishes the interrogation and explains that the results were only partially successful. He says the Archbishop's memories had been tampered with by another powerful user, which prevented him from uncovering the locations of their strongholds or the true identity of their leader. From this, he concludes that the sect must be preparing an even larger conspiracy. Then he shifts the topic, saying he needs to meet Xu Jingming because of his recent ability evolution. Soon, Xu Jingming is summoned into a private room with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She invites him to sit down and introduces him to Liu Wangshan, a member of the Great Xia National Council. Xu Jingming is stunned the moment he notices him, because until that introduction, he had not realized there was another person in the room at all. As Liu Wangshan greets him, Xu Jingming suddenly feels an immense pressure crushing down on him, all from nothing more than the man's gaze. His instincts immediately kick in, and golden lightning bursts around his body as he summons his power to resist that overwhelming force. After a brief moment, the pressure finally disappears, but Xu Jingming is left breathing heavily, his body drained as if he has just survived a fierce battle. A wave of awe rises in his heart as he realizes he never imagined that he would be unable to withstand even a single glance from a Tier 9 martial saint. Liu Wangshan praises him, saying it is rare for a Tier 3 user to resist his gaze at all, and that Xu Jingming's willpower is extremely firm. Humbled by the praise, Xu Jingming quickly bows to him with deep respect. Liu Wangshan then explains just how valuable Xu Jingming's potential truly is. Although S-rank users are born every year, fewer than 50 SS-rank users have been recorded across the past 200 years. He says he hopes Xu Jingming can one day become one of humanity's top fighters. To help protect him, Liu Wangshan summons a glowing purple spirit soul seal, explaining that it will give Xu Jingming extra protection against mental attacks. With a gentle touch, Liu Wangshan places the seal onto Xu Jingming's forehead, and the act visibly drains even this powerful martial saint. As Xu Jingming quickly helps him steady himself, Liu Wangshan explains that the seal is his own SS-rank psychic technique. Now that it has been placed on Xu Jingming, even another Tier 9 psychic user would have to spend tremendous effort to break through it. Ling Shuang reminds Xu Jingming to properly thank the counselor, and Xu Jingming immediately reacts, expressing his gratitude with sincere respect. Liu Wangshan simply waved off Xu Jingming's gratitude, as if those words of thanks were never what he wanted in the first place. His request was much heavier than that. Once Xu Jingming truly grew strong, he only hoped the young man would stand for great Jie and cut down as many enemies as he could. Ling Shuang smiled from the side and teased him lightly, saying that if other Tier 8 grandmasters saw a gift like this, plenty of them would probably be desperate enough to beg for it. Xu Jingming, however, showed no trace of modesty at all. With confidence in his eyes, he answered that he was, after all, the strongest student Modu University had produced. Seeing that confident attitude, Ling Shuang was amused enough to immediately throw another responsibility at him. She told Xu Jingming that next March, during the All-Country University League competition, he would be the one leading the team. Xu Jingming froze on the spot, completely speechless for a moment, before reminding her with disbelief that he was still only a freshman. Ling Shuang did not give him any room to dodge it. She warned him not to slack off, because his position had already been reserved in advance. Faced with that firm decision, Xu Jingming could only accept it, but the hesitation quickly turned into fighting spirit as he said he was already looking forward to clashing with the top geniuses from every university in the country. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and back at Modu University, Jiang Chushuan had already arrived early to wait for Xu Jingming's return. She stood there with clear anticipation, her eyes fixed in the direction where the returning students were expected to appear. Before long, an enormous airship descended from the sky and slowly landed with a heavy presence on the campus grounds. As the students began stepping down one after another, Jiang Chushuan immediately spotted Xu Jingming among them and called out to him from where she stood. Xu Jingming walked over together with Song Chukyu, and the two of them greeted Jiang Chushuan naturally. Song Chukyu then stepped forward with genuine gratitude in her expression, sincerely thanking Jiang Chushuan for the life-saving pills that had helped her survive. Jiang Chushuan accepted the thanks with a proud little smile, her mood clearly bright. Without wasting any time, she warmly invited both of them to join her for a celebratory meal, as if this return deserved to be marked properly. As the three of them walked together, Jiang Chushuan leaned closer and asked Xu Jingming whether he had managed to bring back the rare herbs she had wanted. Xu Jingming answered that he had, then teased her with a faint smile, saying the amount was so large that she might not even be able to deal with it all. From a distance, Vice Principal Ling Shuang hovered quietly in the air, watching the group walk away together with a knowing smile on her face. In her mind, she could not help thinking that Xu Jingming really did seem blessed when it came to women, and since powerful people were more likely to leave behind powerful descendants, she even felt that having several partners might not be a bad thing for the future of humanity. But as that thought drifted through her mind, Ling Shuang's expression slowly shifted toward herself. Thinking back on her own life, she let out a helpless sigh, suddenly feeling the sting of still being single, even though she had already reached her 30s. Later, inside a beautifully decorated room, Jiang Chushuan stared wide-eyed at the massive pile of rare herbs Xu Jingming had brought back. The herbs were stacked so high and packed so densely that she could barely believe what she was seeing, and she asked in disbelief whether he had emptied out the entire Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming remained perfectly calm as he explained that hardly any users could even make it into the middle section of the cave, which meant most of the herbs there had been left untouched. He even added that if he had stayed inside a little longer, he probably could have gathered even more. Jiang Chushuan looked at the mountain of materials before her and gave a slightly overwhelmed sigh, realizing she was about to be buried in work. After handing over the herbs, Xu Jingming rose from his seat and prepared to leave. He explained that he still had another matter to handle. He needed to go to the university's resource department and exchange the U.S.-class resource reward he had received. Not long after, Xu Jingming arrived in front of the Grand Resource Department building. The structure stood tall and imposing, clearly one of the places at Modu University where the most valuable resources were managed. Once inside, Xu Jingming directly called on the artificial intelligence Eva. Without circling around the point, he instructed her to list every S-class resource he could exchange for with his 7th-grade breakthrough pill. In response, bright holographic screens instantly unfolded around him one after another. Each glowing display presented a different powerful resource, filling the air with rows of tempting options that were clearly far from ordinary. Xu Jingming looked over the options and could not help feeling a little surprised by how many choices there were. After a brief pause, he asked Eva which resource would be the most useful if his goal was to improve his control over lightning. Eva quickly narrowed everything down and presented a single recommendation before him. It was an S-class resource known as the Thunder Haze Secret Realm Pass, a special access item that would allow him to enter a unique training area. The moment Xu Jingming saw the location attached to the pass, his attention sharpened. He thought to himself that Haidong City was quite close to his hometown, yet he had never once heard that such a secret place existed there. Eva explained that the secret realm had first appeared 87 years ago, before eventually being taken over by the Thunder Haze Martial Arts Hall. Since then, it had become a restricted area, hidden from ordinary public knowledge. Xu Jingming's curiosity rose immediately, and he asked whether there were beasts inside. Eva confirmed that there were, and that most of them possessed the ability to control lightning. Hearing that, Xu Jingming's lips curved into a confident smirk. For someone like him, this was practically the ideal resource, so he made his decision without hesitation. The exchange was confirmed, and in the next moment, the Thunder Haze Secret Realm Pass appeared directly in his hand. While Su Jingming was still on campus, his phone suddenly rang. When he answered, the call turned out to be about a society exchange meeting scheduled for that very afternoon. The person on the other end addressed him respectfully as Vice President Shu, a title he had only recently gained after joining the Meteor Society a few days earlier on his senior's suggestion. Xu Jingming was slightly caught off guard by how quickly his responsibilities were beginning, but after a moment, he agreed to attend. After hanging up, Xu Jingming thought about it for a moment and found the idea rather interesting. A meeting where students from different departments exchanged their experiences sounded like something worth seeing for himself. When Xu Jingming went to meet his master, Yang Zhentian, the man's reaction was immediate and unmistakable. Yang Zhentian stared at him in complete astonishment, his eyes widening as he asked whether Xu Jingming had already stepped into Tier 3. Xu Jingming answered with a calm smile, showing no trace of arrogance despite the shocking news. He simply confirmed that he had broken through during the research trip. Yang Zhentian was still visibly amazed. He reached out and placed a hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder, half joking and half stunned as he said that his disciple made breaking through a Tier 3 bottleneck sound as casual as eating a meal or drinking water. Eager to see exactly what had changed, Yang Zhentian quickly told Xu Jingming to follow him to the training room. He wanted to personally examine how Xu Jingming's body had transformed after absorbing the god's blood. Inside the training room, Xu Jingming released his power without holding back. In an instant, torrents of crackling golden lightning burst out around him, lighting up the space as Yang Zhentian watched closely from nearby. The sight immediately left Yang Zhentian confused. He wondered aloud why the purple cloud divine lightning had turned golden instead of carrying its usual blue-purple glow. But after observing it more carefully, he realized the change was not limited to color. The entire aura of the ability felt completely different. Xu Jingming remained composed as he looked at his master and said that Vice Principal Ling Shuang should have already mentioned it to him. Then he revealed the truth directly. His ability had evolved into an SS rank power, Dushan Divine Lightning. Yang Zhentian was stunned by the revelation. He shouted in disbelief, unable to accept at first that an S rank ability could actually evolve into SS rank. Only then did he finally understand why Ling Shuang had called him the day before and said his disciple had a surprise waiting for him. After the first wave of shock passed, Yang Zhentian's expression grew more serious. He warned Xu Jingming that controlling an SS rank ability was far more difficult than managing an S rank one, meaning he would need much more practice from now on. Xu Jingming nodded and replied that he had exchanged for a Thunder Secret Realm Pass, so he needed to make preparations. Yang Zhentian agreed that the Secret Realm was indeed a suitable place for Lightning-type users to train. However, before letting Xu Jingming focus on that, he wanted to check his current physique first, so he asked him to activate his Thunder Pulse state. Xu Jingming accepted without hesitation, ready for the inspection. Xu Jingming activated the state at once, and golden lightning instantly surged across his entire body. His appearance began to change under the glow of that power, with both his hair and eyes shining brightly as the transformation took hold. Yang Zhentian observed him closely, and an impressed look gradually appeared on his face. He commented that the foundation of Xu Jingming's indestructible body had been strengthened by a tremendous amount, to the point where it had already reached the level of a high-rank Tier 2 user. As he continued examining the changes, Yang Zhentian noticed something else hidden within that powerful physique. Xu Jingming's body now carried the aura of a Beast Emperor-level bloodline mixed into it. When Xu Jingming heard that explanation, he immediately understood something that had puzzled him before. No wonder his physical strength alone was already comparable to Kirin Rao, an S-rank user. Yang Zhentian seemed satisfied with the inspection for now, and told his disciple to take a short rest. He explained that although the changes looked impressive, the only way to truly understand the current condition of Xu Jingming's body was through real combat. The dean began thinking through his other disciples, considering who might serve as a suitable opponent. But one after another, he found them unsuitable for the test. Then, with a faint sense of surprise, he realized that his junior brother Jingming now seemed to have surpassed even his other senior students. About 10 minutes later, the butler, Uncle Fu, entered and respectfully announced that the person Yang Zhentian had called for had arrived. His timing was precise, as if the next part of the test had already been prepared. A muscular senior student with a mohawk stepped forward, his powerful build making him look intimidating at first glance. His name was Zhongshan, but despite his appearance, he looked noticeably nervous. In his mind, he was already wondering why the dean, the showman as he secretly called him, had summoned him again, worrying that he might have somehow gotten into trouble. Seeing Zhongshan's tense reaction, Yang Zhentian quickly reassured him. He explained that there was no punishment involved this time. He simply wanted Zhongshan to have a purely physical combat training match with his disciple, Xu Jingming. Zhongshan was immediately surprised and could not help asking whether fighting only with physical strength would be the same as bullying Xu Jingming. Yang Zhentian, however, gave him no reason to hold back and told him to use his full strength, assuring him that he would personally watch over the match. With the dean's words making the situation clear, Zhongshan accepted the task. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. his nervousness gradually shifting into a serious fighting posture. Then Zhongshan looked toward his junior and spoke with a straightforward warning. Since the dean had already told him to go all out, he said he would not be polite once the fight began. As the two prepared to begin, Yang Zhentian turned slightly and asked Uncle Fu who he believed would win. Uncle Fu answered honestly that while Xu Jingming was certainly stronger overall, if the fight was limited purely to physique, Zhongshan should have the advantage. Yang Zhentian did not fully agree with that judgment. He admitted that Zhongshan was indeed a powerful peak Tier 3 A-rank user. But he also knew better than anyone that the unique experiences his disciple had gone through were far beyond ordinary imagination. On the training floor, Zhongshan settled into position and prepared for battle. Then he activated his A-rank beast-style ability, and his body rapidly transformed, growing into the form of a large, fierce gray wolf that radiated raw physical power. After transforming, Zhongshan sized up Xu Jingming from across the training floor, his thoughts turning cautious. Since this opponent was an S-rank user personally valued by both the dean and the vice principal, he figured it would be safer to hold back a little just in case his strength accidentally injured him. The match began in an instant. Zhongshan, already in his transformed state, gave his junior a sharp warning to watch himself, then drove forward with a heavy punch packed with raw force. Xu Jingming did not retreat at all and raised his own fist to meet the attack directly. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact that seemed to shake the entire training room. But instead of Xu Jingming being forced back, Zhongshan's expression changed in shock as the force pushed him stumbling several steps backward, leaving him unable to believe what had just happened. Zhongshan's mind raced as he steadied himself. As a peak Tier 3 user with an A-rank ability, he had assumed that even if he held back a little, his physical power should have been more than enough to crush Xu Jingming with ease. Xu Jingming looked at him with an almost innocent expression and asked whether his senior had not used his full strength just now. That simple question made Zhongshan's face stiffen, and he immediately realized that he had badly underestimated the junior standing in front of him. Unwilling to lose face or fall behind, Zhongshan's aura suddenly surged. He raised his head and let out a fierce howl, gathering the strength in his body as his fighting spirit erupted all at once. Seeing Zhongshan finally get serious, Xu Jingming did not look nervous in the slightest. Instead, the corner of his mouth lifted into a calm, confident smirk, as if this was exactly what he had been waiting for. In the next moment, both of them charged forward again. Their fists blurred through the air as they launched into a rapid exchange of heavy blows, each collision sending deep, booming echoes across the training room. From the sidelines, Dean Yang Zhentian watched every movement with sharp focus, silently breaking down the fight in his mind. He noticed that Xu Jingming's blood was flowing even faster than Zhongshan's, clearly enhanced by the mysterious beast emperor blood now inside his body. After observing for a while, Yang Zhentian reached a conclusion. Even though there was still a clear difference in their ranks, the two were surprisingly close when it came to pure physical strength. Seeing that the fight had fallen into a stalemate, he finally decided to interfere and called out, allowing Xu Jingming to activate his Thunderpole state. The moment Zhongshan heard that, panic flashed across his face. He immediately protested, saying he was already being suppressed as it was. But Xu Jingming's body had already begun to crackle with golden lightning, and his power continued to climb as he pushed himself even further. Zhongshan turned toward Xu Jingming, his earlier confidence fading fast. With visible nervousness, he called him Brother Jingming and asked him to show mercy, clearly hoping the next exchange would not be too brutal. Now wrapped in a brilliant glow of overwhelming golden lightning, Xu Jingming looked far more imposing than before. He simply smiled at Zhongshan's request and agreed, his relaxed attitude making the pressure feel even heavier. A few minutes later, the sparring match had already come to an end. Zhongshan lay sprawled on the training floor, completely drained, his chest rising and falling as he panted heavily for breath. Xu Jingming crouched down beside him and handed over a small vial filled with red liquid. He explained that their sparring had given his teacher some useful inspiration, then sincerely thanked his senior for helping. Zhongshan accepted the gift with gratitude and immediately declared that if anyone online ever dared question Xu Jingming's reputation, he would be the first one to stand up and defend him. While Zhongshan stayed there recovering, Xu Jingming turned to Uncle Fu and asked when his teacher might come out of meditation. Uncle Fu answered calmly that it was hard to say, since this kind of meditation could end after only a few hours, or it might continue for several days. As they waited there, Xu Jingming's phone suddenly gave a sharp beep. The sound broke the quiet in the room, drawing his attention away from the training floor. Xu Jingming answered the call and was surprised to hear Vice Principal Ling Shuang's voice on the other end. She told him that the people from Jing University had arrived with the original copy of the S-rank combat technique, Thunder Godfinger, and instructed him to come to the Battle Technique Library to pick it up. Inside a room lined with books, Ling Shuang paused for a moment and then decided not to wait for him to make the trip himself. Instead, she chose to personally bring him over. All of a sudden, a glowing golden portal opened right beside Xu Jingming. He barely had time to react before Ling Shuang stepped out from within it, startling him with her sudden appearance. Ling Shuang did not waste a single word. She reached out, grabbed Xu Jingming by the shoulder and pulled him straight into the portal, dragging him off his feet as Zhongshan and Uncle Fu stared after them in stunned surprise. When the two emerged on the other side, they found themselves in a finely decorated room. A man was already seated on the sofa, waiting calmly as they appeared before him, still holding Xu Jingming slightly suspended, as if she had dragged him over like luggage. Ling Shuang introduced him to the man as Modu University's S-rank student. Then she turned to Xu Jingming and introduced the seated man as teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Once Xu Jingming finally landed back on his feet, he quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Teacher Chen smiled in return, greeting student Xu with a friendly and polite tone. Ling Shuang then explained that teacher Chen was a low-ranked Tier 7 Grandmaster who had already mastered the Thunder God Finger. She told Xu Jingming that Chen Lin would be staying for half a month, and during that time he had to ask for guidance often. Xu Jingming nodded and agreed. Inwardly, Xu Jingming felt it was a bit of a pity, because with his system he could master the technique instantly without going through long instruction. But outwardly, he remained perfectly respectful and told Teacher Chen that he might have to trouble him quite a lot in the coming days. Teacher Chen waved away the concern with an easy smile. He explained that he was an old friend of Xu Jingming's master and had come over partly for a visit anyway. If Xu Jingming needed help, he could simply find him at Yang Zhentian's residence. That evening, after a day packed with one thing after another, a tired Xu Jingming finally arrived at a large building where the society meeting was being held. As he stepped into the spacious meeting hall, Xu Jingming apologized for being late, explaining that too many matters had come up that day. The moment he entered, many students greeted him as Vice President Xu, and looking around at the crowd, he could not help noticing that the society had far more members than he expected. A young man with striking purple hair soon approached him and politely invited him to sit in the front row, clearly treating him with the respect due to his new position. After Xu Jingming sat down, the purple-haired young man introduced himself as Vice President Du Liangping. He spoke with admiration about how quickly Xu Jingming had reached Tier 3, even predicting that he might become the next president. Xu Jingming, however, did not seem interested in that topic and simply asked what the meeting was about. Du Liangping's expression immediately became much more serious. He explained that the meeting was connected to the mission involving the Heaven's Mandate sect. In his view, that sect must have been asking for death by daring to attack the freshman team, and he asked Xu Jingming whether he was truly planning to accept the mission. Xu Jingming gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. Of course, he was going to accept it, as if there had never been any other possibility in his mind. At the Meteor Society meeting, Wu Lan stood before the members and delivered a solemn announcement. He told everyone that the Heaven's Mandate sect had returned, and the government had already issued an extermination order against them. The school had released many related tasks for this mission, so he encouraged the members to take part, if they were willing. After making the announcement, Wu Lan turned his attention toward Xu Jingming. Guessing that Xu Jingming would definitely take on one of the tasks, he offered to form a team with him. Sitting beside Du Liangping, Xu Jingming responded politely but firmly. He declined Wu Lan's offer, saying that for this mission, he preferred to move on his own. Xu Jingming's choice was not made casually. Before accepting any mission, his first priority was to master the Thunder God Finger. With another S-rank combat skill added to his arsenal, he believed he would be much safer when the real battles began. Following that plan, Xu Jingming went to meet teacher Chen Lin in a quiet room where they could speak without interruption. This was his chance to properly ask about the Thunder God Finger. Xu Jingming explained that he had already read through the Thunder God Finger manual the previous night, and had come across several points he did not fully understand. Teacher Chen praised his diligence, saying that such effort was exactly what he expected from Modu University's top student. Then he invited Xu Jingming to ask whatever he wished, promising to share everything he knew. Xu Jingming brought up a specific part of the manual, the section that spoke about communicating with the thunder of the world and then merging that external force with one's own power. Teacher Chen explained that this concept was somewhat similar to the heavenly lightning technique Xu Jingming had already learned before. However, the Thunder God Finger was on a higher level, demanding that the energy be condensed much more tightly while also producing more complicated transformations afterward. The two continued discussing the technique in depth, going back and forth over its key points for a long time. By the time their exchange finally came to an end, 3 full hours had already passed. Teacher Chen placed a supportive hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder, clearly pleased with what he had seen. He praised Xu Jingming's understanding as truly excellent and said that all he lacked now was practice. He even mentioned that it had taken him more than 10 days to reach the same level of comprehension, and Xu Jingming sincerely thanked him for the lesson. After receiving the knowledge he needed, Xu Jingming immediately turned to his own hidden advantage. He closed his eyes and silently commanded his system, Deep Blue, to add points. In the next instant, the system confirmed that Thunder God Finger had already been learned at the beginner level. Teacher Chen had no idea what had just happened. He simply suggested that Xu Jingming try using the technique right away, so he could help point out any problems. Xu Jingming was a little surprised by the suggestion, thinking that since he had already learned it through the system, there should not be any issues left to find. Wanting to turn him down politely, Xu Jingming said that he could return and practice on his own, so he would not take up more of Teacher Chen's time. but Teacher Chen dismissed the concern with a relaxed attitude, assuring him that a quick demonstration would not take long at all. With no good excuse left, Xu Jingming could only agree, though somewhat reluctantly. He stepped into position and began demonstrating the Thunder God finger while Teacher Chen watched closely from the side. A powerful surge of golden lightning erupted around Xu Jingming's body as he started gathering energy. The crackling light wrapped around him sharply, making the entire room seem to vibrate with the force of his thunder power. Teacher Chen observed the opening movement with a satisfied smile in his eyes. Xu Jingming's starting stance was nearly flawless, far more stable and precise than he had expected from someone just beginning. Teacher Chen knew very well that many excellent students struggled for their first 2 months just to master that opening stance. But as Xu Jingming continued, his expression slowly shifted from satisfaction to surprise. He realized that Xu Jingming had already completed the second step as well, communicating with the thunder of the world. Remembering that even Jing University's best student had needed 4 months to reach that point, Chen Lin could only think that the next most difficult stage should be impossible for him to pass so quickly. But Xu Jingming shattered that assumption almost immediately, proving with his actions that Teacher Chen's confidence in the difficulty of the technique had been far too conservative. Xu Jingming lifted his hand and pointed straight toward the sky. In that instant, all the thunder energy he had gathered surged upward like a golden tide, condensing high above the university into a colossal hand made entirely of pure crackling power. Teacher Chen stood frozen in place, completely stunned by the sight overhead. A bead of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he wiped it away, unable to understand how Xu Jingming had managed to release the Thunder God finger successfully on his very first attempt. Before Teacher Chen could even recover from the shock, Xu Jingming's panicked shout rang out. His voice carried clear alarm as he admitted that the technique was too powerful and he could no longer pull it back. Above the campus, that enormous golden hand began to descend. The terrifying mass of energy pressed downward from the sky, threatening to crash into the university grounds below. Teacher Chen reacted without the slightest delay. The moment he sensed the danger, his expression sharpened, and he immediately summoned his own strength to stop the falling attack. Blue lightning crackled violently around Teacher Chen's fingers. With a swift motion, he fired out a concentrated beam of thunder energy, sending it straight toward the descending golden hand. The two forces slammed together high above the university, erupting in a massive explosion that lit up the sky. The violent clash tore through the gathered energy and finally neutralized the danger before it could strike the campus. Once the threat had vanished, Teacher Chen finally confirmed that the energy was real and that Xu Jingming had truly unleashed the Thunder God Finger. He reminded Xu Jingming to focus on improving his control, because if that strike had actually landed, the entire surrounding area would have been caught in disaster. Xu Jingming let out a nervous laugh, clearly relieved that Teacher Chen had been there to stop it in time. Then he raised the glowing scroll in his hand and suggested that since he had already learned the technique, it was probably time for him to return the manual. Teacher Chen stared at him in confusion, still struggling to process what had just happened. Xu Jingming, looking slightly embarrassed, quickly said he would head back and practice more on his own, then hurried away before the atmosphere could become any stranger. Left alone, Teacher Chen looked down at the manual in his hand and let out a deep sigh. Thinking about old Yang's new disciple, he could only call Xu Jingming's talent monstrous. If the boy were not already Modu University's prized S-rank student, Teacher Chen felt he would do everything possible to steal him away to Jing University. As Xu Jingming walked along a campus street, his mind kept returning to the terrifying power of the Thunder God Finger. He felt that ordinary weaker Tier 5 users might not even be able to block a strike like that. But the weakness was just as obvious. One use had nearly drained half of his duty and divine lightning energy. Realizing he needed a reliable way to restore his power, Xu Jingming took out his phone and called on Eva. He directly ordered the AI to open the store, saying he wanted to buy pills that could recover ability energy. Just as Xu Jingming was about to start browsing for recovery pills, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name. He turned his head and saw Song Chukyu walking toward him. Xu Jingming asked why she happened to be there, and Song Chukyu explained that she had seen a gigantic lightning finger appear over the villa area. After seeing something that dramatic, she immediately guessed it had to be connected to him. Curious, Song Chukyu asked him what new skill he had learned this time. Xu Jingming answered plainly that he had mastered the S-rank combat technique, Thunder God Finger, in preparation for the Heaven's Mandate sect task. The moment Song Chukyu heard that, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She looked at him with obvious interest and asked what level the task was. When Xu Jingming told her it was an S-rank task involving one of the sect's branches, Song Chukyu's expression immediately fell. She understood at once that a mission of that level was far beyond what she could join, and with clear disappointment, she said she could only stay at school and wish him success from there. Xu Jingming then asked whether she planned to accept a task of her own. Song Chukyu admitted that she did want to take one, but the problem was that she still had not found suitable teammates. Xu Jingming suggested that she try looking for senior sister Jing Chushuan. Song Chukyu immediately thought the idea made sense and decided to go find her right away, even inviting Xu Jingming to come along. He agreed, saying he also happened to need to discuss pill matters with Jing Chuxuan, and the two of them headed off together. Meanwhile, far away at Muxi Cafe in Jining City, a group of 4 people had already gathered and were waiting quietly. Among them, a short purple-haired woman turned to their blonde-haired captain and asked whether the people from Modu University had arrived yet. The captain remained calm and told her there was no need to rush, since their appointment was set for 8:30. Another member could not help complaining about having to wait around. The captain immediately shot back that they had no choice because their public security bureau was short-handed. Hearing that, someone else asked who exactly was coming to assist them. The captain explained that the person assigned to help them was Xu Jingming, a 19-year-old freshman. As soon as those words came out, the entire team reacted with disbelief. One member questioned whether Modu University was sending a freshman straight to his death, while another bluntly called the whole thing a joke. The captain told them to let him finish, then revealed that Xu Jingming possessed an S-rank ability, had already reached low-rank Tier 3, and his combat power was at the peak of Tier 3. That information instantly stunned everyone. They could not help exclaiming that a freshman with that kind of strength was terrifyingly fierce, truly a genius. The captain then warned them all to be serious when they met him. Just then, the cafe door opened. The movement immediately drew the attention of everyone waiting inside. Xu Jingming stepped into the room with a calm expression on his face. With a polite smile, he apologized for making them wait. The blonde-haired man greeted him warmly and said they had only just arrived as well. He reached out to shake Xu Jingming's hand, introducing himself as Kaiju, a peak Tier 3 user with a B-class enhancement ability. Next was the man with long gray hair. His name was Xiang Shan, and he was introduced as a mid-rank Tier 3 support user. The short purple-haired woman was Zhang Tong, a high-rank Tier 3 user who possessed a fire-type ability. The final member was the bespectacled man named Sun Yan. He was also a high-rank Tier 3 user, but his ability belonged to the mental-type category. Once the introductions were finished, Kaiju did not waste time on small talk. He said they could move straight to the main issue and prepared to lay out the clues they had gathered about the Heaven's Mandate sect. Kaiju explained that their investigation had led them to 2 key individuals. One was Zhao Wuhao, the president of the Tiger Society, and the other was Leng Chang, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology. A holographic projector lit up and displayed the images of both suspects in front of the group. Kaiju explained that according to their intelligence, both men were likely connected to the sect. Their plan was to capture them for interrogation, which should then lead them to the local branch of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Kaiju continued by saying that Leng Chang was considered the more troublesome target, so their original plan was to arrest Zhao Wuhao first. As for Xu Jingming, his role would simply be to follow their operation the next day. Xu Jingming listened, then smiled slightly as he questioned their arrangement. Since there were 2 targets, he asked why they did not split up and act on both sides at the same time. Kaiju answered that moving together would be safer. Xu Jingming immediately understood that they were still underestimating him. With a confident tone, he proposed a different plan, telling the team to leave the more difficult target, Leng Chang, to him while they handled the Tiger Society. Kaiju was clearly skeptical of that suggestion. Inwardly, he wondered whether this S-rank student was being far too confident, because even with an S-rank ability, taking on a mid-rank Tier 4 user was an extremely difficult thing to do. Zhang Tong strongly objected as well, explaining that Leng Chang had a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard protecting him, which made him a dangerous target for one person to handle alone. She insisted that they stick to the original plan, but Xu Jingming remained completely calm and told her not to worry, saying it would not be a problem. Frustrated by his attitude, Zhang Tong turned sharply toward her captain. With anger rising in her voice, she asked whether Xu Jingming truly understood how serious this situation was. Seeing that Xu Jingming had no intention of backing down, Kaiju finally gave in. He agreed to let him act alone and handed him a data chip containing all the information they had gathered on Leng Chang. Xu Jingming accepted the chip with a confident smile. He could tell that the team did not have much faith in an S-rank student, so he decided that he would simply have to show them a glimpse of his real strength. Inside a room, Xu Jingming focused on a holographic map projected from his portable Ava terminal. The display showed the layout of a technology park in clear detail. As he studied the map, Xu Jingming noticed just how intense the park's security was. Thousands of sensors covered the area, and dozens of ability users patrolled throughout the grounds. In his eyes, Leng Chang had turned the place into a fortress, one guarded even more tightly than a military base. At that moment, Xu Jingming's phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced down at the screen and answered the call. The caller was Kaiju, who informed him that the Bureau had assigned a special action squad of 20 agents to serve under Xu Jingming's command. Even after hearing that reinforcements had been arranged, Xu Jingming lowered his phone with a calm expression. Deep down, he felt that once the operation truly began, this extra help probably would not be able to contribute much. The next day, Xu Jingming sat at an outdoor cafe inside the bustling, futuristic Blue Ocean Technology Park. Around him, The park moved with the polished efficiency of a high-tech city district. Xu Jingming turned toward the subordinate beside him and asked Captain Wang for the latest update on their surveillance, clearly ready to begin tracking every movement around the target. Captain Wang Gang, the peak Tier 2 user leading the Special Action Squad, reported the situation in a low voice. His team had already swept through the entire surrounding area, checking every possible entry point, but even after all that scouting, they still had not found a single clear weakness in the park's defenses. After hearing that report, Xu Jingming's expression stayed calm, but his thoughts became clear. He had originally hoped to avoid forcing his way in with pure strength, yet from the look of things now, brute force might be the only path left. Just then, before Xu Jingming could make his next move, a woman's surprised voice suddenly called out his name from nearby. Xu Jingming turned around and saw Lin Qingli standing there, his old class monitor from high school. The unexpected encounter caught him slightly off guard because he had nearly forgotten that she was now attending university here in Jining City. Lin Qingli looked at him with curiosity and asked what had brought him all the way from Modu to Jining, wondering if he had come here as a tourist. Xu Jingming did not explain too much and only vaguely agreed, saying he had wanted to visit Blue Ocean Technology Park, but unfortunately he had not been allowed inside. When Lin Qingli heard that, she immediately thought of a way to help. She explained that her uncle had been invited to attend a technology exhibition inside the park, and with his invitation, he could probably bring Xu Jingming in as a guest. Seeing that Xu Jingming seemed hesitant to trouble her, Lin Qingli quickly reassured him that it would not be any trouble at all. Since she was so sincere, Xu Jingming accepted the offer with genuine gratitude. Lin Qingli then smiled playfully and teased him for still calling her monitor after so much time had passed. Her tone was light, carrying a bit of familiar warmth from their school days. As the two of them headed toward the park entrance, Xu Jingming quietly considered this unexpected change in the situation. Since he now had a legitimate way inside, he decided to have the Special Action Squad remain on standby for the time being. Later, inside an open-air courtyard within the technology park, Lin Qingli's uncle, Lin Haima, spoke to the group around him. He told them that CEO Leng Chang would be arriving soon, and while he went off to greet a few friends, they were free to look around on their own. Xu Jingming smiled politely and thanked Lin Haima, but inwardly, he was already thinking that this arrangement could not have been better. If Leng Chang was coming here himself, then Xu Jingming would not even need to waste time searching for the target. While they waited in the courtyard, Lin Qingli turned to Xu Jingming and asked whether he had already become an ability user. Xu Jingming answered simply and confirmed that he had. Lin Qingli let out a small sigh, her tone carrying a clear trace of envy. She complained that Xu Jingming had become a true ability user in only half a year, while she was still stuck at the awakened stage and had not managed to break through. At that moment, Xu Jingming's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, then stepped away from the group to answer the call in a quieter spot. On the other end, Kaiju's voice came through urgently, asking whether Xu Jingming had found Leng Chang yet. He explained that their other targets from the Tiger Society had all escaped, which meant Leng Chang was now their only remaining lead. Kaiju warned him not to let the man get away, and that made Xu Jingming wonder whether his own target was also preparing to flee. Then, as Xu Jingming listened to the call, something suddenly clicked in his mind. His eyes widened slightly as he realized what might be happening right under his nose. Kaiju immediately asked what was wrong, but Xu Jingming quickly steadied himself in a calm voice. He replied that it was nothing, then informed Kaiju that he had just located Leng Chang. Meanwhile, back at the Bureau headquarters, Zhang Tong turned to Captain Kaiju and asked for the latest update. Kaiju explained that Xu Jingming had found Leng Chang, though the exact situation was still unclear, so they were heading over immediately to provide backup. Back at Blue Ocean Technology Park, Xu Jingming ended the call and turned to Lin Qingli with a calm but serious expression. He told her to take her friends and find a safe place to hide because he had business to handle. Lin Qingli looked confused and asked what exactly they were supposed to hide from. Xu Jingming's expression grew sharper as he answered her indirectly. He revealed that he had not come to the technology park today just to take a casual tour. Not far away, Leng Chang, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, was surrounded by guests and associates at the exhibition. He was greeting them with a practiced smile, looking every bit like a respected public figure. Without any warning, Xu Jingming stepped forward and raised his voice across the venue. He called out Leng Chang's name directly, declaring him a member of the Heaven's Mandate sect and ordering him to surrender. Xu Jingming pointed straight at the CEO and announced that the Jining City Public Security Bureau's investigation had already connected Leng Chang to the cult. He warned every bystander to leave at once, making it clear that anyone who dared protect Leng Chang would be treated as an enemy. The crowd instantly erupted into shocked murmurs. Many people found it almost impossible to believe that someone as famous and successful as Leng Chang would have ties to an evil cult. But since the accusation came in the name of the Public Security Bureau, no one could simply ignore it. A burly bodyguard named Wu Hang stepped forward and blocked the CEO with his broad frame. He claimed he was only a bodyguard and knew nothing about any cult, then sneered at the Bureau for sending a low-ranked Tier 3 kid to deal with someone of his boss's status. Lin Qingli overheard those words from the side and was instantly stunned. She could hardly believe that in less than one semester of university, Xu Jingming had already advanced all the way to Tier 3. Xu Jingming looked at Wu Hang and quickly judged that this bodyguard was probably connected to the cult as well. Deciding to finish everything right there, he quietly instructed Eva to begin recording the mission. Wu Hang was infuriated by Xu Jingming's fearless attitude. Dark red energy began to glow around his body, and a massive sword appeared in his hand as his killing intent surged. With a furious shout, Wu Hang charged forward and unleashed a powerful blood tiger slash. The crimson attack tore through the air with terrifying force, but Xu Jingming moved swiftly and dodged it cleanly. The surrounding guests were horrified by the power Wu Hang displayed. Some of them shouted in shock, recognizing that Master Wu, a mid-ranked Tier 4 user, had finally made his move. Wu Hang sneered at Xu Jingming and taunted him, saying that even if he had been fast enough to dodge once, he would not be lucky a second time. Xu Jingming remained completely unfazed and replied that there was no need to dodge anymore because he had already seen everything he needed to know about Wu Hang's strength. In the next instant, golden lightning burst to life around Xu Jingming's body. As the crackling power surged over him, his hair turned into a brilliant spiky gold, and his eyes began glowing with overwhelming force. Wu Hang's face changed with fear as he mistook the transformation for deification, a technique he thought only the elite god's blood envoys could use. But almost immediately he realized something was different. Xu Jingming's body itself was not changing shape. Xu Jingming looked at him coldly and called him stubborn. Then he raised one hand, gathering a dense and violent bolt of thunder in his palm. A moment later, Xu Jingming hurled out a spear made entirely of pure golden lightning. The blazing spear shot forward and slammed into Wu Hang's chest with devastating force. Wu Hang's massive body collapsed to the ground almost instantly. The powerful bodyguard who had seemed so intimidating moments ago was defeated in a single hit. From the sidelines, Lin Haima stared in total shock. He turned to his niece and asked whether the person who had just taken down Master Wu in one strike was really her former classmate. Lin Qingli nodded slowly, admitting that even she was stunned by how incredibly strong Xu Jingming had become. Seeing his strongest bodyguard fall so easily, Leng Chang finally began to panic. He wondered when the Public Security Bureau had managed to recruit such a monster, and without wasting another second, he turned and tried to escape. But Xu Jingming, still in his transformed state, only scoffed at the attempt. He said it was already too late, then reached out his hand and unleashed the technique known as Thunder Prison. In an instant, tendrils of golden lightning erupted from the ground around Leng Chang. The crackling arcs rose and intertwined, forming a glowing cage that trapped the fleeing CEO inside. Xu Jingming descended and landed directly in front of him. His glowing eyes carried an ominous pressure as he blocked Leng Chang's path completely. With an icy tone, Xu Jingming informed Leng Chang that his bodyguard was already dead. Then he warned him not to try anything foolish, or he could not guarantee that Leng Chang would still be brought in for questioning in one piece. Trapped inside the fiery golden lightning, Leng Chang stared at Xu Jingming in shock and fear. He could not believe the Public Security Bureau had someone this ruthless and bloodthirsty on their side. As Leng Chang tried to demand what was happening, Xu Jingming gave him no chance to continue. A crackling sphere of energy flew out and struck the CEO directly. Leng Chang's body stiffened, foam spilling from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The other guests and staff trapped within the Thunder Prison immediately panicked. They shouted desperately to be let out, insisting over and over again that they were not cultists. Just then, a special action squad dressed in black suits rushed onto the scene. Their sudden arrival brought the chaotic venue under even tighter control. Xu Jingming had already returned to his normal form by then. Standing with his squad behind him, he faced the frightened crowd and prepared to make his position clear. He declared that no one was allowed to leave until the investigation was complete. Anyone who tried to escape would be treated as a cult member. At the same time, he added that the Bureau would not wrong an innocent person, but it also would not allow a criminal to slip away, and those words left the entire crowd silent. Soon after, Kaiju's team finally arrived at Blue Ocean Technology Park, rushing into the area just as Xu Jingming had already brought the situation under control. When Kaiju and his team rushed into the technology park, the scene in front of them was strangely calm. There were no raging shockwaves, no obvious signs of a fierce battle, and that made Kaiju's heart sink at once. He assumed they had arrived too late, cursed under his breath, and thought their only lead to the Heaven's Mandate sect branch had slipped away. Kaiju quickly walked up to one of the Special Action Squad members, his expression tense as he asked whether Leng Chang had already escaped. The agent immediately reported that the situation was under control. The entire park had been secured, and Leng Chang had already been captured. Kaiju was even more confused after hearing that. He looked around the area and pointed out that none of the squad members seemed to show any signs of having gone through a serious fight. The agent could only explain that they did not know the full details either, because by the time they arrived, Officer Shu had already handled everything, and their job had only been to clean up the aftermath. That answer left Kaiju's whole team stunned. They could not help exclaiming in disbelief, unable to understand how the situation could have been settled so quickly when Leng Chang had a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard protecting him. A moment later, Kaiju's team finally discovered Wu Hang's lifeless body. The once powerful bodyguard lay motionless on the ground, and the sight instantly confirmed that a real battle had happened before they arrived. Kaiju crouched down and examined Wu Hang's corpse carefully, his eyes growing more serious the longer he looked. He realized that Xu Jingming had not only defeated a mid-rank Tier 4 user, but had killed him with a single blow. Only then did Kaiju truly understand how badly he had underestimated this S-rank student, and he silently felt grateful that he had not offended him earlier. Then, Xu Jingming walked over calmly. Captain Kaiju immediately thanked him for his hard work, openly admitting that if his squad had faced this situation alone, they might have been completely helpless. He even promised to buy Xu Jingming a drink once the mission was over. Xu Jingming had no interest in celebrating yet. He waved off the offer and reminded Kaiju that their real priority was to interrogate Leng Chang as soon as possible, so they could uncover the location of the Heaven's Mandate sect branch. After Leng Chang was chained and restrained, Sun Yan completed his mental probe and reported what he had found. The branch was hidden in the suburbs of Jining City and had around 200 cultists inside. More importantly, their forces included 3 low-rank Tier 5 God's Blood envoys, 1 mid-rank Tier 5 God's Blood envoy, and several weaker members beneath them. When Xu Jingming heard those numbers, a faint smile appeared on his face instead of fear. To him, every God's Blood envoy meant a large amount of ability points, so finding this branch was exactly what he had hoped for. Kaiju, however, looked much more concerned after hearing how powerful the enemy lineup was. He asked whether they should request reinforcements, but Xu Jingming answered with complete confidence that there was no need. He said he could handle it himself and urged everyone to move out immediately. The group soon made their way along a narrow path cutting through a lush forest. Dense greenery surrounded them on both sides as they moved deeper toward the hidden location. When they finally reached the area, Sun Yan explained that the branch had been concealed and could not be seen through normal means. He asked everyone to relax their minds so he could share his vision with them. As the shared vision took effect, Xu Jingming's eye glowed faintly. Feeling the strange connection unfold, he silently noted how useful mental type abilities could be in situations like this. Through Sun Yan's vision, their true target finally appeared. A massive alloy gate hidden by strange power was built directly into the side of the mountain like the entrance to a secret fortress. Peering through the trees, Kaiju turned to Zhang Tong and asked whether her fire ability could blast open the alloy gate. Zhang Tong studied it for a moment before admitting that breaking through such a solid defense would be extremely difficult. At that moment, Xu Jingming stepped forward and said he would give it a try. As he spoke, he took out a Tier 3 ability recovery pill, clearly preparing to use a far more powerful move. Golden lightning began crackling around Xu Jingming as his transformation started. Watching from the side, Kaiju could only let out a helpless sigh, thinking that beside this S-rank student, his so-called elite squad suddenly felt almost useless. Once Xu Jingming had fully entered his transformed state, he unleashed a devastating attack without hesitation. Terrifying thunder power gathered around him, and the air itself seemed to tremble under the pressure. A gigantic golden finger descended from the sky like divine punishment. It crashed down onto the alloy gate with overwhelming force, shattering the entrance in a violent explosion. The blast wave rushed outward, forcing Captain Kaiju and Zhang Tong to stumble back in shock. Even though they had prepared themselves, the sheer power of the impact still caught them off guard. For a moment, both of them were left completely speechless. They could hardly believe what they had just seen, wondering if they were dreaming, and questioning whether this was truly the kind of power a Tier 3 user should possess. Xu Jingming soon returned to his normal form, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The first time he had used this move, Teacher Chen had stopped it before it fully landed, but this time, he finally witnessed its true destructive force, making up for that earlier regret. He turned back toward Captain Kaiju and calmly informed him that the gate had been breached. Then, without waiting for anyone else to move first, Xu Jingming said he would enter ahead of them. His spear already in hand, Xu Jingming gave Ava the order to activate combat follow mode. The next instant, he rushed through the shattered entrance and charged into the fortress alone. Kaiju finally shook himself free from his shock. His body transformed into a leopard-like beast form, and he immediately ordered the squad to follow. He commanded 10 people to stay outside and block any escaping enemies, while the rest charged into the fortress with him. Inside the fortress, harsh alarms began ringing through the corridors, throwing the cultists into panic. Priest Wang quickly stepped forward to steady them, shouting for everyone to grab their weapons. With his voice echoing through the fortress, Priest Wang proclaimed that their heavenly god was eternal. He told the frightened cultists that their god would grant them strength. Priest Wang continued to rally the crowd, assuring them that the agents were weak compared to their powerful Tier 4 God's Blood envoys. He urged them to kill any intruders who dared enter, and the cultists roared back in unison, chanting that the heavenly god was eternal. But before their chant could fully rise, a blur of golden lightning suddenly tore through their ranks. The brilliant flash cut across the room so fast that most of them could not even follow it with their eyes. Before the cultists had any time to react, Priest Wang was struck down and sent flying. His rallying speech ended in an instant, crushed by overwhelming speed and power. Xu Jingming landed right in the middle of the cultists, his fist smashing into the ground beneath him. With a sarcastic edge in his voice, he apologized for interrupting their little rally, then asked where the God's Blood envoys were hiding. The cultists erupted in anger at his attitude. They cursed him, mocked his arrogance, and sneered at the idea that a mere low-rank Tier 3 user would dare storm into their stronghold alone. One of them quickly tried to rally the others, shouting that if they attacked together, defeating Xu Jingming would be easy. As the cultists rushed forward, Xu Jingming only scoffed and told them they were overestimating themselves. With just one cold word, perish, Xu Jingming released a violent storm of golden lightning from his hands. The blazing thunder surged outward and swallowed the charging cultists in an instant. The raw power tore through them mercilessly, electrocuting the attackers where they stood. Those who survived were left shaking in terror, their earlier confidence completely shattered. One terrified cultist could no longer endure the pressure. He dropped to his knees on the spot and surrendered, begging desperately for his life. Xu Jingming looked down at him with a cold expression and agreed to spare him for the moment. Then he demanded to know where the God's Blood envoys were. Cultist did not dare hesitate. He quickly revealed that the envoys were gathered at a blood pool, located in the deepest part of the mountain. After receiving the information he needed, Xu Jingming simply said he understood. Then, without the slightest pause, he released lightning and electrocuted the cultist who had just surrendered. The remaining cultists stared in horror. Some of them cried out in disbelief, asking why he would kill someone who had already given up and cooperated. Golden lightning crackled in Xu Jingming's hand as a sinister smile appeared on his face. He looked at them and asked coldly when he had ever promised not to kill them just because they surrendered. The surviving members of the Heaven's Mandate sect immediately lost their nerve. They began begging for mercy, claiming they had only been deceived and bewitched into joining. Xu Jingming was not moved by their pleading at all. With a calm command, he ordered Eva to scan their identities. As the scan results came in, Xu Jingming's expression turned even colder. He scoffed at their claims of innocence, because Eva revealed that they were wanted fugitives who had committed heinous crimes, including murder and drug trafficking. After learning exactly what they had done, Xu Jingming's eyes began to glow with golden lightning. The air around him grew heavy with killing intent, questioned their so-called innocence one last time, then told them to die. A powerful electrical discharge erupted from him and tore through the remaining cultists, disintegrating them in the crackling light. Just then, Kaiju and Zhang Tong arrived deeper inside the fortress. They stopped in stunned silence as they witnessed the destructive power Xu Jingming had just unleashed. Xu Jingming turned toward Kaiju, who immediately asked about the blood pool where the bishop and the God's Blood envoys were supposed to be. Xu Jingming confirmed that it was a place used to breed those envoys. The group continued forward and soon discovered a gruesome laboratory hidden deeper within the mountain. Rows of tanks filled the space, and inside them humanoid figures floated silently in glowing blue liquid. Fury surged through Xu Jingming the moment he understood what was happening here. This sect was not just hiding in the shadows, they were using living humans as test subjects. His eyes turned cold as he declared that filth like this had no right to keep breathing. Kaiju's expression tightened as he looked around the place, recognition flashing across his face. This was the blood pool, and if the blood pool was here, then it almost certainly had a direct connection to their other target, Zhao Wuhao. Before they could move any deeper, a bald, heavily muscled man stepped into their path with a squad of cultists behind him. His glare locked onto Kaiju first, then he raised a finger toward the group, and snarled that none of them would be leaving this place alive. Xu Jingming only glanced over the cultists with a faint, confident smirk on his face. After sizing them up, he casually noted that the strongest one among them was merely a peak Tier 3 user. Then, with open mockery in his voice, he asked where the God's Blood envoys were hiding. The bald leader's face twisted with rage. He roared that they did not need their strongest members to deal with someone like Xu Jingming, then charged forward with killing intent. But before he could even get close, Xu Jingming struck him down effortlessly with a single spear of thunder. One of the remaining cultists froze in horror and cried out that their leader, Bishop Zhao, had been killed. In a desperate attempt to survive, he quickly changed his tone and offered Xu Jingming a high-ranking position within the sect, only for Xu Jingming to reject him without the slightest hesitation. Xu Jingming looked at them with cold amusement and taunted them further. Their information network was clearly terrible, because they had not even realized one crucial fact. He was the one who had already killed their holy son. The moment those words sank in, panic spread through the remaining cultists like wildfire. They finally understood who stood in front of them, the S-rank student from Magic City University, and their courage shattered as they turned to flee. Xu Jingming did not let them escape so easily. Lightning snapped through the air, racing after the fleeing cultists, and several of them were struck down by crackling arcs of electricity before they could get far. Kaiju quickly stepped in and asked Xu Jingming to spare a few of them for questioning. As he watched the calm way Xu Jingming moved, he could not help thinking that this young man fought less like a student and far more like a seasoned professional killer. Xu Jingming accepted Kaiju's request without argument. After leaving a few cultists alive, he turned his attention back toward the deeper passage and announced that they would head into the blood pool next. Before advancing, Xu Jingming searched Bishop Zhao's body and found an access card. He took it without hesitation, walked up to the massive metal door ahead, and used the card to unlock the way forward. As the heavy door opened, Xu Jingming and the others stepped into the blood pool chamber. Almost immediately, Kaiju and Zhang Tong were hit by a thick, nauseating smell of blood that seemed to hang in the air. Their eyes were drawn straight to the center of the chamber, where a huge circular pool sat like a wound in the ground. Inside it, dark blood-red liquid churned and swirled, almost as if it had sensed their arrival. Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes, clearly sensing that something about the pool was not right. Rather than rush forward recklessly, he decided to probe it first and see what was lurking beneath the surface. He raised his hand and launched a spear of lightning directly into the pool. The moment it struck, the blood-red liquid exploded upward in a violent eruption, splashing and surging with terrifying force. But Xu Jingming was not satisfied with just one test. He summoned spear after spear of thunder, hurling them into the pool in rapid succession until the entire chamber shook under the continuous barrage. From the side, Kaiju watched with a complicated expression and remarked on how cautious Xu Jingming was being. Zhang Tong, meanwhile, stared in amazement, stunned that Xu Jingming could unleash combat techniques so quickly and so smoothly. Just then, a furious roar thundered out from within the pool. A massive lion-like beast-man burst from the blood-red liquid, his voice shaking the chamber as he shouted for them to stop. 3 more beast-like figures immediately leapt out after him, including one with the appearance of a pig. Xu Jingming calmly measured their strength at a glance, 3 low-ranked Tier 4 users and 1 mid-ranked Tier 4 user, then told his team to stay back. The lion-like leader stepped forward, glaring at Xu Jingming with burning anger as he accused these lowly humans of daring to mock them. Xu Jingming answered without flinching, pointing out that they did not seem to consider themselves human either. The beastman lifted his head proudly and declared that they were divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god. In his eyes, that made them exist on a far higher level than ordinary humans. Xu Jingming's lips curved into a faint smirk. He said he wanted to see for himself what made these divine envoys so different, then rushed forward with his spear, crashing directly into the lion-like leader. The lion-like leader met his attack and sneered at him. Even if Xu Jingming was a powerful S-rank user, he reminded him with arrogance. There were still 4 divine envoys standing against him. At that exact moment, the other 3 envoys sprang into the air. They surrounded Xu Jingming from multiple directions, raising their weapons as they prepared to bring him down in one combined strike. Their weapons came crashing down toward him, but Xu Jingming did not show even the slightest trace of fear. He stood firm, completely unfazed by the attack closing in from every side. In the next instant, thunder armor formed around his body. A violent burst of lightning erupted outward from him, shocking the envoys at close range and blasting away their combined assault with effortless force. Wrapped in crackling lightning, Xu Jingming looked at them with open disdain. Then he mocked them, asking if those weak little attacks were supposed to feel like a massage. Without giving them time to recover, Xu Jingming began spinning his spear at terrifying speed. Golden lightning and surging energy gathered around the weapon, forming a destructive whirlwind that filled the chamber with pressure. Then, in one smooth and decisive motion, he released the spinning attack. The storm of golden thunder swept through all 4 gods' blood envoys at once, striking them down instantly before they could even resist. A series of system alerts flashed before Xu Jingming, confirming each kill one after another. By the time the messages finished appearing, he had gained a total of 4,500 ability points. Standing over the fallen bodies of the envoys, Xu Jingming remained perfectly calm. Looking at the rewards he had just gained, he quietly reflected that this harvest of points was not bad at all. After that, Xu Jingming discovered even more spoils among them, including a space ring, pills, rare herbs, and a stash of cash. Judging from everything he had collected, this mission had turned out to be quite profitable. Kaiju and Zhang Tong walked over to Xu Jingming, both still clearly shaken by what they had just seen. Kaiju could not hold back his excitement and exclaimed that Xu Jingming was amazing, while Zhang Tong asked in disbelief whether everyone from Magic City Ability University was really this powerful. Xu Jingming answered modestly, saying that they were, though he admitted he was a little more special. Kaiju noted that even his humility was impressive, then announced that since the mission was complete, they had to hold a celebration banquet that evening, and Xu Jingming absolutely had to attend. Xu Jingming looked at them with a friendly smile and agreed without making things difficult. After everything that had happened, joining the celebration did not seem like a bad idea. Next day, back at the university, students crowded near the mission terminals. The area was lively, with people checking rewards, turning in missions, and talking excitedly about their results. One girl complained that her D-class mission had been far harder than she expected. Nearby, another student proudly bragged that he had just completed his own D-class mission and earned 74 credits from it. In the middle of all that noise, someone suddenly noticed a familiar figure walking in. Their eyes widened as they blurted out that Xu Jingming had arrived. Two nearby students immediately began guessing why he had come. One wondered whether Xu Jingming had completed a C-class mission, while another went even further and mentioned an A-class mission. But someone scoffed at the idea, saying an elite Tier 4 student had only just turned in an A-class mission, so Xu Jingming could not possibly be that strong yet. Xu Jingming ignored every whisper around him. Without slowing down, he walked straight to one of the terminals and calmly placed his mission card onto the machine. The terminal lit up at once, announcing that Xu Jingming had successfully completed the first S-class mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect and had risen to the #1 position on the glory ranking. The students who had just been gossiping about him were left frozen in place, their voices cracking with disbelief as they realized he had actually completed an S-class mission. On the large screen inside the university hall, the updated glory ranking appeared for everyone to see. Xu Jingming now stood in first place after completing an S-class mission in just over 67 hours, while Li Kang and Zhang Yue were listed below him for completing A-class missions. The surrounding students stared at the screen in shock. None of them could believe that a freshman had finished a mission of the highest difficulty so quickly, and the entire hall buzzed with stunned voices. At that moment, a well-dressed young man walked toward Xu Jingming with a calm, composed air. He remarked that he had not expected anyone to complete an S-class mission faster than him, then added that Xu Jingming truly lived up to his reputation. The young man then introduced himself as Yao Fang. With an easy confidence, he explained that he liked making friends with strong people, and Xu Jingming clearly qualified. Students watching from nearby quickly recognized him and began whispering in surprise. This was Iceberg Yao Fang, one of the top 5 students in the university, and they were stunned to realize that Xu Jingming had completed his mission even faster than him. Xu Jingming also remembered who Yao Fang was. He was a Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy, known for possessing a powerful A-rank ice ability. Xu Jingming responded politely and reached out to shake Yao Fang's hand. With a calm smile, he said that he had heard quite a lot about him. Yao Fang explained that he and his friends had made a bet to see who could finish an S-class mission first, but Xu Jingming had beaten every one of them. He promised to introduce Xu Jingming to those friends later, and Xu Jingming agreed, wondering to himself whether this meant he had finally been acknowledged by the school's elite. Sometime after wrapping up everything on his end, Xu Jingming chose not to rush straight into another mission. Before setting out again, he decided to pay a proper visit to his master, Yang Zhentian. Xu Jingming soon arrived at a grand traditional residence, its old-fashioned elegance giving the place a calm, imposing air. Inside, he found not only his teacher, Yang Zhentian, but also his senior brother, Lu Ming. After greeting them respectfully, he turned to his master and asked whether there had been any progress in improving the indestructible thunder body technique. Yang Zhentian, however, only gave a measured reply, saying he had just barely managed to discover one small clue. At that moment, Lu Ming looked over with a grin and warmly congratulated his junior brother. He pointed out that Xu Jingming had not only completed an S-class mission by himself, but had even managed to become acquainted with the well-known Yao Fang. Lu Ming explained that he had learned about it from the university's official website, where the news had already spread. Then, with clear excitement in his voice, he guessed that after completing an S-class mission alone, Xu Jingming might even have a chance to secure a place in the upcoming National University League. Yang Zhentian calmly revealed that there was no need to guess anymore. Vice Principal Ling Shuang had already confirmed that Xu Jingming had been given a reserved spot in the league. The moment Liu Ming heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief, because that meant his junior brother would become the first freshman in their university's history to compete in the National University League. After letting that news settle for a moment, Yang Zhentian turned his attention back to Xu Jingming and gave him a direct instruction. He wanted him to have a live combat sparring session with Lu Ming. Soon, the three of them moved into the training room. Lu Ming stood across from Xu Jingming and warned him with a serious expression that he would not be holding back. Once both fighters had taken their positions and their battle intent had risen, Yang Zhentian gave the signal for the match to begin. In the very next instant, both combatants released their power without hesitation. Liu Ming's body shifted as a fierce turquoise lightning aura surged around him, sharp and violent like a storm. Xu Jingming answered with equal force, golden lightning bursting around his figure in thick, crackling arcs that filled the room with overwhelming pressure. The moment Lu Ming felt the sheer intensity of Xu Jingming's power, his expression tightened. He immediately understood that dragging this fight out would be dangerous, and if he wanted any chance of winning, he would have to settle it as quickly as possible. Lu Ming shot forward first, his body cutting through the training room like a bolt of lightning. Xu Jingming did not retreat even half a step, meeting the charge head-on with his own surging momentum. The two forces slammed together in a dazzling clash, and a violent burst of energy exploded between them. Lightning scattered in every direction, turning the entire exchange into a breathtaking collision of raw power. The fight continued with fierce intensity, each exchange carrying enough force to shake the training space. But despite how explosive the battle looked, only 3 short minutes passed before the result was decided. By the end, Lu Ming was down on one knee, breathing heavily as exhaustion weighed on his entire body. Unable to continue, he lowered his head and openly admitted that he had lost. Xu Jingming quickly tried to stay humble, saying that his senior brother must have let him win. But Lu Ming immediately rejected that idea, making it clear that he had fought seriously from the start. Calling Xu Jingming a monster, he suddenly became excited instead of discouraged, declaring with bright enthusiasm that he absolutely had to go watch the National University League matches in person. Yang Zhentian watched his disciples with satisfaction and praised the outcome of the battle. After acknowledging Xu Jingming's victory and Lu Ming's effort, he asked Xu Jingming what he planned to do next, adding that any leave from his classes would be approved without issue. Xu Jingming answered that he intended to focus on completing more missions for the time being. Deep down, he was already comparing his options, realizing that hunting Heaven's Mandate sect envoys connected to God's blood was far more efficient for farming ability points than simply killing ferocious beasts. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the university hall, a crowd of students had gathered around the displayed results, all staring closely at the final standings of the glory ranking. To the shock of nearly everyone present, the name at the very top was Xu Jingming, a freshman. His record was almost unbelievable. 3 S-class missions, 6 A-class missions, and 4 B-class missions completed within that period. Beneath Xu Jingming's name, the next 2 positions belonged to Kong Shi and Yao Fang. Even with their impressive reputations, both of them had still been forced to stand behind him in the final ranking. The students around the hall began whispering among themselves in disbelief. One of them could not help pointing out that even a powerful senior like Kong Shi had actually been surpassed by a freshman. Xu Jingming soon arrived at the awards ceremony, stepping into the hall while looking ahead with quiet curiosity. As he walked in, he wondered what kind of reward would be waiting for him after taking first place. The moment the other students noticed him, fresh waves of surprise spread through the crowd. They quickly realized that Xu Jingming had already advanced to mid-rank Tier 3, and the speed of his growth left them speechless. In only half a year, he had gone from being an awakener to reaching this level, and because of that terrifying progress, people had already started calling him by a new nickname, the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fang approached him with a smile, clearly amused by the attention surrounding him. With a teasing tone, she brought up his new title, while Xu Jingming immediately grew a little flustered and waved it off, insisting there was no need to take that name seriously. After teasing him for a moment, Yao Fang turned slightly and introduced Xu Jingming to another person beside her. Bloodhand, Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling looked Xu Jingming over from head to toe, her gaze sharp as if she were measuring his strength. After taking in his sturdy physique, she praised him for looking tough enough to deserve the title, Thunder Emperor. Then, almost casually, she asked why the 2 girls who were usually seen around him had not come with him this time. Xu Jingming explained that both of them were busy preparing for exams, and that he himself would also have to return to his studies soon. Hearing that answer, Yao Fang was suddenly reminded that despite all his terrifying achievements, Xu Jingming was still only a freshman. Just then, a man dressed in a formal suit stepped forward and began the award distribution. The noise in the hall slowly settled as everyone turned their attention toward the stage. The suited official announced that Xu Jingming had taken first place on the glory ranking with a staggering total of 978 kills against members of the Heaven's Mandate sect. For that achievement, he would receive 1 S-class resource along with 3,000 credits. The entire crowd was stunned by the number, and murmurs immediately broke out as students called him a savage, saying he was even more ruthless than the infamous bloodhand, Shen Dongling. Even Shen Dongling herself looked surprised, openly admitting that she had killed fewer than 500 cultists. Xu Jingming, however, remained calm and simply explained that 2 of his missions had led him directly to sect branches. The official then presented him with his S-class resource, a bottle containing 10 grade 6 Guiwan pills, and encouraged him to aim for first place again in the next ranking. After the awards were handed out, Yao Fang leaned closer to Xu Jingming and suggested with a teasing smile that instead of exhausting himself by constantly running missions, it would be much easier to get together with Song Chukyu, since her family belonged to a powerful clan. Xu Jingming rejected the suggestion without hesitation, making it clear that he had no interest in relying on a woman for support. In his heart, he was even more certain of it, because no family connection could possibly help him grow faster than his own deep blue system. Later, after leaving the ceremony behind, Xu Jingming sat alone in a private room and began planning his next step. Remembering the guidance his teacher had given him, he decided that his next focus should be cultivating a fist technique, believing it would become a powerful addition to his current combat style. He opened the holographic menu in front of him, and rows of techniques appeared in the air. His eyes moved quickly across the options, and before long, he had already settled on the one he wanted. Technique Xu Jingming chose was the Thunder Dragon Fist, an A-class combat skill that matched his lightning ability and seemed perfectly suited to strengthen his close-range attacks. After making his decision, Xu Jingming planned to use his system to raise the Thunder Dragon Fist to the beginner level first. Once that was done, he intended to find his teacher and test out its power. But just as the plan came together in his mind, his phone suddenly rang. When Xu Jingming looked at the caller, he saw that it was Vice Principal Ling Shuang. Her message was simple and direct. She wanted him to come to her residence. After arriving at Ling Shuang's residence, Xu Jingming immediately sensed something different about her. He saw her seated gracefully on an ornate sofa, and after a brief moment of surprise, he could not help asking whether she had advanced in her cultivation. Ling Shuang's lips curved into a faint smile as she looked at him. Rather than denying it, she praised him for having such sharp perception. Xu Jingming quickly offered his congratulations, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Even as he spoke, he could not help marveling at the level she had reached. He remembered that the other two vice principals were already in their 50s and still had not managed to advance. Yet Ling Shuang, who appeared far younger than them, had already taken that step ahead. The thought made Xu Jingming wonder just how old she truly was. To Xu Jingming's shock, Ling Shuang gently chided him the very next moment, reminding him that casually guessing a woman's age was not polite. His expression instantly stiffened, and in a flustered panic, he blurted out a question, asking whether she could actually read minds. The moment those words left his mouth, Xu Jingming realized he had made things worse. He panicked inwardly, feeling as if he had exposed exactly what he had been thinking. Since Vice Principal Ling was famous for being strict, he suddenly feared that he was about to face the anger of a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster. Ling Shuang, however, only smiled and calmly clarified the matter. She told him that she did not possess any mind-reading technique. It was simply that the spirit of a Tier 8 Grandmaster was so powerful that even the faintest emotional change could not escape her eyes. Xu Jingming finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Ling Shuang then advised him not to reveal too many expressions in front of high-ranking ability users, and he immediately agreed, feeling grateful that she did not seem angry with him. Then, to Xu Jingming's surprise, Ling Shuang revealed that she was only 34 years old, not some old woman like he had imagined. After saying it, even she seemed to pause for a brief moment, wondering why she had bothered explaining so much to a student. Xu Jingming was genuinely astonished and could not help commenting on how unbelievably young she was. After all, the average age for a Tier 8 Grandmaster was 46, and even his own teacher, Yang Zhentian, was already over 50 while still remaining at the peak of Tier 7. Ling Shuang brushed off the compliment without letting it linger. Instead, she smoothly changed the topic and asked Xu Jingming what he planned to do during the upcoming winter break. Xu Jingming answered that he planned to return to Jiangnan and spend a full month training in the Thunder Secret Realm. After saying that, he immediately asked his AI assistant, Ava, to calculate the straight-line distance to the Secret Realm. Ava quickly replied that the straight-line distance was 563 kilometers. Ling Shuang confirmed that this distance would not be a problem, explaining that now that she had reached mid-rank Tier 8, her teleportation range had expanded to as much as 600 kilometers. Before Xu Jingming left, Ling Shuang reminded him in a serious tone that the Heaven's Mandate sect had recently begun counterattacking. If he ever encountered a life-threatening danger he could not handle, he had to crush the talisman she had given him without hesitation. Xu Jingming felt a deep sense of security after hearing that, as though Ling Shuang's presence had become a solid shield protecting his life. At the same time, he quietly resolved to cultivate even harder, determined not to disappoint the expectations she had placed on him. Later, at his master's residence, Xu Jingming stood in the training space and began practicing the Thunder Dragon Fist. As his punch tore through the air, crackling lightning surged out in waves, gathering into the shape of a fierce thunder dragon before crashing forward and detonating with overwhelming force. Yang Zhentian watched from the side with clear satisfaction in his eyes. After seeing the technique take form, he nodded and told Xu Jingming that he had already grasped the foundation. He then explained that the true core of the Thunder Dragon Fist lay in controlling one's ability and increasing punching speed. The more tightly condensed the ability became, and the faster the fist was thrown, the more terrifying the destructive power would be. After that, Yang Zhentian took out a Grade 6 protective talisman and handed it to his disciple. He explained that once activated, it could block attacks from anyone below a Tier 7 Grandmaster for a full 3 minutes. Xu Jingming accepted it with gratitude, while inwardly recognizing just how precious it was. After all, a protective relic left behind by an ancient civilization was something incredibly rare and difficult to obtain. Yang Zhentian then mentioned that he would send Xu Jingming the contact number of a graduated senior named Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo had been transferred to the Thunder Secret Realm as a supervisor, so having his contact would likely make Xu Jingming's trip much smoother and more convenient. Before letting him go, Yang Zhentian reminded him to stay cautious, since the Thunder Secret Realm was more than 500 kilometers away. In his view, Vice Principal Ling Shuang should not be able to teleport across such a long distance. Xu Jingming, however, calmly told his master that Ling Shuang had already broken through to mid-rank Tier 8, and her teleportation range had now reached 600 kilometers. The moment Yang Zhentian heard this, visible shock crossed his face. After a brief silence, he could not help remarking on Ling Shuang's terrifying cultivation speed, calling her worthy of being the university's #1 S-rank ability user. Once he recovered from the surprise, Yang Zhentian looked at Xu Jingming with a more thoughtful expression. He said that Xu Jingming's relationship with the vice principal must be quite good, otherwise there was no way he would have learned such important news so early. With Ling Shuang watching over him, Yang Zhentian could finally feel a bit more at ease. 2 days later, Xu Jingming arrived at the Jinghu community in Jiang City. As soon as he returned, his aunt Xu Qingwan, his uncle Tang Daolin, and his cousin Tang Qi all welcomed him warmly. Xu Qingwan looked him over with a gentle smile and happily remarked that he seemed to have grown taller again. Facing their warm welcome, Xu Jingming smiled and told them that he had not come back empty-handed. This time, he had specially brought gifts for them. A little later, everyone gathered in the living room. Xu Jingming placed a box in front of them and opened it, revealing 3 beautiful rings resting neatly inside. The moment Tang Qi saw them, her eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately exclaimed that those were space rings, saying that she had only ever seen one before at her mentor's place. Xu Jingming explained calmly that each of the rings had a storage capacity of 1 cubic meter. Hearing this, Tang Qi became even more amazed, because that meant these rings could hold even more than the one owned by her mentor. Before Tang Qi could get too excited, Tang Daolin quickly stopped her and told her to put the ring down. His expression turned serious as he insisted that they could not accept something so expensive. Tang Daolin then explained the reason in a heavy tone. Even a single space ring was worth at least 50 million, an amount equal to decades of savings for their entire family. Tang Qi also nodded along with her father, agreeing that the gift was far too valuable. Xu Jingming, however, did not take their concern to heart. He simply raised his hand and revealed that the space ring he was currently wearing had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Since he had already advanced to mid-rank Tier 3, these smaller rings were no longer of much use to him. Tang Qi was completely stunned when she heard that. She stared at him in shock and exclaimed that he had already reached mid-rank Tier 3, while even the mentors at her school were only around Tier 4. Xu Qingwan smiled proudly from the side, her voice full of affection as she said that their Jingming had truly become successful. After hearing all of this, Tang Daolin finally softened his stance. He decided that it would be fine for Tang Qi to keep one of the rings, but he still insisted that he and his wife would not accept theirs. With the mood in the room turning cheerful again, he turned around and headed off to finish preparing the meal. Later that day, Xu Jingming returned to his room and sat down quietly. Once he was alone, he decided it was time to test the US-class cultivation resource he had received, the Grade 6 Gu Yuan pill. He took out one pill from his storage and a faint purple glow shimmered across its surface. Without hesitating for long, Xu Jingming placed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The instant the pill entered his body, a powerful wave of energy burst outward from within him. His aura surged sharply, as if the force contained inside the pill had been released all at once. Half an hour later, Xu Jingming opened his system panel and carefully checked the changes. The result immediately impressed him. As expected of an S-class resource, the pill was incredibly powerful, raising both his physique and spirit attributes by more than 10 points each. He could not help comparing it to normal cultivation, where a single session usually increased his attributes by only about 0.5 points. The only pity was that the Gu Yuan pills came with side effects, meaning he could take only one each day. Even so, this only strengthened his belief that the Deep Blue system was still the most reliable path for his advancement. The next day, Xu Jingming arrived at the Thunder Secret Realm in Donghae City. Waiting there to greet him was his senior, Zhang Luo, who personally picked him up and drove him toward the entrance. As the vehicle moved forward, Zhang Luo pointed ahead and explained that the Thunder Secret Realm lay beyond the wall they were approaching. Xu Jingming looked toward the distance and asked whether it was true that the sky inside the realm was always covered by dense thunderclouds, with lightning striking down throughout the entire day. Zhang Luo did not answer directly. Instead, he gave Xu Jingming a sly smile and told him that once they entered, he would naturally see it for himself. Their vehicle continued through a lush forest, with greenery sweeping past on both sides of the road. Before long, massive ancient pillars appeared ahead, standing like silent guardians at the entrance. When they pulled up to the gate, an automated security system activated and began verifying their identities. Zhang Luo was confirmed as a supervisor, while Xu Jingming's access was approved through the IS-class pass issued by Magic City Ability University, with nearly 30 days of permission still remaining. Once both identities were confirmed, the enormous gate slowly opened in front of them. Zhang Luo drove forward without delay, carrying Xu Jingming into the Thunder Secret Realm. But when they passed through, Xu Jingming did not find himself facing some wild and dangerous wasteland. Instead, what appeared before him was a clean, modern city street. Zhang Luo glanced at him and asked if the sight was shocking. Xu Jingming, still taking in the scene outside the window, admitted that it truly was. From the outside, no one would ever imagine that something like this existed beyond the gate. As the car continued deeper in, a massive metal wall gradually came into view. It stood tall and imposing, and beyond it, the sky churned violently with powerful green lightning rolling through the clouds. Xu Jingming could not help saying that the Thunder Secret Realm was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected something more primitive and untamed, not a city. At the same time, he wondered how such a massive phenomenon could possibly be hidden by nothing more than a simple city wall. Zhang Luo explained that this was actually the work of high-ranking space-type ability users. The wall they were heading toward was not just an ordinary barrier, it was a space gate. He went on to clarify that the city area was a sound-isolated zone created for ability users to live, recover, and rest. The true Thunder Secret Realm was not here, but farther away, at the deepest thunderstorm zone. As they drove on, Jiang Luo introduced Xu Jingming to one of the realm's special resources, the Thunder Crystal Core. These cores could be obtained from Thunder Beasts, though Tier 1 beasts would not drop them at all. For Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts, getting one depended on luck, while killing a Tier 4, Thunder Beast would guarantee a drop. As a welcome gift, Jiang Luo handed Xu Jingming a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core. He explained that its simplest use was to crush it and use the lightning energy inside to temper the body. Xu Jingming thanked his senior, but then asked with curiosity why ability users did not simply bathe directly in the lightning to cultivate. Jiang Luo explained that the lightning within the storm was far too violent, and its intensity could shift unpredictably from one moment to the next. By comparison, the energy released from a Thunder Crystal Core was stable and much safer to absorb. He also warned Xu Jingming that Thunder Beasts were stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts, and the closer one moved toward the center of the storm, the more terrifying both the beasts and the lightning would become. When they approached the living quarters, Jiang Luo suggested that Xu Jingming rest for the night before entering. But Xu Jingming was clearly too eager to wait, and he directly said that he wanted to go in right away. Jiang Luo was amused by his impatience, but he still agreed to see him off. Inwardly, he could not help thinking that it was no wonder Xu Jingming's teacher valued him so much. A hard-working S-rank ability user like this was truly rare. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy chamber, a cloaked member of the Heaven's Mandate sect knelt before his leader, the Lord Archbishop. In a low voice, he reported that Xu Jingming, the student from Magic City University, had killed more than 1,000 sect members and destroyed 2 of their branches within a single month. He then added that Xu Jingming was currently inside the Thunder Secret Realm and asked what should be done next. The Lord Archbishop's response was cold and decisive. Since Xu Jingming possessed an S-rank ability, any action against him had to end in a one-hit kill. He decided that the matter needed to be reported to the general leader, but his order regarding Xu Jingming was already clear. He was to be killed without mercy. Jiang Luo and Xu Jingming soon arrived at the entrance to the thunderstorm zone. The place looked less like a normal training site and more like a military base, with armored trucks parked nearby and personnel moving through the area. As the two stepped out of the car, an instructor named Wu Chuan approached them. He explained that he was responsible for overseeing the newcomer assessment here. Jiang Luo introduced Xu Jingming to him, saying that this was his junior brother from Magic City Ability University, and that he would be training in the Thunder Secret Realm during the winter break. Instructor Wu looked Xu Jingming over and seemed impressed right away. He remarked that Xu Jingming's aura was sharp and intense, just as one would expect from a genius who came from a top university. Nearby, a group of other students quietly watched the exchange. When they learned that Xu Jingming came from a prestigious university and seemed to be around their level, they immediately began comparing him with themselves. Some wondered whether students from elite training camps like them were stronger, while others were curious if top university students had the real advantage. After the introductions were finished, Xu Jingming turned to say goodbye to Jiang Luo before leaving him at the entrance. Jiang Luo gave one final reminder, telling him to be careful inside. Instructor Wu then turned toward his students and ordered them to enter. At the same time, he reminded them that their 6-day assessment was very clear. Each person had to kill a peak Tier 3 Thunder Beast. Jiang Luo commented that the requirement sounded rather high. Instructor Wu, however, brushed off the concern and said that for students from an elite training camp, a challenge of this level should still be manageable. Instructor Wu then pointed toward a blue-haired student named Lei Jin Yang and introduced him as the most outstanding student of the current term. He added that for someone like Lei Jin Yang, even killing a Tier 4 Thunder Beast would not be a problem. Hearing that, Wu Chuan grew even more curious and asked whether Xu Jingming's actual combat strength had already reached the peak of Tier 3 as well. Jiang Luo did not hide anything and calmly revealed that according to Lu Ming, Xu Jingming's strength was already comparable to a peak Tier 4 ability user. Wu Chuan's eyes showed a hint of admiration after hearing that. Clearly impressed, he said that if there was a suitable chance later, he would really like Xu Jingming to spar with the students under his command. After entering the thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming moved alone through a dense forest shrouded in flashing lightning. Thunder flickered constantly between the branches above him, lighting up the shadows again and again. As he walked deeper in, he planned to hunt a few local thunder beasts first, and afterward, find a quiet, secluded place where he could carefully study the natural lightning in this realm. But before Xu Jingming could get very far, several figures stepped into his path. It was the group of students from the elite training camp, and standing at the front of them was Lei Junyang. One of the students looked at Xu Jingming with open curiosity and said that they had always wanted to know just how strong the geniuses from top universities really were. Since they had all entered the thunderstorm zone, he suggested they have a friendly contest to see who could hunt more thunder beasts. Xu Jingming rejected the idea without even pausing to think, flatly saying that he was not interested. In his mind, he had already dismissed the challenge completely. None of them had reached Tier 4. So to him, this so-called contest did not feel like real competition at all. With that simple refusal, Xu Jingming walked past them and continued forward. The elite training camp students were left standing there, clearly caught off guard that he had turned them down so directly. The purple-haired student watched Xu Jingming's back and let out a cold scoff. With a mocking tone, he questioned whether even people from top universities could be this cowardly. Xu Jingming paid no attention to their taunts. He simply picked up his speed and rushed deeper into the forest, lightning flashing around him as the trees blurred past. Before long, a massive, ferocious beast, shaped like an ox, blocked his way, its heavy body radiating danger. Xu Jingming quickly identified it as a high-ranked Tier 1 black-armored thunder ox. Remembering what his senior brother had told him, that the thunder beasts here were stronger than ferocious beasts in ordinary wilderness regions, he decided to use this creature to test just how tough the local beasts really were. The black-armored thunder ox lowered its head, lightning gathering violently around its body. In the next instant, it fired a powerful blast of electricity straight toward Xu Jingming. The lightning attack struck Xu Jingming head-on, crackling across his body in a dazzling flash. But when the light faded, he was still standing in the same place, completely unharmed. Xu Jingming calmly looked down at the lingering arcs of electricity around him and gave a quiet assessment. The beast's lightning power was indeed quite formidable for its level. Now that he had tested its attack power, Xu Jingming turned his attention to its body. Next, he wanted to see just how strong the Thunder Ox's physical defense was. As the black-armored Thunder Ox charged forward with heavy thundering steps, Xu Jingming leapt straight toward it. He closed the distance in an instant and drove out a single devastating punch, killing the beast on the spot. Looking at the fallen Thunder Ox, Xu Jingming noted that its defense really was far tougher than an ordinary beast's. Considering that its body had been tempered by lightning year after year, that result made perfect sense. At the same time, his system confirmed the kill and awarded him 15 ability points. Standing over the dead beast, Xu Jingming thought back and realized that it had been nearly a month since he last fought ferocious beasts like this. His eyes sharpened as he made his decision. If he wanted to raise his rank quickly, then the slaughter would begin right here. 4 hours later, Xu Jingming had successfully killed a mid-rank Tier 2, Swift Thunder Iron Wolf. As the beast collapsed, his system awarded him another 25 ability points. Even so, Xu Jingming could not help frowning slightly. The density of thunder beasts in this zone was lower than he had expected, and after 4 whole hours of searching, he had only managed to kill 9 of them. While taking a short break to eat, Xu Jingming opened a holographic map in front of him. Looking over the terrain, he began to wonder whether this place was designed more for training combat proficiency than for efficiently farming ability points. The map showed that the Thunder Secret Realm was divided into 4 areas: the outer area, the central area, the core area, and the innermost core area. After realizing that he was currently only in the central area, Xu Jingming decided to head toward the core area instead, suspecting that more powerful thunder beasts might be gathered there. 5 hours later, Xu Jingming finally stepped into the core area. The moment he arrived, a blast of natural lightning descended with fierce intensity, bursting through the air around him. Feeling the force of the thunder here, Xu Jingming immediately noticed that it was strong enough to affect even his indestructible thunder body. From that point on, he understood that he would need to keep his ability active at all times just to move safely through this area. However, something still felt strange to him. Based on the intensity of this region, the thunder beasts here should have been at least Tier 4, yet as he scanned the surroundings, he could not see a single one nearby. His confusion finally cleared when he spotted a massive green-feathered thunder eagle in the distance. Behind it flew an entire flock of thunder eagles, all wrapped in green lightning as they chased after the stronger bolts flashing through the stormy sky. Seeing that, Xu Jingming's eyes lit up with realization. The thunder beasts were not wandering randomly. They were attracted to powerful lightning. That gave him a clear plan. He could use his duty and divine lightning to lure thunder beasts toward him. But before putting that idea into action, he first needed to improve his proficiency and control. Xu Jingming leapt up onto a high tree branch and settled himself there. From that elevated position, he began carefully observing the natural lightning across the sky, using it to deepen his understanding of his own power. Sitting quietly on the branch, Xu Jingming watched different forms of lightning appear one after another. There was cloud-to-cloud lightning, ball lightning, sheet lightning, and even beaded lightning, each one showing a different shape and rhythm. The more he observed, the more he marveled at the fine details hidden inside the storm. The energy was both berserk and sharp, violent, yet full of patterns. Xu Jingming gradually concluded that studying natural phenomena like this was a highly effective way to improve his control over his lightning ability. 3 hours later, Xu Jingming finally put everything he had observed into practice. Golden Dushan divine lightning gathered around him, crackling brightly as he summoned it into his control. As he felt the energy moving under his command, Xu Jingming assessed his current skill level. His manipulation proficiency was roughly similar to what he had achieved with his previous S-rank ability, but he knew that if he wanted to liquefy the energy, he would still need much more training. He thought through the stages of power once again: energy, liquefaction, and solidification. Each stage would make the ability more terrifying than the last. After deciding that he had cultivated enough for the moment, Xu Jingming prepared to return to the central area and test his beast-luring idea. Once he was back in the central area, Xu Jingming released a torrent of golden lightning from his body. As the brilliant arcs spread through the forest, he knew that whether he could harvest more ability points would depend entirely on this plan. The result came almost immediately. From somewhere far in the forest, a beast's howl echoed through the trees, proving that his idea had worked. Xu Jingming's confidence rose at once. He called for the Thunder Beast to come after him, then rushed deeper into the forest, letting his crackling golden energy act like a blazing beacon in the storm. 2 hours later, Xu Jingming's plan had succeeded even better than he expected. Behind him, a large pack of powerful thunder beasts was charging through the forest, all of them drawn in by the aura of his lightning. Xu Jingming glanced back at the horde chasing him, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his face. Now that they had all gathered, the real harvest could finally begin. Surrounded by the pack he had lured in, Xu Jingming turned to face them without the slightest fear. He looked at the restless thunder beasts and taunted them, saying that since they were so eager to bathe in his thunder, he would gladly grant their wish. In the next instant, Xu Jingming unleashed his thunder prison. A massive wave of golden lightning erupted outward, engulfing the entire pack and electrocuting the thunder beasts trapped within it. While the beasts were still locked inside the crackling prison, Xu Jingming condensed a powerful spear made entirely of thunder. With one fierce motion, he hurled it straight into the center of the group, triggering a violent, fiery explosion. Many of the thunder beasts were defeated by the blast, but several of the stronger ones survived. Roaring through the smoke and lightning, they broke forward and lunged straight at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming did not panic at all. Instead, he met their charge with a confident grin, as if their desperate attack had come at exactly the right moment. Then he released one final devastating wave of Duchen divine lightning. Overwhelming golden power erupted from his body and swept across the battlefield, annihilating every remaining beast. One system notification after another appeared, confirming the kills of multiple thunder beasts and awarding him a large amount of ability points. Xu Jingming looked over the result with clear satisfaction. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, as he remarked that this new luring method was more than 10 times faster than the way he had hunted before. Standing among the corpses of the defeated thunder beasts, Xu Jingming breathed heavily, his body clearly worn down from the intense battle. Even so, he felt completely satisfied. After checking his interface, he saw that he had gained 1,813 ability points, bringing him much closer to breaking through to high-rank Tier 3. Sweat continued to drip down Xu Jingming's face as he steadied his breathing. With his current strength, he could go 6 days without sleep, yet only a little over 1 day had passed so far. Thinking over the routine, he found it extremely efficient. Lure monsters for 2 hours, recover for 8 hours, and gain around 3,600 points each cycle. That kind of daily harvest was massive. For the sake of efficiency, Xu Jingming decided not to waste time lingering there. He quickly began collecting the loot from a fallen wolf, planning to finish up fast and then find a suitable place to rest. While searching through the spoils, Xu Jingming lifted a glowing purple gem into the air. A pleased look appeared on his face as he realized that the very first Tier 3 thunder beast he had killed had actually dropped a rare thunder crystal core. That kind of luck was excellent. 5 days later, deep within the central thunderstorm zone, 3 students from the elite training camp moved carefully through the forest. Lei Junyang walked at the front, with a female student and another male student following close behind, all 3 surrounded by the constant flicker of thunderlight. The female student could not hold back her complaint, grumbling to Lei Junyang about being forced awake at 3 in the morning. Lei Junyang remained calm as he walked, explaining that in this thunderstorm zone, where the sky was lit up all the time, day and night barely made any real difference. She then asked when they could finally return, since this was already the last day of their 6-day assessment. Lei Junyang, however, insisted they should hold out until 6 in the evening. In his view, enduring until the very end would leave a stronger impression on their superiors and help preserve the reputation of the elite training camp. The female student scoffed at that and suddenly brought up Xu Jingming, calling him the coward from Magic City University. She assumed he must have left several days ago, reasoning that even their 3-person team had barely managed by taking turns resting, so there was no way he could survive in this place alone. She even felt proud of her decision to directly join the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but before she could continue, a massive rumbling sound suddenly shook the forest, startling all of them at once. The 3 students immediately looked around, their expressions tightening as the ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. For a moment, they wondered if the entire thunderstorm zone was being hit by an earthquake. The female student's face changed first, and she screamed that it was a beast tide, urging the others to run immediately. Lei Junyang tried to keep his composure, quickly judging the movement in the distance, and saying that the scale of the tide did not seem too large. In the next moment, a horde of thunder beasts wrapped in flashing electricity burst through the forest. Their heavy bodies crashed through branches and undergrowth, turning the quiet woods into a roaring storm of claws, horns, and lightning. And running desperately at the very front of that chaos was Xu Jingming. He moved like a streak of lightning through the trees, and from the way the beasts chased after him, it was clear that he had become their main target. The elite training camp students recognized him immediately, and surprise flashed across their faces when they realized he was still inside the zone. Lei Junyang's first thought was that Xu Jingming must have accidentally provoked the herd, so he quickly suggested that they step in and help him. But the female student immediately stopped Lei Junyang, her expression filled with suspicion. She accused Xu Jingming of deliberately leading the beast tide toward them, believing he wanted to use their group as bait so he could escape. Xu Jingming did not even glance in their direction. Ignoring their reactions completely, he shot past their group at incredible speed, golden lightning trailing behind him like a bright path through the forest. Right after him, the herd of thunder beasts thundered past the students as well. Strangely, not a single beast stopped to attack them. They simply followed Xu Jingming's lightning trail with blind, single-minded focus. Female student let out a mocking laugh at first, thinking Xu Jingming had surely doomed himself by attracting so many beasts. But her expression quickly froze when she realized the entire herd had ignored them completely. Lei Junyang narrowed his eyes and watched the scene more carefully. He soon realized that Xu Jingming was not fleeing in panic at all. He was deliberately using his golden lightning to lure the thunder beasts away for some purpose of his own. The more Lei Junyang watched, the more uneasy he became, because he could not understand how a mere mid-rank Tier 3 student could draw in so many powerful beasts, including several at the peak of Tier 3. Then the female student suddenly pointed ahead and said that Xu Jingming had stopped running. Lei Junyang's forehead broke out in nervous sweat. Even he would have trouble facing such a large group head-on, so he could not imagine how Xu Jingming planned to survive being surrounded. At that moment, Xu Jingming abruptly turned around. His body erupted with a fierce burst of energy, and golden lightning exploded outward from him like a storm being unleashed. Countless streaks of lightning tore through the air, slashing across the charging beasts in every direction. In an instant, the horde was ripped apart by the dazzling electric blades. Lei Junyang stared in complete shock at the terrifying power and range of the attack. In his mind, he immediately compared it to his own limits. As a peak Tier 3 ability user, his attack range only reached about 30 meters, yet Xu Jingming's lightning covered a far wider area with ease. A thought flashed through Lei Junyang's mind. Xu Jingming's ability might not be a rank at all, but possibly S rank. Still, he quickly pushed the idea away, finding it difficult to believe that a freshman could already be at mid-rank Tier 3 while possessing such terrifying power. A massive lightning explosion then swept through the remaining herd, finishing off the beasts in one devastating blow. The other male students stared blankly at the scene, muttering in disbelief that students from Magic City University were unbelievably fierce, watching Xu Jingming slaughter the thunder beasts as easily as if they were stray dogs. Standing amid the aftermath of the massacre, Xu Jingming checked his status. His ability points had finally reached 23,000, meeting the requirement for his next advancement. After going 5 days without sleep, exhaustion was pressing heavily on him, so he decided to find a safe place to upgrade before returning to the base. Looking at the destroyed battlefield, the male student could not help asking Lei Junyang whether he could have dealt with that herd too. Lei Junyang answered honestly that he could handle it, but there was no way he could wipe them out with the same blinding speed. The male student wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly feeling deeply relieved. He was thankful that he had not insisted on forcing Xu Jingming into a duel earlier. The female student also realized that if they had really fought, she probably would have been beaten badly. Still unwilling to fully admit defeat, she asked whether Xu Jingming could kill a Tier 4 beast the way Lei Junyang could. Lei Junyang carefully judged Xu Jingming's strength and estimated that he probably could not. Hearing that, she finally relaxed a little and concluded that Lei Junyang was still the stronger one. 10 minutes later, in a quieter part of the forest, Xu Jingming sat down on a fallen log. With the surrounding area temporarily calm, he activated his deep blue system and prepared to add his accumulated ability points. As the upgrade began, golden lightning surged violently from his body. The energy erupted around him in waves, lighting up the dark forest and crackling through the air. Xu Jingming successfully broke through to high-rank Tier 3. His physique and spirit attributes both increased by nearly 500 points, and the effective range of his ability expanded to 40 meters. Looking over his improved stats, Xu Jingming noted that he had now reached the level of an ordinary Tier 4 A-rank user. As his spirit rapidly recovered after the breakthrough, he changed his original plan to rest. Instead, he sprang up from the log and decided to make another trip into the core area to continue observing the natural lightning. At the base, Zhang Luo paced back and forth with clear anxiety on his face. Xu Jingming had not returned for 5 full days and nights, and the longer he waited, the more worried he became. After all, even Zhang Luo himself could only endure the thunderstorm zone for 8 days. So he feared his junior brother might have encountered danger. Instructor Wu Chuan soon approached and noticed Zhang Luo waiting there again. He asked why Zhang Luo was still standing around the entrance, and Zhang Luo explained that he was waiting for his junior brother to come back. Wu Chuan confirmed that the student still had not returned. Zhang Luo frowned and pointed out that it had already been 6 days, so Xu Jingming should have come back by now. Wu Chuan tried to reassure him, saying that he was about to enter the thunderstorm zone to hunt and could help keep an eye out for Xu Jingming while he was inside. Hearing that, Zhang Luo immediately expressed his gratitude. Wu Chuan waved it off casually, saying there was no need to be so polite. Since they were colleagues, helping each other with something like this was only natural. 6 hours later, deep within the core area, Xu Jingming sat high on a tree branch. Surrounded by flashing thunder and swaying leaves, he quietly observed the movement of the natural lightning around him. After spending enough time studying the storm, Xu Jingming decided that it was time to head back. He shifted slightly on the branch and prepared to descend. With a light push, Xu Jingming leapt down from the tree. His body dropped through the air and landed firmly on the forest floor below. As he steadied himself, Xu Jingming reflected on the strength of his newly improved body. A high-ranked Tier 3 physique was certainly impressive, but he knew very well that it was still far from the true peak. Just then, a ferocious roar suddenly echoed through the forest. The sound rolled between the trees, heavy and violent enough to make the air seem to tremble. A massive storm thunder bear soon emerged from the woods, its huge frame carrying the pressure of a high-ranked Tier 4 beast. Xu Jingming identified it at once. He considered using his heavenly lightning to kill it in one blow, but after a brief thought, he decided to use this chance to test his physical combat ability now that he had reached high-rank Tier 3. Xu Jingming activated his transformation, and golden lightning wrapped around his body in brilliant arcs. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward the storm thunder bear, choosing to meet it head-on. Hidden behind a nearby tree, Wu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. After searching for so long, he had finally found Xu Jingming here in the core area. Wu Chuan quietly watched the battle begin and quickly noticed that Xu Jingming had already broken through to high-rank Tier 3. What shocked him even more was the range of Xu Jingming's lightning ability, which seemed far beyond what should be normal for his level. When Wu Chuan realized that Xu Jingming intended to fight the Storm Thunder Bear alone, a faint sense of amusement appeared in his eyes. He admired the student's courage, but he also believed that letting such a genius suffer a little setback might help him recognize his own weaknesses. The Storm Thunder Bear let out a furious roar, its glowing eyes locking onto Xu Jingming. Electricity gathered around its enormous body, making its already terrifying frame look even more dangerous. With shocking speed for something so huge, the beast swung its gigantic arm downward. A lightning-infused strike tore through the air, crashing straight toward Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming did not dodge. Instead, he drove his fist forward and met the attack head-on. The moment their powers collided, a blinding explosion of energy burst outward, shaking the forest as thunder and force crashed together. Watching from the shadows, Wu Chuan was stunned. He could hardly believe that Xu Jingming had actually blocked the Storm Thunder Bear's strike, and even more shocking, the student's lightning seemed stronger than the beast's own power. Wu Chuan reminded himself that this bear was a high-rank Tier 4 creature, a full major rank above Xu Jingming. Cold sweat began to form on his face as he realized that something about this situation was completely abnormal. At last, Wu Chuan reached a conclusion. Xu Jingming's ability was definitely not a rank, but very likely S rank or perhaps even higher. Then the name suddenly struck him as familiar, and he finally remembered Xu Jingming was the famous S-rank lightning freshman from Magic City University. Even with that memory, it was still difficult for him to accept that a first-year student had already reached high-rank Tier 3. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming continued pressing his advantage, clashing with the Storm Thunder Bear in midair. Golden lightning flared from his eyes, and a confident smile spread across his face. Feeling his own lightning overwhelm the beast's power, he grew even more excited and challenged it to keep fighting. Wrapped in blazing golden lightning from head to toe, Xu Jingming shot forward without hesitation, charging straight at the enormous Storm Thunder Bear like a human bolt of thunder. In the next instant, their fists slammed together. Golden lightning and green elemental thunder collided head-on, bursting into a blinding flash that swallowed both figures. Force of that impact exploded outward, sending violent shockwaves rolling through the forest. Nearby trees trembled fiercely, their branches whipping under the pressure. Watching from the shadows, Wu Chuan was completely shaken. He could hardly believe a human could actually trade blows head-on with a high-ranked Tier 4 beast, and in his mind, Xu Jingming's physical strength looked less like a student's and more like that of a humanoid monster. Wu Chuan quietly lifted the video camera in his hand and aimed it at the battlefield. He decided to record every moment of this fight, planning to show the footage to his arrogant elite students so they could see what a real top-tier university genius was capable of. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming's grin only grew wider. After that direct clash, he was thrilled to confirm that his physical strength could actually contend with the massive Storm Thunder Bear. With excitement burning in his eyes, Xu Jingming pushed his power even further. His indestructible thunder body surged to full force, and he activated his thunder pole state, letting his aura rise to an even more terrifying level. As his energy reached its peak, Xu Jingming kicked off the ground once more. Golden lightning roared around him as he charged at the beast again, with even greater momentum. His fist tore through the air and smashed heavily into the bear's body, carrying a devastating burst of lightning that sank directly into the monster's massive frame. The Storm Thunder Bear let out a furious roar, its voice filled with both pain and rage. That solid strike had clearly hurt it. In retaliation, the beast swung one of its enormous paws with brutal force. The heavy swipe crashed into Xu Jingming and sent him sliding backward across the ground. Xu Jingming landed steadily and quickly regained his balance. Looking at the bear's still intact body, He understood that defeating such a durable creature usually required weapons, since even his powerful bare-handed strike had failed to break its leg. Even so, he had no intention of changing his approach for this fight. He was determined to continue using only his fists. Now, fully enraged, the Storm Thunder Bear began gathering an enormous amount of unstable green lightning around its body. The violent energy crackled wildly, making the air around it feel dangerous and heavy. Then the beast raised its head and released a deafening roar. In response, a devastating thunderstorm gathered over the area, spreading across the battlefield like a violent electric domain. Wu Chuan immediately sensed how dangerous the situation had become. Anyone caught inside that storm would either be severely injured or killed outright, and the normal choice would be to retreat at once. But as he watched Xu Jingming, he realized the young man had no intention of backing away. Instead, Xu Jingming stood there with golden lightning snapping fiercely around him, a fearless smile appearing on his face. He openly challenged the beast, as if asking whose lightning was truly superior. In the next breath, Xu Jingming's body was swallowed by crackling energy. He sprang high into the air, rising above the storm like a golden flash. Then he descended with tremendous force. The moment he struck down, golden and purple lightning erupted together in a massive, blinding explosion that shook the entire area. With a confident grin still on his face, Xu Jingming summoned his specialized lightning armor. The armor wrapped around him in shining arcs, strengthening both his defense and his offensive power. Now fully charged, Xu Jingming did not hesitate for even a second. He rushed straight into the roaring Storm Thunder Bear, meeting its terrifying presence head-on. His speed rose to a level the bear could barely follow. Xu Jingming appeared from one direction after another, raining down a relentless flurry of lightning-infused punches and completely overwhelming the huge creature from all sides. Whenever the bear tried to counterattack, Xu Jingming slipped away with ease. Its heavy swings looked far too slow in his eyes, and he calmly noted that even for a high-ranked Tier 4 beast, its speed could not compare to his own. Deciding it was time to end the fight, Xu Jingming gathered his power and unleashed the Thunder Dragon Fist. A fierce dragon formed from pure golden lightning roared forward, tearing through the air toward the Storm Thunder Bear. The Thunder Dragon crashed directly into the bear's head with devastating force. That single strike landed cleanly and delivered the fatal blow. Xu Jingming landed lightly and gracefully on the ground. Behind him, the enormous body of the Storm Thunder Bear collapsed with a heavy crash, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A system notification appeared soon after, confirming that the Storm Thunder Bear had been killed and that Xu Jingming had received another reward of ability points. Still hidden nearby, Wu Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing such an apex predator fall so easily left him stunned, and for a moment, Xu Jingming seemed less like a human student and more like a mythical dragon in human form. After calming himself, Wu Chuan finally stepped out from his hiding place and walked toward Xu Jingming. His tone carried sincere admiration as he praised the strength of this S-rank student. Xu Jingming turned to face him, and Wu Chuan could not help marveling again. A high-ranked Tier 3 ability user had defeated a high-ranked Tier 4 beast head-on. And Wu Chuan remarked that if humanity had more geniuses like him, the threat of monsters would no longer seem so frightening. Wu Chuan then revealed the video camera in his hand and explained that he had recorded the battle just now. He asked Xu Jingming whether he could use the footage as teaching material for the elite students under his guidance. Xu Jingming agreed casually, not treating it as anything important. Deep down, he knew very well that he had not even used his full strength in that fight. Wu Chuan, however, was genuinely grateful and thanked him on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Taking advantage of the moment, Wu Chuan asked whether Xu Jingming had ever considered joining the Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation. Xu Jingming was busy harvesting materials from the bear as he answered, saying that he had not seriously thought about his future plans yet. Wu Chuan immediately grew more enthusiastic and began explaining the benefits. If Xu Jingming joined them, he could receive top-tier treatment, a highly profitable position guarding the Thunder Secret Realm, and even personal guidance from their Hall Master, a legendary Tier 9 martial saint. Xu Jingming secretly understood that such a position would indeed bring enormous benefits. Still, he only thanked Wu Chuan politely and said he would consider it. At the same time, he reminded him that he was still only a freshman, so there was plenty of time before he had to make any final career decision. Seeing that Xu Jingming had not rejected him outright, Wu Chuan felt satisfied enough and changed the topic. He told Xu Jingming that his senior brother Jiang Luo had been anxiously waiting outside the zone, and if Xu Jingming planned to keep training longer, Wu Chuan could pass along a message for him. Only then did Xu Jingming remember Jiang Luo, and a trace of awkward guilt appeared on his face. He quickly declined Wu Chuan's offer and said that he was preparing to head back immediately. Wu Chuan watched as Xu Jingming continued harvesting useful materials from the Storm Thunder Bear, inwardly marveling that this student had survived alone in the thunderstorm zone for 6 full days, surpassing even Wu Chuan's own record. After finishing what he needed to say, Xu Jingming politely excused himself and urged the instructor to return first. A little later, Xu Jingming reached deep into the thick fur of the fallen bear. Though fatigue weighed heavily on him, he continued searching carefully for the most valuable prize. At last, he pulled out a glowing blue thunder crystal core, After inspecting it closely, Xu Jingming judged that it was slightly inferior to the one Zhang Luo had given him earlier, but it was still an extremely valuable gain. With the loot collected, he finally decided to head back. When he passed through the gateway of the secret realm and returned to the base, Zhang Luo spotted him almost immediately, relief flashing across his face. Zhang Luo rushed over at once, clearly amazed that his junior brother had endured 6 full days and 5 nights inside the thunderstorm zone. He quickly asked how Xu Jingming was feeling, and Xu Jingming gave a simple, honest answer. He was just incredibly sleepy. Zhang Luo could not help laughing a little at that. He placed a supportive arm around Xu Jingming and said that anyone would be exhausted after fighting beasts for 5 days without sleep. Then he guided Xu Jingming away, reminding him that cultivation required a balance between effort and rest before sending him off to get some proper sleep. Later that night, inside his office, Wu Chuan casually tossed a spherical projector in his hand. Standing in front of him were the 3 elite training camp students, Lei Junyang, the female student, and the purple-haired male student. Lei Junyang stepped forward and asked about the results of their mission. Wu Chuan confirmed that everyone had safely passed, since each of them had killed at least one peak Tier 3 beast. He also specifically praised Lei Junyang for taking down a low-ranked Tier 4 beast. Inwardly, Wu Chuan still recognized Lei Junyang's talent and strength. However, after witnessing Xu Jingming's battle, he could not help feeling that Lei Junyang was still far behind that monstrous level of genius. Outwardly, Wu Chuan congratulated the students for meeting his expectations. Then he shifted the topic and asked what impression they had of Zhang Luo's junior brother. Lei Junyang admitted that they had crossed paths inside the zone, and he acknowledged that Xu Jingming was definitely strong. Based on what he had seen, he estimated Xu Jingming's combat power to be around the peak of Tier 3. The purple-haired student then added that although Xu Jingming was formidable, he still could not compare to Lei Junyang. Wu Chuan caught the projector in his palm and looked at them with a playful expression. He questioned whether they were really that confident. The purple-haired student insisted that he was right, firmly believing their elite training camp was superior to even a top university like Magic City Ability University. Wu Chuan did not bother arguing with them. Instead, he simply held out the projector and told the boastful students to watch the video for themselves. The spherical device floated into the air and activated. A large holographic recording unfolded in the center of the office, casting bright light across the faces of everyone present. Within the projection, a massive glowing creature appeared first. The purple-haired student recognized it immediately as a storm thunderbear and gasped at its size, identifying it as at least a high-ranked Tier 4 beast. Lei Junyang's expression sharpened as he quickly drew everyone's attention to the creature's opponent. In the hologram, a figure wrapped in dazzling lightning stood locked in battle with the bear. The purple-haired student could barely get the words out, his voice breaking with disbelief as he stared at the image in front of him. Around him, the others froze as well, because the fighter they were looking at was unmistakably Xu Jingming. In the recording, Xu Jingming's entire body blazed with brilliant light as he launched forward, releasing a terrifying strike that took the shape of a massive dragon and crashed straight toward the powerful beast. As the projection continued to play, Lei Junyang and the 2 students watched without blinking, completely drawn into the scene. One of the students murmured that Xu Jingming's aura was actually comparable to the Storm Thunderbears, then wondered aloud how he could have become this strong in such a short time. Wu Chuan turned to them and calmly asked what they thought after seeing it. Lei Junyang and the male student both admitted that Xu Jingming's strength was almost monstrous, so far beyond common sense that they could hardly believe he was only a mid-ranked Tier 3. Wu Chuan then revealed that when he personally met Xu Jingming, the young man had already reached high-ranked Tier 3. The male student's eyes widened on the spot, his mind struggling to accept how anyone could improve at such a ridiculous speed. Lei Junyang pointed out that a Tier 4 high-rank beast was powerful enough to wipe out most ability users at the same level with ease. The male student immediately added that what made it even more insane was that Xu Jingming had beaten it in close-range combat. Desperate to make sense of it, he wondered if Xu Jingming was some special exception, maybe even the principal's own son. Wu Chuan shut down that guess right away. Xu Jingming's advantage, he explained, did not come from some hidden background, but from his astonishing talent as an S-rank ability user. Lei Junyang and the male student were stunned all over again when they realized a university freshman had already reached high-rank Tier 3. Wu Chuan made it even clearer, confirming that Xu Jingming was only 19 years old and still just a first-year student. That single fact landed like a heavy blow on everyone in the room. Their average age was already around 23, yet a 19-year-old freshman had surpassed them by such a huge margin that they suddenly felt as if all their years of training had been wasted. Wu Chuan noticed the frustration and defeat spreading across their faces, so he spoke up again. He told them he had not shown the video to crush their confidence, but to give them a living target, someone like Xu Jingming whom they could chase with everything they had. Those words lit a fire in them. Lei Junyang and the male student quickly nodded in agreement, their gloomy expressions fading as determination returned to their eyes. Lei Junyang then asked if he could get a copy of the recording. The instructor considered it and said he planned to upload the video to the martial arts hall's internal webpage. But before that decision could settle, the male student suddenly raised a concern. He reminded Wu Chuan that the National University League was about to begin soon. Only then did Wu Chuan realize the problem, and he let out a helpless sigh. He decided not to post the video after all, reasoning that if the other universities saw Xu Jingming's battle footage, they would definitely target him during the tournament. Magic City University had only taken second place last time, but with Xu Jingming's current strength, they now had a real chance to compete for first. 2 days later, Xu Jingming finally opened his eyes to the sharp ringing of his phone. Still groggy, he glanced around and realized with surprise that he had actually slept for 2 full days. When he answered, Principal Ling Xiao's voice came through the line. The principal warned him that the Heaven's Mandate sect was already preparing a retaliation. Principal Ling Xiao assured Xu Jingming that his family and friends were already under protection, but his tone remained serious. He urged Xu Jingming to crush his protective talisman the moment he ran into danger, because among all possible targets, Xu Jingming himself was most likely their main focus. Xu Jingming listened carefully and acknowledged the warning. After ending the call, Xu Jingming thought it over calmly. With the strict security around his current location and the protective talisman in his possession, he judged that he was still relatively safe, so he decided not to waste time and continued with his training. Meanwhile, inside the dark headquarters of the Heaven's Mandate sect, 2 hooded subordinates knelt before their general leader. In low voices, they reported that the Magic City branch had grown deeply concerned over the rapid rise of the S-rank freshman Xu Jingming, and they requested permission to assassinate him. The leader's voice turned cold as he asked where Xu Jingming was currently located. One subordinate, named Bloodkill, answered that Xu Jingming was training inside the Thunder Secret Realm and would not be leaving anytime soon. After hearing that, the sect leader gave his order without hesitation. Bloodkill was to eliminate Xu Jingming and at the same time destroy the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret realm. Bloodkill accepted the command eagerly, his excitement impossible to hide. To him, hunting down human geniuses was not a burden at all, but something he genuinely enjoyed. The other cult members showed complete confidence in Bloodkill's success. Since Bloodkill was a Tier 8 mid-rank user, he believed there was no room for failure, even if Vice Principal Ling Shuang personally intervened with her Tier 8 space-type abilities. Back in the city, Xu Jingming walked through a bustling market filled with spring festival decorations. Lanterns, crowds, and festive colors surrounded him, but the lively atmosphere only made him feel a little wistful, because once again, he would likely spend the holiday alone. As he walked, he silently reviewed his recent cultivation progress. Absorbing the Thunder Crystal core had given him a noticeable boost, but from his point of view, that rate of improvement still felt far too slow. Wanting to grow stronger even faster, Xu Jingming soon arrived before a towering skyscraper wrapped in crackling electrical energy. This was the Thunder Tower, and remembering how highly his senior brother Jiang Luo had recommended it, he hoped the place would truly live up to its reputation. Inside the Thunder Tower, Xu Jingming walked up to the reception desk and presented his credentials. After checking them, the receptionist politely informed him that his S-Class pass granted him 4 hours of access to the secret room on the 100th floor. Xu Jingming grew curious and asked what made the 100th floor so special. The receptionist explained that the tower had 110 floors in total, and the higher the floor, the better the conditions for observing natural lightning. Hearing that, Xu Jingming was satisfied and decided to use his pass right away. When he reached the 100th floor, Xu Jingming stepped into the secret room and looked around. At first, he felt puzzled because there was no visible lightning anywhere in sight. But that silence did not last long. Moments later, raw green electrical energy burst to life around the room, crackling wildly as it spread through the space. Xu Jingming stared at it with fascination and slowly reached out toward the surging energy. The moment he sensed it, he recognized it as the most fundamental form of lightning. Without wasting another second, he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Unlike the thunderstorm zone outside, this room allowed him to observe the element from up close, studying every subtle change and intricate detail with far greater clarity. 4 hours passed before Xu Jingming finally ended his session. He felt deeply satisfied with the results, and after calculating his progress, he estimated that if he could cultivate here continuously for less than 5 days, he would reach the proficiency needed to liquefy his lightning. Just as he was thinking this through, a knock sounded from the sliding door, interrupting his thoughts. The receptionist stood outside and spoke to him politely, reminding him that his allotted usage time had already expired. Xu Jingming immediately asked how he could extend his stay, clearly unwilling to stop there. The receptionist explained that additional time had to be exchanged with Thunder Crystal cores, but the 100th floor only accepted Tier 4 cores. A Tier 4 low-rank core could be traded for 3 hours, and each increase in minor rank would add 1 extra hour. Xu Jingming was stunned when he heard the cost. In his head, he quickly calculated that a Tier 4 low-rank core could sell for more than 6 million in Great Saya currency, which meant using this room cost roughly 2 million per hour. The receptionist then told him that if he wanted to use Tier 3 Thunder Crystal cores, he could choose rooms from the 70th to the 90th floor instead. Xu Jingming declined without hesitation, preferring to remain on the 100th floor. Then, to the receptionist's surprise, he directly took out 2 high-level Thunder Crystal cores. Seeing them in his hand, she could not help marveling at just how wealthy he was. After checking the value of the 2 cores, she calculated that they would give Xu Jingming another 11 hours of training time. Curious about the very top of the tower, Xu Jingming then asked what kind of requirements were needed to access the floors above the one he was currently using. The receptionist explained that floors 101 through 107 required Tier 5 cores, while floors 108 up to the highest 110th floor demanded Tier 6 cores. Xu Jingming accepted the answer, politely apologized for troubling her, and returned to his cultivation. 11 hours later, outside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Xu Jingming walked side by side with his senior brother, Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo jokingly insisted that Xu Jingming would have to treat him to a meal next time. After all, his junior brother had just earned a staggering 301 million from selling 4 rings along with various beast materials. Xu Jingming agreed readily, sincerely thanking him for connecting him to such a profitable deal. Their conversation soon turned to Xu Jingming's recent accomplishments. Zhang Luo mentioned that he had heard from Instructor Wu about Xu Jingming killing a Tier 4 high-rank Storm Thunderbear, and he could not help remarking that this freshman's growth speed was simply absurd. Xu Jingming only brushed it off modestly, saying it was probably just because his talent was decent. Zhang Luo clearly did not buy that humble answer, but he moved on and asked what Xu Jingming planned to do for the Spring Festival. Xu Jingming said he intended to return to the Thunderstorm Zone and most likely would not come back for the holiday. Zhang Luo praised his dedication, but still advised him to come back briefly during the festival. He explained that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall would be holding an auction, and there might be items there that Xu Jingming would find useful. That immediately caught Xu Jingming's interest. Xu Jingming thought of his current spear and realized it was no longer enough for his needs. The auction suddenly seemed like the perfect chance to find a stronger weapon and replace it. Seeing that Xu Jingming was interested, Zhang Luo promised to reserve an entry spot for him. With that matter settled, Xu Jingming said his farewell and set off once again toward the Thunderstorm Zone. At the same time, in a comfortable bedroom somewhere else, Song Chukyu sat on the bed with Jiang Chushuan, her face bright with excitement. She eagerly shared her plan to visit the Thunder Secret Realm during the Spring Festival, and her real reason was very clear. She wanted to see Xu Jingming. Full of anticipation, she excitedly asked the older girl to come with her. Jiang Chushuan accepted the invitation at once, the corners of her lips curling into a sly and delighted smile. Deep down, she could not help thinking that her little friend seemed more than willing to share Xu Jingming's company with her. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and once again, bright lightning flashed and twisted around the towering Thunder Tower, making the entire building look as if it were wrapped in a storm. Inside the tower, Xu Jingming stood before the female receptionist and placed a handful of thunder crystal cores in front of her. With a calm expression, he asked her to calculate how much training time these cores could buy him on the 100th floor. The receptionist carefully examined each core, checking their quality and rank before giving him the answer. Together, these thunder crystal cores could be exchanged for a total of 37 hours of usage time. As she processed the transaction, the receptionist's cheeks flushed faintly while she stole a glance at him. Xu Jingming was so young and handsome, yet he had brought out 9 Tier 4 cores at once, and she could hardly imagine what kind of strength it took to obtain that many, especially when even she rarely saw such a large amount. Xu Jingming then asked whether the usage time had to be spent all at once, or if it could be split into separate sessions. The receptionist quickly confirmed that it was possible, explaining that he only needed to swipe his pass to pause the timer, and that answer immediately put him in a better mood. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Xu Jingming was fully absorbed in cultivation, his focus fixed on the flow of lightning energy around him, when the sudden ringing of his phone broke the quiet rhythm. He answered the call, and a holographic image of Song Chukyu appeared in front of him. With a playful look on her face, she leaned closer and challenged him to guess where she was. Xu Jingming looked at the projection for only a moment before giving his answer calmly. Without the slightest hesitation, he said that she was already inside the Thunder Secret Realm. Song Chukyu was instantly bewildered and asked how he had figured it out so quickly. Xu Jingming simply pointed out the obvious. The flashing lightning behind her had already given away her location. Only then did Song Chukyu realize her little mistake, and she hurriedly explained that she and Jiang Chushuan had planned to surprise him, but they had forgotten to ask for his exact address. When Xu Jingming noticed her companion in the projection, he asked whether senior sister Jiang had come along as well. Jiang Chushuan leaned into the frame with a teasing smile, her eyes bright as she playfully asked if he was not willing to welcome her. Xu Jingming warmly reassured both of them that of course they were welcome, then asked for their location so he could go pick them up. Following the receptionist's earlier advice, Xu Jingming swiped his pass before leaving, pausing the cultivation timer so none of his remaining time on the 100th floor would be wasted. As he walked away, the automated system announced that he still had 4.5 hours left. Xu Jingming frowned slightly, wondering whether that would be enough for him to fully comprehend the process of liquefying his lightning. If it still fell short, then he would have no choice but to make another trip into the thunderstorm zone and hunt for more cores. Xu Jingming brought Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan back to his accommodation, and the place turned out to be a luxurious modern villa, complete with a spacious outdoor pool that made the whole residence look far more extravagant than they expected. Once they were inside, both girls were stunned by the changes in Xu Jingming's aura and cultivation. Song Chukyu could not help pointing out that only 20 days had passed, yet his rank had somehow jumped forward again. Xu Jingming smiled modestly and did not make a big deal out of it. He simply explained that he had run into danger during training, and through a bit of luck, that pressure had helped him break through to the high rank of Tier 3. Song Chukyu dramatically raised a hand to her forehead, looking completely defeated as she complained that comparing her progress to his was just too painful. Then she half-jokingly said that at this rate, he might already be a Tier 7 Grandmaster by the time graduation came around. Xu Jingming smoothly changed the topic and asked how many credits the two of them had spent on their passes. Song Chukyu told him they had bought B-class passes, each one costing 1,000 credits and allowing them to stay for 2 days. Xu Jingming was secretly startled when he heard the price. After a quick mental calculation, he realized that 1,000 credits was equal to around 10 million in Great Xia currency. After that, he offered the girls their choice of 2 rooms from the 4 upstairs. Jiang Chushuan, however, declined with a relaxed smile, deciding that the two of them could simply share 1 room. Xu Jingming told them to get settled first and said he would take them out to eat afterward. But Song Chukyu immediately insisted that since it was New Year's Eve, they should have a proper home-cooked dinner, as if she had already prepared for this. Jiang Chushuan surprised him by manifesting a floating cluster of fresh ingredients they had brought along. Xu Jingming looked at the ingredients, then glanced back at the 2 girls with obvious suspicion. He asked whether they actually knew how to cook, only for Song Chukyu to answer with complete confidence, proudly claiming that the 2 of them were culinary experts. Xu Jingming was amused by their confidence, so he agreed to stay in for dinner, and even offered to help the 2 so-called master chefs. Jiang Chushuan happily accepted his offer, and the 3 of them headed toward the kitchen together. Later that evening, after a huge New Year's Eve feast, Xu Jingming finally set down his chopsticks with a long, satisfied sigh. He had eaten so much that he felt completely stuffed. Leaning back at the table, which was now covered with empty plates and even a bottle of wine, Xu Jingming rubbed his stomach and praised their cooking from the heart. The meal had been far better than he expected. The 2 girls accepted his praise with proud smiles, clearly pleased that all their effort in the kitchen had paid off. Just then, brilliant fireworks suddenly burst outside the window, lighting up the night sky and immediately catching Song Chukyu's attention. Her eyes brightened with delight, and she quickly suggested that they go up to the rooftop and take a group photo to remember the moment. Xu Jingming happily agreed without hesitation. Up on the terrace, the 3 of them stood beneath the night sky, watching as fireworks bloomed one after another in dazzling colors above the city. Song Chukyu lifted her phone, and the 3 friends leaned together for the shot. With the fireworks glowing behind them, they smiled warmly and took a cheerful group selfie. As Xu Jingming watched the colorful lights spread across the sky, a soft smile appeared on his face. Ever since obtaining his system, his life had changed little by little for the better, and on this wonderful New Year's Eve, he felt truly grateful to be surrounded by friends. The next day, the group made their way to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Xu Jingming apologized for dragging them to an auction on the very first day of the new year, but Song Chukyu playfully scolded him for overthinking it, while Jiang Chushuan gently reassured him that she had already planned to go anyway because she needed to buy some equipment. While walking through the hallway, they happened to cross paths with Zhang Luo. When Zhang Luo asked about the 2 girls beside him, Xu Jingming introduced Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan as his friends from Magic City University. Zhang Luo greeted them with a warm and friendly attitude, but inwardly, he could not help marveling at his junior brother's charm. Xu Jingming had somehow arrived with 2 beautiful companions at his side. Without making things difficult, Zhang Luo offered to take care of their entrance tickets for the auction. Xu Jingming immediately thanked him, clearly appreciating the help. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a group of well-dressed people walking nearby. One man loudly praised a pink-haired woman, calling her Sister Wanying and boasting that she had easily gotten them into the auction, unlike those fools who had to spend millions just to buy a pass. Li Wanying laughed haughtily at his words, saying anyone who paid that kind of fee was nothing but a sucker. Song Chukyu frowned in annoyance after hearing that arrogant tone. She turned to Zhang Luo and asked what kind of prominent family this woman came from. Zhang Luo explained that the pink-haired woman was Li Wanying, the eldest daughter of the Li family, which ranked as the leading family among the 6 great families of the Secret Realm. He went on to say that her father served as the honorary vice-master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, while her older brother had already reached the peak of Tier 4. So with that kind of background, her arrogance was almost expected. After hearing all of that, Xu Jingming had to admit that her attitude at least made sense. Zhang Luo then added that Li Wanying's brother, Li Shanglin, also used a spear, though unlike Xu Jingming, he was an enhancement-type ability user. Zhang Luo then led Xu Jingming toward a set of enormous double doors. Standing before the entrance, he welcomed him to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. Beyond the doors was a vast auction hall, dimly lit and filled with rows of seats facing a bright stage at the front. Zhang Luo explained that this Spring Festival auction had gathered roughly 800 important guests, and every one of them possessed liquid assets of more than 100 million. After they took their seats, Zhang Luo began explaining how the bidding worked. Each chair had an electronic screen built into the right armrest, allowing guests to enter and confirm a price before raising their hand to finalize the bid. Zhang Luo then encouraged his junior brother to take a look through the auction catalog in advance. Xu Jingming followed his suggestion and began browsing through the listed items. As he scanned the catalog, Xu Jingming was genuinely impressed. There were 108 items in total, covering everything from rare exotic flowers to valuable S-class cultivation resources. Zhang Luo pointed out that the items only went up to S-class, but in his view that was already ideal for them, since anything beyond that level would be far outside their budget. Xu Jingming nodded in agreement, finding that reasoning very practical. Sitting beside them, Song Chukyu leaned over and asked whether he had found anything he wanted. Xu Jingming replied that a few things had caught his interest, but he preferred to wait and hear the host's introduction before making a decision. As the auction prepared to begin, Xu Jingming quietly narrowed his focus to two particular items. One was the S-Class Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear, with a starting price of 500 million, and the other was a bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores, starting at 40 million, which could save him a huge amount of time he would otherwise spend hunting. On the stage, the female host stepped forward and warmly welcomed everyone in the hall. She then introduced the first item, a 30-year-old A-class frostgrass that could increase the spirit of anyone below Tier 5, with the starting bid set at 20 million. The moment the bidding opened, offers began flying in from all around the hall. In no time, the price climbed rapidly and pushed past 22 million. About an hour later, the auction had already moved deep into the catalog. When the female host reached the 36th item, she introduced a bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores, and the starting price was set at 40 million. Xu Jingming's eyes sharpened slightly when he heard the announcement, a hint of relief passing across his face. Without any hesitation, he leaned toward the electronic screen on his armrest and confidently entered his bid. The female host quickly noticed the new offer on her display and announced it to the entire hall. Seat number 0310 had placed the first bid, raising the price to 41 million. But Thunder Crystal cores were clearly in high demand. Before the hall could even settle, other attendees began placing competing bids one after another, quickly pushing the price up to 41.8 million. Xu Jingming watched the price climb with a serious look in his eyes. Seeing how many people were fighting for the same item, he realized that small increases would only drag the battle out, so the best way forward was to raise the price sharply and scare the other bidders into retreating. With that decision made, Xu Jingming placed an aggressive bid of 46 million for the 5 Tier 4 Thunder Crystal cores. The sudden jump was so forceful that the surrounding competition fell silent almost instantly. The female auction host announced the new price clearly, her voice echoing across the hall. She also reminded everyone that these Thunder Crystal cores were rarely released for public sale, which made this bundle even more valuable. She called out the 46 million price once, then twice, and finally a third time. When no one else responded from the crowd, she brought the bidding to an end and finalized the sale. Xu Jingming was slightly surprised by how smoothly it had gone. He had expected the fight over the cores to be more troublesome, yet in the end he had secured them far more easily than he imagined. Sitting beside him, Zhang Luo explained the situation in a low voice. The major families and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall already had their own steady channels for Thunder Crystal cores, so the only real buyers here were independent fighters. With Xu Jingming suddenly raising the price by 5 million, it was only natural that the remaining competitors lost their nerve. Zhang Luo then asked why he bothered spending so much money instead of hunting the cores himself to save the cost. Xu Jingming calmly explained that his lightning proficiency was already at the edge of a breakthrough, and he wanted to finish the entire process in one uninterrupted cultivation session. Zhang Luo was stunned on the spot, a thin sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at his junior brother like he was looking at a monster. To think Xu Jingming had reached the liquefying realm this quickly was absurd, especially when Zhang Lu himself had nearly been a senior before achieving the same thing. 2 hours later, the auction finally arrived at the 98th item. On stage, the female host unveiled an S-class weapon called the Flowing Cloud Golden Edge Spear, a rare masterpiece personally forged by artifact master Yuan. She began explaining the spear's construction in detail, drawing attention to its special shaft made from A-class Kermir alloy, as well as its incredibly hard spearhead forged from S-class Extreme Edge alloy. The moment those materials were mentioned, a wave of murmurs spread through the hall. Many of the guests leaned forward with excitement, clearly realizing that this was no ordinary weapon, but a top-tier piece crafted from premium resources. Xu Jingming's lips curled into a satisfied grin as he listened. He knew exactly what Kermir alloy could do, because once ability energy was injected into it, the weapon's weight would increase dramatically. The host soon confirmed his thoughts, explaining that the spear could reach a maximum weight of 100 tons when fully powered. With that shocking detail revealed, she officially opened the bidding at 500 million. The hall came alive almost immediately. Bids rose from every direction, and in just a short time, the price of the flowing cloud golden edge spear had already surged past 530 million. Hoping to repeat the success he had with the thunder crystal cores, Xu Jingming raised his hand casually and made a bold leap in price. His bid shot straight up to 600 million. But this time, the strategy did not frighten the wealthy attendees at all. Voices continued ringing out across the auction hall, and the price kept rising rapidly, soon charging towards 630 million and beyond. Xu Jingming quickly understood that an item this coveted could not be won simply by intimidating the room. Instead of rushing in blindly, he settled back and observed the situation, soon identifying Li Wanying as his biggest rival for the spear. Li Wanying, full of confidence in her own status, placed a commanding bid of 630 million. Inwardly, she sneered at the idea of anyone daring to compete with the power and reputation of the Li family. The host immediately called out Li Wanying's bid for everyone to hear. Xu Jingming, completely unfazed, raised his hand right after her and countered without hesitation, pushing the price to 640 million. That bold move instantly drew attention from the surrounding guests. Many of them began whispering among themselves, and after noticing Xu Jingming's unfamiliar face, they assumed he had to be an outsider who knew nothing about the secret realm's unspoken rules concerning the Li family. Annoyed by his challenge, Li Wanying stood up and tried to pressure him with her influence. She spoke directly to Xu Jingming, saying that her older brother, Li Shanglin, needed a good spear, and if Xu Jingming backed down, she would offer him her personal friendship as well as a favor from the Li family. Xu Jingming remained completely unmoved by her words. In his mind, the so-called friendship of a peak Tier 6 expert meant almost nothing to him, so he brushed the offer aside without even considering it seriously. Before the atmosphere could grow even more tense, the female auction host stepped in sharply. She reminded Li Wanying that the auction rules forbade buyers from speaking too directly or privately during bidding, and warned that if it happened again, her right to bid would be cancelled on the spot. Li Wanying had no choice but to sit back down, though she shot Xu Jingming a furious glare before entering a bid of 650 million. Xu Jingming met her gaze without flinching, then immediately countered with 660 million. The crowd let out a collective gasp at his audacity. They could hardly believe he was openly provoking Li Wanying like this, and many were already imagining how the Li family might retaliate later, making the confrontation even more thrilling to watch. Li Wanying trembled with rage, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles nearly turned white. Ever since her father had advanced to the peak of Tier 6, no one had dared disrespect her so openly, and Xu Jingming's indifference made her anger burn even hotter. The rising tension did not affect the host at all. Remaining calm and professional, she announced Xu Jingming's 660 million bid to the entire auction hall. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Li Wanying's face as she decided to keep pushing. She raised the price to 670 million, determined to test just how deep her opponent's pockets really were. Xu Jingming realized that if the bidding war continued like this, his own funds might not be enough. He turned to Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan to ask for a loan, only for Song Chukyu to casually offer 500 million, while Jiang Chushuan just as calmly offered 1 billion and even said her family could transfer more if needed. Xu Jingming smiled with genuine gratitude and told them that would be more than enough. In his mind, he reasoned that if an ordinary S-class weapon ever climbed beyond 1 billion, it would be more worthwhile to hire an artifact master directly and have a custom weapon forged. Beside them, Zhang Luo was left completely dumbfounded. Sweat ran down his face as he stared at Xu Jingming's companions, inwardly marveling at their absurdly wealthy backgrounds and how casually they could talk about throwing around hundreds of millions. With his funding problem solved, Xu Jingming remained perfectly calm. He leaned back toward the bidding screen and casually pushed the price all the way up to 700 million. A fierce bidding war broke out between Xu Jingming and Li Wanying. The numbers kept jumping back and forth, rising higher and higher, until Xu Jingming finally placed a confident bid of 830 million. Li Wanying shook with fury, but the female companion beside her quickly urged her to stop, reminding her that they were already over budget, and that pushing the price past 1 billion just to spite him was not worth it. Gritting her teeth, Li Wanying finally backed down, though she coldly thought that there were other ways to deal with him. With no one else willing to raise the price, the auctioneer struck the gavel and officially finalized the sale. The flowing cloud golden edge spear now belonged to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming quietly considered the final cost in his mind. 830 million was expensive, but still within a range he could accept, and now he only hoped this premium weapon would truly be worth its price. Half an hour later, the female auction host personally brought Xu Jingming his purchased items, the 5 Thunder Crystal cores and the US-class spear. The total came to 874 million. And she invited him to inspect everything before completing the transaction. Xu Jingming reached out and wrapped his hand around the spear's dark metal shaft. The instant he gripped it, golden lightning burst and crackled around the weapon, flowing through it as if the spear naturally resonated with his power. Feeling its excellent conductivity and satisfying weight, Xu Jingming was extremely pleased with the weapon. Without any further hesitation, he handed his card to the host and completed the purchase. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private lounge, Li Wanying summoned an older retainer named Uncle Li, along with two suited subordinates. Still burning with humiliation, she coldly ordered them to assassinate the man who had outbid her and strip him of all his equipment. When Uncle Li asked for more details, Li Wanying revealed that she had already investigated him. The man's name was Xu Jingming, a high-ranked Tier 3 student who had entered using a pass from Magic City Ability University. Uncle Li cautiously suggested that they should look into him further, since someone connected to a prestigious university might not be simple. But Li Wanying dismissed the concern immediately, pointing out that students often entered the Thunder Secret Realm and ordering them to wait until Xu Jingming went into the danger zone before ambushing him. A sadistic smile spread across Li Wanying's face as she pictured it. Inside the secret realm, ferocious beasts would devour his corpse within hours, leaving no trace of their crime, and as for the stolen S-Class spear, a little fresh paint and a few modifications would easily hide its original appearance. Following her reasoning, Uncle Li turned to his two men and gave the order. They were to stake out the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm at once and report back the moment Xu Jingming appeared. Li Wanying then instructed Uncle Li to notify her when everything was ready. She wanted to go with them personally because she intended to watch Xu Jingming regret the moment he ever dared to cross her. Back at his accommodation, Xu Jingming began testing the S-Class Flowing Cloud Golden Edge spear he had just acquired, feeling out the weapon's weight, balance, and response in his hands. Holding the dark metal shaft firmly in both hands, Xu Jingming could feel just how perfectly balanced the spear was. Remembering that its Kermir alloy could supposedly increase all the way to a terrifying weight of 100 tons, he decided to pour his lightning ability into it at full power and test exactly how heavy this weapon could become. Golden electrical energy surged from his body and flowed straight into the spear, wrapping around the weapon before sinking deep into its metal core. The very next instant, the spear's weight exploded upward. Xu Jingming was completely caught off guard by the sudden burden, and before he could adjust, his grip nearly failed as he dropped heavily to one knee and the spear's end slammed hard into the floor. Straining under the pressure, Xu Jingming quickly judged that his current physical lifting limit was roughly 5 tons. Since the spear had almost torn itself out of his hands, he estimated that injecting his full power had caused its original weight of 800 kilograms to surge past 6 tons, and that sudden change immediately gave him a new idea for battle. After forcing himself back onto his feet, Xu Jingming planted his stance and raised the spear again. Then he unleashed a heavy downward sweep, and the terrifying force smashed into the wooden floorboards beneath him, shattering them into flying splinters. A confident smile appeared on his face as he imagined the possibilities. If he swung the spear at its normal weight to build up speed, then suddenly injected his ability right before impact and pushed it to 6 tons, the combination of momentum and crushing mass would be enough to smash through almost any opponent. Standing in the middle of the wrecked floor, Xu Jingming understood one problem clearly. Once the spear's weight spiked, controlling the follow-through became extremely difficult, but that only proved how deadly this weapon could be. After his friends left, he decided he would return to the thunderstorm zone and train with it properly. The next day at noon, Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan stood outside Xu Jingming's accommodation to say goodbye. Before leaving, they told him that once school started again, they would still need him to guide them. Xu Jingming smiled warmly at the two girls, his expression softening as he thanked them for coming all this way and spending the holiday with him. He stood there and waved as the two of them got into a red sports car and drove away together, the vehicle quickly disappearing down the road. Once he was alone again, Xu Jingming stretched his arms and prepared to move out. He had less than a week left inside the secret realm, so he needed to rush back into the thunderstorm zone and gather as many thunder crystal cores as he possibly could. As Xu Jingming headed toward his destination, a suited subordinate watched from the shadows. Speaking quietly through an earpiece, the man reported that the target was entering the thunderstorm zone and urged his superior to hurry over. Elsewhere, Li Wanying was relaxing in a luxurious room when the message arrived on her phone. The moment she heard it, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately agreed to head there at once. As Li Wanying rose from her seat and prepared to leave, a man in the room noticed her movement and casually asked where she was going. A sinister red gleam flashed in Li Wanying's eyes as she turned toward her older brother. She told him she was going to pick up his birthday present, claiming it was something she had spent a long time carefully preparing. Li Shanglin smiled with calm confidence after hearing that. Clearly intrigued, he said he was looking forward to seeing what kind of gift she had prepared for him. Meanwhile, deep inside the forested thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming stood beside the bloody, fur-covered corpse of a large beast. With almost no effort, he yanked his new S-Class spear free from the body he had just pierced. Then his gaze shifted slightly. Sensing the presence behind him, Xu Jingming looked over his shoulder and calmly called out to the people hiding nearby, pointing out that they had been following him for quite a while. Uncle Li stepped out from the thick foliage, with two suited subordinates following close beside him. He clapped slowly and praised the young university student, saying that for someone only at high-rank Tier 3, Xu Jingming's perception was surprisingly sharp. Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes as he looked over the unfamiliar group. His voice turned cold as he said he did not recognize them and demanded to know why they had been tracking him. At that moment, Li Wanning walked out from behind her men, dressed in black and carrying herself with arrogant confidence. She lifted her chin and declared that even if he did not know her retainers, he should at least remember her. Xu Jingming recognized her as the woman from the auction and asked whether they had come to steal his S-class spear. Li Wanning corrected him with a cruel smile, saying she intended to take his life as well, though she mockingly sighed that it was a shame to waste such a handsome face, since he might have become the leader of her harem if only he had not crossed her. Xu Jingming remained calm, even in the face of her threat. He simply questioned how vicious she had to be, wanting not only his newly purchased weapon, but his life along with it. Li Wanning smiled even more wickedly and declared that the weak had no right to speak in front of the strong. She ordered him to kneel and kowtow if he wanted a quick death, warning that if he resisted, she would make him suffer slowly before killing him. Xu Jingming actually agreed with her twisted idea about strength deciding everything. Then, without another word, he activated his ability, and fierce golden lightning erupted from his body like a storm breaking loose. His hair rose under the force of the electricity, glowing brightly as arcs of raw power surged around him. Xu Jingming coldly remarked that, because they had failed to properly investigate him, they had completely misunderstood who was truly stronger here. The terrifying intensity of his aura burst outward in a shockwave, forcing Li Wanning back and leaving her staring in complete confusion. She could not understand how his strength had suddenly climbed to such a horrifying level. Xu Jingming grinned fiercely as he judged the strength of the enemies in front of him. There were 2 Tier 4 mid-ranks and 2 Tier 4 low ranks, yet he showed no fear at all and mockingly invited all of them to attack him together. Uncle Li immediately realized that the situation had become dangerous. Panic flashed through his face as he ordered his 3 suited subordinates to strike with everything they had and attack the glowing student together. The 4 men lunged forward at the same time, but Xu Jingming only raised one hand, electricity crackling violently around his palm as he unleashed his divine lightning technique. In an instant, massive pillars of blinding electricity crashed down from the sky. Each bolt struck with terrifying precision, slamming into Uncle Li and all of his henchmen at the same time. The overwhelming voltage crushed the attackers straight into the scorched ground, leaving them completely overwhelmed beneath the brutal force of the lightning. Li Wanning watched her entire elite escort get wiped out in a single move, and all the color drained from her face. Trembling uncontrollably, she realized she had to run for her life immediately. She turned in desperation and tried to flee, but panic made her movements clumsy. After only a few steps, her foot caught on a branch, and she stumbled helplessly. Li Wanning crashed hard onto the forest floor, then looked up in pure terror. Xu Jingming was already looming over her with an intimidating presence, coldly telling her that now it was her turn. She scrambled backward through the dirt, horrified and unable to keep her voice steady as she asked who he really was and how a mere student could possess such terrifying strength. Xu Jingming calmly repeated that he was a student of Magic City Ability University, then sarcastically reminded her that she had been the one confidently trying to murder him moments earlier. Terrified, Li Wanning continued crawling backward on the ground, tears gathering in her eyes as she admitted she had been wrong. She begged Xu Jingming to spare her life, promising him tens of billions in cash and guaranteed safe passage if he let her go. As her fear grew even stronger, she clutched her chest and made an even more desperate offer. She said she could personally serve him, insisting that she was no less attractive than the 2 women who had been standing by his side. Xu Jingming rejected her offer without the slightest hesitation. His voice was cold as he said his excellent friends could never be compared to someone whose body had been ruined by lust and drugs, then added with open disgust that he was a germaphobe and found her far too dirty to touch. That insult shattered Li Wanning's pitiful act completely. Humiliation and rage twisted her face as she cursed him, screaming that if he dared kill her, her father and brother would slaughter his entire family and skin him alive. Xu Jingming was not moved by her gruesome threats at all. He simply accepted her so-called terms with chilling calm, then raised a hand as intense golden electricity gathered around his palm. With one swift motion, he brought his hand down, and a massive pillar of lightning descended directly onto Li Wanning with devastating force. Smoke rose from what remained after the lightning strike, but Xu Jingming only turned away from the scene. In his mind, anyone who chose to kill others had to be ready to die themselves, and he decided not to loot their space rings, knowing that elite families often hid tracking devices inside such belongings. At the same time, inside a luxurious estate, an automated warning suddenly blared through the room. The system announced that the user of smart wristband number 003 had lost all vital signs. Li Shenglin had been sitting comfortably on his sofa, but the warning made him jolt upright in shock. He immediately recognized that the wristband number belonged to his younger sister, Li Wanning. Fury flashed across his face as he demanded to know who had dared murder his little sister. Without wasting a second, he ordered his men to lock onto her final location immediately. Uncle Li checked his device and quickly reported that the wristband's connection had been completely lost, though its last signal had come from the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Shanglin was bewildered, unable to understand how she could have suffered a fatal accident there when she was supposedly going to collect his birthday present. He quickly ordered Uncle Li to contact his sister's guard squad and find out exactly what had happened. But after checking a tablet, Uncle Li's expression turned grim as he reported that all 4 members of the squad had also lost their vital signs and could no longer be reached. Li Shanglin's eyes narrowed with anger and disbelief as he realized the truth. Uncle Li and the entire escort team had been wiped out, and he could not imagine who had enough overwhelming strength to kill those veteran guards before they could even send a warning. Uncle Li theorized that the killer might have been a peak Tier 4 expert, or perhaps the guards had simply underestimated their opponent. He also noted that whoever did it had been cautious enough to leave the storage rings behind, which made tracking the culprit much harder. When the uncle cautiously asked whether they should report this to the family head, Li Shanglin rejected the idea immediately. His father was currently in secluded cultivation, trying to break through to Tier 7 Grand Master, so Li Shanglin ordered the uncle to trace Li Wanying's recent movements and contacts first and find a lead from there. The uncle accepted the command at once and lowered his head to operate the device in his hand. Beside him, Li Shanglin sat there with a dark expression, rubbing his temples in frustration as he waited for answers. After reviewing the information, the uncle reported that aside from an old conflict with the Wang family, Li Wanying's most recent notable activity was trying to buy an S-class spear as a birthday gift for her brother. But 2 days earlier, someone else had outbid her and taken the weapon away. Li Shanglin's eyes sharpened instantly, and he demanded to know the buyer's name. The uncle quickly identified him as Xu Jingming, a student from Magic City Ability University who had entered with an S-class pass, then listed his background: a top provincial scorer, a Tier 3 ability user, and an S-rank genius. The moment Li Shanglin remembered his sister saying she was going to fetch his birthday present, everything clicked into place. He pointed forward with certainty and concluded that Xu Jingming had to be the killer, though the uncle carefully warned him that targeting an S-rank genius could bring serious trouble. But Li Shanglin was already swallowed by rage and grief. He brushed aside the warning without hesitation, vowing that no matter how important Xu Jingming's status was, a life had to be paid with a life. He suddenly rose from the sofa and ordered his uncle to come with him. Li Shanglin planned to wait at the exit of the thunderstorm zone and ambush Xu Jingming there, even telling the older man to help execute the student if he failed to do it himself. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Xu Jingming remained calm as he crouched beside a fallen beast. With a small knife in hand, he carefully carved out a glowing purple thunder crystal core from the creature's corpse. Looking at his newest prize, Xu Jingming smiled with satisfaction and counted up his gains. He had slain 17 Tier 4 Thunder Beasts in total, earned 4,250 ability points, and collected 17 crystal cores, which was finally enough for him to complete his breakthrough and liquefy his lightning in one uninterrupted session. With the resources he needed now gathered, Xu Jingming turned away from the bloody scene and walked through the dense forest, leaving the blood-stained ground behind as he prepared to return. At a security checkpoint, the Heaven's Mandate sect's red-robed Archbishop Bloodkill stepped forward and handed his pass to the receptionist with a calm, unreadable expression. Using the false name Zhang Heng and a C-class pass, he was granted 24 hours of access to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret area. The receptionist returned the pass politely and reminded him to make good use of the time he had been given. Bloodkill smiled with dark satisfaction. To him, 24 hours was more than enough to finish his mission, and in his mind, the S-rank student Xu Jingming had already reached the end of the road. Near one of the exit tunnels, several men in black suits had already taken position, standing quietly as they watched everyone who passed by. Some nearby onlookers noticed them and began whispering. One of them pointed out that those men belonged to the Li family and had been watching the area for days, meaning whoever they were waiting for was probably about to run into serious misfortune. The moment Xu Jingming walked out, one of the Li family men immediately spotted him. He pressed his earpiece and quickly reported to his young master that the target had appeared. Xu Jingming slowed to a stop, his brows drawing together slightly as he sensed the sudden attention locking onto him from the surroundings. In the next instant, Li Shanglin dropped down from above with a spear in hand. His voice rang out in fury as he shouted Xu Jingming's name and demanded that he repay a blood debt with blood. Seeing the attacker's peak Tier 4 strength and the spear in his hands, Xu Jingming calmly guessed that this must be Li Shanglin. Even with the attack coming straight at him, he remained unbothered and even regretted that if he had known they would find him so quickly, he should not have destroyed the rings he took earlier, since that had cost him millions. Li Shanglin landed heavily, anger written all over his face, and demanded to know whether Xu Jingming had killed his sister, Li Wanying. Xu Jingming replied with perfect calm, asking why he bothered asking when he clearly already knew the answer. The bystanders heard the exchange and immediately erupted in shock. None of them expected Li Wanying to be dead, and while one person muttered that her arrogance had finally brought disaster on herself, another could not help feeling sorry for Xu Jingming, knowing the powerful Li family would never let this go. Li Shanglin trembled with anger, his eyes burning as he demanded to know why Xu Jingming had killed her. Xu Jingming showed no guilt at all. He simply said that Li Wanying had tried to kill him and steal his belongings, but failed, so he killed her instead, What other reason could possibly be needed? Li Shenglin snarled that even if his sister had made mistakes, Xu Jingming had no right to kill her, because the Li family stood behind her. Xu Jingming did not bother arguing with that twisted logic and only said that words were meaningless, since fights were always decided by whoever was stronger. As his power erupted, Xu Jingming's form changed before everyone's eyes. His hair turned white, golden lightning wrapped around his body, and he coldly challenged Li Shenglin to prove whether he or the Li family truly had the ability to hurt him. The crowd stared in awe as they recognized him as the S-rank genius from Magic City University. They were amazed that a 19-year-old freshman had already reached high-rank Tier 3. Though someone in the crowd still believed that such a genius would probably die young today. Li Shenglin laughed at Xu Jingming's rank and activated his own ability. His body expanded into a huge, muscular, wolf-like beast with glowing purple eyes, and he arrogantly declared that he alone was enough to kill this student. Xu Jingming gripped his spear as golden lightning surged around him, then charged straight at the towering beast without the slightest fear. Li Shenglin met him head-on, refusing to retreat even half a step. He mocked Xu Jingming for daring to fight him at close range, calling it nothing but a death wish. Their spears slammed together with explosive force, and the collision released a blinding burst of energy that swept across the area. But to Li Shanglin's shock, he was the one completely overpowered. The impact blasted him backward before he could even steady his footing. His massive beast body crashed hard onto the concrete, tearing up the ground as he slid helplessly across the surface. Pain shot through Li Shanglin's body, and he ground his teeth in disbelief. He could not understand how Xu Jingming, a lower-ranked student, could possess physical strength that surpassed his own. Forced down onto one knee, the battered beast finally realized how absurd the situation was. As a peak Tier 4 physical-type user, he should have been able to crush a lower-ranked lightning ability user with raw strength, yet here he was losing in a direct clash. Xu Jingming gathered powerful golden lightning into his hand and looked down at his enemy coldly. He said that he usually enjoyed taking his time in a fight, but today, he wanted to finish this quickly. Then, Xu Jingming unleashed his heavenly lightning attack. A huge pillar of golden electricity tore down from above and struck Li Shenglin directly. The beast roared in agony as the lightning scorched his body. Fear finally surged through Li Shanglin's heart, because he knew that if this fight continued, he really would die here. Collapsed on the ground and badly beaten, Li Shenglin no longer cared about pride. He shouted desperately for his uncle to save him. The older man immediately sprang into action. Flames burst around his fists as he charged toward Xu Jingming with terrifying speed. From a distance, the watching crowd recognized the attacker as Butler Li Quan, a powerful Tier 5 expert. Seeing such a massive gap in strength, they instantly assumed Xu Jingming was doomed. But Xu Jingming did not turn his focus away from Li Shenglin. He unleashed heavenly lightning once more, calling down another deadly pillar of golden electricity onto the already defeated young master. Butler Li Quan's face twisted in horror as he realized what was happening. He shouted for his young master. But by then, everything had already gone terribly wrong. When the dust began to clear, the crowd was left stunned. Xu Jingming had used that second lightning strike to kill Li Shenglin instantly. And while everyone was shocked by the lethal force of an S-rank ability, they were even more confused about how the student had survived the butler's fiery attack. As the smoke faded, Xu Jingming stood there completely unharmed. A blue energy shield surrounded him, blocking the flames from reaching his body, and he realized that he had been forced to use the life-saving item his teacher had given him, an incredibly powerful ancient protective item. Butler Li Quan immediately understood that breaking through that shield would not be easy. He leapt backward to create distance, deciding that he had to contact his master right away. Pressing his earpiece, the butler quickly delivered the devastating news to the Li family head. He confirmed that both the young master and the young miss had been killed near the entrance. That terrible report soon reached the vast Li family estate. Consumed by rage, the Li family head smashed straight through the roof of his mansion and shot high into the air, his fury shaking the entire estate. The grieving father roared his son's name into the sky, his voice filled with unbearable pain and murderous anger. Driven forward by that overwhelming power, he cuts through the open sky like a blazing meteor, his body tearing toward the battlefield at terrifying speed. Xu Jingming's expression turns sharp and grave in an instant, as he suddenly feels a frightening presence descending from high above and rushing straight toward them. The Li family head slams down into the ground with explosive force, cracking the concrete beneath his feet and blasting a heavy shockwave outward in every direction. His face twists with fury as he fixes a murderous glare on the student before him, roaring that Xu Jingming has truly gone too far after killing both of his children. Still burning with rage, the family head suddenly turns his anger toward the butler, Li Quan, snarling at his servant and calling him useless for failing to protect his children. Without giving Li Quan even a moment to react, the enraged master strikes his own servant, catching the stunned butler completely off guard as a sinister red energy surges out. Li Quan lets out a horrible scream as the red aura wraps around him like a choking curse, draining away his life force until the once powerful expert shrivels into a dry, lifeless husk. Now replenished by that stolen energy, the man's eyes glow with a blood-red light as he turns his cold, savage gaze back onto Xu Jingming and declares that the young student will be next. Xu Jingming tightens both hands around his spear, sweat sliding down his face as he steadies his breathing and prepares himself for the terrifying danger standing in front of him. But before the furious man can launch his attack, a gray-haired elder steps directly between them with several guards at his side. He is Wang Gu, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm, and he calmly asks Li Konghai what exactly he thinks he is doing. The surrounding crowd freezes in shock the moment Branchmaster Wang appears, because everyone knows he is the only Tier 7 Grandmaster present, and when they notice Instructor Wu and several other top fighters arriving as well, it becomes obvious that the organization has come out in full force to protect Xu Jingming. Surrounded by enemies and forced to face a Tier 7 Grandmaster head-on, Li Konghai clenches his teeth so hard his jaw trembles. In his heart he curses bitterly, realizing that his chance to kill the boy today has slipped away. Forcing down the killing intent boiling inside him, Li Konghai swallows his humiliation and lowers his posture, greeting Branchmaster Wang with a respectful expression. As the tense atmosphere briefly settles, Zhang Luo rushes over to his friend's side. He quickly tells Xu Jingming that with the Branchmaster here, Li Konghai will not dare cause trouble anymore, and Xu Jingming finally lets out a relieved breath before thanking him. Branchmaster Wang turns to Xu Jingming with a faint smile, saying that Instructor Wu has already told him about the students' impressive battles. He praises Xu Jingming as truly remarkable, and Xu Jingming accepts the compliment with polite modesty. But while everyone's attention is fixed on the confrontation in front of them, someone else is secretly watching from the shadows. Behind the crowd, a dark figure stands silently, observing the powerful figures gathered together. That hidden watcher is Bloodkill, the assassin concealed beneath a disguise. A wicked smile creeps across his face as he thinks that with so many important targets gathered in one place, the slaughter he is about to unleash will be far easier. Branchmaster Wang Gu reassures Xu Jingming that as long as he is inside the Thunder Secret Realm, they will make sure he is protected. Xu Jingming responds with a respectful thank you. Seeing Wang Gu take control of the situation, the crowd slowly begins to relax, believing the conflict has finally come to an end. After all, even an enraged Li Konghai would not dare act recklessly in front of a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But right in the middle of those unsuspecting bystanders, the disguised assassin suddenly makes his move. A violent burst of dark red energy erupts from him as he surges forward, the force of it blasting the nearby onlookers away and scattering them like leaves in a storm. An overwhelming explosion of aura tears through the area, and in that instant, the disguise hiding his true identity is completely shattered. With a crazed expression spreading across his face, the attacker reveals himself as Bloodkill, a red-robed archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. He announces that he has come under orders to annihilate the Thunder Secret Realm, declaring that both Wang Gu and Xu Jingming are doomed. Branchmaster Wang Gu's face changes immediately as he realizes the enemy before them is no ordinary assassin, but a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster from the infamous cult. Bloodkill's icy gaze settles on Xu Jingming, and even he has to acknowledge the young man's monstrous talent. A Tier 3 high-rank fighter whose strength already surpasses a peak Tier 4 could very well become a martial saint one day, but Bloodkill says with cruel satisfaction that Xu Jingming's growth ends here today. With a mocking smirk, Bloodkill tells the young genius to call that space-type Grandmaster from his university if he wants help. Then he laughs at the thought, certain that the distance is far too great for her to teleport all the way here in time. But Xu Jingming does not look frightened at all. If anything, he only seems slightly irritated as he silently criticizes the arrogance of this Tier 8 Grandmaster, knowing full well that Bloodkill has badly underestimated Vice Principal Ling Shuang's terrifying ability as an S-rank space-type user. A confident smile rises on Xu Jingming's face as he wonders why his enemies always start celebrating before the battle is truly over. Raising the protective talisman in his hand, he decides to give Bloodkill exactly what he so arrogantly asked for. Xu Jingming closes his fingers tightly around the talisman, and with a sharp crack, crushes it directly in his palm. In the very next instant, a huge and intricate blue magic circle spreads open across the sky above him, its glowing patterns shining with dazzling light. From the center of that radiant portal, Vice Principal Ling Shuang descends gracefully, her figure surrounded by swirling dreamlike energy as she steps into the battlefield. The onlookers stare upward in complete awe, barely able to believe that the university's Tier 8 Grandmaster has appeared before their eyes so suddenly. As Ling Shuang's terrifying aura presses down over the battlefield, the crowd is immediately filled with relief, convinced that with her here, they are finally safe. From the sidelines, Li Konghai breaks out in a cold sweat as he watches everything unfold. He can hardly believe that a mere student possesses the backing to summon a Tier 8 Grandmaster, and as he grits his teeth, he feels overwhelmingly thankful that he did not attack earlier. If he had, the entire Li family would have been dragged into disaster. Hovering above the battlefield, Ling Shuang looks down at the assassin with a calm, chilling gaze, remarking that the remnants of the Heaven's Mandate sect really do linger like ghosts that refuse to disappear. Bloodkill is visibly thrown off by her sudden arrival, because according to what he knows, Ling Shuang's maximum teleportation range should not exceed 500 kilometers. Ling Shuang calmly reveals the trap, explaining that she deliberately kept news of her recent breakthrough hidden because she had already predicted that the stubborn cultists would eventually take the bait. Bloodkill's expression stiffens as he feels the overwhelming force radiating from her body, finally realizing that Ling Shuang has already advanced to the level of a Tier 8 mid-rank Grandmaster. Knowing that he is completely outmatched as a B-class ability user facing an S-class opponent, panic flashes across Bloodkill's face, and he immediately turns to flee. But Ling Shuang simply raises her hand, projecting a glowing magic circle from her palm, as she coldly tells him that it is far too late to run now. In an instant, a massive hexagonal energy barrier takes shape around Bloodkill, forming the spatial yin-yang domain and cutting off his escape completely. The enormous spherical domain seals the assassin inside like a prison of space itself, while Ling Shuang remains outside, calmly maintaining control over the entire barrier. With one swift downward slash of her hand, she sends a razor-sharp crescent of spatial energy, slicing straight toward him. Refusing to be defeated so easily, Bloodkill roars in desperation and releases a storm of dark red energy to meet the attack, shouting that killing him will not be that simple. Their opposing powers collide violently inside the barrier, sending waves of red and blue energy erupting through the sealed space. Then the two powerful fighters launch themselves at each other, closing the distance in a blur of terrifying speed. Down below, Xu Jingming and Branchmaster Wang Gu watch from a safe distance as explosive shockwaves of red and blue energy slam against the reinforced walls of the spatial domain, the barrier containing the destruction and protecting the surrounding area from being torn apart. Realizing that a battle of this level will not end quickly, Wang Gu immediately takes command of the forces on the ground. He orders his supervisors and instructor Wu to remain nearby and support the vice principal, while another group coordinates with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to evacuate the citizens in the surrounding area. Wang Gu then advises Xu Jingming to leave with Supervisor Zhang for his own safety, but Xu Jingming refuses politely, choosing instead to stay where he is. Xu Jingming calmly reasons that if he runs away now, it might only create more trouble for his vice principal. He is confident that Bloodkill is no match for Ling Shuang, and even if the worst somehow happens, she can easily teleport him to safety. Besides, being able to witness a clash between two Tier 8 Grandmasters up close is an incredibly rare chance to learn. Half an hour later, the fierce battle finally comes to an end. Ling Shuang descends gracefully onto the heavily ruined ground, standing above a battered, exhausted Bloodkill who has been beaten down completely. With every last bit of strength drained from his body, the badly wounded assassin could no longer hold himself up. His knees gave out, his body pitched forward, and he crashed face first onto the cold concrete, lying there motionless in complete defeat. Xu Jingming stared at the fallen Grandmaster, his eyes narrowing slightly as his mind drifted straight to his system. After all, this man had cultivated the God's Blood secret art, and Xu Jingming couldn't help wondering how many ability points an expert like that would be worth if he died here. Not far away, Zhang Luo was still sweating from the pressure of everything he had just witnessed. Looking at Vice Principal Ling's terrifying strength, he could only marvel in silence. From the very beginning, the assassin had been completely locked down, trapped, and overwhelmed, as if his defeat had already been decided before the fight even truly began. Xu Jingming turned toward his senior brother and asked whether he had ever personally seen Ling Shuang take action before. Zhang Luo shook his head and admitted he never had, explaining that she was even harder to catch sight of than the university's head principal. Then, glancing at Xu Jingming, he couldn't help pointing out how unusually well she treated him, especially after giving him something as precious as a space talisman. Xu Jingming let out a helpless sigh, his gaze dropping slightly as he muttered that the talisman had been his only life-saving trump card, and now it was completely used up. Zhang Luo looked at him with a half-amused expression and reminded him that just having one of those treasures was already an unbelievable luxury, then teasingly asked if he was seriously expecting to receive another one. Zhang Luo continued joking, saying that if Xu Jingming really got another one, then Vice Principal Ling might as well be his personal nanny. But the words had barely left his mouth when Ling Shuang quietly appeared behind them, her calm voice cutting in as she asked what exactly they were talking about. The moment Zhang Luo realized who had come up behind them, his entire body froze stiff. Cold sweat rushed down his face as he awkwardly straightened up, then forced out a trembling greeting to the intimidating Grandmaster standing right there. Ling Shuang paid no attention to the awkward atmosphere and simply turned her gaze toward Xu Jingming. With a composed expression, she reminded him that the Heaven's Mandate sect was still active and might strike again. As she spoke, a fresh blue glow gathered in her hand, forming into another space talisman. She handed it to him and told him to crush it if he ever encountered danger again. Xu Jingming accepted it immediately, so excited that he almost called her his nanny before catching himself and correcting the words at the last second. Watching this happen right in front of him, Zhang Luo felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. His earlier joke had actually come true, and he was practically screaming inside. She had really given Xu Jingming another priceless artifact, as if she truly had become his personal protector. After that, Ling Shuang walked over to Branchmaster Wang Gu and began giving instructions for the aftermath. Her voice remained calm, but every word carried authority. She ordered that the true details of the battle be locked down completely and never spread outside. Instead, she wanted him to release a false statement claiming she had suffered heavy injuries and was temporarily unable to use her space-type abilities. Wang Gu immediately understood and agreed to carry it out. As Wang Gu listened, his eyes sharpened with admiration. He quickly realized just how clever the plan was. If the Heaven's Mandate sect believed the false report, they would think Ling Shuang was weakened and vulnerable, only to walk straight into her trap, and with any luck, the cult might lose yet another Tier 8 archbishop. Ling Shuang then gave Wang Gu one more order. Xu Jingming's battle records had to remain sealed as well, so his true capabilities would stay hidden before the National University League. Once that matter was settled, the softness in her face disappeared, and her attention shifted coldly toward the Li family. Her gaze swept over them as she condemned what the Li family had done. Killing someone for treasure was already unforgivable, and trying to silence the victim afterward made the crime even worse. Her voice turned stern as she demanded to know where the family head, Li Kanghai, was hiding. A terrified Li Kanghai stepped forward at once, his face tense and drained of confidence. Ling Shuang looked down at him and harshly rebuked him for allowing his children's crimes to grow so far, then declared that his own deliberate attempt to murder a student was an extremely serious offense. As punishment, she sentenced him to 20 years in prison and coldly asked whether he accepted her judgment. Li Kanghai was completely stunned. The moment he heard the words 20 years, the color drained from his face, and he stood there in disbelief, as if the sentence had crushed the last bit of strength in him. But faced with a Tier 8 Grandmaster, he had no room to resist and no courage to argue. His legs finally buckled beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, lowering his head as he accepted the punishment forced upon him. The surrounding crowd immediately broke into low murmurs. Some people whispered about how fiercely the university protected its students, while others shook their heads and said the Li family had only themselves to blame for ending up in such a ruined state. Wang Gu looked at Li Kanghai, kneeling there like a broken man, and silently reached his own conclusion. The Li family was finished. With its core members dead and its leader locked away for decades, there was no chance this family would ever rise again. After settling the Li family's fate, Ling Shuang turned back to Xu Jingming and warned him to remain cautious, since the Heaven's Mandate sect might still come after him again. Seeing that she seemed to be in a surprisingly agreeable mood, Xu Jingming put on a bold little smile and cheekily asked whether he deserved a reward for successfully acting as bait. Off to the side, Zhang Luo nearly lost control of his expression again. He was screaming inside for the second time, completely unable to believe that his junior brother actually had the nerve to ask a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster for a reward right to her face. But to Zhang Luo's even greater shock, Ling Shuang did not get angry at all. She only paused for a moment, looked at Xu Jingming calmly, and asked what kind of reward he wanted, leaving Zhang Luo utterly dumbfounded that she was genuinely considering it. Only then did Xu Jingming realize she had taken his joke seriously. He quickly smiled, lifted both hands in a harmless gesture, and explained that he had only been teasing after already receiving a second priceless space talisman. He admitted that asking for anything more would be far too greedy. Ling Shuang's lips curved into a rare, gentle smile. She remarked that it had been a very long time since anyone had dared to joke with her so casually. Then, as a soft blue light gathered around her hand, she revealed that she had actually prepared something specifically for him. In her palm appeared a beautiful pendant necklace, glowing faintly with blue light. The artifact shimmered like it held a quiet power inside, and Ling Shuang lifted it toward Xu Jingming with a calm, almost gentle offer. Xu Jingming hesitated the moment he saw the glowing blue pendant, just from the aura radiating off it. He could tell this was no ordinary treasure. Its power was clearly far beyond the Tier 7 talisman his teacher had once given him. Ling Shuang confirmed his suspicion, telling him it was a Tier 8 talisman capable of blocking an attack from a mid-rank Grandmaster. Since it no longer served much purpose for her, she offered it to him directly as his reward. Xu Jingming accepted the artifact with both gratitude and excitement, then immediately declared his loyalty to the vice principal. Ling Shuang, however, calmly brushed the promise aside and told him there was no need for such words. What mattered most was that he focus properly on his cultivation. As Xu Jingming carefully fastened the new talisman onto his wrist, Zhang Luo watched from the side with eyes full of silent longing. He said nothing, but deep down he couldn't help wishing he had one of those treasures too. Seeing Ling Shuang rise lightly into the air, Wang Gu's thoughts shifted. From the way she treated Xu Jingming, it was obvious just how much she valued this young student, and Wang Gu silently decided that from now on, it would be wise to stay on Xu Jingming's good side. Ling Shuang then looked toward Xu Jingming and asked whether he had finished handling everything here. She suggested that they return to Magic City Ability University together for the start of the new term. Xu Jingming answered politely, but he shook his head and explained that he still had some unfinished business to take care of. When Ling Shuang asked how much more time he needed, Xu Jingming thought for a moment before answering that it would probably take another 2 days. To his surprise, Ling Shuang did not urge him to hurry or refuse his request. Instead, she calmly decided that she would wait for him, promising that once his cultivation was complete, she would personally escort him back. Xu Jingming smiled and accepted her offer without hesitation, while Zhang Luo stood nearby with sweat sliding down his face and envy practically written all over him. In his mind, he still couldn't believe that such a high-ranking Grand Master was really acting like a personal guardian for one student. Later, inside his luxurious villa, Xu Jingming slowly woke up in bed. His eyes were still heavy with sleep, his expression groggy, and he reached for his phone almost out of habit to check the time. The instant he saw it, every trace of sleep vanished from his face. Panic rushed through him as he realized he had slept for 2 entire days without waking up. He bolted out of his room in a hurry, complaining under his breath that he only had 2 hours left inside the Thunder's secret realm to comprehend the liquefying lightning. Every second suddenly felt painfully precious. Xu Jingming sprinted down the hallway, but after only a short distance, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ahead of him, Ling Shuang was calmly meditating in midair, her figure floating within rings of glowing blue magical runes. Without even turning around, Ling Shuang quietly asked whether he had rested well. Xu Jingming answered that he had, but his voice was tight with anxiety as he quickly added that he had almost no time left to finish his lightning training. Ling Shuang calmly told him not to panic, then revealed that the time limit no longer mattered. Branch Master Wang had upgraded his S-Class pass into a permanent one, meaning he could continue using the realm without rushing. Relief instantly washed over Xu Jingming, and he thanked her with obvious gratitude. Ling Shuang clarified that she had not done very much herself. The upgrade had been Wang Gu's own decision because he valued Xu Jingming's potential. But Xu Jingming immediately guessed the real reason behind it, understanding that Wang Gu had most likely made the gesture out of respect for her. Ling Shuang did not deny it, but she added that Wang Gu still did not know about Xu Jingming's true SS rank talent. If he had known that, the permanent upgrade would have been guaranteed regardless. Then her tone became more serious as she warned Xu Jingming to prepare himself, because once the National University League began, his true rank would inevitably be exposed. When Xu Jingming asked what exactly he needed to prepare for, Ling Shuang listed the dangers one by one: wealth, power, fame, and women. She reminded him that an SS rank talent like his had not appeared in 4 years, so once people learned the truth, countless temptations would be placed in front of him, and he had to guard his mind carefully. Xu Jingming listened respectfully and assured her that he understood. Ling Shuang continued, saying that compared with wealth and power, the thing she was most worried about was temptation from women. In her eyes, that was the most common and dangerous trap used by foreign factions against young geniuses. Then she stepped a little closer, her gaze becoming strangely intense as she made an unexpectedly suggestive offer. If the 2 girls beside him were unable to satisfy his needs, he could tell her directly, and she would personally help him resolve the issue. Xu Jingming was completely caught off guard by the outrageous statement. His face flushed red almost instantly, and he stumbled over his words in embarrassment, awkwardly insisting that such extreme measures would definitely not be necessary. The tense and strange atmosphere was finally broken when Ling Shuang calmly called for someone outside to come in. Both she and Xu Jingming turned toward the doorway as the person waiting there stepped forward. Branch Master Wang Gu entered with Zhang Luo at his side. Looking at Xu Jingming, Wang Gu reassured him that the hostile Li Kanghai had already been imprisoned, and with that matter settled, the Li family would no longer be able to pose any threat to him. Xu Jingming smiled and gave Wang Gu a sincere thanks, both for dealing with the Li family's situation and for upgrading his pass to permanent access. Wang Gu simply waved off the gratitude, saying he was only doing what he should to nurture the country's top geniuses. Then, as if the permanent pass were not enough, he announced that he had also arranged 24 hours of access to the highest floor of the Thunder Tower, specifically for Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly thanked Branch Master Wang once again for granting him such valuable access. Behind him, Ling Shuang silently raised her hand, and a glowing golden teleportation portal began to form in the air. Ling Shuang gave Xu Jingming a light push from behind, guiding him toward the golden portal as if the trip was already decided. Her tone stayed calm and effortless as she offered to take him to the Thunder Tower herself. Just before stepping into the glowing portal, Xu Jingming turned back toward Zhang Luo and said farewell to his senior brother. He promised that once his cultivation was finished, he would head straight back to school. Zhang Luo lifted his hand and waved him off, saying he had come here specifically to see him leave safely. Branch Master Wang Gu and Zhang Luo stood where they were, watching the golden light swallow Xu Jingming and Ling Shuang. In the next instant, the portal flashed brightly, then vanished completely from the room. At the Thunder Tower, terrifying bolts of raw green energy tore down from above, crashing against the building's outer walls again and again. The entire tower stood wrapped in violent arcs of power, like a fortress being struck by an endless storm. On the highest floor, Xu Jingming sat cross-legged at the center of the raging energy. Around him, fierce golden lightning exploded through the air, striking and twisting in every direction as if the entire space had turned into a thunder prison. The golden flashes reflected in Xu Jingming's eyes as he carefully sensed the energy around him. He quickly realized that the lightning here was far purer than what he had experienced on the 100th floor, and it felt much closer to the true source of thunder itself. He slowly raised one hand into the storm, focusing all of his attention on the violent arcs gathering around him. Bit by bit, he drew the raw, jagged lightning into his palm, trying to feel its structure and uncover the true nature hidden inside its chaos. 17 hours passed in that terrifying environment, and at last his relentless training began to bear fruit. The unstable arcs flickering across his hand gradually compressed inward, turning denser and brighter until they began flowing like a glowing liquid. Xu Jingming opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. As the liquid lightning slipped and curled over his fingers, he knew without a doubt that he had finally crossed the threshold and mastered the liquefaction stage. Rising to his feet, he casually controlled the liquid energy and shaped it into a swirling golden sphere, tightly condensed and pulsing with power. Just looking at it, he could tell that if he threw lightning in this form, the damage it caused would be devastating. Wanting a clear picture of how much he had improved, Xu Jingming called up his holographic system interface. The glowing panel appeared in front of him, ready to display every change in his current attributes. The screen lit up with his full stats, showing his SS rank ability, his greatly increased vitality and spirit, his various combat skills, and a remaining balance of more than 18,000 ability points. After looking over the numbers, Xu Jingming quickly judged that 18,000 points still would not be enough to push him into Tier 4. Instead of forcing it, he decided to strengthen his combat techniques first and wait for the National University League to earn the ability points he needed for the next level. In his mind, he pictured the survival match of the upcoming tournament, where the main focus would be hunting beasts. Since that event was certain to contain plenty of Tier 5 monsters, it would be the perfect chance for him to gather a massive amount of ability points. With his plans settled, Xu Jingming chose to invest his points directly into his combat techniques. First, he upgraded his body forging skill, the indestructible thunder body, pushing it all the way to the 5th stage. The moment the upgrade took effect, a huge burst of energy erupted from his body. Lightning surged around him, his aura sharpened violently, and even his hair turned bright and wild as the transformation swept through him. Standing there in his enhanced state, Xu Jingming could barely hide his excitement. The upgrade had cost him 15,000 points, but the result was incredible. His vitality had risen by nearly 1,000 points in one breath. But after feeling how much stronger his physique had become, Xu Jingming immediately realized his offensive power needed to keep up as well. So he made another decision and prepared to raise his fist technique to the master level too. To test the strength of his upgraded power, Xu Jingming stepped forward and threw out a thunder fist. A concentrated blast of golden lightning erupted from his punch, roaring straight ahead with terrifying destructive force. Xu Jingming looked at the deep cracks left across the reinforced wall and smirked with satisfaction. Judging from that strike, he estimated he could now kill a peak Tier 5 beast in a single blow, and even in close combat against a Tier V monster, he should be able to fight on equal footing. With his training complete and his strength greatly improved, the wild brightness in his hair gradually settled back down. Xu Jingming turned away from the battered training space and walked toward the exit. When he stepped into the hallway, Ling Xuang was already waiting there. She looked at him closely, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes as she sensed the changes in his body. Ling Xuang noted that not only had he achieved lightning liquefaction, but his physical strength had also increased at an astonishing speed. Xu Jingming naturally hid the existence of his system and simply claimed he had been lucky enough to break through his indestructible thunder body to the 5th stage. The vice principal immediately remembered that this body forging technique had been created by Xu Jingming's teacher. She also recalled that she had personally approved his teacher's request for a precious SS rank Tier 8 Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence to support his cultivation. Now that Xu Jingming's business at the Thunder Tower was finished, Ling Xuang raised her hand and summoned another golden teleportation circle. As the light spread beneath them, the two prepared to return to the university. Inside a grand Gothic castle, two hooded subordinates knelt before the leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect. They reported that Archbishop Bloodkill had been slain by Ling Xuang, and because they had fallen for the university's false information, they believed Ling Xuang was heavily injured and could no longer protect Xu Jingming. With that assumption, they requested permission to resume the assassination attempts. One hooded cultist, his jagged teeth showing beneath the shadow of his cloak, could barely suppress his eagerness. He stepped forward and volunteered for the mission, swearing that he would personally execute the young genius. But the leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect did not agree. He told his followers that the sect had already lost far too much combat power under the country's extermination order, and at this point, continuing to target Xu Jingming was no longer a wise move. Instead, he ordered every cultist to stay hidden and wait quietly for the peak of the origin energy tide. That would be the moment their supreme god descended and granted them eternity. Hearing this, The loyal followers lowered their heads and began chanting praises to their god. Back at Magic City University, an exhausted Xu Jingming met with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. His face still carried the fatigue of his training as he explained that he had forced his ability into an extreme state for 17 straight hours just to break through. Seeing how drained he was, Ling Shuang calmly took out a glowing packet of senbei crackers and offered it to him. The snack looked simple at first glance, but the faint light around it made it clear that it was no ordinary food. Xu Jingming was immediately surprised when he recognized it. This was a rare B-class resource from a secret realm, something he had only heard about before, and this was the first time he had ever seen it in person. He took a bite, and the effect was almost instant. His exhausted body seemed to refill with energy in a single wave. Ling Shuang smiled gently and explained that the snack also brought good luck, hoping it would help him defeat Jing University in the National University League and claim first place. After that, Ling Shuang looked at Xu Jingming and directly asked him to take on the role of captain for Magic City University's team in the upcoming league. Xu Jingming glanced down at the packet of senbei crackers in his hand, then looked back at her with renewed determination. He accepted the position and vowed that no matter what happened, he would lead the team to the championship. Ling Shuang was clearly pleased with his answer. She told him that the final team roster would be posted on the school website the next morning, making his captain position official. The next morning, excited students gathered all across campus, many of them standing outside with their phones already in hand. Everyone was refreshing the school website, eager to see the newly announced team roster. The announcement quickly spread through the student body. Freshman Xu Jingming had been named team captain, senior Kong Shi was listed as vice captain, and senior Yao Fang was included as one of the official members. Some students immediately worried that letting a freshman lead the team was far too risky and argued that Kong Shi should have been captain instead. Others pushed back, pointing out that Kong Shi was only a mid-rank Tier 4 fighter and could not defeat Jing University's high-ranked Tier 4 opponents, which meant Xu Jingming was their only real hope of winning. Li Chengji stared at the announcement on his phone, his expression frozen with shock. The fact that Xu Jingming had become captain proved just how powerful he had become, and Li Chengji could only bitterly admit that there was no way he could compare himself to a monster like that. Elsewhere on campus, Qi Dongxia walked beside Song Chukyu and cheerfully congratulated her friend, teasing that her man had officially become captain. Song Chukyu quickly tried to brush it off, insisting that nothing had actually been confirmed between her and Xu Jingming. Qi Dongxia immediately brought up New Year's Eve, pointing out that Song Chukyu had gone to visit Xu Jingming that night. She was surprised her friend had not managed to win him over when they had such a rare chance to be alone. Song Chukyu then awkwardly revealed that she had actually brought senior sister Jiang with her. Qi Dongxia looked completely exasperated and asked why in the world Song Chukyu would bring along a romantic rival at a time like that. Song Chukyu answered honestly, saying Jiang was a good person, and if she had tried to sneak around behind her back, she would have felt guilty. When Qi Dongxia asked how anyone could possibly share romance so calmly, Song Chukyu admitted that she did not mind sharing Xu Jingming with Jiang. In fact, Jiang seemed to feel the same way about the situation. Qi Dongxia could not take it anymore. She raised a hand to her face and facepalmed hard, staring at her friend in complete disbelief. Song Chukyu continued reasoning it out, saying that with Xu Jingming's frightening growth speed, he was bound to attract more and more women in the future. If that was going to happen anyway, then sharing him with someone she already liked and trusted was easier to accept. Qi Dongxia finally gave up arguing with her. Song Chukyu then added that it was still too early to think too deeply about it, because Xu Jingming had not actually accepted either her or Jiang yet. Qi Dongxia warned her not to stay so relaxed. Once the National University League ended and Xu Jingming became famous, even more outstanding girls would come after him, and by then, the competition would only become harder. The moment Song Chukyu imagined even better girls approaching Xu Jingming, her calm expression changed. Qi Dongxia's warning had clearly touched the one thing she could not ignore. Song Chukyu's eyes grew serious as she finally realized she could not keep hesitating forever. If she wanted a place beside Xu Jingming, then she really did need to hurry up and make her move. At his master's house, Yang Zhentian listened to everything that had happened in the secret realm, his expression growing more approving as senior brother Zhang finished explaining the details. Looking at Xu Jingming, he praised him directly, saying that his decisions had been sharp, decisive, and exactly what the situation demanded. Yang Zhentian then told Xu Jingming that when a threat appeared, the cleanest solution was to remove it completely, because leaving loose ends behind would only create greater trouble later. Xu Jingming lowered his attitude respectfully and replied that he had only dared to take those risks because he had the protective talismans given to him by Yang Zhentian and Principal Ling. Yang Zhentian waved off the matter of his own talisman, saying that he had given it to Xu Jingming precisely so it could be used in a life-or-death moment. But when it came to Principal Ling, his tone became more serious, urging Xu Jingming to remember her protection and repay that favor properly. Xu Jingming nodded without hesitation and agreed. After that, Yang Zhentian looked at him with curiosity and asked just how strong his current combat power had become. Xu Jingming answered honestly, saying that in his normal state, his strength had already reached the peak of Tier 4, and if he entered his Thunderpole state, he should be able to fight against a low-rank Tier 4 opponent. Yang Zhentian's eyes widened slightly when he heard that. Even with all his experience, he was still shocked that a Tier 3 student could already possess enough combat power to stand against a Tier V expert. Xu Jingming explained with a calm expression that he had been lucky during cultivation. His indestructible thunder body had unexpectedly broken through to the 5th stage, which was why his physical strength had improved so dramatically. Yang Zhentian then mentioned that Principal Ling was currently being criticized heavily online because of the team roster she had approved, since so many people were questioning her judgment. He told Xu Jingming to use his strength and make everyone understand that she had chosen correctly. Xu Jingming immediately asked whether he should challenge Vice Captain Kong Shi directly. Yang Zhentian, however, gave him a much simpler solution. There was no need for a personal duel, he only had to take first place on the school's glory ranking, the very spot Kong Shi currently occupied. Only then did Xu Jingming suddenly remember the university's virtual training system. He had almost forgotten it existed, and he admitted with a slightly embarrassed expression that he used to think the system was not very useful. Yang Zhentian looked at him and encouraged him to give it a proper try. In his view, the virtual training system was far from useless, and once Xu Jingming experienced it seriously, he would understand how valuable it really was. Inside the practical training building, students moved through the wide interior, passing row after row of advanced virtual reality stasis pods. The machines stood neatly arranged, their glass covers glowing faintly under the building's lights. Nearby, 2 students were chatting as they walked. One of them confidently boasted that this time, he would definitely clear the 10th floor and push his combat power to 10,000. His friend immediately poured cold water on him, reminding him that fighting 20 Tier 2 beasts at once was basically impossible at his current rank. A staff member led Xu Jingming deeper into the building, guiding him toward a top-tier virtual cabin reserved exclusively for S-class students. Compared with the ordinary pods around it, this one looked far more advanced and carefully maintained. The students nearby quickly recognized Xu Jingming the moment he appeared. Their eyes lit up with excitement when they realized the S-rank freshman was finally entering the virtual trial, and several of them immediately posted the news online, eager to see whether he could surpass Kong Shi. In almost no time, the campus forums exploded with heated debate. People argued non-stop over who was stronger, the Thunder Emperor or the Iron Bear, and everyone wanted to see what Xu Jingming's true combat power would look like once the ranking finally updated. Xu Jingming stepped into the stasis unit and lay down inside the cabin, his expression calm as the machine prepared to connect him to the virtual system. The glass cover slowly lowered over him, sealing the cabin with a soft mechanical hiss. Outside, the staff member stood by the terminal, carefully watching the data and making sure everything operated normally. Inside the virtual system, the AI named Eva appeared and explained that the system would create a simulated body perfectly matched to Xu Jingming's real physical strength. To complete the calibration, she asked him to release his combat abilities. Xu Jingming answered without hesitation and told her to begin. The pod immediately began scanning his physical data. Streams of information flowed across the terminal as the system synchronized with his body, locking onto every detail before starting the transfer process. Xu Jingming slowly closed his eyes as a bright white light surrounded him. In the next moment, his consciousness was pulled away from the cabin and transported into the simulation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing inside a grand hall. Towering white pillars rose on both sides, and in front of him stood a massive marble monument that immediately drew his attention. Xu Jingming quickly recognized the monument as the university's ranking board. Looking over the long list of names displayed on it, he was genuinely impressed to see that more than 4,200 students were recorded there. At the very top of the board, Kong Shi held first place with a combat power of more than 500,000. Seeing that massive number, Xu Jingming finally understood why so many students doubted him. To outsiders, the gap between an unranked freshman and the strongest senior on the board looked impossibly large. Just then, a fairy-like holographic girl appeared in front of him, her figure glowing softly in the air. She introduced herself as Eva, welcomed Xu Jingming to the system, and told him to select a B-class battle suit along with a weapon. A wide array of holographic weapons immediately floated around him, each one shining with a different outline. Eva explained that he only needed to tap the weapon he wanted to equip, and if necessary, he could also adjust its weight to match his preference. Xu Jingming's gaze moved across the floating weapons before settling on a long spear. Without much hesitation, he reached out and chose it. A moment later, Xu Jingming was fully equipped in a dark combat suit, the long spear now held firmly in his hand. Eva looked at him and asked whether he was ready to start, and Xu Jingming gave a calm confirmation. Eva began counting down, and as her voice faded, a glowing magic circle lit up behind her. The first floor's trial activated, and the surrounding space began to shift. Xu Jingming was transported into a quiet grassy field, the open space stretching out around him beneath a pale sky. He stood there with his spear in hand, waiting calmly for the trial to begin. Soon, heavy footsteps thundered from within the mist. A herd of massive rhino beasts with blood-red eyes charged out, lowering their heads as they rushed straight towards Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming did not even move from where he stood. He simply raised his free hand, and golden lightning burst from his palm in a dazzling flash. The next instant, a massive explosion swallowed the charging beasts completely. Their huge bodies were destroyed in a single strike before they could even get close to him. Xu Jingming was immediately returned to the Grand Hall, where Eva announced that he had cleared the first floor and asked whether he wanted to rest before continuing. Xu Jingming remained completely calm and told her to proceed without stopping. Meanwhile, in the senior dormitory, several senior students were gathered together, clearly unhappy about the newly announced team lineup. They complained that Kong Shi, as a mid-rank Tier 5-er, was obviously better suited to be captain than a freshman. But Kong Shi himself remained calm, defending the decision and stating that Xu Jingming's raw strength was more than enough to qualify him. One frustrated friend could not accept it and angrily said that he would challenge the freshman himself. Kong Shi dismissed the idea almost immediately, trusting that Principal Ling must have had her reasons for arranging the roster this way. At that moment, another student glanced at his phone and suddenly interrupted the conversation. He said the campus forums were blowing up because Xu Jingming had just entered the virtual trial, and everyone was waiting to see where his ranking would land. In the lounge, Kong Shi and one of the senior students opened the virtual trial rankings together. The student was stunned when he saw Xu Jingming suddenly leap from a 0 score to 42nd place with 214,000 combat power. Kong Shi's expression sharpened, and he immediately told him to check exactly when Xu Jingming had started the trial. The senior quickly checked the time on his device, and his face changed the moment he saw the result. Xu Jingming had only started the trial 3 minutes ago. Kong Shi quickly calculated what that meant, and even he could not stay completely calm. Reaching that score in such a short time meant Xu Jingming had already cleared the 20th floor, averaging an almost impossible 9 seconds per floor. The other student hurried over and joined them, confirming that the forum posts were showing the exact same progress. With multiple reports matching the ranking update, this clearly was not some system error. The senior tried to steady himself and guessed that lightning users naturally cleared early floors faster than most people. Even so, he believed the 21st floor should finally be difficult enough to slow Xu Jingming down. The standing student agreed, explaining that the 21st floor contained a low-rank Tier 4 beast. Passing that floor and reaching 240,000 combat power was already considered the threshold for the university's top students. But just as he finished speaking, he looked down at his phone and froze in shock. He suddenly shouted that Xu Jingming had already cleared the 21st floor. Then, still staring at the screen, he said it should be impossible for him to maintain that instant kill speed on the 22nd floor because that floor contained 20 low-rank Tier 4 beasts at once. A new update flashed across the phone screen. Xu Jingming's ranking had climbed again, placing him at 35th with a combat power of 244,000. The senior's voice turned nervous as he reported the latest results. Xu Jingming had passed the 22nd floor and had even instantly killed the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor, a display of power so ridiculous that it left him completely shaken. Kong Shi's expression finally grew tense. Under the pressure of those numbers, he had no choice but to admit that Xu Jingming was far stronger than he had originally expected. Meanwhile, on the 23rd floor of the virtual trial, Xu Jingming stood completely unharmed beside the defeated armored earth dragon. The massive beast lay fallen nearby, while he remained calm, his spear still steady in his hand. Eva appeared beside him with a cheerful tone, telling him that the university forum was already exploding with posts about his terrifying clearing speed. His progress had clearly caught the attention of nearly the entire campus. Xu Jingming, however, did not look surprised at all. To him, clearing the floors this quickly was completely normal because with his SS rank ability, this level of performance was exactly what he expected from himself. Eva then announced that he had successfully cleared the 23rd floor and asked once again whether he wanted to rest. Xu Jingming's answer remained the same as before. He told her to continue straight to the next floor. Eva immediately activated the 24th floor trial, and the virtual space shifted once again. Her voice rang out clearly, announcing that this round would not be easy. The opponents waiting for him were 5 armored earth dragons, all at Tier 4 mid-rank. The moment the trial began, the 5 green-scaled dragons burst forward together. Their heavy bodies pounded against the ground, their armor-like scales flashing coldly as the entire pack charged straight toward Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming stayed perfectly calm as golden lightning gathered in his palm. In just a breath, the crackling energy condensed into a bright sphere, spinning violently with terrifying power. Then Xu Jingming kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air. From above, he pulled his arm back and hurled the golden lightning sphere directly down at the charging beasts. The lightning sphere smashed into the monsters and detonated instantly. A blinding golden explosion swallowed the battlefield, and the armored earth dragons were wiped out on the spot before they could even get close. Back in the hall, Eva congratulated him with a cheerful voice, telling him that his combat power had already broken past 400,000 and pushed him into the top 10. Then she revealed the next opponent waiting on the 25th floor, a Tier 5 peak Storm Thunderbear, and asked whether he wanted to rest first. When Xu Jingming heard that familiar beast name, a slight smile appeared on his face. He refused the rest without hesitation, wanting to measure his current strength properly and see if he could bring down the Storm Thunderbear with just one punch. As the 25th floor trial began to load, Xu Jingming suddenly looked toward Ava and asked what his ranking would become if he managed to win this round. Ava explained that the students ranked from 2nd to 7th had all been stopped on this very floor. Kong Shi was the only one who had ever cleared it, and even he had needed half an hour. If Xu Jingming could defeat the beast faster than that, she confirmed that he would rise straight to first place. A massive storm thunderbear soon appeared on the battlefield, its huge body covered in crackling arcs of electricity. Every breath it took carried pressure, and the air around it trembled with violent thunder energy. Xu Jingming looked at the creature and immediately remembered the difficult battle he had once fought against this species in the real world. But this time, his confidence was completely different. Believing the fight would be much easier now, he put away his spear and chose close combat instead. Golden lightning erupted across Xu Jingming's body, wrapping around him like blazing armor. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight toward the giant beast, his fist already gathering power for the strike. The storm thunderbear let out a furious roar and raised its massive body, trying to crush Xu Jingming with overwhelming force before he could get close. But before the bear could fully react, Xu Jingming had already closed the distance. His lightning-covered fist slammed into the beast's chest, and a golden shockwave burst outward from the point of impact. That single strike tore through the storm thunderbear's body in a flash of light. The powerful beast was destroyed completely, vanishing before it could launch even one proper counterattack. When Xu Jingming returned to the virtual hall, Ava praised his clean and decisive fighting style. She then confirmed that his one-hit victory had pushed him past Kong Shi's record, officially placing him first on the leaderboard. Outside the simulation, the students erupted into chaos the moment the rankings updated. Everyone stared in disbelief as Xu Jingming claimed first place with 510,000 combat power. Not only had he surpassed Kong Shi with ease, but he had cleared the entire climb in only 5 minutes, which felt almost impossible to believe. Kong Shi stared at the leaderboard, his eyes fixed on Xu Jingming's name in shock. He turned to his friends and asked how long it had taken Xu Jingming to jump from 400,000 combat power to 510,000. The senior beside him answered tensely that it had taken less than 20 seconds. The other student was just as stunned. He knew very well that the 25th floor contained a Tier 4 peak storm thunderbear, yet Xu Jingming had somehow crushed it almost instantly. He could not help wondering what kind of monster that freshman really was. The senior muttered in disbelief, wondering if an S-rank ability could truly be that terrifying. Kong Shi listened quietly, then finally admitted the massive gap between himself and Xu Jingming. At that moment, he fully accepted that Principal Ling had been right to make the freshman the team captain. Back inside the virtual hall, Eva created a glowing digital pen and a floating board in front of Xu Jingming. With a bright smile, she congratulated him again and told him to sign his name to officially claim his new rank. Xu Jingming reached out, took the digital pen, and smoothly signed his name across the glowing screen. The system updated immediately after his signature appeared. Xu Jingming's name rose to the very top of the ranking board, displaying his new score of 514,000 for everyone to see. Feeling a bit proud of himself, Xu Jingming looked at the ranking and asked Ava if he was the first high-ranked Tier 3 student in history to clear the 25th floor. Ava smiled and teased him for a moment before revealing that, surprisingly, he was not the first. Xu Jingming was caught off guard and immediately asked who had done it before him. Eva explained that a century ago, there had been a boy named Qianliang with an SS rank ability who also cleared the 25th floor at the same level. Xu Jingming recognized the name from history right away. He remembered that Qianliang had once been a legendary prodigy, but before he could reach Tier 8, he died while exploring ancient ruins. Eva then asked whether Xu Jingming wanted to continue, and he gave a firm confirmation. Curious about that old record, Xu Jingming asked how far Qianliang had managed to go. Eva answered that he had died on the 26th floor after defeating only 3 of the 5 Tier 4 peak beasts waiting there. Xu Jingming's lips curved into a confident smirk when he heard that. Without a trace of hesitation, he declared that he would break that century-old record right now, and Eva immediately began the 26th floor trial. The virtual battlefield formed around him in an instant. As soon as Xu Jingming arrived, 5 storm thunderbears appeared around him, their huge bodies surrounding him from every side. The beasts did not charge blindly this time. They split apart and moved to attack from different directions, surrounding him with clear coordination. Xu Jingming praised their tactics lightly, but as golden lightning gathered in his hand, he dismissed the strategy as useless against him. A massive hand made of golden lightning suddenly formed high above the battlefield. It hung in the sky like the palm of a thunder god, carrying crushing pressure as it descended. The giant lightning hand slammed down into the ground, triggering a huge explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield. In one devastating strike, all 5 storm thunderbears were killed at the same time. Xu Jingming returned to the hall, where Ava congratulated him for clearing the 26th floor and announced that his combat power had now reached 710,000. Looking ahead, Xu Jingming guessed that the 27th floor would likely contain either a low-ranked Tier V beast or a large group of Tier 4 peak beasts. When the next opponent was revealed as a Tier Phi Earth Black Wolf, Xu Jingming's expression grew more serious. He knew this beast possessed powerful defensive skills, and since this would be his first time facing a Tier 3 beast head-on, he decided it was better to take a short break. Eva granted him 3 minutes of rest. After climbing the floors so quickly, Xu Jingming could finally feel a bit of fatigue building up. So he sat down and steadied his breathing before the next fight. Outside, the watching students quickly noticed that Xu Jingming had finally paused. The senior turned toward Kang Shi and asked what kind of opponent could be waiting on the 27th floor. Kang Shi thought for a moment and guessed it was either a Tier V beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts. The standing student doubted it would really be a Tier 3 beast, feeling that the jump in difficulty seemed too extreme. Kang Shi agreed that it was more likely to be a horde of Tier 5 monsters, but even then, the sheer number of enemies would be extremely difficult to handle. Inside the simulation, Xu Jingming's brief rest came to an end, and the 27th floor trial officially began. Golden lightning surged around his body as the atmosphere of the battlefield grew heavy. Xu Jingming equipped his spear once more and activated his thunder armor. Purple and gold electricity wrapped tightly around him, turning his entire body into a blazing figure of lightning as he stood ready and dared his opponent to attack. The massive Earth Black Wolf answered him with a deep, furious roar. Its voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder, filled with the pressure of a true Tier V beast. Then the wolf slammed its paws hard into the ground, channeling its power deep beneath the battlefield. The earth trembled as the beast's energy spread outward. In the next moment, sharp boulders tore through the air and rained down from above like a meteor shower. Each heavy stone came crashing toward Xu Jingming with terrifying force. Xu Jingming spun his spear at high speed, smashing aside the falling rocks one after another. As the heavy impacts vibrated through his arms, excitement rose in his eyes because it had been a long time since he had faced attacks this powerful. Spotting an opening through the storm of stone, Xu Jingming kicked off the ground and jumped forward. Lightning surged along his spear as he thrust it straight toward the Earth Black Wolf. The wolf reacted with surprising speed. Before the spear could reach it, a thick stone pillar erupted from the ground, rising like a wall to block Xu Jingming's attack. Xu Jingming did not slow down at all. His spear struck the stone pillar with explosive force, and the entire barrier shattered into countless fragments. But as the dust and broken stones spread through the air, Xu Jingming immediately sensed something was wrong. The beast had used the rock wall as a distraction, and its real body had already moved. Caught off guard, Xu Jingming looked up just in time to see the Earth Black Wolf lunging down from above the shattered rocks. Its jaws were wide open, and it was already launching a deadly ambush from overhead. During the virtual trial, Xu Jingming failed to dodge in time. The Earth Black Wolf's sharp claws struck hard across his shoulder, tearing through his defense with brutal force. Blood splattered through the air as pain shot across Xu Jingming's shoulder. In that instant, he understood clearly that with his current defense, he could not easily withstand the attacks of a true Tier V beast. Xu Jingming raised his hand and fired out several bolts of lightning in quick succession, the golden arcs cutting sharply across the battlefield. But the Earth Black Wolf moved like a dark blur, slipping between each strike with almost effortless speed. As Xu Jingming watched the beast dodge again and again, his expression grew more serious. The wolf's speed was simply too frightening, making even his S-class ranged lightning attacks difficult to land. If he wanted to defeat it, he could no longer rely on distance. He had to force the fight into close quarters. With that decision made, Xu Jingming tightened his grip on the spear and lunged forward. The spear flashed with lightning as he clashed head-on with the Earth Black Wolf, trading fierce blows while the beast countered every strike with brutal aggression. The wolf suddenly swung one massive claw toward him, and Xu Jingming raised his spear just in time to block it. The impact exploded between them, sending a powerful shockwave rippling across the battlefield. Feeling the force behind that strike, Xu Jingming immediately kicked off the ground and leapt backward. He needed a little space to reset his stance, or the beast's relentless pressure would swallow him whole. Green lightning crackled violently along his spear, as Xu Jingming poured more power into the weapon. Then he swung with all his strength, smashing the charged spear directly against the wolf's heavy claws in another fierce collision. Realizing that ordinary attacks would not be enough, Xu Jingming pushed his power to the very edge. His aura surged wildly, and his body began to shift into an even stronger combat state. His hair flared upward as explosive golden lightning erupted around him, wrapping the battlefield in blinding flashes. With a devastating strike, he shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending broken rocks flying toward the Earth Black Wolf like a storm of stone and thunder. Eva watched the battle unfold inside the simulation and could not hide her admiration. She noted that Xu Jingming's S-class strength was exceptional, especially since he was the first 19-year-old in a century to display Tier 5 combat power, and with his sharp battle instincts and tactical awareness, he was even more dangerous than the beast he was fighting. After a long and grueling fight, the massive Earth Black Wolf finally collapsed, its body covered in wounds as blood spread beneath it. Nearby, Xu Jingming was just as exhausted, down on one knee with his spear planted into the ground to keep himself from falling. He lowered his head and panted heavily, every breath coming rough and strained. Even in the virtual world, that battle had pushed him far harder than he expected. When Xu Jingming was brought back to the clean white virtual hall with Eva beside him, he quietly thought back over the fight. The biggest problem was obvious. He lacked an S-class spear technique, which had made the battle far more difficult than it needed to be. He decided that once he had the chance, he would head into the wilderness and harvest enough ability points to obtain a proper spear skill. Eva's voice turned bright with excitement as she congratulated him. His combat power had soared to a record-breaking 10,000 points, officially breaking past the million mark. Xu Jingming was genuinely surprised by how much his score had jumped. Eva explained that defeating a Tier V beast was an extremely rare achievement, so the reward in combat power was naturally huge. Then she asked whether he wanted to attempt the 28th floor, warning him that the next challenge would be 5 low-rank Tier V Earth Black Wolves. Xu Jingming agreed to continue, but after such a demanding fight, he did not rush in immediately. He asked Eva to give him a short break first so he could recover some stamina. News of Xu Jingming breaking 1 million combat power spread across campus at terrifying speed, instantly setting off a huge uproar. Students began shouting that Magic City University would dominate the National University League with ease, and many excitedly rushed toward the training tower just to see the results for themselves. The senior students were completely stunned by the news that a Tier 3 student had actually defeated a Tier V beast. Kong Shi glanced at his friend with a faint teasing look and asked whether he still planned to challenge Xu Jingming for the captain position. The student who had been so confident earlier went pale and nervously dropped his phone. His voice lost all its arrogance as he admitted that someone with 1 million combat power could probably crush him with a single finger. Yang Zhentian looked at the updated rankings on his phone and a proud smile slowly appeared on his face. He knew very well that a Tier 3 fighter defeating a Tier V beast was a rare achievement, even on a global scale. Even among SS rank users. What amused him most was that his most independent student had also become his strongest one. As the team's coach, Yang Zhentian immediately realized that their entire tournament strategy had to be rewritten around Xu Jingming's overwhelming strength. With a performance like this made public, Vice Principal Ling Xuang could finally stop worrying about the criticism surrounding her choice of captain. Relaxing on a plush sofa, Vice Principal Ling Xuang looked down at her phone with a warm smile. She understood right away that Xu Jingming had intentionally pushed for such a high score to prove her decision correct in front of the whole school, and she quietly appreciated the effort. After fully recovering his energy, Xu Jingming stood up again inside the virtual hall. Golden lightning surged around him as he told Eva he was ready to begin the 28th floor. In the next instant, Xu Jingming was transported back onto the battlefield. A glowing magic circle faded beneath his feet, and 5 snarling earth black wolves already surrounded him from every side. The pack launched its assault immediately, moving with sharp coordination. One after another, they hurled heavy boulders toward Xu Jingming, filling the battlefield with a relentless storm of stone. Xu Jingming spun his spear as fast as he could, knocking away the incoming rocks again and again. But the combined barrage was overwhelming, and even he felt the pressure rising with every heavy impact. The strain of defending against all 5 beasts at once quickly became too much. One earth black wolf seized the opening, lunged in from the side, and viciously bit into his shoulder before whipping him up into the air. Xu Jingming cried out as the pack's combined strength completely overwhelmed him. The 5 Tier V beasts swarmed in together, tearing his simulated body apart with brutal speed. The virtual battle ended abruptly. A glowing magic circle appeared above the shattered battlefield, and the entire simulation began to reset around him. Xu Jingming's avatar respawned back in the virtual hall, his body still flickering with half-formed digital pixels. Eva gently told him that he had failed the 28th floor trial. Looking down at his reconstructed hands, Xu Jingming accepted the result calmly, admitting that defeat was expected against those odds, though the sensation of dying in the simulation felt strangely unreal. Eva explained that the death sequence in the simulation only removed sensory input to protect the user's brain. She added that the system could reproduce the feeling of true death if needed, but doing so carried a serious risk of damaging the user's mind. Furious despite his defeat, Xu Jingming asked what kind of challenge waited on the 29th floor. Eva gave him a playful look and said she normally would not reveal that to someone who had failed, but since he was an S-class student, she would make an exception. Eva then revealed that the 29th floor contained a single mid-rank Tier Phi Earth Black Wolf, while the 30th floor contained 5 of them. She also mentioned that the university's current virtual trial system only went up to the 30th floor. Xu Jingming was a little surprised to hear that the trial ended so soon and asked why there were so few floors. Eva crossed her arms and reminded him dryly that ordinary students were not monsters like him. Since most seniors graduated around Tier 4 mid-rank, 30 floors were already more than enough. Xu Jingming smiled with relaxed confidence and remarked that, at this rate, the university would probably need to add more floors soon just to keep up with him. Eva laughed and told him to clear the 30th floor first before making demands like that. As Xu Jingming's avatar began dissolving for log out, she added that taking first place on the leaderboard came with a seasonal reward of 2,000 credits. which had already been deposited into his student account. A moment later, Xu Jingming opened his eyes in the real world as the stasis pod around him powered down. He stepped out of the advanced machine and looked down at his hand, still thinking about how real everything had felt. Aside from the painless death sequence, the university's virtual technology was so convincing that the battlefield had felt almost no different from reality. But before he could think any further, he lifted his head and suddenly froze. Something outside the pod had clearly caught him completely off guard. A huge crowd of students had packed into the training facility, surrounding his stasis machine from every direction. All of them had been waiting eagerly for the moment he came out. The students erupted into wild cheers the instant they saw him. They shouted about his incredible 1 million combat power, called him by his moniker, the Thunder Emperor, and urged him to take first place in the upcoming league. One excited girl even pushed forward, begging him for an autograph. Caught in the middle of the roaring crowd, Xu Jingming could only smile awkwardly. He was a little overwhelmed, but also amused, silently realizing just how enthusiastic his schoolmates could be. After finally slipping away from the excited mob, Xu Jingming did not get far before he ran into Song Chukyu. Song Chukyu greeted him with a bright smile and cheerfully congratulated him on officially taking first place on the leaderboard. Xu Jingming brushed it off modestly, saying it was only a normal performance for him. Then Song Chukyu changed the topic, reminding him that before he left for the secret realm, he had promised to spar with her after coming back. With a hopeful look, she asked whether he was free that afternoon. Xu Jingming teased her playfully, asking whether she had not lost enough times already. Song Chukyu immediately raised her fist with confidence and challenged him back, telling him to beat her into submission if he really had the ability. Amused by her confidence, Xu Jingming reminded her that he had defeated both her and Jiang Tushuan rather easily before. Even so, he agreed to the spar, but told her it would have to wait until evening because he still had a mandatory team training session. Song Chukyu accepted happily and said she would come find him later. As Song Chukyu watched Xu Jingming walk away, a faint blush rose across her face. She could not help marveling at how quickly he had grown, and deep down, she quietly hoped that her romantic push tonight would finally succeed. Meanwhile, Yao Fang and Kong Shi arrived at a specialized circular room equipped with advanced training pods. The room looked built specifically for high-level team practice, with the pods arranged neatly around the space. Yao Fang glanced at Kong Shi and asked how he felt about losing his top rank. Kong Shi answered calmly, showing no resentment at all. He admitted that Xu Jingming's overwhelming strength proved he truly deserved the first-place title. At that moment, Shen Dongling appeared with a blue-haired senior student walking beside him. Hearing Kong Shi's answer, he praised him for having such a mature mindset. The blue-haired student was the first to notice movement near the entrance. His eyes shifted that way, and he immediately spoke up, warning the others that someone was coming. Xu Jingming walked into the room with an easy smile on his face. As he arrived for their scheduled practice, he greeted his senior teammates politely, keeping his tone calm, respectful, and completely natural. Stepping into the training facility, Xu Jingming saw the others already gathered there, including Shen Dongling, Yao Fang, and Kong Shi. The moment they noticed him, they straightened slightly and greeted him with respect, acknowledging him as their captain. Coach Yang Zhentian brought the whole team together without wasting time. He looked across the group and told everyone to enter the virtual stealth cabins so their practice session could officially begin. A brilliant flash swept over them, and in the next instant, the entire team was transported into a wide, empty virtual space, glowing with clean white light. Once everyone adjusted to the virtual environment, the coach began explaining the purpose of the session. Their upcoming matches would depend heavily on teamwork, so he started with introductions, making sure each member understood the powers and roles of the others. He first laid out the team structure for everyone. Altogether, they had 8 members, 5 main starters who would take the field first, and 3 substitutes ready to step in when needed. The coach began with their vice-captain, Kong Shi. He explained that Kong Shi possessed the A-rank ability, Solid Iron Giant Bear, a power that greatly strengthened his body and made him the team's frontline tank, the one meant to withstand pressure head-on. After that, the coach moved on to Shen Dongling, introducing her as the team's assassin and explaining that she wielded the A-rank Demon Moon Bloodfox ability. Then he pointed to Yao Fang, their long-range mage, whose power was the A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul. The final starting member was Gu Wan. She served as the team's support, using her myriad-turning spiritual light to mend injuries during battle and strengthen her teammates when they needed extra power. Then the coach shifted to the substitute members. Tao Guan was introduced as a warrior with the A-rank Bronze Body, while Li Chengfeng was a mage who controlled the A-rank Abyssal Karmic Fire. Finally, there was Su Ruyun, a support player whose A-rank Gentle Spirit Water could aid the team from the backline. With the rest of the lineup already explained, the coach finally turned his attention to Xu Jingming. Everyone's focus naturally followed, because it was time to formally talk about the captain's abilities. Before the coach could continue, Yao Fang cut in with a casual tone. He said there was no real need to explain anything, since everyone already knew their captain was a rare S-rank awakener. But the coach immediately corrected him, and his next words made the whole team freeze. Xu Jingming was not merely S-rank, He was an SS rank awakener, and his lightning ability was called Dutian Divine Lightning. Yao Fang and Shen Dongling could only stare at Xu Jingming in stunned silence. Their eyes stayed fixed on him, as if they were still trying to process what they had just heard. A heavy wave of amazement spread through the group as the truth sank in. Yao Fang suddenly realized that this was why their captain's lightning had turned golden, while the others began whispering among themselves, wondering how an ability could possibly evolve all the way into SS rank. The coach quickly pulled their attention back, telling them not to obsess over how it happened and to focus on the fact that Xu Jingming now possessed an SS rank ability. Then he moved on to the tournament rules, explaining that all players would be limited to A-class battlesuits and S-class weapons to keep the matches balanced. As he spoke, holograms of powerful armor and weapons appeared around them, floating in the empty virtual space. The coach explained that they could choose from the available virtual equipment, and if they wanted, they could also upload the data of their real-life weapons for later practice sessions. Xu Jingming reached out and picked up a standard virtual spear, holding it in his hand. He quickly understood the reason behind the restrictions. Without limits, elite universities could simply hand their students SSS-class gear and crush ordinary schools before the battle even began. Because of that, Xu Jingming silently decided that before the next session, he would upload the data for his own Flowing Cloud Golden Edge spear. Before moving into teamwork drills, the coach asked everyone to demonstrate their skills, so the team would know what each person could do in battle. He told Xu Jingming to start first, and Xu Jingming looked back at him, asking whether he should show everything. The coach nodded without hesitation. He explained that if the team could see Xu Jingming's full strength clearly, they would have a much better chance of building proper strategies around him. Xu Jingming adjusted his grip on the spear and faced the group. He told them that his combat style combined spear techniques, close-range fighting, and long-range spell attacks, and that he would demonstrate each part one at a time. The moment his fingers tightened around the weapon, golden lightning burst out around his body. The bright arcs snapped and twisted through the air, instantly changing the atmosphere around him. Everyone watched in awe. They had seen recordings before. But standing there in person, they realized his SS rank energy was far more intense, more beautiful, and far more dangerous than any video could capture. Xu Jingming began with speed. His figure blurred forward, and in a rapid series of strikes, he unleashed multiple chain lightning spears that ripped through the virtual air with crackling force. Without breaking his rhythm, he flowed straight into the next set of techniques. A thunder prison descended to seal off the area, then a focused thunder spear shot forward, and finally he drove out a heavy lightning punch to display the destructive force of his close-range attacks. Watching from the side, Li Chengfeng and Gu Wan were completely shaken by the captain's strength. Li Chengfeng said with total confidence that victory was practically guaranteed, while Gu Wan quietly wondered whether her support skills could even make a difference for someone already this powerful. Xu Jingming finally paused, standing there with his spear still sparking in his hand. Then, as if the terrifying display had been nothing special, he calmly told his stunned teammates that what they had just seen was only a warm-up, and now he would show them his S-rank combat skills. Li Chengfeng and Gu Wan were left speechless. They stared at him in disbelief, only now realizing that the attacks they had just witnessed were not even close to the limit of what he could do. Xu Jingming then activated his S-rank indestructible thunder body and layered it together with his Hell Thunder armor, wrapping himself in an even denser storm of lightning. His hair flared upward as golden energy surged wildly around him. Tao Guan immediately broke into a sweat because he could tell at a glance that the captain's lightning armor was far tougher than his own bronze body. Then Xu Jingming shifted back into a fence and released his heavenly lightning technique. A massive blast of magic tore across the virtual field, leaving the team stunned once again as they realized he had mastered yet another S-rank move. Even after causing that level of destruction, Xu Jingming remained completely calm. He simply said that the attack was still not his strongest, then raised his hand as blazing red lightning gathered at his fingertip, preparing to reveal his ultimate trump card. He fired the attack, and a gigantic fiery finger descended from the sky. It crashed down into the ground with overwhelming force, as if the heavens themselves had struck the battlefield. The impact erupted into a massive explosion. Blinding light and raging fire swallowed the field, washing over the virtual battlefield until almost nothing could be seen. When the smoke finally thinned, Shen Dongling and Yao Fang slowly approached the edge of a huge glowing crater. They stared down into it in shock, unable to believe that a student could unleash damage on such a terrifying scale. Kong Shi, clearly shaken by the blast, turned to the coach and asked just how durable the virtual floor really was. When the coach answered that it was as strong as C-class alloy, Kong Shi's face went pale, because anyone hit directly by that attack would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After witnessing such outrageous power, the rest of the team suddenly felt a little unnecessary. Tao Guan gave a nervous laugh and said they might not even need to fight if the captain opened with that move, while Shen Dongling sighed, admitting that their presence really did seem pointless. Tao Guan, realizing how ridiculous the situation had become, pleaded with the coach to make Xu Jingming hold back during the actual matches. The coach only brushed the concern aside, telling them that if they wanted any chance to fight, they had better move fast before their captain wiped out the opposing team. Looking at his powerful student, the coach could not help smiling to himself. He remembered how badly they had lost to Jing University the year before, but now, with Xu Jingming standing on their side, he was certain they would not suffer that kind of defeat again. Xu Jingming brought his demonstration to an end and said that those were all the combat techniques he had learned so far. The coach then turned to the rest of the team, telling them it was their turn to show their abilities so they could finally begin real cooperative practice. The teammates quickly activated their powers one after another, filling the virtual space with brilliant bursts of ice, flames, flowing water, blood-red energy, and heavy defensive armor. Curious about whether her ability would work well with his, Gu Wan walked over to Xu Jingming. She asked if she could test her buffs on him, still unsure whether her A-rank support skills would have any real effect on an SS-rank fighter. Xu Jingming agreed without hesitation, and Gu Wan immediately released her ability. A soft green light spread over him, wrapping his body in a gentle glow. The result surprised him more than he expected. Feeling his strength rise by a full 30%, Xu Jingming immediately understood why every serious team needed a reliable support player. After they finished running through their teamwork drills, the coach finally called the session to a close. He dismissed everyone else, but specifically told Xu Jingming to stay behind. The other teammates waved goodbye one after another and logged out of the virtual space. Their bodies faded from sight, leaving the training field quieter with each disappearing figure. Now that they were alone, the coach looked at Xu Jingming and said they needed to discuss the team's battle plan. Xu Jingming simply nodded, telling his teacher to speak freely. The coach explained that the tournament format would be extremely demanding, forcing them to fight several top schools one after another. Then he asked Xu Jingming whether he was prepared to stay on the battlefield for every single match without resting, and Xu Jingming only smiled, accepting the challenge without the slightest hesitation. Xu Jingming had just finished team practice and was on his way out when his phone suddenly started ringing, breaking the quiet moment right as he was about to leave. When he answered, Song Chukyu's flustered voice immediately came through the phone. She asked him to come directly to her dorm, explaining in an embarrassed rush that her new battlesuit was far too inconvenient to wear outside. Xu Jingming did not pause or ask too many questions. The moment he understood where she wanted him to go, he agreed right away and immediately set off toward her place. But as he walked, the thought kept circling in his mind. He could not help wondering what she meant, because a battlesuit was supposed to be practical equipment, so how could it possibly be inconvenient to wear outside? For long, Xu Jingming arrived in front of her luxurious residence. Standing at the front gate, he reached out and rang the bell, waiting for someone inside to respond. The one who greeted him was her roommate, Qi Dongxia. She welcomed him in with a smile that looked like she knew more than she was saying, then pointed him toward the second-floor training room where Song Chukyu was already waiting. Xu Jingming noticed that mischievous look on Qi Dongxia's face and found it a little strange. Still, he did not think too deeply about it, brushing off the odd feeling as he headed upstairs. When he reached the training room, he pushed the door open as usual, but the instant he saw what was inside, his whole body froze in place, completely caught off guard by the sight before him. Song Chukyu was standing there in a brand-new futuristic battlesuit. The blue and white armor fit close to her body, and the design had a large revealing cutout around her stomach, making it look far bolder than ordinary combat gear. Xu Jingming's face flushed almost instantly, and he quickly turned his eyes away before he could stare. Song Chukyu explained that it was a new high-tech suit made to reduce wind resistance, then noticed his reaction and nervously asked if it looked strange on her. Still visibly flustered, Xu Jingming tried to keep his voice steady. He hurriedly reassured her that it looked completely fine, and that there was nothing strange about it at all. Song Chukyu's face lit up the moment she heard his answer. Secretly, she was celebrating the success of her little plan, because she had deliberately bought the battlesuit in a smaller size just to test his reaction. And through her light ability, she could clearly sense his excitement. Ready to begin their spar, Song Chukyu raised her hand, and her halberd appeared from her storage ring in a flash of fiery light. As she took her fighting stance, she set the rules clearly. Xu Jingming had to suppress his strength down to Tier 2 low rank, giving her a real chance to finally defeat him. Xu Jingming accepted the challenge with a relaxed smile. Then, with a calm and confident motion, he began taking off his long coat. He tossed the coat aside and stood there with an easy confidence. Looking straight at Song Chukyu, he declared that he had become much stronger than before and could beat her using nothing but his bare hands. Song Chukyu was not shaken by his confidence at all. Instead, she tightened her grip around the halberd and warned him that she had not been wasting time either. She had been training hard too. The moment the words left her mouth, she launched herself forward. Her speed surged as she charged straight at him, thrusting the sharp point of her halberd directly toward his chest. Xu Jingming reacted with almost effortless calm. He leaned his upper body back just enough, and the tip of the halberd swept past him by only a hair's breadth. The next instant, his hand shot forward with lightning-like speed. His fingers locked around the shaft of her weapon, stopping the attack so suddenly that the halberd froze in place. Using the force of his grip as her pivot point, Song Chukyu flipped up into the air. Her body arched gracefully over his head, and at the same time she slipped cleanly past the counterpunch he threw her way. She landed lightly behind him, steady and smooth, then let out a playful giggle. Xu Jingming turned slightly and could not help complimenting her, clearly impressed by how agile her escape had been. From there, the spar instantly sped up, and the two of them fell into a sharp, rapid exchange of attacks. Song Chukyu unleashed strike after strike, her halberd cutting through the air in quick succession. Xu Jingming dodged and shifted with ease, weaving through every attack while steadily closing the distance until they were suddenly face to face. But the intense pace quickly drained Song Chukyu's strength. Soon she was panting heavily, sweat beading across her skin as she leaned on her halberd for support, while Xu Jingming stood nearby looking as calm and unaffected as ever. Seeing her worn-out state, Xu Jingming smiled with a triumphant look. He asked if she was finally ready to admit defeat and submit. Song Chukyu looked up at him, still catching her breath, but the mischievous smile on her face had not disappeared. She admitted that she had lost the spar, then cheekily added that losing did not mean she would submit, and if he wanted to force that, he would have to actually make it hurt. Xu Jingming took her words seriously. The playful look in his eyes faded, and his expression suddenly became much sharper. His power erupted in an instant. Golden yellow energy blazed through his hair like lightning catching fire, and he lunged forward with terrifying speed. Song Chukyu was completely caught off guard by the sudden burst of strength. She barely had time to gasp before Xu Jingming crossed the distance in a flash, stopping only inches away from her face as his hand grabbed her halberd. The moment his battle focus broke, Xu Jingming seemed to realize what had happened. He quickly stepped back, looking awkward as he apologized and admitted that for a brief moment he had lost control. Song Chukyu was still breathing unevenly, but she immediately reassured him that it was not his fault. She guessed that the aggressive surge was probably connected to the dragon-type beast bloodline he had absorbed. After that intense moment, the air between them suddenly felt heavier and far more intimate. Gathering her courage, Song Chukyu hesitated for a second before nervously asking if she could ask him something. Her cheeks turned red as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Then, with surprising boldness, she asked him directly whether he liked her, leaving Xu Jingming stunned for a moment. The playful mood around Xu Jingming disappeared completely. He looked straight into her eyes, and this time, his answer was sincere and clear. Yes, he liked her. Song Chukyu's eyes widened the moment she heard him say it. A deep blush quickly spread across her face, and for a few seconds, she seemed completely overwhelmed by how direct and honest his answer was. Overjoyed, she hurriedly put her halberd back into her spatial ring. Her voice was filled with excitement as she asked him again if he truly meant what he had just said. Unable to hold back her happiness any longer, Song Chukyu confessed her own feelings too. Then she threw herself into his arms and asked him to officially be with her. Xu Jingming smiled warmly as he caught her. Holding her close, he agreed without any hesitation. Then, without wasting even a second, he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Song Chukyu was caught by surprise as he pulled her closer, lifting her slightly off the ground in a passionate embrace. When they finally parted, Song Chukyu was so flustered that she covered her mouth with one hand. Shyly, she asked why he had never been this bold before, and Xu Jingming playfully replied that if they had not officially become a couple, acting like that would have made him a hooligan. Hearing his reasoning, Song Chukyu turned her head away with a bashful look. Still, she playfully agreed that his logic did make sense. Then, before Xu Jingming could react, she leaned in close and gave him a quick, unexpected kiss on the cheek. Xu Jingming touched his cheek in surprise, and Song Chukyu explained her reason with a small pout. Since Jiang Chushuan had left a mark on him before, she wanted to leave one of her own too, making him marvel at just how close the two of them really were. Song Chukyu then began praising her senior sister's character without hesitation. She even boldly said that she would not mind if Xu Jingming liked Jiang Chushuan as well, and the unexpected remark left him completely confused. She stepped closer and explained herself with surprising seriousness. An elite SS rank user like him was bound to attract more than one woman sooner or later, and if that happened, she would much rather share him with someone she already liked, such as Jiang Chushuan, than with a complete stranger. Xu Jingming looked down at her, clearly surprised by how open-minded she sounded. Still, he gently pointed out that even if he did have feelings for their senior sister, Jiang Chushuan herself might not be willing to become part of their new relationship. Sly smile slowly appeared on Song Chukyu's face, as if she had been waiting for him to say exactly that. She teasingly asked whether that meant he would not refuse as long as Jiang Chushuan agreed, and Xu Jingming immediately began to panic. Before he could come up with an answer, Song Chukyu turned toward the doorway and called out to Jiang Chushuan. She announced that Jiang Chushuan had heard everything already, and now the final choice belonged to her. Xu Jingming was stunned to the core. He whipped his head around, cold sweat breaking out as Jiang Chushuan calmly stepped into the training room. With a smile on her face, Jiang Chushuan walked toward him at an unhurried pace. Then she playfully warned her junior brother that he had better not go back on his word. Xu Jingming stood there, completely caught in their perfectly coordinated setup. For a moment, he could not even find the words to respond, only staring blankly as he finally realized Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan had planned this together from the very beginning. With both women smiling at him and watching him expectantly from either side, Xu Jingming suddenly felt like every path of escape had been sealed off. Cold sweat gathered on his forehead as he stood trapped between their gazes, unable to dodge the situation anymore. At last, Xu Jingming lowered his head and let out a long, resigned sigh. Since things had already reached this point, and good fortune seemed to have arrived in pairs, he accepted his fate and decided to honor the words he had spoken. Song Chukyu immediately brightened and happily declared that the matter was settled. From now on, the three of them were together. She hugged one of Xu Jingming's arms tightly, while Jiang Chuxuan warmly took his other side, smiling as she suggested they go out for a late-night snack. But before they could leave, Song Chukyu insisted that she needed to shower first, since the spa had left her covered in sweat. She reached out and took Jiang Chuxuan's hand, inviting her to wash up together, and Jiang Chuxuan agreed with a cheerful smile. As the two girls began walking away hand in hand, Song Chukyu suddenly glanced back over her shoulder. With a teasing sparkle in her eyes, she asked Xu Jingming whether he planned to wait there obediently or come join them in the shower. The bold invitation instantly made Xu Jingming flustered, and he was just about to accept with far too much excitement when Jiang Chuxuan cut him off. Smiling playfully, she said that since he was so strong and had not even broken a sweat, the two of them would simply go by themselves. Left behind all alone, Xu Jingming froze in absolute devastation. He clenched his fists, anime-like tears streaming down in his imagination as he screamed inside his heart, desperately wishing he could follow them. Only after a while did he finally calm himself down. The excitement drained from his face, and he let out a helpless, defeated sigh. Even after all that teasing, a genuine smile slowly spread across Xu Jingming's face as he watched his two new girlfriends walk away together. He could not help finding the whole thing absurdly funny, because what began as a simple training session had somehow ended with him gaining two girlfriends at once. The next day, Xu Jingming stood in the Wanshui wilderness area, surrounded by the remains of massive beasts scattered across the ground. Looking over what he had earned, he calculated that the 5,000 ability points he had just accumulated would be more than enough to support his current goals. Resting casually against his spear, Xu Jingming thought back on how quickly he had grown. In less than half a year, he could now move through this dangerous wilderness almost without resistance, with only a few rare mid-rank tier 5 beasts still capable of posing a real threat to him. Just then, a sudden glimmer of light flashed from within the dense forest, instantly catching Xu Jingming's attention. He recognized it as a rare glowing plant native to this wilderness area. Since he had already noticed it, he decided he might as well gather some before leaving. Xu Jingming bent down and carefully harvested a radiant golden 100-color flower. Its petals shimmered with vibrant light, and after searching the area, he collected 3 beautiful bunches in total. Meanwhile, back at the university, Vice Principal Ling Shuang was seated in her office. In front of her, a floating drone projected a holographic screen as she calmly reviewed a stack of official files. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and Ling Shuang lifted her gaze from the holographic display before calling for the visitor to come in. Xu Jingming stepped into the office, and Ling Shuang immediately asked whether he had just returned from the wilderness. He nodded and confirmed it, explaining that he had been hunting beasts to keep his real-world combat instincts sharp and responsive. Ling Shuang nodded with approval and praised his dedication to practical combat. Even the most lifelike virtual trials, she agreed, could never fully replace the pressure and unpredictability of true real-world experience. Xu Jingming kept a calm expression on the outside, but inwardly, he found the situation a little amusing. He had only thrown together a quick excuse, yet somehow it had earned such sincere praise from her. Still, Xu Jingming thanked her respectfully for her encouragement. Then he took out one of the glowing 100-color flowers and presented it to her, politely saying it was a small souvenir from his trip into the wilderness. Ling Shuang accepted the flower with a thoughtful look. As a Tier 8 Grand Master, she was used to receiving all kinds of extravagant treasures, yet, strangely enough, no one had ever given her something as simple and gentle as a flower. A faint blush warmed Ling Shuang's cheeks. She lifted the petals slightly, hiding the delighted smile that appeared on her face behind the radiant flower. After that, Ling Shuang returned to business and brought up his team's recent victories in virtual training. She praised them for defeating one of the university's strongest legendary teams, especially since those opponents had reached the peak of mid-rank Tier 4. Xu Jingming humbly clarified that they had only fought the weaker of the 2 legendary squads. Ling Shuang, however, reassured him that it was still an outstanding achievement and admitted that seeing his team's strength finally made her feel much more at ease before the tournament. With a graceful motion, Ling Shuang formed a glowing blue magic circle in the air. From within it, a neat stack of 10 tickets appeared, and she handed them to Xu Jingming as a return gift. Xu Jingming looked down at the red passes in his hand, and the moment he recognized what they were, nervous sweat began to form on his face. These were ultra-rare premium interfield tickets for the National University League, the kind ordinary people could hardly get their hands on. Xu Jingming smiled awkwardly and admitted that the gift was far too valuable, especially when he already felt he owed Ling Shuang so much. Ling Shuang only smiled gently in response. She told him that if he performed brilliantly in the tournament, that alone would be the best repayment he could give her. Encouraged by her words, Xu Jingming's hesitation faded, His expression turned confident as he accepted both the tickets and the challenge behind them. Later, Xu Jingming walked along a sunny campus street while making a video call to his aunt. He offered her some of the tournament tickets, and she accepted happily, clearly relieved because his cousin had been worrying about how to secure seats. As he passed by a local coffee shop, Xu Jingming silently counted the remaining tickets in his mind. He began planning how to distribute the rest, especially to Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan. Right at that moment, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he saw Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan happily hurrying toward him along the paved campus path. Xu Jingming greeted them warmly, then took out 2 more radiant golden 100-color flowers. With a smile, he offered one to each of them, and both girls were visibly touched by the unexpected gifts. Overjoyed, Song Chukyu and Jiang Chushuan leaned in almost at the same time. Each of them planted a sweet kiss on one of Xu Jingming's cheeks, leaving him caught between their affection. Xu Jingming smiled at their happy reactions, then pulled out the tournament tickets. Holding them up, he asked how many they would need to attend the upcoming event. Song Chukyu immediately asked for 2 tickets with excitement, saying she wanted to bring her friend Jiaoya along. Jiang Chukyuan, smiling brightly beside her, said she only needed 1 pass for herself. Clinging to Xu Jingming's arm, Song Chukyu explained that she would not be able to properly see him off because she had to leave early. Jiang Chushuan also apologized softly, adding that she would miss his farewell as well because she had to take her level 3 pharmacist exam later that day. Xu Jingming smiled warmly and gently patted Jiang Chushuan on the head, wishing her good luck on the exam. Then he reassured both of them that it was fine, promising that they would all reunite soon in Qingshu City for the main event. Afterward, Xu Jingming arrived at the massive combat technique library. With the tournament approaching, he decided it was time to learn a new S-class spear technique to make victory even more certain. Inside a private study room, Xu Jingming addressed the AI Eva and instructed her to filter all S-class lightning attribute spear techniques for him. Eva quickly projected the holographic files into the air. There were only 5 options available, and after scanning through them, Xu Jingming selected the thunder-piercing demon-killing spear. The system displayed the details of the skill, explaining that it formed a lightning net to drastically boost thrusting speed before ending in a compressed thunder explosion packed with destructive force. Xu Jingming was highly satisfied just from reading the description. The technique sounded powerful and direct, so he immediately asked Eva to retrieve the physical manual for him. An assistant soon arrived with a thick tome and placed it before him. Xu Jingming opened it without delay and immersed himself in the material, studying every part with intense concentration. After a long period of focused study, the system deducted 3,200 ability points and confirmed that he had successfully learned the beginner level. Xu Jingming closed the book with a crisp clap, smiling as he realized the technique's explosive power matched his combat style perfectly. Leaning back, Xu Jingming stretched his body in satisfaction and silently praised the system's instant learning ability. Since this new technique cost even more points than his Thunder God finger, he became even more eager to test just how destructive it could be. However, his preparations were not finished yet. Xu Jingming turned back to Eva and instructed her to bring up the library's latest A-class lightning combat techniques. Among the newly projected holographic files, one A-class technique immediately caught his attention: Lightning Shadow. It used energy to create a trailing clone that mirrored the user's attacks, and each follow-up strike could deal up to 30% of the original damage, making combos flow almost seamlessly. The more Xu Jingming considered it, the more he recognized its tactical value. A clone that could follow up on his attacks would perfectly cover the openings in his combat rhythm, making his offense far harder to interrupt. Used properly, this technique could offer the same kind of practical value as an S-class skill. Xu Jingming made up his mind almost immediately, pointed firmly at the holographic display, and selected Lightning Shadow, while Eva quickly confirmed his choice. By the next morning, a massive transport airship was already waiting for the team on the athletic field, its huge frame casting a long shadow across the open ground. Near the boarding ramp, Zhou Ying looked over the team's official new uniforms with obvious satisfaction. The sleek design, clean lines, and imposing style clearly suited the image of a university team heading into a major tournament. A huge crowd of students had gathered to send them off, their cheers rising one wave after another for Magic City U. Many of them were especially shouting for the Thunder Emperor, begging him to show no mercy and sweep through the competition. As Xu Jingming walked up the ramp with his teammates, he turned slightly toward the cheering students. With a calm but confident smile, he raised his hand and waved, acknowledging their passionate support. The airship's engines roared to life, and the enormous vessel slowly lifted from the field. Under the clear sky, the team officially set off toward the tournament. Meanwhile, in Qingshu City, the sprawling host city for the event, Xu Ping stood before a neat formation of uniformed students and addressed them with a serious expression. He reminded them that the city's close proximity to the number 5 demon lair meant security had to be absolutely flawless. As representatives of Qingjing Superpower University, they also had to show grand hospitality to every visiting team. Not long after, Magic City U's transport airship appeared above the landing zone, its massive silhouette descending toward the host city. Watching the grand arrival from below, Xu Ping turned to his assistant and gave a calm order to activate the guiding lights. The heavy transport ship descended smoothly onto the designated landing pad. As it touched down, powerful gusts swept outward, forcing the surrounding air to ripple with the force of its arrival. When the team stepped out in their matching long coats, the waiting crowd immediately stirred with excitement. Some onlookers recognized Kong Shi and whispered in awe about his mid-rank Tier 4 strength, while others pointed out Shen Dongling's striking and formidable presence. Then the crowd's attention shifted to the final figure emerging from the airship. It was the rapidly rising S-rank Thunder Emperor himself, Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming stepped forward with a calm, focused look in his eyes. He knew that the tournament had truly begun now, and from this point onward, there was no longer any need to hide his true SS rank ability. After the team arrived in Qingshu City, Xu Ping personally welcomed Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the Magic City U team. He invited them to a lavish luncheon prepared in their honor, and Ling Shuang accepted the gesture with polite composure. As the group entered the elegant venue, the staff greeted them respectfully, guiding them inside with careful courtesy and polished manners. Their arrival quickly drew the attention of the other guests. Two bystanders began gossiping about Xu Jingming, with one praising the handsome S-rank captain, while the other scoffed at his Tier 3 level and assumed Magic City U was only using him as a promotional figurehead. Zhou Ying heard the remarks and quietly whispered to Xu Jingming that people were looking down on him. Xu Jingming, however, did not seem bothered at all. He simply smiled and replied that being underestimated only made things more interesting. At that moment, Wang Qi, the captain of Jing University's team, walked over and formally introduced himself to Xu Jingming. The two exchanged a brief handshake, and Wang Qi spoke with open confidence, saying that he looked forward to seeing Magic City U at the opening ceremony. After that, Wang Qi turned and walked away with his teammate, leaving Xu Jingming standing there quietly, watching his back in silence. Yao Fang frowned, clearly annoyed, and called Wang Qi arrogant, saying he acted as if Jing University had already won. But Zhou Ying pointed out that the rival captain did have reason to be cocky, since he was a Tier 4 high-rank fighter with a pseudo-S-rank ability known as Heavenly Universe Meteorite. Yao Fang clenched his fist, anger burning in his eyes. He swore that they would crush Jing University's overconfidence during the tournament and refused to let them repeat last year's victory. Xu Jingming calmly brushed aside the tense atmosphere and suggested they focus on eating first. After all, he still needed to head to the high-speed rail station soon to pick up his guests. At the same time, a train pulled into the city's rail station, slowing to a stop amid the noise and movement of the busy terminal. Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di stepped off the train together. Looking around, they admired the city's beautiful station architecture and the high-quality service offered throughout the bustling terminal. Standing in the station, Tang Qi glanced around with anticipation. She kept searching the crowd, wondering why Xu Jingming was taking so long to arrive. Her waiting was interrupted when a young man named Ke Liang approached with a smug smile, clearly walking over with no intention of hiding his interest. Looking Tang Qi up and down, Ke Liang called her a long-legged beauty and boldly asked if they could exchange contact information. Tang Qi was not impressed in the slightest. Her expression turned cold, and she rejected him firmly, making it clear that she did not give her number to strangers. Qilang's teammates immediately burst into laughter. A spiky-haired student teased him for finally getting rejected despite his good looks, while a pink-haired girl laughed so hard that she said she had to tell their captain about it. Qilang's face twisted with humiliation and anger. Unable to swallow the rejection, he insulted Tang Qi, calling her a snob and claiming she should feel honored that he had bothered to ask at all. Zhou Mingyang's expression darkened at once. Angered by the insult, he stepped forward protectively as wind energy began swirling around him, demanding that Ke Liang repeat what he had just said. Ke Liang only smirked, clearly amused that someone in front of him actually dared to step up and challenge him. Then he released his own aura, and the pressure that erupted from him was far stronger. The shocked bystanders immediately realized his power had already reached the peak of Tier 3. The growing commotion quickly drew a crowd around them. Some people recognized Ke Liang's group as the team from Bishan Superpower University, identifying him as their vice captain and wondering nervously whether a fight was about to break out. Feeling the huge gap in strength, Zhou Mingyang broke into a nervous sweat. Tang Qi sensed the danger too, so she grabbed his arm and urged him to leave, telling him not to lower himself to the level of a bully. One of Ke Liang's teammates finally stepped in to calm the situation. He reminded Ke Liang that they were here for the tournament and should not create trouble that would damage their university's reputation. Ke Liang reluctantly held back, but his arrogance did not fade. Pointing fiercely at Zhou Mingyang, he warned that if not for the tournament, he would not let them off so easily, then mocked Zhou Mingyang's weak Tier 1 strength as unworthy of playing hero. After spitting on the ground in contempt, Ke Liang turned around and stormed off, but after only a step, he suddenly slammed into someone standing directly in his path. Startled, Ke Liang lifted his head, only to find Xu Jingming standing over him with an imposing presence. Xu Jingming's eyes glowed with a cold, intimidating light as he stared down at him. In a chilling voice, he asked whether his own strength was enough to stand up for his friends. Ke Liang was too frightened to answer, Seeing his silence, Xu Jingming gathered golden lightning in his palm and coldly said that the lack of a reply was already an answer. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Jingming swung his hand and delivered a lightning-infused backhand slap across Qiliang's face. The blow landed with terrifying force, and blood sprayed from Qiliang's mouth as his head snapped to the side. Before Qiliang could even recover, Xu Jingming grabbed him by the hair and yanked him forward. Then he drove a brutal knee deep into his stomach, sending a heavy shockwave bursting through the air. Qiliang crashed heavily to the floor, coughing up blood as he clutched his stomach in pain. Above him, Xu Jingming stood tall and unmoved, looking down at him with icy pressure. Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang's faces instantly lit up with relief. The moment they recognized him, they called out to Xu Jingming like they had finally found someone they could rely on. The Bishan students rushed forward to help their injured vice captain. But once the spiky-haired student recognized Xu Jingming as Magic City U's formidable captain, he quickly warned the others not to fight back and decided they should wait for their own captain instead. Nearby, an excited bystander had already taken out his phone and started recording the scene. Speaking loudly to his viewers, he announced that Magic City U's S-rank captain had just beaten up Bishan's vice-captain. The spiky-haired Bishan student glared fiercely at Xu Jingming, anger written all over his face. He demanded to know why Xu Jingming had suddenly attacked their vice-captain when, in his eyes, Qiliang had done nothing to provoke him. Xu Jingming simply raised his hand and pointed toward Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang. His voice stayed cold as he explained that they may not have provoked him directly, but they had made the far bigger mistake of harassing his cousin and his friend. When Qiliang heard those words, his bloodied face immediately stiffened. He looked up in panic, finally realizing that the people he had offended were connected to Xu Jingming. Just then, the surrounding crowd began to part. A young man with grayish-blue hair pushed his way through the onlookers, and everyone quickly recognized him as Ji Hui, the captain of the Baishan team. Ji Hui looked at the mess in front of him and let out a tired sigh. He asked his team how they had managed to cause such a huge scene in the short amount of time it took him just to pay a bill. Then Ji Hui turned his attention to Xu Jingming and acknowledged who he was. Although he admitted his own team had been in the wrong first, he still criticized Xu Jingming, saying that using such extreme violence against fellow tournament participants was completely unacceptable. Xu Jingming did not seem affected by the lecture at all. Instead, he looked at Ji Hui calmly and asked which university they came from, casually noting that they must also be participating in the tournament. Ji Hui's expression darkened at once, clearly insulted that Xu Jingming had beaten his vice-captain so badly without even knowing who they were. He introduced himself as the captain of Baishan, then pointed accusingly at Xu Jingming and threatened to report the incident, reminding him that private fights violated tournament rules and could lead to disqualification unless he apologized. Xu Jingming only smiled with calm confidence, showing no fear of the threat whatsoever. He casually told Ji Hui to go ahead and file the report if that was what he wanted. Ji Hui gritted his teeth, realizing that his words had no way of intimidating Magic City U's captain. Cursing Xu Jingming's ruthless attitude under his breath, he had no choice but to order his team to retreat. The Baishan students hurriedly supported their battered vice-captain and began walking away. Xu Jingming's group remained where they were, watching them leave the station in defeat. Tang Qi looked at Xu Jingming with nervous worry and asked whether the incident might affect his right to compete. Xu Jingming reassured her calmly, explaining that they were the ones in the right and the organizers would never disqualify a major team over such a small dispute. After leaving the station area, the spiky-haired student could not help asking Ji Hui if they were really just letting the matter go. Ji Hui sighed in frustration and admitted that his threat had only been a bluff, because a top team like Magic City U would not be removed from the tournament over a minor fight. Rubbing the bridge of his nose with visible stress, Ji Hui voiced the real problem weighing on him. He warned his teammates that the conflict was not truly over because he suspected Xu Jingming would not let Baishan off so easily. Liang clutched his bruised stomach, still looking battered and miserable. Shocked by Ji Hui's warning, he wondered aloud whether Xu Jingming would really come after him privately after already beating him so badly. Ji Hui turned back with a grim expression and corrected him immediately. What he feared was not some hidden private retaliation, but Xu Jingming taking revenge openly and legally once they met inside the tournament arena. The moment the Baishan students understood what he meant, panic spread through the group. None of them wanted to imagine being brutally crushed by Xu Jingming in an official match where there would be no way to avoid him. Qiliang, now sporting a black eye and missing teeth, was completely traumatized. He clasped his hands together like he was praying to the heavens, begging that Baishan would not be matched against Magic City U. Ji Hui then reminded his team how difficult it had been for them to reach the tournament's top 10. He turned to Wang Ming and told him to prepare as a substitute, ready to step onto the field if Qiliang's injuries became too serious in the coming matches. Qiliang was still kneeling on the floor, bruised and shaken. He nervously asked if things were really that bad, and Ji Hui, already frustrated, scolded him for being so frightened while silently hoping that Magic City U would not be too cruel when the time came. Outside the train station, Tang Qi urged Xu Jingming to hurry up. Xu Jingming checked his phone, paused for a moment, and then casually said that he was still waiting to pick someone else up. Tang Chi immediately grew curious. She looked at him with interest and asked who exactly he was waiting for. Xu Jingming smiled calmly and answered without hiding anything. He told her that he was waiting for his girlfriend. Tang Chi was instantly surprised by the answer. Meng Di, however, immediately joked that this mysterious girlfriend was probably a beautiful girl with long legs. Not long after, Song Chukyu appeared in the distance. She waved happily as she walked over, with her roommate Chi Dongxia following beside her. Xu Jingming naturally introduced Song Chukyu to the group as his girlfriend. After that, he also introduced Chi Dongxia, making sure everyone knew who she was. Song Chukyu looked over the unfamiliar faces with a friendly smile. Then she turned to Xu Jingming and asked him to properly introduce the new people to her as well. Xu Jingming then introduced his cousin Tang Chi, along with his friends from Jiang City, Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di, to Song Chukyu. Tang Chi quickly complimented Song Chukyu on how beautiful she was. Meng Di immediately looked proud of herself and reminded Tang Chi that her earlier guess about Xu Jingming's girlfriend had been completely right. Song Chukyu smiled warmly at Tang Chi, then used her power to create 3 glowing red potion bottles. She handed them to Xu Jingming's friends as gifts, casually saying they were affordable B-class items that might be useful to them. Tang Chi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di each held one of the glowing bottles, but Zhou Mingyang was completely stunned. He could hardly believe Song Chukyu had called them cheap, because he knew each bottle was worth at least 5 or 6 million. Xu Jingming then suggested that they head back and pack their bags first. He asked Tang Chi where her hotel was so they could take her there, and she explained that it was about 1 kilometer away, not far from the train station. Xu Jingming noted that the station was still quite far from the tournament stadium. Tang Chi sighed and explained that because the event was so popular, every hotel closer to the stadium had already been fully booked long ago. Hearing that the distance would be inconvenient, Song Chukyu immediately stepped in. She mentioned that she happened to have a few villas near the stadium and warmly invited Tang Chi to stay with them instead. Zhou Mingyang began to sweat as he listened from the side. He knew Qingshu City was an extremely wealthy area where villas could cost hundreds of millions and were difficult to buy even with money, making him realize just how rich Song Chukyu's family must be. Tang Chi politely accepted the offer and apologized for the trouble. Song Chukyu smiled and told her there was no trouble at all because Xu Jingming's cousin was naturally like her own family too. Song Chukyu then took out her phone and called Uncle Hua, telling him to come over and pick them up. Soon after, a line of luxury cars pulled up along the roadside. Several men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out in unison, immediately drawing attention from everyone nearby. The head bodyguard, Uncle Hua, stepped forward respectfully and addressed Song Chukyu as the eldest miss. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di were completely amazed by the sight. Zhou Mingyang sensed the men's energy and realized that even the driver was at least a high Tier 3 user, while Meng Di thought that any one of these bodyguards would be considered a major figure back in their hometown. Song Chukyu acted as if this was completely normal. She casually invited the shocked Tang Chi to get into the luxury car, as though a convoy like this was nothing special. A serious-looking bodyguard held the car door open for her. Tang Chi, still visibly nervous, carefully climbed into the spacious back seat. Inside the car, Song Chukyu leaned closer to Xu Jingming and asked for praise, clearly wanting to know if she had handled everything well. Xu Jingming told her she had done a good job, but gently added that there was no need to bring her staff all the way from Sichuan province. Song Chukyu immediately corrected him, explaining that these guards had already been in Qingshu City, and she had only called them over for a short while. Surprised, Xu Jingming asked whether her family's main base was not supposed to be at Devil's Cave, number 7. Leaning comfortably against his arm, Song Chukyu explained that Devil's Cave, number 7 was only their main area, not their only area. The powerful Song family had influence in all the other major caves as well, and hearing that made Xu Jingming truly understand how terrifying the wealth and reach of a great grandmaster family could be. The next day, the National University League officially began inside a massive modern stadium. Helicopters circled above while countless excited spectators packed the venue, filling the air with roaring anticipation. In the stands, Tang Chi looked around in wonder and noticed that top organizations from across the country had sent elite Tier 7 grandmasters to lead their teams. Song Chukyu explained that the tournament was the best place to discover new talent, so no major power would ever miss it. Fireworks suddenly burst across the sky above the huge open stadium, their brilliant colors marking the official start of the tournament. On the main stage, the host Feng Lei stepped forward and welcomed the roaring crowd. With the atmosphere at its peak, he began introducing the 10 universities taking part in the team matches. He began with the defending champions, Qingjing Superpower University. Then came Jing University, and one after another, the powerful teams started walking out before the cheering audience. Feng Lei's voice rose across the stadium as he stirred up the crowd, turning everyone's attention toward the powerful team that had taken second place in last year's competition. With the energy in the arena climbing higher, the host called out in a clear, booming voice, officially announcing the entrance of Magic City Ability University. At the front of the formation, Captain Xu Jingming led his teammates onto the field. each of them walking with steady steps, sharp eyes, and the calm confidence of a team ready for battle. The introductions continued without a pause, and Feng Lei smoothly carried the momentum forward as he announced the next university team making its way into the arena. One after another, more elite university teams entered the massive arena, stepping beneath the blazing lights and taking their assigned positions on the wide field. At last, Feng Lei introduced one of this year's rising teams, the Baishan team. Their captain, Ji Hui, led the serious-looking squad out from the tunnel, with the recently defeated Ke Liang among them. Once every team had gathered and settled into place, Feng Lei began laying out the rules. The event would be divided into 3 major parts: the team match, the individual match, and the survival match. First, the team and individual battles would be held, and only after that would the thrilling prize announcements begin. For the champion team, every member would receive a custom-made S-Class battlesuit. The winner of the individual match would be awarded an enormous 30 cubic meter space ring, and the survival match winner would receive a grade 6 protective charm discovered in an ancient ruin, a treasure famous for its incredible defensive power. The moment the prizes were revealed, the entire audience erupted in shock. People in the stands stared wide-eyed, stunned by how generous the organizers were this year. After all, handing out full sets of S-Class battlesuits was ridiculously expensive, and everyone quickly realized these rewards would push the competitors to fight harder than ever. Down on the field, Xu Jingming listened quietly before a confident smile curved across his face. To him, every one of these rewards was exactly the kind of top-tier item he needed most right now. Keeping the event moving, Feng Lei then explained the rules for the team matches. Each university would have to battle all 9 of the other teams in a single round-robin format, with 5 matches held every day across a demanding 9-day schedule. As the crowd's excitement continued to build, Feng Lei raised his hand toward the giant screen, drawing everyone's eyes to the display that would reveal the opening match. Massive board lit up brightly, and the first battle of the tournament appeared before everyone. Magic City Ability University versus Baishan Ability University. A moment later, a blue energy shield flashed across the arena, rippling through the air as the safety system was demonstrated for the crowd. Feng Lei explained that the intelligent energy shield would activate automatically whenever a fighter faced a deadly attack, but he also made it clear that once the shield protected someone, that fighter would immediately be removed from the match. With the rules now set, he called the first 2 teams forward. In the stands, the audience buzzed with anticipation for Magic City's first battle. Some spectators were eager to see their famous S-rank fighter in action, while others remained doubtful, whispering that his lower Tier 3 level might leave him weak once the real fighting began. As he stepped into the bright sunlight, Kongshu looked toward the opposing side and said that facing the Baishan team first was actually a stroke of good luck. Panic immediately spread through Baishan's side. Ke Liang, already frightened, begged Captain Ji Hui to replace him before the match began, but Ji Hui refused, telling the team they had to follow their original plan and put on a strong front, even if defeat was waiting for them. The rest of the Baishan team stood firmly behind their captain's decision. The spiky-haired boy and the pink-haired girl both agreed, their expressions hardening as they resolved to protect their pride and face Magic City head-on. Ji Hui drew his sword with a sharp motion and ordered his team to move out. Behind him, Ke Liang followed slowly, sweat running down his face as he forced himself forward. The 2 5-member teams spread out on opposite sides of the vast white arena floor, standing under the lights, while the crowd watched closely from above. The difference between the 2 teams was obvious to everyone. Magic City had 2 mid-tier 4 fighters, 2 low-tier 4 fighters, and 1 high-tier 3 fighter. Baishan, on the other hand, had only 1 mid-tier 4 trying to carry 4 high-tier 3 teammates, making many in the audience pity them before the fight even began. Countdown echoed through the stadium, each number tightening the tension until the signal finally rang out and the match officially began. The Baishan team stood tense and alert, ready to react at any moment, while the Magic City team looked almost completely relaxed, as if the pressure barely touched them. Yao Fang turned toward Xu Jingming and asked what strategy they should use against Baishan. At that same moment, golden lightning began flickering wildly around Xu Jingming's eyes. Xu Jingming calmly said they did not need a strategy at all. Then red and golden lightning exploded around his body, and he shot forward alone, charging straight toward the enemy team. The sudden solo charge stunned the crowd. Many spectators immediately thought he was throwing his life away by abandoning his formation and rushing in without his teammates. Ji Hui saw Xu Jingming's reckless charge as the perfect opening. Without hesitation, he ordered Ke Liang and Ma Long to advance with him, while Old Li and Old Wang attacked from the rear to provide support. In an instant, the Baishan team surged forward together, aiming to crush the lone captain before Magic City could respond. The battle opened with one of Baishan's members unleashing a massive gust of wind, sending the violent current roaring straight towards Xu Jingming. The spectators quickly realized Baishan was not holding back at all. They had launched an S-Class wind technique right from the start, clearly trying to end things quickly. To many of them, Xu Jingming's arrogant decision to separate from his team had made him the easiest possible target. Xu Jingming did not look shaken in the slightest. Golden lightning surged into his spear as he leapt through the air, cutting through the incoming wind blades and knocking them aside with almost effortless control. The crowd fell into stunned disbelief at how easily he had defended himself. No one expected him to block an S-class attack so cleanly, and many could only stare at the overwhelming force of his lightning. From the VIP area, Su Ping calmly explained to his assistant that Su Jingming had withstood the attack because of his advanced control over energy condensation. The assistant was astonished, unable to believe that a freshman had already reached such a refined level of technique. Su Ping's expression slowly turned serious. With skills like that at such a young age, Su Jingming's potential was far beyond ordinary expectations, and his future seemed almost impossible to measure. Back in the arena, Ji Hui continued pressing the attack. He knew Baishan could never defeat the full Magic City team in a direct fight, but Su Jingming's foolish decision to break formation had given them one precious chance to take him down. Seizing that chance, Ji Hui leapt forward and brought his sword down in a furious slash, aiming his full strength at Su Jingming. Su Jingming did not retreat. He simply planted himself in place, letting golden lightning gather and coil around his body. The two captains collided in the center of the arena. Su Jingming met Ji Hui's full-force sword strike with his spear, and the impact sent violent shockwaves of wind and electricity bursting outward. The power behind Su Jingming's parry completely overwhelmed Ji Hui. His sword was knocked from his hands, spinning into the air before stabbing hard into the arena floor. Left defenseless and trembling, Ji Hui stared at Su Jingming in disbelief, finally feeling the terrifying gap in power between them. The moment they saw their captain disarmed, Ma Long and Kei Liang rushed in to help. Ma Long attacked from the front with a heavy punch, while Kei Liang slipped behind Su Jingming, aiming for his exposed back. Even with enemies closing in from both sides, Su Jingming merely smiled, calm and completely unbothered. Before either attack could land, Su Jingming's body flared with violent energy. A burst of golden lightning exploded outward, forming a shockwave that blasted both attackers away in an instant. The lightning explosion washed across the arena floor. Old Li and Old Wang, the remaining Baishan members, raised their arms to shield their faces from the blinding light and scorching heat as Su Jingming walked toward them with casual ease. Su Jingming extended one hand, his expression steady, and activated his thunder prison skill. A sphere of red and golden lightning formed in his palm, crackling fiercely before sending branching paths of energy, racing across the floor toward the remaining enemies. The lightning caught Old Li and Old Wang, trapping them inside pillars of golden electricity. Their bodies convulsed under the powerful voltage as they cried out in pain. The students watching from the stands were both horrified and amazed by Su Jingming's monstrous strength. In just moments, he had disarmed Baishan's captain, blasted away two attackers, and trapped the last two in lightning. Sweating nervously, one student admitted he had been a complete fool to ever think Su Jingming was an easy target. As the smoke slowly cleared, the Baishan attackers lay unconscious across the arena floor. Su Jingming stood alone as the clear victor, letting out a faint sigh as he thought that peak Tier 3 Awakeners were simply too weak to give him a real challenge. Only then did the rest of the Magic City team arrive, just in time to see that the battle was already over. Shen Dongling complained that Su Jingming should have held back a little so they could fight too, while nearby, a dazed Ji Hui stood weakly in front of them. Wanting at least a little taste of the battle, Kong Shi stepped forward without hesitation and drove a punch straight into the stunned Baishan captain's chest. Ji Hui's eyes widened as blood burst from his mouth, and his body was sent flying backward before he crashed down, completely losing consciousness. Feng Lei's excited voice rang through the arena as he announced that every member of Baishan had fallen. With that, he officially declared Magic City Ability University the winner of the tournament's opening match. The crowd exploded into noise, still struggling to process the unbelievable gap between the two teams. All around the stands, people shouted and talked over one another, amazed that a full 5-on-5 match had ended in less than half a minute. Up in the VIP area, Su Ping's assistants stared at the battlefield in shock, wondering whether an S-class ability could truly be this terrifying. They quickly pointed out that Su Jingming's registered ability was Purple Lightning, yet the power he had just used shone with a completely different golden energy. Su Ping's expression tightened as he spoke with absolute certainty. The destructive force they had just witnessed was far beyond what an ordinary S-class ability should be capable of producing. Su Ping turned to Lu Wangshan and asked whether the AI had finished checking Su Jingming's true power. Facing the floating holographic display, Lu Wangshan confirmed that the lightning data and energy readings had already been fully analyzed. A crisp system chime rang out, signaling that the final scan had been completed. Lu Wangshan stared at the results, his face changing instantly. In a stunned voice, he told Su Ping that Su Jingming's real power was the Dutian Divine Lightning, a legendary SS-class ability. Su Ping froze as he looked at the data in front of him, disbelief filling his eyes. Cold sweat slowly formed on his forehead as he realized they were truly looking at an actual SS-class ability. He murmured that an SS-class talent appeared only once every 10 or 20 years, And the more he thought about it, the more confused he became over how Xu Jingming had pushed his power to such an extreme level. Turning toward Vice Principal Ling Shuang, Xu Ping finally understood why the council had reacted with such alarm. He praised Magic City University for hiding such a massive secret so well, while Ling Shuang simply smiled and explained that secrecy had been necessary to protect their star student. Xu Ping let out a heavy sigh, knowing that once this revelation spread, rival nations and foreign organizations would definitely be thrown into panic. Shifting his focus back to the tournament, Xu Ping asked Lu Wangshan when the Jing University team was scheduled to take the stage. After learning that their match would be held the very next day, Xu Ping immediately ordered Lu Wangshan to gather their captain and the rest of the team at the villa for an urgent strategy meeting. Watching the Jing University staff leave in a hurry, Ling Shuang could easily guess that they were rushing off to build tactics against Xu Jingming. Even so, she remained perfectly calm, because in her eyes, no strategy would be enough to overcome him. Back in the rest area, Coach Yang looked over the Magic City team with clear satisfaction, praising them for ending their first battle so quickly and cleanly. Support player Guwan joked that the rest of them had barely done anything at all, since their captain had taken down the entire opposing team by himself. Coach Yang admitted that Beishan had been a weaker opponent, but his tone quickly turned serious as he warned them not to get careless. Their next enemy, Suhang Ability University, had ranked 4th, so he told everyone to gather at his villa that night to discuss how they would face them. Before the meeting wrapped up, Coach Yang brought up one more matter, reminding everyone that registration for the individual tournament had officially opened. When he asked who wanted to participate, Xu Jingming, Kong Shi, and Shen Dongling immediately raised their hands, their eagerness clear from the speed of their response. Coach Yang looked at the three of them, gave a small nod, and agreed to sign them up for the solo competition. A short while later, Vice Principal Ling Shuang called Xu Jingming aside, pulling him away from the others for a private conversation. She told him that Jing University had already discovered his SS-class power, and it would not be long before others learned the truth as well. She then promised that once his secret spread, the university would provide whatever support he needed to handle the pressure. Xu Jingming was visibly surprised, not expecting his true power level to be exposed to rival schools so quickly after the match. Ling Shuang gave him a warm smile and assured him that she would personally protect him from any threats that came from the outside. Nearby, Yao Fang and Shen Dongling stared in disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Their usually strict vice principal was actually smiling at their captain with such kindness. Yao Fang whispered in amazement about how gentle Ling Shuang was acting towards Xu Jingming. Shen Dongling quietly replied that anyone with a rare SS-class ability would naturally receive that kind of special treatment. Kong Shi leaned closer and reminded them in a low voice that with the vice principal's level, she could hear every bit of their gossip. The realization hit Yao Fang and Shen Dongling at once, and dread immediately spread across their faces. Ling Shuang heard their whispers clearly, and the warmth in her expression faded as her mood darkened. A frightening aura began to seep from her as she glared at the trembling students. Without saying much, she silently decided that once the tournament ended, their training would be increased. At a private villa, Xu Ping gathered the Jing University team for an emergency meeting, the atmosphere in the room tense from the very beginning. He looked across the assembled team and asked them directly what they thought of Xu Jingming's combat skills. Team Captain Wang Qi answered first, saying that while Xu Jingming's combat instincts were indeed impressive, his biggest advantage came from the raw power of his S-rank lightning rather than his actual level. Xu Ping agreed that the ability itself was the real issue, but with a grim expression, he corrected Wang Qi's assumption. Their scans had confirmed the shocking truth. Xu Jingming possessed a legendary SS-rank ability. The entire team was struck silent. Wang Qi and his teammates immediately questioned whether the scanners had malfunctioned, unable to accept that a student could have hidden an SS rank ability for so long. Xu Ping carefully examined the scanner data again and confirmed that the instruments were working perfectly. From the readings, he concluded that Xu Jingming's ability must have evolved during his study tour the previous year. Wang Qi grew uneasy as he connected that timing to the Heaven's Mandate sect ambush during the trip. Even then, he found it hard to believe that a near-death crisis could push an ability from S rank all the way to SS rank. Lu Wangshan added that this revelation also explained the battle records rumored around Magic City University, confirming that Xu Jingming had most likely defeated dozens of peak Tier 4 beasts on his own. Wang Qi admitted that the freshman was an absolute monster and would probably become unbeatable within a year. Even so, he still spoke with confidence, saying that because Xu Jingming was only a freshman right now, he could still defeat him in this tournament. Xu Ping placed a hand on his captain's shoulder, clearly relieved. At least for this year, Jing University could still place its hopes on Wang Qi to secure victory. Before leaving, Xu Ping instructed Dean Lu to adjust their tactics carefully and make the most of this year's chance, knowing that Wang Qi would be graduating soon. The news spread rapidly, sending shockwaves across the entire country. In his office, Jiang Quan stared at the holographic report in disbelief, then frantically ordered his staff to prepare a brand-new counter-strategy. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a manager hurriedly told his staff to contact headquarters right away and update their recruitment plans. Over at the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, the director wasted no time, ordering his team to recruit the young prodigy at any cost. Before long, the military also received word of Xu Jingming's SS rank ability. An officer reported the SS rank student's existence to a general, who reacted with pride and immediately ordered the media to broadcast the news around the world, making sure every nation understood Great Zia's strength. News outlets and social media platforms exploded almost instantly, filling with headlines celebrating Xu Jingming and his duty in divine lightning, praising him as the first SS-ranked talent to appear in 23 years. Inside a grand traditional estate, an assistant approached two men seated over a chessboard and informed them that Xu Jingming's SS-rank news was now trending everywhere online. She then pointed out that foreign factions were actively pushing the news even higher, and she asked whether they should step in to stop it. Counselor Wang Jun barely gave the matter any weight, dismissing those foreign factions with a calm wave of his hand, as if they were nothing more than tiny insects not worth paying attention to. His confidence did not waver for even a moment in his eyes. Great Zia had more than enough strength to protect one SS-rank student, no matter how much noise the outside world tried to make. Then Wang Jun turned the conversation towards Xu Jingming's protection and asked who had been assigned to guard him. Lu Wangshan answered at once, explaining that the responsibility had fallen to Ling Shuang, the vice principal of Magic City University. Wang Jun looked genuinely surprised when he heard that name. He immediately recognized Ling Shuang as the genius from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, someone who possessed a rare S-class space ability, and he could not help wondering why a talent like her had stayed at a university instead of continuing to climb higher in status. Lu Wangshan explained that Ling Shuang had offended the powerful Li family and had taken shelter at the school because of it. Even so, there was admiration in his voice, as he pointed out that she had still managed to reach mid-rank Tier 8 in only 3 years, despite not having extra resources behind her. Wang Jun gave a knowing smile, clearly familiar with Ling Shuang's famously stubborn personality. He remarked that most people would dream of marrying into a family as powerful as the Li family, yet she had run from them as if they were some kind of deadly plague. After placing the final move and winning the chess game, Wang Jun smiled with satisfaction. With someone as powerful as Ling Shuang personally guarding Xu Jingming, he could finally put his worries aside. That afternoon, the tournament stadium was packed with roaring spectators. Host Feng Lei stepped onto the arena floor beneath the lights and officially announced the start of the individual tournament. He explained to the crowd that 64 fighters from 10 different schools would compete that day, fighting for the 32 spots in the next round, with the stadium's AI randomly generating each matchup. A huge holographic bracket suddenly appeared above the arena, glowing in midair as the names and match numbers spread out before everyone's eyes. Kong Shi quickly found his name listed in the 6th match against Suhang Ability University, which made it a perfect chance for the team to scout their next opponent. Shen Dongling, looking pleased with her own draw, happily said that she had been placed in the 12th match against a Beishan substitute. Xu Jingming checked the bracket and noticed that he would be the first among them to fight. His match was scheduled 3rd, and his opponent was Zhou Chao from Jincheng University. Feng Lei kept the atmosphere burning hot, raising his voice as he announced that the first round would begin with 4 matches running at the same time across the arena. Xu Jingming walked calmly onto the arena floor, his spear in hand as golden electricity crackled around it, flashing like restless lightning under the stadium lights. From the stands, his friends immediately burst into cheers, calling out loudly for their captain and chanting the name Thunder Emperor with rising excitement. Across the arena, Zhou Chao, his green hair catching the light, broke into a nervous sweat the moment he saw who he had to face. He cursed his rotten luck for drawing the Magic City captain right at the start, but he still forced himself to stay positive. After all, if he somehow defeated an SS-ranked genius, the glory would be unimaginable. The instant the match began, Zhou Chao wasted no time and wrapped himself in a defensive vortex of wind, the spinning air forming a protective shell around his body. Using the powerful updraft beneath him, Zhou Chao lifted off the ground and shot high into the air, quickly putting distance between himself and Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming looked up at his airborne opponent with a flicker of surprise, silently acknowledging that no ability user in this tournament should ever be underestimated. Hovering safely out of reach, Zhou Chao grew bolder and shouted down at him, taunting that the Magic City captain would never be able to hit him before exhausting all his energy. From above, Zhou Chao launched his attack, sending sharp blades of wind slicing downward through the air toward the arena floor. The attacks crashed violently into the arena, one after another, but Xu Jingming moved with sharp bursts of speed, dashing aside each time and dodging them without much effort. As he moved, Xu Jingming carefully measured the distance between them and realized that even with his jumping power, he would not be able to reach an opponent flying that high. Throwing his spear from a distance would also be difficult to aim with precision, so he quickly changed his approach and decided to create a powerful suction force to drag Zhou Chao down instead. The spectators watched the aerial bombardment with growing frustration, and some complained that flying around like that was a cheap tactic. Others pointed out that Zhou Chao was really just stalling for time, because after 20 minutes the arena shield would shrink and force the fighters into close combat. Down on the field, Xu Jingming had no interest in passively dodging attacks and waiting for the clock to solve the problem for him. That kind of slow fight simply was not his style. He began channeling his power, and golden electricity erupted around his body in violent arcs. Then he lowered himself into a crouch and gathered a dense sphere of crimson lightning in his hand, preparing a devastating counterattack. High above the arena, Zhou Chao scoffed when he saw the glowing orb forming below. He shouted that from a height of 75 meters, there was no way Xu Jingming's attack could possibly reach him. Xu Jingming only smiled as he held the compressed lightning sphere steady in his palm. Zhou Chao's confidence meant nothing to him, because he already knew the pull of his storm could easily drag a flying student out of the sky. Then he released the compressed energy, and a massive tornado of lightning erupted upward, tearing through the arena and ripping straight into the sky. In the stands, the crowd stared in shock as the roaring storm swallowed the arena, filling the space with flashing lightning and violent winds. Zhou Chao was caught completely off guard by the vortex. The terrifying suction locked onto him, leaving him nearly paralyzed in midair as panic spread across his face, and he struggled desperately to break free. Below him, Xu Jingming calmly summoned his spear back into his hand. As golden energy wrapped around the weapon, Xu Jingming looked up and acknowledged that Zhou Chao's flying ability was impressive. Unfortunately for him, his luck had run out the moment he became Xu Jingming's opponent. With a powerful motion, Xu Jingming hurled the lightning-coated spear straight upward, sending it tearing through the storm toward his trapped opponent. Zhou Chao, desperate to survive the incoming strike, quickly summoned a large wind barrier in front of himself, trying to shield his body from the spear. But that defense meant absolutely nothing against the force coming toward him. The spear smashed through the wind barrier head-on, shattering it into pieces before driving straight into Zhou Chao's chest. Zhou Chao crashes down hard into the arena floor, his body hitting with such force that he is knocked unconscious on the spot. Before he can even twitch or struggle back up, the announcer's voice rings across the stadium, officially declaring Xu Jingming the winner of the match. Right after that overwhelming finish, the entire crowd explodes into chaos. Cheers roll through the arena like a tidal wave as everyone loses their mind over the effortless one-shot victory, staring in awe at the terrifying monster known as the Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, high above in the VIP stands, Xu Ping watches the scene with narrowed eyes and admits that he truly thought Zhou Chao's flying tactics would at least delay the fight for a while. But even he has to marvel at how frighteningly precise Xu Jingming's control over energy really is. Still, Xu Jingming is not the only terrifying presence competing today, because soon after, Qingjing University's captain, Wang Qi, steps into the arena for his own battle. The moment Wang Qi makes his move, thick stone power rapidly gathers around his arm, wrapping his fist in a huge layer of jagged rock armor. Those sharp, heavy spikes make the punch look less like a normal attack and more like a boulder being turned into a weapon. Then, with a single brutal strike, Wang Qi drives his armored fist forward and sends his opponent flying straight across the arena. The match is settled almost immediately, and just like that, he claims his victory with shocking ease. As the stadium erupts with roaring cheers for Qingjing University's captain, Wang Qi stands there with a confident smirk spreading across his face. His eyes carry a clear message, as if this quick win was not just for the crowd, but a bold warning aimed directly at every rival watching him. Seeing the meaning behind that performance, Shen Dongling immediately points out that Wang Qi's victory was basically a public challenge. But Xu Jingming does not look pressured in the slightest. He stays relaxed and calmly says that no matter how impressive Wang Qi looks, the guy still is not qualified to be his opponent. But right at that moment, Coach Yang Zhentian pulls Xu Jingming aside with a serious look. He tells him that several top martial arts halls and massive guild forces have already sent over exclusive recruitment invitations, and then asks whether Xu Jingming wants to meet any of them privately. Xu Jingming does not even pause to think about it. Instead of showing the slightest interest in those complicated faction deals, he directly tells his coach to reject every single invitation, and Yang Zhentian does not look surprised by that answer at all. At the same time, Yao Fang is completely confused by his decision. In her mind, even if Xu Jingming does not plan to accept, he should at least listen to what those huge organizations are willing to offer. But Xu Jingming only answers in a calm voice, saying that those forces simply have nothing he needs right now. That is because deep down, Xu Jingming understands his own situation better than anyone. With the ridiculously powerful Deep Blue system hidden in his hands, and with the elite support of Magic City Ability University already backing him, he has no reason to bind himself to some outside faction just to become absurdly powerful. Later that night, after the noise and excitement of the arena finally fades into the background, Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu walk side by side down a much quieter street. The lights around them feel calm compared to the battlefield they just left behind. But their peaceful stroll does not last for long. A mysterious blonde woman suddenly appears ahead of them, stepping directly into their path and blocking the way before introducing herself as Irene, a representative from the powerful William family. And this is not just any ordinary family. Irene makes it clear that she comes from the ultra-wealthy William family of the United States, a name backed by enormous influence and resources far beyond what most people could even imagine. Without wasting time on polite small talk, Irene immediately throws out a massive offer. She tells Xu Jingming that if he is willing to abandon his Great Jia citizenship and join the William family instead, then they can give him anything he wants, no matter how extravagant that desire may be. But Xu Jingming does not get dazzled by her words. Instead, he looks at Irene with clear skepticism and openly questions whether the William family truly has enough power to support such an outrageous promise. Irene responds with a smug confidence, as if she had been waiting for that question. She proudly reveals the terrifying foundation behind her family, saying the William family has 3 Tier 9 martial saints, controls 10 ancient ruins, and even holds 1/3 of all seats in the Global Council. The moment Song Chukyu hears that the William family has 3 Tier 9 martial saints, her expression changes. A trace of cold sweat appears as she realizes that the people standing in front of them are connected to a truly unfathomable global-level power. Seeing that her words have finally created pressure, Irene pushes the offer even further. She promises Xu Jingming access to SS rank resources, SSS rank resources, and even mythical-level treasures that stand far above ordinary SSS rank items. Then Irene adds that once Xu Jingming's level rises higher, he will naturally understand just how vast the world truly is. And as if trying to make the offer even more tempting, she casually mentions that the family can also provide him with as many beautiful young girls as he could ever want. But the second those words leave Irene's mouth, Song Chukyu's gaze turns terrifying. She immediately shoots Irene a cold, deadly glare, the kind of look sharp enough to make the air around them feel several degrees colder. Noticing that intense stare, Irene quickly understands exactly what she has stepped on. With a playful smile, she apologizes to the very territorial girlfriend, acting as if she had simply spoken a little too directly. However, Xu Jingming does not leave even the smallest opening for her to continue. He shuts the offer down without hesitation, firmly stating that he has no interest in betraying his homeland, then tells Irene to stop wasting her breath and never come bother him again. After realizing that none of her promises have moved him at all, Irene has no choice but to leave empty-handed. With the sudden interruption finally gone, Xu Jingming and Song Chukyu are able to continue their night together in peace. Once Irene is alone on the street, the confident mask slips from her face. She lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly irritated that what should have been a perfect high-level recruitment pitch had completely failed. Because of that failure, Irene immediately contacts her handler and reports what happened. She explains that she could not even use her mental manipulation ability on Xu Jingming because his soul is being protected by the powerful aura of a Tier 9 martial saint. When the handler hears this, his mood instantly turns ugly. Anger flashes through his voice as he asks whether they should stop wasting time with persuasion and move directly to Plan B by eliminating Xu Jingming for good. But Irene immediately rejects that idea. She points out that assassination is completely impossible right now, because the target is under constant protection from a Tier 8 Grandmaster. And sure enough, high above the night sky, Vice Principal Ling Shuang is silently hovering there, watching over Xu Jingming like a hawk. With Ling Shuang keeping such a sharp and vigilant watch from above, any attempt to take Xu Jingming's life would be more than dangerous. It would be the same as walking straight into death the moment they made a move. Left with no realistic way to reach him, the handler finally has to swallow his frustration. He reluctantly orders Irene to retreat for the time being, and officially calls off the mission. The next day, the focus returns to the packed stadium once again. The announcer's voice echoes through the arena as he welcomes everyone to the 4th round of the team matches, where Magic City Ability University is set to face Suhang Ability University. Not long after, both teams step onto the grand stage under the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Since Suhang Ability University has such a strong reputation, the spectators are already buzzing with excitement, whispering that a team ranked 4th last year should not be underestimated. Because of that, many people believe this might finally be the match where Xu Jingming can no longer breeze through without effort. In their eyes, Suhang may actually have enough strength to force the legendary Thunder Emperor to reveal some of his true power. To start the match, Feng Lei raises the atmosphere even higher, stirring up the crowd as he begins the countdown. With everyone's attention locked onto the stage, he officially announces the beginning of this highly anticipated battle. But instead of taking a cautious formation against such a strong top 4 school, Xu Jingming does something completely unexpected. He pays no attention to any careful team strategy and leaves his teammates behind. The next instant, he rushes forward by himself, charging straight into the enemy formation without the slightest hesitation. His movement is direct, fearless, and almost unbelievably bold. The crowd is instantly stunned by what they are seeing. Many spectators begin questioning whether Xu Jingming is being far too arrogant, especially since he is pulling the same reckless one-man attack for the 2nd day in a row. Naturally, the Suhang team takes his solo charge as a massive insult. Their leader's expression hardens with anger, and he furiously declares that Suhang Ability University is not some weak, low-level opponent like Beishan University. To prove that point, Suhang's main elementalist immediately releases his strongest move. Purple electricity erupts violently, twisting through the air until it forms a huge and terrifying lightning snake that crackles straight towards Xu Jingming. But when Xu Jingming sees another lightning user standing in his way, he barely looks impressed. He casually remarks that this guy's purple sparks are nothing but a joke compared to his own golden energy, and then he releases his power without hesitation. In the center of the arena, the 2 elemental attacks collide head-on. Golden lightning and purple electricity smash together with violent force, turning the entire battlefield into a storm of crackling energy. The impact sends massive shockwaves tearing through the air. The pressure ripples outward across the arena, making the clash feel like the sky itself has been split apart. But the difference in strength is simply too ridiculous. Xu Jingming's golden lightning crushes forward almost instantly, overwhelming the purple lightning beast and swallowing it whole before it can even threaten him. When the spectators see this happen, they completely lose control of their reactions. They realize in disbelief that Su Hang's strongest spell could not even break through Xu Jingming's passive defensive barrier. Su Hang Captain's face turns tense as panic begins to set in. He immediately understands that they have no time to hesitate, because if they do not take Xu Jingming down right away, the rest of the Magic City team will soon join the fight. With that in mind, he quickly gives an order to their support player, commanding him to cover the team with defensive barriers. At the same time, everyone prepares for one final desperate rush. Putting everything they have left into this attack, the entire Su Hang squad charges forward together. Weapons are raised, their bodies lean into the assault, and every one of them rushes toward Xu Jingming with no path of retreat. But all of that effort turns out to be completely useless. Xu Jingming casually calls down a cascade of golden lightning from above, and the moment it descends, Su Hang's defensive shields are blasted apart into countless shattered pieces. With their barriers destroyed, the Su Hang team is left standing there completely exposed. For a brief moment, they are frozen in shock, staring at Xu Jingming as the reality of their situation sinks in. Xu Jingming then looks at them with a mocking edge in his voice and says that relying on his lightning magic almost feels like bullying. So instead, he invites them to show what they can really do in a pure physical clash. Refusing to crumble under Xu Jingming's teasing, the Su Hang captain's face twists with frustration as he roars at his teammates to stop holding back and launch a perfectly synchronized all-out attack. The moment that order leaves his mouth, all 5 members of the Su Hang squad move at once, rushing in from every side of the battlefield and surrounding Xu Jingming as they try to crush him through pure numbers. Xu Jingming remains so calm that he does not even blink. With one relaxed motion, he spins his spear around him in a flawless circular guard, and every incoming weapon is knocked away at almost the exact same instant. The sight leaves the spectators completely stunned. Some of them even start joking that Su Hang is treating Xu Jingming like some legendary raid boss, except even with 5 people attacking together, they still cannot put a single scratch on him. Then, without wasting another breath on defense, Xu Jingming smoothly flips the rhythm of the fight. His spear snaps forward with brutal precision, and one clean, crushing physical strike sends one of his opponents down instantly. Right at that moment, Yao Fang and Gu Wan finally make it onto the battlefield, arriving beside their captain with perfect timing, ready to back him up and help close out the match. The second the Su Hang captain sees the rest of the Magic City squad stepping in, cold sweat breaks across his forehead. He instantly understands that the tiny chance they had to isolate Xu Jingming has completely slipped away. From the stands, Wang Qi watches the whole thing with open disgust, clicking his tongue as he calls the Su Hang team absolute garbage for failing to push Xu Jingming hard enough to reveal even one S-class skill. In the end, Magic City needs only 3 short minutes to tear through their opponents from start to finish, turning the match into another clean and overwhelming victory. The entire crowd is left frozen in disbelief, staring at the arena as if they still cannot process how quickly the battle has already come to an end. All around the stadium, spectators begin marveling at the Thunder Emperor's ridiculous strength, saying that with power like his, Xu Jingming could practically drag the entire team to victory by himself. Watching from the stands, the Baishan captain finally feels a wave of vindication wash over him. He turns to his teammates and points out that their squad was never truly weak. Xu Jingming is simply a monster beyond normal comparison. Time moves ahead to Day 8 of the National University League, and the whole stadium is already boiling with excitement as everyone waits for the long-anticipated showdown between Magic City and Jincheng University. Backstage, Coach Yang Zhentian gathers the Magic City squad together and calmly goes over the plan for their final 2 matches, making it clear that he wants everyone to stay with their normal team formation. Because he knows exactly how his star student tends to behave, Yang Zhentian gives Xu Jingming an extra warning, telling him not to underestimate the enemy or suddenly charge off alone again. Xu Jingming, for once, agrees to behave. Out on the stage, the announcer's voice rises over the roaring crowd as he officially welcomes both powerhouse schools onto the arena floor, pushing the atmosphere even higher. As the 2 teams walk into position, Jincheng University's captain, Han Shan, looks straight at Xu Jingming and admits that his SS rank power is famous for a reason. But with a smug smile, he still declares that Magic City's odds in a team battle are below 10%. Xu Jingming does not look shaken at all. He simply answers in a casual tone that once the fight begins, they will see for themselves who is actually stronger, leaving Shen Dongling watching with visible doubt. Shen Dongling cannot help wondering where Han Shan is getting all that confidence from. At the same time, the official matchup flashes across the giant stadium screens, and both teams settle into place on opposite ends of the massive stage. But almost immediately, the audience notices something strange. Jincheng University has actually benched 3 of their usual main players, and instead sent out a bizarre, uneven lineup made up of 2 supports and 3 ranged fighters. Up in the VIP booth, Jincheng University's principal, Zhang Quan, walks over to Vice Principal Ling Shuang with a confident look and casually asks whether she would be interested in placing a bet. With a smile that makes it seem like he already knows the outcome, Zhang Quan suggests a small wager on the coming match, offering to bet a rare and valuable S-class cultivation resource on which school will take the win. While Ling Shuang quietly considers the size of the wager, Xu Ping stands behind her with an amused expression, clearly entertained that Jincheng University dares to gamble against Magic City's SS rank monster. But Ling Shuang is not interested in playing small. She shuts down the proposal right away, telling the old man that an S-class resource is basically pocket change, and if he wants to bet, they should raise it to a legendary SS-class resource instead. Zhang Quan nearly chokes on the spot, his expression changing instantly as he realizes just how casually Ling Shuang has thrown an unbelievably expensive stake onto the table. Watching the tension rise, Xu Ping starts sweating a little, thinking that Ling Shuang is still as aggressively dominant as ever. After all, even a Tier 8 Grandmaster would feel serious pain after losing something as valuable as an SS-class resource. Ling Shuang then gives Zhang Quan a cold and simple choice: either raise the bet to an SS-class resource or forget the whole thing. Feeling pressured but still confident in the hidden preparations behind his team, Zhang Quan finally takes the bait and stakes his own SS-class resource on Jincheng University's victory. Xu Ping immediately senses that something is off. Zhang Quan is clearly a sly old fox, and there is no way he would accept such a dangerous wager without some hidden ace prepared, which makes Xu Ping relieved that Xinjiang University can sit back and observe them first. With unimaginable resources now riding on the outcome, the countdown reaches 0. And the battle everyone has been waiting for finally begins. Almost right away, Jincheng University's 2 support students move into action, activating their abilities before Magic City can properly press forward. A huge glowing dome of energy begins to rise and swirl around the entire Jincheng squad, wrapping every member inside a bright, rotating defensive shell. Han Shan lifts his chin with a smug look and proudly announces that this is his ultimate SS rank technique, life sharing. He explains that it reduces all incoming damage by 60%, then spreads whatever remains evenly across the whole team, creating what he believes is an unbreakable turtle shell. Spectators quickly understand what Jincheng University is trying to do. By combining shared damage with healing support, they are building a dirty stalling strategy designed to drag the fight out endlessly until the opponent is worn down and bored to death. Yao Fang is visibly surprised that a student has already mastered an SS rank skill, but Xu Jingming stays composed and simply tells him to go ahead and test the enemy's defense first. Yao Fang immediately steps forward and releases his A-rank ability, Extreme Cold Ice Soul, letting icy energy surge around him as the air turns sharply cold. In the next instant, he fires a deadly high-speed barrage of razor-sharp ice shards straight toward the enemy captain, aiming to break through with raw, piercing force. The huge wave of ice is shattered almost effortlessly as soon as it touches the defensive barrier, swallowed by the glowing dome without leaving even the faintest mark on Han Shan. Han Shan acts as if the attack was nothing more than a tiny itch. With mocking confidence, he invites Magic City to keep attacking as hard as they want for a full free minute. Shen Dongling quickly points out the real problem. Jincheng University did not only bring life-sharing supports, they also have 3 S-class elemental defense techniques active at the same time, making that shield extremely difficult to deal with. When Kongxi offers to rush in with his shield and test the barrier at close range, Shen Dongling immediately stops him. She warns that Jincheng University's 3 hidden ranged fighters would tear him apart before he could even reach them. Even though Xu Jingming still remembers the coach's order to stick with their main formation, he decides this is the right moment to give Jincheng a real surprise. Golden energy suddenly erupts from his body as he activates a berserk physical transformation. The spectators are stunned. No one expected a pure lightning-type mage like Xu Jingming to suddenly reveal a terrifying body-forging transformation technique, especially one that makes him look completely unstoppable. Even with that overwhelming energy pressing down on the arena, Han Shan keeps his smug expression and continues talking trash, claiming that no matter how much Xu Jingming's lightning form strengthens his physical stats, it still will not be enough to crack their shared shield. Xu Jingming looks at him and calmly calls out how overconfident he is. Then, without a hint of panic, he asks Guwan to give him her strongest support buff. Guwan responds immediately. A bright healing light bursts from her ability and flows into Xu Jingming, pushing his already monstrous power to an even more terrifying level. With that huge buff now active, Xu Jingming raises one hand toward the sky, and a dense sphere of raw golden lightning begins gathering at the tip of his finger, crackling violently in the air. Then he calls down his legendary Thunder God Finger, and a gigantic finger formed from pure destructive lightning roars from above, crashing toward the arena like divine judgment. The entire Jincheng University squad can feel the terrifying pressure bearing down on them, and cold sweat starts pouring down their faces as the attack fills their vision. As the apocalyptic lightning descends, panic finally spreads through the Jincheng formation. Han Shan desperately shouts for everyone to pour every last bit of energy they have into strengthening the defense. With no room left to retreat, the entire Jincheng team raises their hands and pushes their power into the shared shield, risking everything as the colossal lightning finger slams directly into their position. With the crushing impact bearing down on him, Han Shan reaches the very edge of desperation. His face twists as he screams out, and forces his ultimate defensive skill, Life Tide, to activate, trying to use it as one final shield to swallow the incoming shockwave. But the power behind that SS rank attack is far beyond anything his defense can truly endure. In the next instant, the battlefield is swallowed by a huge blinding detonation, with white-hot light and violent force sweeping over everything in sight. All around the arena, the spectators stare in total disbelief. Some of them even shout in panic, saying that the pressure from that single finger strike feels less like a human attack and more like the aura of an actual god descending. Then, as the thick smoke begins to drift apart little by little, every eye in the arena locks onto the center of the battlefield, waiting for the answer they already fear. And what they see leaves them speechless. Jincheng University's so-called absolute defense, the wall everyone believed could never be broken, has been smashed apart completely, with their entire team lying face down across the floor. At the center of that devastated arena, Xu Jingming remained standing tall, his posture steady, and his body completely unharmed, as if the chaos around him never even touched him. The announcer's voice finally cuts through the stunned silence, confirming that Jincheng University has suffered a full team wipe, and officially declaring Magic City Ability University the undisputed winner of the match. High above in the VIP booth, Jincheng University's principal is drenched in cold sweat. The defeat has clearly shaken him to the core, and what terrifies him even more is imagining how ridiculous Xu Jingming will become once he truly steps into Tier 4. Ling Shuang naturally refuses to let such a perfect moment slip by. With a graceful smile on her face, she calmly reminds everyone that Magic City University has once again moved one step ahead of the competition. With no excuse left to hide behind, Zhang Quan can only lower his head in humiliation. His confidence is gone. His pride is crushed, and in the end he has no choice but to admit defeat and hand over the precious SS-class cultivation resource. Principal Zhang Quan is forced to bring out the prize he wagered, and his expression grows painfully stiff as he reluctantly holds forward the legendary SS-class Red Flame Spirit Fruit, looking as if every movement hurts his heart. He passes it into Vice Principal Ling Shuang's hands, and she immediately recognizes its value, noting that this rare fruit can give Fire-type ability users a precious chance to trigger a massive evolution. Xu Ping watches the exchange from the side and silently breaks into a cold sweat. He can practically feel Jincheng University's principal crying on the inside, but at the same time he understands that Xu Jingming's Thunder God finger has become a threat they absolutely have to prepare for. Even so, Xu Ping finds a bit of comfort in their situation. Luck had placed Qingjing University in the final match slot, meaning they now had the best possible chance to study Xu Jingming and gather crucial intelligence before facing him. Meanwhile, back with the Magic City squad, Yang Zhentian is so fired up that his excitement is practically written all over his face. He loudly promises the team that if they crush Qingjing University tomorrow, he will personally double all of their credit rewards. The whole team is still buzzing over the massive payday they have just been promised when Vice Principal Ling Shuang suddenly appears. Without wasting any time, she calls Xu Jingming over and pulls him aside. Once they are apart from the others, Ling Shuang presents him with a grade 6 Guiyuan pill, a priceless S-class cultivation resource that countless students could only dream of receiving. She explains that her huge bet against Jincheng University has already paid off, and this S-class pill is not a random gift, but the share of the spoils that rightfully belongs to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming accepts the pill with genuine gratitude, but he cannot help being amazed to Tier 8 Grandmasters. Even SS-class resources can apparently be tossed into bets so casually, almost like spare change. Seeing their captain suddenly obtain an S-class resource as if it had fallen straight from the sky, Yao Fang, Shen Dongling, and Kong Shi are so jealous their expressions practically turn green. Xu Jingming immediately senses a chance too good to ignore. With a casual tone, he asks Ling Shuang to include him in any future wagers as well, adding that even a simple S-class resource would be perfectly fine as the stake. Yao Fang nearly loses his mind on the spot. He stares at Xu Jingming in disbelief, unable to process how their captain has the nerve to ask a Tier 8 legend to basically become his personal betting partner. But just when everyone expects Ling Shuang to shut him down, she does the exact opposite. She simply looks at Xu Jingming and lets a small, amused smile appear on her face. Then she actually agrees, leaving Yao Fang frozen in place, completely awestruck by the insane boldness of their captain and the fact that it somehow worked. By that afternoon, the individual tournament moves forward once again, shifting into the tense and high-stakes second round of the top 8 bracket. Suhang University's Sun Jai walks onto the field under the roaring crowd, only to hear the announcer reveal that the opponent waiting for him is the tournament's most terrifying and absolute favorite, the man everyone has been watching from the start, the Thunder Emperor himself. The moment Sun Jai hears that name, sweat pours down his face. He knows instantly that out of every possible opponent, he has just drawn the worst possible matchup. Even so, Sun Jai refuses to let fear pin him in place. He grips his sword, steadies his breathing, and swears that this time he will face that monster head-on instead of backing down. Xu Jingming watches him gather his courage and finds himself genuinely impressed by that raw fighting spirit. Still, he quietly hopes Sun Jai can hold on to that same determination once the real beating begins. The countdown finally reaches 0, and the match erupts in an instant. Golden lightning wraps around Xu Jingming's body as he activates his transformation and shoots forward like a blazing meteor. Sun Jai's eyes widen at the horrifying speed closing in on him. Panic surges through him, and he immediately activates his A-class enhancement ability, his body beginning to change into a massive saber-toothed giant tiger, using the transformation as his only chance to survive Xu Jingming's opening assault. Now fully transformed, Sun Jai lets out a savage roar that shakes the air around him, then launches himself forward to meet the opponent charging straight toward him. He pours every bit of strength he has into his sword, swinging with full force and unleashing a roaring tiger explosive slash directly at Xu Jingming's path. But Xu Jingming only grins in response. Without dodging a single step, he raises his spear and blocks the enormous fiery attack head-on with almost effortless confidence. Next second, their weapons crash together, and the clash erupts into a violent burst of raw power that surges outward from the point of impact. As steel and spear collide, the pressure from the blow spreads through the arena like a shockwave, making the entire battlefield tremble beneath their feet. Yet the physical strength behind Xu Jingming's defense is simply too outrageous. Under that overwhelming force, Sun Jai's heavy broadsword begins to bend out of shape in a single exchange. Xu Jingming does not miss the opening for even a heartbeat. He follows up with a brutal physical counterstrike, smashing the giant Tiger Man away and sending him hurtling across the stadium. Sun Jai crashes violently into the arena barrier, the impact slamming through his body so hard that his saber-tooth transformation collapses on the spot, leaving him unable to keep fighting. Blood spills from his mouth as he struggles to speak, but he still admits the truth. Xu Jingming's attacks are impossible to block directly. Even so, there is a bitter pride in his eyes, because this time, at least, he stood his ground instead of running. With Sun Jai completely unable to continue, the announcer quickly confirms the result. Xu Jingming is declared the winner, officially earning his place in the elite top 8. The stands instantly explode with noise. The spectators can barely believe they have witnessed another flawless instant victory, especially after seeing Sun Jai's high-grade weapon literally bent out of shape from just one clash. Without letting the excitement fade, the announcer immediately turns the crowd's attention to the third round, loudly calling Magic City's Yaofang and Qingjing University's powerhouse captain, Wang Qi, onto the stage. As they move down the tunnel, Xu Jingming gives Yaofang a few words of encouragement, urging him to fight for a top 4 spot. Yaofang only lets out a realistic sigh, admitting that defeating a monster like Wang Qi is extremely unlikely, but he still promises to go down swinging with pride. Both fighters step onto the battlefield under the deafening cheers of the crowd. Across from Yaofang, Wang Qi wears a confident smirk, clearly thinking that he has finally found himself a decent warm-up opponent who might at least be worth stretching his muscles against. The moment the match begins, Wang Qi activates his earth-based physical transformation without hesitation. His body surges with heavy power as he shouts a direct provocation toward Xu Jingming. His message is obvious. Xu Jingming is not the only one who has mastered elite body forging skills, and Wang Qi is ready to prove it in front of the entire arena. Xu Jingming's eyes sharpen with interest as he watches the fighter below, clearly intrigued by seeing another contestant push his body down a transformation path so close to his own. The moment the match begins, Wang Qi wastes no time showing off his terrifying power. He plants himself firmly and releases an absolute earth sandstorm, sending thick waves of dust and sand roaring across the arena until the entire battlefield is swallowed by a choking vortex. Caught inside that blinding storm, Yaofang moves in a panic, darting across the field as fast as he can. He strains to read the shifting dust around him, doing everything possible to dodge and survive in the chaos. But that sandstorm is more than just a display of power. Hidden behind the swirling curtain of dust, it becomes the perfect trap. And before Yaofang can even regain his direction, Wang Qi suddenly appears right in front of him, stepping out of the dust like a shadow that had been waiting only inches away. Without giving Yaofang even a heartbeat to react, Wang Qi swings down with a brutal thick earth slash, the force behind it heavy enough to shake the ground itself. Cornered and desperate, Yaofang has no choice but to summon his ultimate cold ice barrier, throwing it up at the last second to take the attack head-on. The instant earth and ice collide, the impact erupts like a disaster breaking loose. A massive blast tears through the arena, and Yaofang's defensive shield is smashed apart, scattering into countless glittering fragments. When the dust finally begins to thin, Yaofang is already down on one knee, his body lowered in clear defeat. With the result no longer in doubt, the announcer raises his voice and officially declares Wang Qi of Qingjing University the winner. The whole stadium bursts into thunderous cheers, with spectators staring in disbelief at how cleanly Wang Qi crushed such a powerful opponent. People can't help but point out that this year's tournament has produced two frighteningly similar monsters, Qingjing University's Stone Lord, Wang Qi, and Magic City's own Thunder Emperor, Xu Jingming. Standing in the glow of his victory, Wang Qi lifts his head with a smug grin and looks straight toward the balcony where Xu Jingming is watching from above. Then, loud enough for everyone to hear, he brags that he has also secured an effortless instant kill. With absolute confidence in his voice, he challenges Xu Jingming to meet him in tomorrow's finals and warns him not to even think about backing out. Gu Wan immediately scoffs at Wang Qi's arrogance, mocking how he talks as if the gold medal is already in his hands. But Shen Dongling remains completely calm, reassuring the others with full confidence that once tomorrow's finals arrive, their captain will make that overconfident show-off pay for every word. About an hour later, the exhausting placement matches finally come to an end. The announcer then confirms the 4 semi-finalists who will move forward: Magic City's Xu Jingming and Kong Shi, along with Qingjing University's Wang Qi and Zhu Taiji. The next day, the stadium is packed from end to end, the air buzzing with noise as the crowd waits eagerly for the long-anticipated individual semifinals to begin. As Gu Wan and Shen Dongling walk through the hallways, they are stunned by the lineup of guests arriving for the event. Gu Wan notices that several high-ranking government officials have already taken their seats, while Shen Dongling spots even the deputy commander of the legendary military legion among the VIPs, leaving both of them amazed that this year's guest list has reached such an unprecedented level. Shen Dongling proudly guesses that all of these legendary figures must have come just to witness their captain's SS-rank power with their own eyes. But as she says this, her attention suddenly shifts, because an even more imposing presence has just entered the VIP suites. Surrounded by elite security guards, a stunning woman with immense influence slowly steps into view. The moment she appears, the atmosphere in the VIP area changes, and the attention of every high-profile guest is instantly drawn toward her. The moment the woman enters the stadium, the nearby staff straighten up and bow deeply, welcoming her with unmistakable respect as she passes through the entrance. Seeing the enormous security team surrounding her, Xu Jingming cannot hide his confusion. He turns toward Shen Dongling and quietly asks who this stunning woman with such an overwhelmingly powerful presence could possibly be. Shen Dongling explains that the woman is Su Qingyi, the legendary leader of the Elite Thunder Martial Arts Hall. She is also a terrifying Tier 9 martial saint who commands the lethal S-class ability known as Yuqing Divine Thunder. Xu Jingming is visibly surprised, since he clearly remembers hearing that the martial arts hall's director was a middle-aged man. Shen Dongling quickly explains that the former leader vanished 4 years earlier, and Su Qingyi's sudden rise to replace him became enormous news across the entire nation. Xu Jingming awkwardly scratches the back of his head and admits that he was only a middle school student at the time, so national news had been the last thing on his mind. Hearing that answer, Shen Dongling can only complain about the painfully obvious generation gap between them. Far above the arena, inside the luxurious VIP suite, Su Qingyi calmly asks whether they have successfully arranged a private meeting with Xu Jingming. Manager Sun lets out a weary sigh and reports that Xu Jingming's teacher has rejected every invitation sent by outside organizations without exception. Manager Sun offers to approach them one more time, certain that no one would dare turn down an invitation personally issued by Su Qingyi. She stops him, however, deciding there is no need to force the matter. Once the solo tournament ends, she intends to go down and meet Xu Jingming face-to-face herself. Manager Sun stares at her in disbelief, unable to understand why a god-tier martial saint would personally seek out an ordinary Tier 3 freshman. Su Qingyi keeps her eyes fixed on the arena below, carefully observing Xu Jingming's dense and remarkably stable energy. His monstrous physical strength, wild beast-like presence, and nearly flawless foundation have clearly captured her interest. Back in the arena, the energetic host Feng Lei raises his voice and sends the already excited crowd into an even louder frenzy. With the long-awaited first semifinal finally beginning, he calls Magic City's Xu Jingming and Jingyu's Zhu Taiji onto the stage. Zhu Taiji walks forward with a smug expression, loudly cracking his knuckles as he calls Xu Jingming out. Knowing that the Thunder Emperor possesses respectable fist techniques, he boldly suggests putting the spear aside and deciding the match through a pure, bare-handed fistfight. Spectators immediately erupt in laughter, calling Zhu Taiji's challenge shameless bait. Everyone can see that he is resorting to such a cheap psychological trick, only because a normal battle with weapons would end with him being completely slaughtered. Yet to the absolute horror of the entire audience, Xu Jingming simply breaks into a relaxed grin and accepts without the slightest hesitation. His terrified supporters immediately begin shouting from the stands, convinced that their idol has finally become far too arrogant for his own good. Even Zhu Taiji freezes in disbelief, never expecting the Thunder Emperor to accept such an obvious trap. Sweat gathers across his face as he suspiciously asks whether Xu Jingming is merely toying with him. Xu Jingming responds with nothing more than a dismissive scoff. With complete indifference in his eyes, he tells Zhu Taiji that he is free to believe whatever makes him feel better. Inside, Zhu Taiji is practically bursting with excitement. He has spent 15 full years refining his fists, and now stands only a step away from true mastery. In his mind, Xu Jingming's decision to challenge him at close range is not bravery. it is outright suicide. Watching from the VIP lounge, rival Dean Lu Wangshan turns toward Yang Zhentian with a smug smile. He declares that Xu Jingming's arrogance will finally bring about his downfall, even boasting that once the star student throws away this match, his own academy will easily dominate the highest rankings. Yang Zhentian immediately cuts off his celebration. Without even a trace of concern on his face, Yang Zhentian calmly assures his rival that there is one simple problem with that fantasy. His student has never learned how to lose. Meanwhile, Zhu Taiji wastes no time once the match begins. With a deafening roar, he activates his beast transformation, and his body rapidly expands until a gigantic, horrifying demonic ape stands in his place. The transformed Zhu Taiji surges forward and throws a savage punch powerful enough to shake the arena beneath their feet. Xu Jingming slips past the enormous fist with effortless precision, then casually remarks that while the ape's strength is acceptable, its speed is truly pathetic. Golden lightning begins crawling across Xu Jingming's arm, gathering around his clenched fist with a violent crackle. Staring directly at the massive ape, he promises to show the monkey exactly what a genuine god-level punch is supposed to look like. Xu Jingming drives his electrified fist forward, but Zhu Taiji suddenly springs away and narrowly avoids the incoming blow. Landing at a distance, the demonic ape roars that agreeing to fight him with fists will be the final mistake Xu Jingming ever makes. Rather than pursuing him normally, Xu Jingming decides to test the technique he has only recently learned. Golden lightning surges behind his body, rapidly forming a gigantic radiant clone whose sudden appearance leaves Zhu Taiji staring in complete shock. Before the demonic ape can understand what he is seeing, the towering lightning clone moves, its enormous fist snaps forward in a brutal jab that crashes directly beneath Zhu Taiji's chin, launching him backward through the air as blood bursts from his mouth. Zhu Taiji slams heavily into the arena floor, his battered body rolling across the ground before finally stopping. Still struggling to understand what struck him, he lifts his head and sees Xu Jingming standing calmly in the distance, with the enormous electric phantom hovering menacingly behind him. A wave of terror washes over the demonic ape, as the truth finally sinks in. The devastating punch that blasted him away did not come from Xu Jingming's real body at all. It came from nothing more than his lightning shadow clone. Up in the VIP viewing area, the watching students completely lose their composure. They frantically question the principal, demanding to know whether the Thunder Emperor has truly summoned a fully functioning electric double, capable of fighting beside his original body. Vice Principal Xu Ping appears just as stunned as everyone else, but he quickly recognizes the ability as the elite A-class technique known as Lightning Shadow. He explains that at the basic mastery stage, the summoned clone can release only 30% of Xu Jingming's actual physical power. That explanation only leaves the students even more horrified. They can barely comprehend that a punch containing a mere 30% of Xu Jingming's strength was still powerful enough to tear straight through the defenses of a formidable Tier 4 fighter. At that moment, everyone realizes they have severely underestimated Xu Jingming. He is far more than a gifted lightning mage. His physical attributes are monstrously high as well, meaning he has secretly cultivated elite body tempering and close combat techniques alongside his magical abilities. Zhu Taiji forces himself back up while grinding his teeth in frustration. After witnessing the clone's power firsthand, he curses quietly beneath his breath, having finally recognized the exact technique standing against him. Xu Jingming merely watches him with an amused smirk. He mockingly asks whether recognizing the technique's name will somehow grant Zhu Taiji the ability to block the beating that is about to come next. Still unwilling to admit defeat, Zhu Taiji insists that the previous attack succeeded only because he lacked information and was caught off guard. With another furious roar, he activates a defense-enhancing war drum ability, raising his physical attributes by an additional 20% as he prepares for one final head-on confrontation. The massive demonic ape pulls back his arm and gathers every ounce of power into his ultimate strike. Before charging forward, Xu Jingming answers by flooding his own fist with blazing golden lightning, and their attacks collide at the exact center of the arena in a catastrophic explosion of force. As their fists press against one another, Zhu Taiji's expression suddenly twists with absolute horror. In that single exchange, he realizes that Xu Jingming's boxing ability is not merely advanced or highly refined, it has already reached the legendary master level. A confident grin spreads across Xu Jingming's face as he congratulates Zhu Taiji for finally guessing correctly. In the next instant, he unleashes his signature Thunder Dragon Fist, driving a vicious lightning-charged blow into the giant ape-man and sending him crashing violently into the arena's protective barrier. The host quickly examines the fallen Zhu Taiji and confirms that he has been knocked completely unconscious. Feng Lei immediately declares Xu Jingming the official winner of the semifinal, and the entire stadium erupts with deafening cheers for the Thunder Emperor. Xu Jingming remains standing amid the fading arcs of golden electricity, looking completely untouched by the battle. Instead of celebrating, he releases a disappointed sigh and complains that Zhu Taiji's fist technique was far too weak, leaving him irritated that he had gotten his hopes up for absolutely nothing.